Kill them all. Leave no one alive, root them out completely, and leave no future trouble. In Blackstone City inside, the Li residents' shriek of agony pierced the silence of the night, replaced by the dull thuds of blades striking flesh and frenzied shouts of slaughter. Crimson blood splattered as the entire Li family estate resembled a living purgatory amidst the soaring flames. In the distance, a white-robed youth of about 15 or 16 years old crawled out from a secret passage in a disheveled state. Lin family, this blood feud is irreconcilable. If I, Li Changya, enter the immortal sect and return after mastering the arts, I will surely exterminate the entire Lin family to appease the souls of the 368 members of my Li family. He turned back to look at the Li family estate, where flames soared and shouts of slaughter shook the heavens, his eyes bloodshot, and his body trembling violently from anger and fear. But fortunately, the Ascension Token is still here. With this Ascension Token, I will surely be able to enter Qiyun Valley. Once I successfully become a cultivator, dealing with these mere mortals will be effortless. Lin family, Lin Shen, you father and son, just wait for me. Touching the Ascension Token in his bosom, Li Changya knelt and kowtowed heavily 3 times toward the direction of the Li family estate, swearing in his heart that he would have his revenge. However, just as he was about to stand up, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Splat! Blood splattered, appearing exceptionally beautiful and eerie under the bright moonlight. An arrow had pierced deep into Li Changya, the immense force causing the shaft to vibrate slightly. Just as I expected, the Ascension Token is indeed in your hands. Clad in a black robe, Lin Shen strode forward with a bow in hand. From the bosom of the deceased Li Changya, he retrieved a token that was neither metal nor jade, along with a jade pendant. On the front of the token, 2 ancient seal characters were engraved, Ascension. As for the jade pendant, it exuded a trace of mystical aura. Holding it in his hand, Lin Shen instantly felt his spirit refreshed. This is by no means an ordinary treasure. Moved by the realization, Lin Shen seamlessly slipped the jade pendant into his bosom. Ha! Excellent, excellent, excellent. With this Ascension Token, my son Lin Shen will surely possess the potential of a great emperor. A loud laughter rang out as Lin, who the head of the Lin family, led a group of death soldiers and strode over from not far away. Seeing that Lin Shen had already obtained the Ascension Token from Li Changya, a gratified smile appeared on his face. My son is indeed cautious, planning ahead and finding the location of this secret passage, otherwise that Li Changya really would have escaped. Father, hearing the voice, Lin Shen respectfully bowed to Lin Hu and asked, is everything resolved? Are there any survivors from the Li family? With me taking action, rest assured, my son. There are absolutely no survivors in the Li family. Just as you said, even the egg yolks have been scrambled. Gazing at the Li family estate turning to ashes in the distant flames, a smile crept onto Lin Hu's lips. Oh, then I can rest easy. Lin Shen sighed and nodded. However, for the sake of this Ascension Token, to gamble on that ethereal and illusory immortal path, was it truly worth wiping out the entire Li family? He seemed to be asking Lin Hu, yet also asking himself. It was not out of soft-heartedness, but rather fear. Fear that if he lacked the spiritual root talent, all of this would end up being in vain. Moreover, if word of this massacre were to spread, and without any cultivator backing, their Lin family might very well become the next Li family. Ignorant and foolish. Lin Hu snorted coldly and scolded Lin Shen. Spare me your soft-heartedness. The martial world is full of killing. Either you kill or you get killed. In this world, to not fight is to die. If I had not destroyed the Li family today, and if Li Changya were to truly enter the immortal gate and become a cultivator in the future, the one getting wiped out tomorrow would surely be our Lin family. Moreover, what did I, your father, do all this for? Is it not for you? Is it not to let you enter the immortal gate? Even if this immortal destiny is ethereal and illusory, so what? If you do not fight, you will remain immortal for your entire life. But if you fight, only then do you have a chance to reach the peak of the immortal path and become a high and mighty cultivator. Saying this, Lin Hu glanced at Lin Shen. Spare me your hypocrisy here. Besides, wasn't this Li Changya killed by you anyway? And now you are shedding crocodile tears. Lin Hu couldn't help but shake his head. His son was excellent in every aspect, highly skilled at a young age and sensible, but his mindset still needed to be forged. This could not help but give him a headache. The martial world was already like this. If he entered the even more treacherous cultivation world, this trace of benevolence might lead Lin Shen to eternal damnation. Father is right in lecturing me. Lin Shen lowered his head without refuting. He was actually not as Lin Hu imagined, he was simply extremely cautious. Otherwise, he would not have specially waited here based on the information to ambush Li Changya. After all, since their Lin family had already taken action, if the Li family was not completely wiped out and survivors remained, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. As long as you understand. Lin Hu estimated the time and said, there is still half a month left. In half a month, it will be the day of Qiyun Valley's examination. With this Ascension Token, as long as you possess spiritual root talent, you can bypass the examination and directly enter the inner sect, obtaining more resources and a better starting point than others entering the sect from the very beginning. To prevent any complications, we will set off tonight under the cover of darkness and arrive at Qiyun Valley Dojo as early as possible. This way no one can snatch this Ascension Token from our hands. However, before you participate in the examination, I must lecture you a bit. Speaking up to this point, Lin Hu's tone paused and he warned Lin Shen. Remember this, while the cultivation world is 10,000 times more ruthless than the mortal martial world, you must be ruthless to others and even more ruthless to yourself. It is a good thing that you are cautious, but this world is one of competition among all things. If you do not fight and snatch, you will only end up mediocre for life, becoming a mere corpse for others to tread upon to reach the supreme immortal path. Of course, I am not forcing you to fight and snatch blindly. You must have your own judgment. Under the premise of ensuring your own safety, and in the face of sufficiently great benefits, you must strike with all your might, delivering a thunderous blow. Yes, father. Your child understands. If I am fortunate enough to enter the immortal gate, I will surely follow your teachings devoutly. Lin Shen nodded, earnestly carving his father's teachings deep into his heart. His mother had passed away early and his father was his only blood relative in this world. These words were absolutely for his own good. However, by nature he was extremely cautious. Without sufficient benefits and advantages, he would absolutely not take action. Moreover, the cultivation world was incomparably perilous. In all matters one must act with extreme caution, and once taking action one must strike with thunderous momentum, leaving absolutely no hidden dangers. As long as you understand. Lin Hu nodded and said, I have already arranged all other matters. We must set off immediately to avoid any unexpected changes from delay. Father, wait. Just as Lin Hu mounted his tall horse and was prepared to lead his subordinates and Lin Shen to the Qiyun Valley dojo, Lin Shen spoke up to stop him. Oh, is there any other issue? Lin Hu looked at Lin Shen with some confusion, thinking in his heart that he was reluctant to leave this hometown, where he had lived for many years, and wanted to linger a bit longer. Just as he was about to speak and lecture further, he saw the bow and arrow in Lin Shen's hands drawn like a full moon, releasing 3 arrows at once. Splat, splat, splat. Flowers of blood splattered. To Lin Hu's astonishment, 3 of the subordinates he brought with him collapsed instantly. Father, do it. Lin Shen spoke in a freezing voice. His figure moved swiftly as he drew his bow like a full moon, releasing arrow after arrow in rapid succession. Lin Hu was indeed an old hand in the martial world, but despite his internal confusion, he reacted instantly, cooperating with Lin Shen to conduct a swift slaughter, one near and one far. Soon, under the bewildered, shocked, and panicked gazes of Lin Hu's subordinates, the group of over 20 people was entirely wiped out by Lin Shen and Lin Hu. Shen'er, why is this? Only after killing everyone did Lin Hu ask in confusion. Lin Shen pulled out a fire starter and ignited a massive fire, directly incinerating Li Chanya and all of their Lin family subordinates to ashes. Watching the soaring flames, Lin Shen mounted a swift horse, a slight curve appearing on his lips. Father, have you forgotten? I am cautious by nature, and in all things precaution is my priority. This group of people knew that I obtained the Ascension Token. Who knows if there were spies from other families among them? Who knows if they would harbor greed for the Ascension Token? If they don't die, I cannot sleep at night. Moreover, with too many people, the target is too big and easily exposes our location. It is better for me to travel alone while you remain to oversee the overall situation at the Lin family. As long as you remain still, other forces, families, or interested parties will not be certain that our Lin family has obtained the Ascension Token, making my journey much safer. As his voice fell, Lin Shen fiercely clamped his legs against the horse, and his figure quickly vanished into the dark night. His name was Lin Shen, the Shen of caution. In this way, although more people died, his own safety was guaranteed with a few more layers of security. Good. Truly, my son, putting what you learned into practice and thinking even more thoroughly than your old man. This way, once you reach the cultivation world, I can rest easy. Gazing at Lin Shen's retreating figure, a smile of gratification involuntarily appeared on Lin Hu's lips. My son going this time shall be like a rock, soaring with the wind, rising 90,000 li straight up into the heavens. Time flowed by swiftly. Half a month had already passed. Out of caution, Lin Shen did not take the usual route to Qiyun Valley sect after leaving Blackwater City. Instead, he deliberately took a roundabout path, changing directions several times, and spent a full 10 days to reach Qiyun Valley sect. During this detour, he also carefully studied the jade pendant obtained from Li Chanya. Unfortunately, apart from discovering that this jade pendant could amplify his spiritual power, he found no other use for it. Perhaps he was still not qualified. Only after becoming a true cultivator could he fully unravel the mysteries of this jade pendant. After all, the profound and mysterious aura emanating from this jade pendant made Lin Shen feel that it was absolutely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Its preciousness might even far exceed the Ascension Token he had obtained. In the days after arriving at Qiyun Valley sect, he did not remain idle either. He found a nearby inn to hide in, secretly gathering useful information. According to the gathered information, Qiyun Valley was one of the 5 great sects of Chu, holding the Ascension Assembly once every 3 years. Every Ascension Assembly attracted over 10,000 participants. The Qiyun Valley assessment consisted of 3 trials. The first tested spiritual roots, the second tested the heart, and the third tested perseverance. As long as one had spiritual roots, even the lowest 5-element roots. They could participate in the subsequent tests. Passing them would make one an outer sect servant disciple, allowing them to strive for that elusive chance at immortality. Of course, for those with exceptional aptitude, even without the Ascension Token, the subsequent tests were unnecessary. After all, geniuses are welcomed everywhere. The Ascension Token appeared only rarely, merely 2 or 3 each assembly, and sometimes none at all. Lin Shen also secretly learned that the so-called Ascension Token not only allowed direct entry to the inner sect, but also carried a temptation that drove countless cultivators mad. Foundation building pill. That was the temptation. Any cultivator who entered Qiyun Valley with an Ascension Token would receive 1 foundation building pill. When Lin Shen learned this, his heart surged with lingering fear and relief. Fortunately, the Li family had been wiped out completely. Fortunately, in Blackstone City, the news of the Ascension Token had not fully spread. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to change routes multiple times and hide his identity as he made his way to Qiyun Valley. Otherwise, once wandering cultivators or stronger martial forces learned the news, not only he, but the entire Lin family would face catastrophic annihilation. Lin Shen cautiously lurked around Qiyun Valley sect. When the Ascension Assembly finally began, he joined the massive crowd and entered the entrance to Qiyun Valley sect. Qiyun Valley sect was located on a towering peak in the southeast of Qinghe Prefecture, its summit piercing the clouds and shrouded in mist. The climb was long, winding upwards along the mountain path. This climb was naturally no problem for Lin Shen, who had trained in martial arts since childhood and possessed surging blood and vital energy. But for those of humble origin or frail constitution, the ascent was nearly fatal. Some of the weaker ones even collapsed halfway up the mountain, losing the qualification to test their spiritual roots. At the entrance of Qiyun Valley sect stood a colossal stone stele upon which the 3 characters, Qiyun Valley, were carved in exuberant, powerful calligraphy, as if imbued with formidable force. Beside the stone stele stood dozens of outer disciples of Qiyun Valley, all with solemn expressions and sharp eyes scanning the dozen or so long queues in front of them. Form a line, everyone. There are 18 test queues, each capable of testing spiritual roots. Go where there are fewer people, don't crowd together. If you delay the subsequent assessments, the consequences are yours to bear. An outer disciple wearing a ritual robe with flowing black hair and an immortal-like bearing frowned at the crowd and called out loudly. This was their way of saving time. Hearing the words of the outer disciple, the crowd quickly dispersed, and each person orderly formed their own queue. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. No spiritual root. The spiritual root tests proceeded in orderly fashion. Voice after voice resounded. Among those standing before Lin Shen, almost all were without spiritual roots, only a few measured 5-element or 4-element roots. Seeing such a high elimination rate, Lin Shen felt a surge of tension. He had already decided he would not reveal his Ascension Token yet. Only after passing the test and proving his own spiritual root aptitude would he take out the Ascension Token. Otherwise, if he had no spiritual root and yet exposed, the token, disaster would await him. Next, after several more were eliminated, it was finally Lin Shen's turn. Place your hand on the spiritual root testing orb. The outer disciple in charge of testing spoke coldly. After testing dozens of people in a row, the disciple's patience had worn thin. Yes, immortal elder. Lin Shen respectfully cupped his hands and carefully gripped the test orb. The moment his hand touched it, the spiritual root testing orb burst into 3 brilliant beams of light. 1 purple, 1 blue, and 1 green. All 3 beams were extremely dazzling. As they appeared, the people waiting in line behind him turned their gazes toward Lin Shen. Thunder, Waterwood, triplet spiritual roots. The outer disciple in charge gulped, astonished. And there's even a mutated thunder spirit root. Every root is remarkably stable. Immortal elder, does this mean I have spiritual roots? Can I enter Qiyun Valley now? Hearing that he possessed triplet spiritual roots of above-average quality, the heavy stone in Lin Shen's heart finally fell, and excitement appeared on his face. Naturally. The outer disciple in charge softened his tone, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Not only are you qualified to enter Qiyun Valley, you won't need to take the subsequent assessments. With your triplet roots, plus a mutated root, diligent cultivation promises foundation establishment in the future. Yes, thank you, immortal elder. Lin Shen excitedly cupped his hands. No need for thanks. Also, don't call me immortal elder. We'll all be fellow disciples from now on. Call me senior brother. That outer disciple smiled and nodded, then pointed to the side. Wait over there for now, junior brother. After everyone has finished testing, I'll take you all back to Qiyun Valley. Yes, senior brother. Lin Shen quickly cupped his hands and quietly stood beside the few who had passed. Senior brother, with such talent, you'll surely shine in Qiyun Valley and achieve the supreme immortal path soon. Senior brother, my name is Lin Lei. I have 4-element spiritual roots. If I'm lucky enough to pass the trials and enter the outer sect, I'd be honored to serve you. Me too. Same for me. When senior brother says east, I won't go west. When senior brother says kill chickens, I won't butcher dogs. Seeing Lin Shen walk toward them, the several youths who had measured 5-element and 4-element roots all crowded around him, showering him with flattery. Though young, they had long been worn clean of naivety in this world where people devoured one another. Where was the pride of the self? Where was self-importance? There was only submission to fate. Now that Lin Shen's aptitude surpassed, there's his future status and resource allocation within Qian Valley, which surely far exceed theirs. A big tree provides good shade. They were unfamiliar with other cultivators of Qian Valley and had no connections. Lin Shen before them had not yet risen, had not yet entered Qian Valley. If not now, then when? As long as they could cling to Lin Shen's coattails once his cultivation improved, even if they got no direct benefits, they could rely on this bond and his status to avoid being bullied by others. Amid the sycophantic praise surrounding him, Lin Shen shook his head. Self-reliance outweighs reliance on others. One's own strength is the ultimate principle. At this stage, he had no inclination to recruit underlings. If anything, he would rather devote more time to his future cultivation. Moreover, with the Ascension Token in hand, he would enter the inner sect. What use could these outer disciples possibly hold for him? Though he held these people in contempt, Lin Shen did not reveal it. With a faint smile, he gave a few casual responses to brush them aside. Lin Shen did not linger in conversation with them. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the line for spiritual root testing. He needed to remember who possessed exceptional spiritual roots so as to avoid inadvertently clashing with them in the future. At the same time, he carefully observed whether anyone would produce an Ascension Token, deciding whether to follow suit. He did not want to be the one to stick his neck out. After all, spiritual root testing was still underway with a long queue ahead. There was no need to rush. In all matters, caution should be the foremost principle. As time passed, the queue grew shorter, and more people were found to possess spiritual roots. After nearly 8,000 or 9,000 people had been tested, about 100 youths aged 12 to 16 had gathered around Lin Shen. Among them, the most eye-catching was Wang Bowen, the young master of the Wang clan of Qinga County. Standing tall with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he had a handsome appearance. During the spiritual root test, he was found to possess a single attribute, fire spiritual root. You must know, the fewer the spiritual roots, the higher the aptitude and the faster the cultivation speed. A single spiritual root can even be called a heavenly spiritual root, second only to a mutated single attribute spiritual root. As soon as the result was announced, an uproar swept through the crowd. The youths who had been gathered around Lin Shen all rushed toward Wang Bowen. As water flows downward, men strive upward, such is human nature. Apart from Wang Bowen with his fire spiritual root, there were also 2 people with dual spiritual roots equally extraordinary in aptitude, and quite a few flattering youths had gathered around them. Lin Shen neither followed the others in fawning nor pretended to be aloof. He simply greeted them with a smile. Just as the last batch of examinees was being tested, streaks of radiance suddenly flew over from the distance at great speed. Those were spirit boats, one after another. The auras of the people aboard them were terrifying. Their gazes swept unceasingly over the field below, as if selecting something. "Who is Wang Bowen?" inquired the leading powerful cultivator floating at the highest point in the air. "Disciple Wang Bowen greets the senior." Wang Bowen stepped forward and respectfully cupped his hands toward that powerful cultivator. Not knowing the man's identity, he decided that addressing him as senior was the safest course. "I am Gongsun Buxiu, Valley Master of Qian Valley. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Gongsun Buxiu looked down at Wang Bowen and spoke calmly. "This disciple is willing." Upon hearing that Gongsun Buxiu was the Valley Master of Qian Valley, Wang Bowen was more than willing in his heart. Elated, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Disciple Wang Bowen pays respects to Master." Very well, very well. From now on you shall cultivate by my side." A faint smile curled at the corner of Gongsun Buxiu's mouth. He waved his hand slightly, and Wang Bowen rose directly into the air, appearing by his side. "Who is Su Changqing? Who is Lin Xiaoxua?" 2 more elders spoke up. These 2 were both individuals with dual spiritual roots. Their purpose was simple: to take these high-aptitude individuals as disciples, and thereby enhance the future high-end combat power of their own lineage. Su Changqing and Lin Xiaoxua hurried forward, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed, both expressing their willingness to become disciples of these 2 elders. After these 3 were taken as disciples by the Valley Master, and 2 elders, the others who had been found to possess spiritual roots became restless, their eyes filled with anticipation. But they were soon disappointed. No other elders came forward to accept disciples. The main reason was that their aptitudes were not exceptional, as most of them possessed 5-element or 4-element spiritual roots. As for the dozen or so with triple spiritual roots, there were plenty of them throughout Qiyun Valley. Those elders had no interest in taking disciples one by one. In previous years, there have been Ascension Tokens left outside the sect. I wonder if any disciple holds one today. If so, and if they possess spiritual roots, they may directly enter the inner sect and enjoy a foundation establishment pill. Seeing that no elder was willing to step forward to take disciples, Gongsun Buxiu finally spoke. The Ascension Token was a reward given by Qiyun Valley to foundation establishment disciples who had made significant contributions to the sect. It had a history of 1,000 years. Over time, most Ascension Tokens had drifted outside the sect, and only a few would surface at each Ascension Grand Assembly. This disciple has won. My ancestors were once cultivators of Qiyun Valley. Later, because their descendants lacked spiritual roots, they settled among mortals, and the token has been passed down through generations to me. Su Changqing, who possessed dual spiritual roots and had been taken as a disciple by the third elder of Qiyun Valley, took out an Ascension Token from his bosom. Although his dual spiritual root aptitude and his acceptance as the third elder's disciple meant he was destined for the inner sect, this Ascension Token represented a Foundation establishment pill. He would not let such an opportunity slip away. Oh, so you are the third elder's disciple. Gongsun Bushio glanced at Su Changqing in surprise and drew the Ascension Token into his hand. Then he smiled and nodded. Once you enter the inner sect, a batch of resources and a Foundation establishment pill will be delivered to you. Yes, thank you, Valley Master. Su Changqing nodded excitedly. As Su Changqing stepped forward, two others who had been found to have spiritual roots likewise pulled Ascension Tokens from their bosoms. Their spiritual root aptitudes were respectively triple spiritual roots and 4-element spiritual roots, one mid-grade, the other slightly below average. Without exception, Gongsun Bushio accepted the Ascension Tokens and enrolled both as inner sect disciples, bestowing Foundation establishment pills upon them. This was a reward for the descendants of disciples who had made significant contributions to the sect. It was meant to serve as an example to all Qiyun Valley disciples, spurring them to make even greater contributions to the sect. Seeing that even those two, whose aptitudes were inferior to his, had received rewards and inner sect status, Lin Shen stepped forward as well. He took out an Ascension Token from his bosom and was likewise promoted to inner sect disciple with the promise of a Foundation establishment pill in the future. Foundation establishment is no easy task. You must first elevate your cultivation to the peak of Qi refining, and under favorable conditions of heaven, earth, and human harmony, there is only a certain possibility of breaking through to Foundation establishment. If you lack confidence, you may exchange the Foundation establishment pill with us for other cultivation resources. Watching Lin Shen and the others who had produced Ascension Tokens, an elder who had been following behind Gongsun Bushio stepped forward. His aura was not strong. Far weaker than Gongsun Bushio and the two elders who had accepted disciples, and considerably weaker than the other elders as well. Of course, his words were certainly not directed at Su Changqing, but at the three, including Lin Shen, who had not been accepted as disciples by any elders. This too was permitted by the sect. After all, the reward has already been given, whether to trade it or not is entirely your own business. And this was precisely why he had brazenly followed Gongsun Bushio to the Ascension Grand Assembly. Otherwise, given his cultivation and seniority, he would not have been qualified to travel alongside Gongsun Bushio and the others. Lin Shen and the others all remained silent, perhaps hesitating or perhaps simply unwilling to give up the future chance to break through to Foundation establishment. Seeing that no one spoke, the elder's smile faded slightly. His tone carried a hint of admonition and warning. It's fine if no one is willing, but you must think it over carefully. Once you leave this village, there will be no next in. If in the future you cannot raise your cultivation to the peak of Qi refining, or if you miss the age window for breaking through to Foundation establishment, you will have wasted that Foundation establishment pill for nothing. Mindful that high-ranking figures of Qiyun Valley, such as Gongsun Bushio, were present, the elder did not dare say anything too harsh. He merely couched his words as a warning. Besides, there was one phrase he left unsaid. Time is the best of friends, but also the greatest of enemies. Even if these people had Foundation establishment pills, what could it possibly matter? Their strength was hardly worthy of a treasure like the Foundation establishment pill. Once they entered the sect, they would easily become the target of covetous fellow disciples trapped at the peak of Qi refinement. They would be threatened or lured. Even if they tried to keep the Foundation establishment pill deposited and unclaimed, they might well provoke murderous intent in some extreme-minded Qi refinement peak cultivators. Listening to the elder's words, Lin Shen looked around. Seeing that the other two had not relented, only lowering their heads in silence, he knew their resolve. He knew that the other two must have steeled their hearts and would never give up a treasure like the Foundation establishment pill, one that could allow them to break through to Foundation establishment in the future. He could not help shaking his head. How foolish. Having a treasure like the Foundation establishment pill was naturally a magnificent stroke of fortune, but the precondition was being able to keep it and being able to grow into it. Otherwise, before one could cultivate to the peak of Qi refinement, a single unexpected accident would make it all drawing water with a bamboo basket, a vain endeavor that only made a wedding dress for someone else. Seeing no one step forward, Lin Shen could only sigh and walk up. Elder, this disciple is willing to present the Foundation establishment pill, asking only to be accepted as your disciple. Lin Shen bowed respectfully with clasped hands, his eyes fixed on the elder aboard the spirit boat, his expression sincere. The Foundation establishment pill was excellent, but he currently had no cultivation to speak of. Who knew how many years it would take to reach the peak of Qi refinement? Rather than holding on to a goal that might never be realized, it was better to exchange the pill for tangible advantages right in front of him. Moreover, this was a crowded moment. More than 100 disciples who had passed the spiritual root test were gathered in Qiyun Valley's training grounds, and with Gongsun Bushio and many elders as witnesses, he had no fear that this elder would break his promise later. In addition, he could use the crowd to spread the news that his Foundation establishment pill had already been exchanged. In that way, after he entered Qiyun Valley's inner sect, those who coveted the Foundation Establishment pill would no longer fix their attention on him. Good. You are the one who understands how things work. Hearing that Lin Shen was willing to offer up the Foundation Establishment pill, the elder could not help revealing a joyful expression. But when he heard Lin Shen ask to become his formal disciple, he shook his head hesitantly. Among this group, your talent could be considered fairly good, and you are more than enough to be my disciple. Unfortunately, I already have a successor. On ordinary days, I cannot divide my attention to offer much guidance, and my cultivation resource share is too limited to support many people. To avoid holding back your future, I cannot accept you as my disciple. These were his true words. Lin Shen truly was a fine seedling. Breaking through to Foundation Establishment in the future would be no trouble at all, and he might even have a chance to strive for the Golden Core realm. But unfortunately, he already had a designated successor, and his granddaughter also demanded his careful personal instruction. He simply could not spare the time to nurture Lin Shen. Moreover, the sect's monthly allowance of cultivation resources for his disciples was no longer plentiful. If he rashly took Lin Shen in, he would only be wasting the boy's potential. If that happened, and such a fine seedling, one who could steadily break through to Foundation Establishment and even challenge the Golden Core realm, was ruined under his care, the sect would never forgive him. After thinking it over, after declining to take Lin Shen as his disciple, the elder said, however, I can give you corresponding cultivation resources and spirit stones. In addition, to ensure you can pass through the early period safely, I will specially allow you to cultivate under me for 3 years with the same treatment as my disciples. What do you say? In truth, this already counted as him taking a loss. But Foundation Establishment pills were genuinely rare, the sect's share was small, and with his own strength and standing it was difficult to obtain one. Only at this Immortal Ascension Assembly could he try his luck. In addition, Lin Shen was indeed sensible and tactful, so the price and terms he offered were somewhat more generous than usual. Hearing the elder's terms, Lin Shen did not waver. He made his decision on the spot and nodded. Your disciple is willing. For the next 3 years I will have to trouble the elder a great deal. Not becoming a personal disciple of an elder in Qiyun Valley meant losing a potential patron, which was admittedly somewhat regrettable. But the terms this elder offered were extremely generous, and with this bond of affinity, he could at least pass the first 3 years safely and securely. Even if others later wished to deal with him, they would have to weigh whether this elder still held a trace of old regard for him. With conditions like these, Lin Shen felt comparatively content. Very well then, come to this elder's side. The elder smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, Lin Shen's body involuntarily rose into the air and landed directly on the elder's spirit boat. Watching the two sides complete their transaction, Gongsun Bushio gave a slight nod. Such transactions were tacitly approved of in Qiyun Valley, even somewhat encouraged. After all, newcomers had no idea how long they would need before they could break through to Foundation Establishment, while the sect still had a great number of cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement stuck at the bottleneck of Foundation Establishment. That being so, it was better for both sides to complete the transaction. It brought joy to everyone, and also allowed the sect to immediately gain a Foundation Establishment level combat force. Gongsun lightly waved his hand, and the two youths who had refused to trade away their Foundation Establishment pills were likewise pulled onto the spirit boat. After all, since they held Immortal Ascension tokens, they already counted as inner sect disciples, so they naturally did not need to participate in the upcoming assessments of temperament and perseverance. Next, the assessment continues. Once it is finished, those who pass should enter the outer sect of Qiyun Valley in an orderly manner and receive their identity tokens. After giving this instruction to those below, Gongsun Bushio did not linger. He directly led the elders and steered the spirit boat away, vanishing as it shot through the distant skies. Standing on the elder's spirit boat, Lin Shen watched it swiftly pierce through clouds and mist, break open a white ripple of light, and speed toward a place he had never known. He could not help marveling in wonder. He understood that he had already left the mortal world behind and entered the world of immortal cultivation. He could tell as much from the strange surrounding environment and from the air that made his pores feel pleasantly relaxed. Loud, this old man is called Mo Shingu. I am at the peak Foundation Establishment realm, an elder of the Inner Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. Guiding the spirit boat swiftly toward Qiyun Valley, he thought of his granddaughter, who had been stuck at the peak of Qi refinement, and now finally had hope of breaking through to Foundation Establishment. His mood could not help but become greatly bright. His granddaughter's talent was not exceptional. She had been trapped at the peak of Qi refinement for 10 years, and was already well past 30, so there was no way he could avoid being anxious. After all, once one was beyond 50, trying to break through to Foundation Establishment became all the harder. So it is Elder Mo. This young one is named Lin Shen. Shen meaning caution. I pay my respects to Elder Mo. May Elder Mo soon break through to Golden Core, and in time attain the Tao of Nascent Soul. Lin Shen hastily nodded and gave his name. Flattery may wear thin, but it never quite misses its mark. He still had to cultivate under Mo Shingu for 3 years, and the cultivation resources obtained in exchange for the Foundation Establishment pill were also in that elder's hands, so naturally, he had to please him. You little rascal really know how to flatter, but this elder finds it pleasant to hear. Imo Shingu burst into laughter. The Lin Shen before him was indeed someone who understood how to handle people, not one of those foolish fellows. But thinking of the bottleneck at his peak foundation establishment and the elusive, hopeless nascent soul realm, he could not help shaking his head with a bitter smile. The Golden Core realm. This elder may still risk everything in this life to fight for it, but the nascent soul realm. That is nothing but an idle fantasy. There will always be hope. Your disciple believes that with your good fortune, elder, perhaps one day you will encounter a great destiny and in a single step attain the Tao and become an immortal. Lin Shen smiled ingratiatingly at the side. You little rascal, you only pick the pleasant words to say. Imo Shingu smiled, pointed at Lin Shen, and shook his head. How could it be so good? Do you know what cultivation the Valley Lord of Qiyun Valley has reached? Your disciple would not dare to speculate rashly. Lin Shen lowered his head. He really did not dare to guess at the Valley Lord's cultivation, because if he said something improper it could very easily bring unnecessary trouble. After all, disaster often springs from the mouth. Peak Golden Core. Even a master of such extraordinary talent as the Valley Lord has been stuck at the peak of Golden Core for a century. Do you truly think the nascent soul realm is so easy to break through? At the thought of the lofty nascent soul realm, a look of yearning could not help but arise in Imo Shingu's eyes. Aside from the two supreme elders who remain in year-round seclusion throughout the entire Qiyun Valley, the Valley Lord has the highest cultivation. He has the best hope of breaking through to nascent soul in the future. As for ordinary elders like us, even the thought is a luxury. Perhaps because the floodgates of conversation had opened, or perhaps because Lin Shen struck him as agreeable. Imo Shingu also went on to tell him about the rules and the hierarchy of Qiyun Valley. According to Imo Shingu, Qiyun Valley was divided into an inner sect and an outer sect. In the outer sect there were menial disciples and ordinary outer sect disciples. Among inner sect disciples, aside from ordinary inner sect disciples, there were also core disciples, and the treatment of the two was not the same. For instance, Wang Bowen, whom Gongsun Buxiu had accepted as a personal disciple, as well as Su Chongqing and Lin Zhaoxue, whom two Golden Core level elders had accepted as disciples, would enjoy core disciple treatment as soon as they entered the inner sect. Their treatment was incomparably more generous than that of ordinary inner sect disciples, and the most important point was that unlike ordinary inner sect disciples, they did not have to go out every month to carry out missions. Lin Shen listened carefully from the side, not daring to miss a single useful piece of information. With Imo Shingu explaining as he went, the spirit boat raced swiftly across the high sky. Before long they arrived at Qiyun Valley. The Crimson Cloud Valley. Perched atop towering peaks, grand halls stood majestically among the mountains, surrounded by dense spiritual energy and drifting mist. In a courtyard, a spirit boat sped through the sect's protective formation, entered the inner gate, and landed in the courtyard. After stowing away the spirit boat, Imo Sheng Valley looked at Lin Shen, who stood respectfully at the side, and said, "This is a property of mine. From now on you may live here and cultivate in peace. I have little time to instruct you. If you have any questions about your training, you may only come to seek my guidance at the end of each month." "Yes, Elder Imo." Lin Shen nodded respectfully. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was peaceful, and the spiritual energy here was quite abundant, clearly making it an excellent residence within the Crimson Cloud Valley. "I am currently a bit short on resources. This is part of the resources I used to purchase that foundation establishment pill. Take it for your cultivation first. In a few months, I will settle the remaining cultivation resources all at once." Imo Sheng Valley took a storage pouch from his bosom and handed it to Lin Shen. "Don't worry. I am not someone who breaks his word. There is no reason for me to ruin my reputation in the Crimson Cloud Valley over such a small amount of cultivation resources. Of course, being short on resources is one matter, but the other reason is for your own good. After all, you have no cultivation yet. If you carried too many cultivation resources on you, it would invite covetous eyes. For your safety, giving you the resources from selling the foundation establishment pill in installments is the best choice." Imo Sheng Valley truly thought so. Though he was not exactly a righteous man, he valued honesty and integrity. "Since I promised to protect Lin Shen for 3 years, I must fulfill it faithfully and prevent any misfortune from befalling him during that time." "Thank you, Elder Imo. This disciple understands your kind intentions." Lin Shen nodded obediently. He also realized that Imo Sheng Valley's words carried some truth and were indeed considerate of his safety. Besides, even if Imo Sheng Valley only intended to obtain his foundation establishment pill at the smallest possible cost, so what? Did he have any room to resist? He could hardly make a scene and pressure the sect to force Imo Sheng Valley to compromise. That would not be protecting his interests. It would be foolish suicide. If a dignified elder at the peak of foundation establishment wished to kill him, a nobody not even at the first level of chi refining, it would take no more than a breath. Imo Sheng Valley would not even need to act personally. If he merely showed the slightest intention, countless inner and outer disciples desperate to cling to his coattails would madly race to assassinate Lin Shen. As long as you understand my well-meaning intentions." Seeing Lin Shen nod so meekly, Imo Sheng Valley was quite satisfied. He was also relieved that Lin Shen was sensible. If it had been anyone else reckless and headstrong, they might have spread word that he had privately withheld spirit stones and ruined his reputation. After thinking it over, in order to do good to the end, and also to forge a favorable bond, Mo Sheng Valley took out another jade slip from his storage pouch. He handed it to Lin Shen and said, "There is no need for you to cultivate the basic cultivation technique issued by the sect. Its attributes are too weak and its ceiling too low. This technique is the 3 elements chi guidance art which I obtained during my travels in earlier years. It is far superior to the entry-level technique the sect provides. Press it against your forehead, and you will receive all its information." This disciple thanks Elder Mo for bestowing this technique. Knowing how precious the 3 elements chi guidance art was, Lin Shen's heart surged with excitement. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed with sincere reverence. "Alright, focus on your cultivation now. Your inner disciple token spirit stones and this month's cultivation resources will be delivered to you by someone I specially dispatch." Seeing Lin Shen kneeling in thanks, Mo Sheng Valley was rather pleased with his attitude. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled with an enigmatic air. "Once you cultivate this 3 elements chi guidance art, you will come to know its benefits." With those words, Mo Sheng Valley transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the courtyard. "I have finally entered the world of immortal cultivation. I wonder how my father is doing." Watching Mo Sheng Valley depart, Lin Shen murmured to himself, filled with both anticipation and a trace of worry. He had originally thought the Ascension Immortal Token was merely a pass to enter the Crimson Cloud Valley, never expecting that it also involved the ownership of a Foundation establishment pill. This Ascension Immortal Token was far more precious than he had imagined. If others found out, it would likely bring misfortune to the Lin family. "I only hope that news of me using the Ascension Immortal Token and joining the Crimson Cloud Valley will spread back quickly. That way, even if others learn of it, they will be wary of me. Moreover, the Ascension Immortal Token has already been used, and I have already traded away the Foundation establishment pill. Once those people learn of this, they will no longer make any moves." Lin Shen shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and closed the courtyard gate. He turned and walked into the room, locked the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. What did Elder Mo mean by those words earlier? Could this 3 elements chi guidance art be even more precious than he claimed? Lin Shen felt doubtful, yet he did not suspect Mo Sheng Valley of intending him harm. After all, given Mo Sheng Valley's status and strength, dealing with him would take no more than a single word. "Let's try it. Let me see what surprise this 3 elements chi guidance art will bring me." Lin Shen was eager to begin. He pressed the jade slip that recorded the 3 elements chi guidance art directly against his forehead. As a flash of white light surged forth, Lin Shen felt a swelling pain in his mind as a vast amount of technique information and introductory content flooded into his sea of consciousness. Not daring to delay, Lin Shen tightly shut his eyes, calmed his mind, and carefully absorbed the technique information and introductory content of the 3 elements chi guidance art. I never imagined it. I never imagined it. This 3 elements chi guidance art is actually this precious. After fully absorbing all the information from the jade slip, Lin Shen could not help but laugh aloud in excitement. Unexpectedly, this 3 elements chi guidance art was a technique that could transform according to the cultivator's spiritual root attributes. For example, a cultivator with the 3 spiritual roots of fire, water, and earth who specifically cultivated this technique would automatically cause the 3 elements chi guidance art to become a 3 attribute technique of fire, water, and earth. His own 3 spiritual roots were lightning, water, and wood. If he cultivated this 3 elements chi guidance art, it would become a 3 attribute technique of lightning, water, and wood. Moreover, the cultivator could deliberately designate any one attribute as the primary cultivation focus. The reason Lin Shen was so excited was that according to the information he had learned from Mo Sheng Valley, techniques of the wind, lightning, and ice attributes were far more precious and scarce in the world of immortal cultivation than ordinary 5-element techniques, and their power was also far greater. In particular, a lightning attribute technique, once successfully cultivated, would grant spiritual energy intensity and destructive power several times stronger than other techniques. Among Lin Shen's 3 spiritual roots was a lightning spiritual root. That was exactly why he was so excited. Excellent. 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 As long as I cultivate this method and later practice some lightning attribute offensive techniques, I may not need to fight above my realm, but at least within the same cultivation level, I can crush most people. Lin Shen's expression was one of fervent excitement. Having obtained such an important technique, a feeling of gratitude toward Mo Sheng Valley arose in his heart. Without hesitation or delay, Lin Shen sat cross-legged on the bed, gently closed his eyes, and following the chi guidance method of the 3 elements chi guidance art, quickly entered a state of cultivation. The sun set and rose once more. The next morning in the early hours, warm sunlight streamed through the window and scattered in sparse patches across Lin Shen, who sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed in cultivation. Bathed in sunlight, Lin Shen slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, the aura around him had already undergone a subtle change. After 7 or 8 Shurchen of cultivation, I have finally managed to circulate the 3 origins Qi guidance art smoothly and drawn a wisp of spiritual energy into my body. Feeling that lively wisp of spiritual energy at his dantian in his abdomen, Lin Shen could not help but raise the corners of his mouth. With spiritual energy, he could open the storage pouch. With the cultivation resources inside the storage pouch, he would soon be able to enter the first layer of Qi refining and then rapidly advance toward the second and third layers. However, now that I have this wisp of spiritual energy, the most important thing is to see what secrets this jade pendant holds. Lin Shen took out from his bosom the jade pendant he had obtained from Li Changya's corpse, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was full of anticipation, hoping that this was a treasure capable of helping him cultivate. Gripping the jade pendant tightly in his right hand, Lin Shen activated the 3 origins Qi guidance art and channeled that scarce wisp of spiritual energy within his body into it. As that thin wisp of spiritual energy flowed into it, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint glow. Just as I thought, this jade pendant is indeed an immortal's artifact, and it needs spiritual energy to activate. Seeing the jade pendant react, Lin Shen was overjoyed and hastily poured in more of his strength. As that faint light blossomed, a mysterious and profound aura instantly shrouded Lin Shen's entire body. What is this? Within that mysterious aura, Lin Shen suddenly felt information rapidly surging into his mind. It took a long while before he had fully digested and absorbed the information. He who steals a hook is executed. He who steals a state becomes a marquis. He who steals the masses becomes a sage. He who borrows from heaven and earth becomes an immortal. This is actually a fragment of the legendary immortal artifact, the Heaven-Thieving Cauldron. But it is only a tiny fragment. Too many of its abilities have been lost, leaving only one function: stealing the fortune of others. From the information in his mind, Lin Shen discovered in astonishment that this jade pendant was a fragment of the legendary immortal artifact. However, its functions were incomplete, and only one ability remained: stealing the fortune of others. Moreover, this fortune could only be stolen by killing the other person. Furthermore, the fortune he stole from others could not be directly added to his own person. It could, however, be stored within the jade pendant, and the stolen fortune could be used to help the holder enter a state of enlightenment. The duration of that enlightenment was related to the density and quantity of the fortune. Although it lacks the full functions of the Heaven-Thieving Cauldron, it is still a fragment of an immortal artifact. Even this single ability to steal others' fortune for enlightenment is enough to defy the heavens. Lin Shen did not feel it was a pity. On the contrary, he was deeply satisfied and excited. He had learned from Mo Xinggu before that a person blessed with fortune upon suddenly entering a state of enlightenment could make a spell that had previously been unable to advance a single inch directly reach perfection. There were even some who upon entering enlightenment for a moment achieved great mastery in the sword path and directly comprehended sword intent, allowing them to slay enemies above their cultivation level. Most people, even after exhausting an entire lifetime, might never be able to touch the threshold of enlightenment. From this one could see just how precious the state of enlightenment was. Now, with the jade pendant's power of enlightenment, Lin Shen believed that as long as his cultivation improved, his progress in any spell or cultivation art he practiced in the future would be absolutely unmatched. He fondled the jade pendant with excitement. Suddenly, Lin Shen discovered that within the jade pendant were stored more than 10 extremely dense strands of fortune. So there is even such an unexpected gain. Looking at those more than 10 extremely dense strands of fortune, Lin Shen was overjoyed. With his meticulous mind, he quickly understood that these strands of dense fortune had not appeared out of thin air, nor had they been stored inside this jade pendant all along. If they had been stored in the jade pendant all along, they would have long since been scattered without a trace by the eroding passage of time. Since they had not always been stored there, then it could only be him. Li Changya. That man carried the Ascension Token and also possessed this jade pendant. If Lin Shen had not hidden in the shadows and shot him dead, both the Ascension Token and this jade pendant would have been Li Changya's spoils. A man like that was bound to be one carrying great fortune. And after Lin Shen killed him, this jade pendant had very likely devoured Li Changya's fortune. Excellent. The destruction of the Li family is excellent. Li Changya dared to intercept my treasure ahead of me. He truly deserves to die without a trace of pity. At the thought that everything Li Changya had done had ultimately merely sewn a bridal dress for him, Lin Shen felt elated. His father had indeed been right. In this world, one had to fight. Only by fighting could there be infinite possibilities. If one did not fight, how could one ever have the makings of an immortal? My most important goal now is to raise my cultivation, for only then will I have some ability to protect myself in the cultivation world. Besides that, I need to pick out several powerful offensive spells and a technique for perceiving the fortune of others. In that way, with an endless flow of fortune, I can frequently enter states of enlightenment and quickly comprehend those powerful offensive spells, increasing my ability to protect myself. Lin Shen made his plans. He opened the storage pouch, took out a medicinal pill said to hasten the absorption of spiritual energy, and swallowed it. The 3 origins Qi guidance art began to circulate within his body. Lin Shen greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, sinking into a state of cultivation. Haishi City, the Lin Mansion. My son Lin Shen truly has the makings of an immortal. He really is my own seed. With the thunder water and with spiritual roots, he has entered the inner sect of Qiyun Valley, and now he has won the favor of an inner sect elder. Surely Foundation establishment is within his reach in the future. Reading the carrier pigeon letter from his subordinates which described the scene of Lin Shen's spiritual root test, and the exchange of the Foundation establishment pill, Lin, who could not help but burst into loud laughter. On the very day Lin Shen left Haishi City, Lin, who had secretly sent several trusted men splitting them into separate routes to head for the Qiyun Valley training grounds from different directions. The purpose was not to follow Lin Shen, but to learn at the earliest possible moment whether Lin Shen could be accepted into Qiyun Valley at the Ascension Assembly. Now that he had received definite news, Lin, who immediately felt at ease, feeling that all his efforts had been worthwhile. As for Lin Shen exchanging the Foundation establishment pill from the Ascension Token with an inner sect elder, Lin, who did not think it was a pity at all. On the contrary, he felt that Lin Shen had handled the matter extremely correctly. Without strength, holding a Foundation establishment pill capable of increasing the chances of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm was no different from a child parading a treasure through a crowded market. At any moment it could invite the robbery and assassination of other powerful people. Now through that transaction, not only had the matter become known to everyone and the danger to himself been eliminated, he had also obtained a substantial amount of auxiliary cultivation resources for the early stage. Lin, who could only say that Lin Shen had done an excellent job. Even he himself would have made the same choice as Lin Shen. As for the other two who stubbornly guarded their Foundation establishment pills, Lin, who could not help but sneer again and again. He could only hope those two had powerful backgrounds and strength, otherwise they would merely become a pile of dry bones on someone else's path to Foundation establishment. Congratulations, Patriarch. Felicitations, Patriarch. Now that the young master has entered Qiyun Valley, once he returns from his travels in the future, our Lin family will surely become the overlord of all Haishi City. What is being the overlord of Haishi City? The young master is now an inner disciple of Qiyun Valley, and I hear his talent is extraordinary. With the appreciation of an inner sect elder, once he returns from his travels, he will surely be the overlord of Qinghe Commandery. The Lin family elders had also received the news one after another, and they filed into the main hall beaming as they offered Lin, who their congratulations. Lin Shen was a member of the Lin family. When one flourishes, all flourish. When one falls, all fall. Now that Lin Shen had become a cultivator, the Lin family status would rise along with him. Yes. Yes. Hearing everyone's congratulations, Lin, who could not help laughing loudly. But there is no rush. Let us wait until Shin'er returns before discussing further. Now that Shin'er has successfully become an inner disciple of Qiyun Valley, 3 years from now, all Lin family disciples who are of the proper age will attend Qiyun Valley's Ascension Assembly. Thank you, Patriarch. If those little brats of mine are fortunate enough to join Qiyun Valley, they will certainly serve the young master loyally and go through fire and water for him. Hearing Lin, whose words the other Lin family elders could not help revealing anticipation in their eyes. If over time the Lin family could steadily produce descendants with spiritual roots, then after many years, it would surely rise to become a distinguished cultivation clan. Lin, who was also filled with hope. As long as members of the Lin family could enter Qiyun Valley, these people would become Lin Shen's most loyal helpers in the future. After all, they were bound by blood. How could outsiders ever be as reliable as one's own family? Time flowed like a swiftly passing river, and in the blink of an eye 3 years had slipped away. Within the inner sect of Crimson Sun Valley atop a solitary peak, bolts of lightning streaked across the sky as Lin Shen wielded his long sword, his figure flickering like a phantom, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Before the afterimages had even faded, his sword had already lashed out. The training puppet ahead shattered, violently blown into countless fragments beneath the terrifying thunderous strike. Excellent. Truly remarkable. I never imagined your comprehension would be so extraordinary. In just 3 short years you've already mastered the formidable thunderclap sword technique, and you've even begun forming the faint embryonic aura of sword intent. Standing nearby, Mo Xinggu, who had been observing the training all along, could not help but clap and praise, gazing at Lin Shen with undisguised admiration. Over these 3 years he had watched Lin Shen grow step by step right before his eyes. It was not merely the thunderclap sword technique. Lin Shen displayed remarkable comprehension in other arts and spells as well, often grasping and casting them in no time at all after first learning them. Although Lin Shen was not his formal disciple, the bond between them still carried the warmth of a teacher-student connection. Seeing Lin Shen excel brought Mo Xinggu tremendous comfort and pride. Once word spread, everyone in the sect would know that he had a gift for nurturing talent, and perhaps he would even receive recognition and rewards. All because Master Mo taught me so well. Lin Shen respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Mo Xinggu. Even though he had never formally become Mo Xinggu's disciple for the past 3 years, he had consistently gone to Mo Xinggu almost every month to seek guidance. Moreover, Imo Shingu had instructed him with great dedication and passed down a great number of practical spells. As time went on, the deep bond between the two had grown ever more profound. By now, Lin Shen's address for Imo Shingu had long ago unconsciously shifted from elder to Master Imo. In the course of these 3 years, thanks to the resources obtained from their foundation establishment pill trade and the monthly sect missions he carried out, aided by an abundance of cultivation resources and his own outstanding talent, Lin Shen had by now broken through to the 8th level of chi refining. With the thunderclap sword technique passed down by Imo Shingu, now fully mastered and further protected by the domineering spiritual energy of the 3 elemental chi introduction art. Among those of the same cultivation level, aside from the few exceptional prodigies with dual spiritual roots or above who were nurtured personally by Golden Core elders, Lin Shen believed that few others could truly stand against him. He was even confident that he could challenge opponents of a higher realm, especially those slightly weaker in cultivation. Such was the overwhelming terror of the lightning arts. Still, he did not become arrogant or complacent. He knew that beyond every mountain there lies a higher peak. He was only in the chi refining realm, with the chi refining peak foundation establishment and Golden Core realms all still towering above him. Should he ever encounter a formidable enemy, knowing when to retreat was just as important as knowing when to strike. Although I offered guidance, this achievement is inseparable from your monstrous comprehension. Imo Shingu smiled. Over these 3 years, Lin Shen's attitude toward him had grown ever more respectful, and he found himself looking upon the young man with increasing fondness. Had his allocation of cultivation resources for formal disciples not already been stretched thin, he would have gladly taken Lin Shen in as a personal disciple. Yet even if that was not possible, he could always preserve this precious connection of mentorship. After a moment of thought, Imo Shingu spoke again. By the way, do you know what day it is today? Today? Lin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly and searched his memory carefully, then suddenly understood. He nodded, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Imo Shingu. This disciple understands. Today marks exactly 3 years, and the protection Master Imo has granted me has reached its end. From this day forward, this disciple will take the initiative to move out of the courtyard. However, this disciple will never forget the guidance you have given me these past 3 years. As he spoke, Lin Shen heavily kowtowed several times, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the 3 years of instruction. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Imo Shingu could not help but burst into laughter, pointing at him while shaking his head. I never said I was going to drive you away. Are you really so eager to leave this old man? What does Master Imo mean? Hearing Imo Shingu's words, a hint of pleasant surprise surfaced appropriately in Lin Shen's eyes. Just as you imagine. Although my allocation of resources for formal disciples is tapped out, you may still remain under my roof and cultivate. You will likewise continue to receive an extra share of sect-issued resources every month. Imo Shingu nodded with a smile, gazing at Lin Shen before him with appreciative eyes. In Crimson Cloud Valley, according to the rules, every intersect elder held a share of resources designated for nurturing personal disciples. Imo Shingu had long since spent his own allocation on his chief senior disciple and his granddaughter, so naturally none of it could go to Lin Shen. But apart from that, in order to foster even more outstanding talents, whenever an intersect elder took a fancy to someone and allowed them to cultivate under their wing, the sect would also provide an additional portion of cultivation resources. Although this additional portion was not extremely generous, it was still considerably better than the treatment of an ordinary intersect disciple. Moreover, since Lin Shen had not formally become the disciple of any elder, coupled with this extra allocation, he could still collect the standard benefits of an ordinary intersect disciple every month. That was precisely the reason why in just 3 years Lin Shen had risen from a cultivator who had only just drawn in chi to an 8th level chi refining practitioner. The most crucial factor lay in the abundant resources nurturing his cultivation. Thank you, Master Imo. This disciple will remember your kindness in nurturing me for the rest of my life. Lin Shen acted deeply grateful and once again kowtowed heavily several times. Yet in his heart, he was secretly pleased with himself, just as he had expected. Over these 3 years, he had come to know that Imo Shingu was a man who deeply valued sentiment and was highly susceptible to emotional appeals. Today, by suddenly putting on this display, kneeling, kowtowing, acting remarkably obedient and perceptive, there was a strong chance Imo Shingu would allow him to stay. And things had indeed developed exactly as he had anticipated. He remained under Imo Shingu's tutelage, enjoying the courtyard, where spiritual energy was noticeably richer than elsewhere, along with that extra monthly allocation of sect resources. No need for thanks. Just cultivate diligently in the days ahead. Imo Shingu waved his hand, then looked at Lin Shen and said with earnest intent, You're not yet 20, are you? Work hard in your daily cultivation, strive to break through to the peak of chi refining as soon as possible. While you are young, build a solid foundation. Given your current situation, as long as you maintain persistent effort, there is a very good chance you can break through to foundation establishment around the age of 30. Of course, that was merely a very good chance. Imo Shingu dared not guarantee that Lin Shen would absolutely break through to foundation establishment. That foundation establishment pill had already been given to his granddaughter 2 years ago. Without the pill, Lin Shen would lack that extra edge in breaking through, relying solely on his own foundation and aptitude, plus more than a little luck. Some cultivators with poor fortune and meager talents might reach the peak of qi refining early, only to find that bottleneck between qi refining and foundation establishment an insurmountable barrier that they could never cross in a lifetime. Yet with Lin Shen's extraordinary comprehension and talent, as long as he laid a solid foundation, there remained a considerable hope that he would break through to foundation establishment around the age of 30. Should he encounter a stroke of fortune, he might even reach foundation establishment before 30. To answer Master Mo, I was 16 when I entered Crimson Cloud Valley. 3 years have passed, and now I am already 19. Lin Shen replied in this manner. At the mention of foundation establishment, he could not help but recall that foundation establishment pill. His tone carrying a hint of care and curiosity, he asked Mo Shingu, "By the way, Master Mo, how is senior sister Mo doing these days? Has she broken through to foundation establishment?" Mo Shingu shook his head slightly, his gaze drifting toward a distant cave, dwelling a mixture of nervousness and anticipation in his voice, as he said, "I don't know yet. Before Xiao Yu entered seclusion to break through to foundation establishment, I had already polished her foundation to be extremely solid. Whether she succeeds this time must depend entirely on her own fortune. But the time should soon be near. Xiao Yu has already been in seclusion for nearly 2 years. I imagine she will emerge successfully within the next few months. Should Xiao Yu manage to break through to foundation establishment thanks to your foundation establishment pill, I will surely record your great merit and reward you with a rare treasure." Calculating the time, Mo Shingu's gaze upon that cave dwelling grew ever more expectant and tense. If his granddaughter were to fail carelessly this time and damage her cultivation foundation, breaking through to foundation establishment in the future would become enormously difficult. Then I shall await Master Mo's reward. Senior sister Mo is blessed with extraordinary fortune, and with the aid of the foundation establishment pill this time her breakthrough to foundation establishment is as certain as a done deal. Lin Shen added with a smile from the side. In his heart, he genuinely hoped that senior sister Mo would break through successfully. After all, that pill had once been his foundation establishment pill. If she succeeded in reaching foundation establishment, it would create a bond of goodwill between them. Similarly, if senior sister Mo were to fail while using his pill, she might well take out her frustration on him, which would not bode well. "You little rascal, I'll take your blessing to heart." Mo Shingu smiled, then continued to offer Lin Shen a few more pointers before turning and flying off in the direction of the law enforcement hall. Watching Mo Shingu depart, Lin Shen smiled as well. He patted his storage pouch and a flying sword out. In the next moment, he stepped onto the blade, transforming into a streak of light and flying off toward the mission hall. As a disciple of Crimson Cloud Valley, he was required to complete one minor mission every month. After all, the sect never raised idlers. However, as an inner sect disciple, he enjoyed certain privileges. He could accumulate up to 3 months of missions, either completing the 3 minor tasks all at once or combining them into a single, more difficult medium to large-scale mission. In order to master the Thunderclap sword technique to its great completion, Lin Shen had gone a full 3 months without undertaking any missions. Now that the technique had reached its peak, it was only natural that he head over to the mission hall. Qian Valley, the task hall. The place was a cacophony of voices as inner disciples streamed in and out, each wearing an air of haste. Some beamed with delight, plainly having earned handsome rewards from completed missions or stumbled upon unexpected windfalls along the way. Others wore a frown, either because a mission had proven too difficult, or because they had suffered heavy losses in the course of it, or because they had failed through carelessness and left it unfinished. A flying sword streaked past overhead. When he reached the entrance of the task hall, Lin Shen did not dare to act presumptuously. He swiftly dropped down from the high sky and walked the rest of the way on foot. Senior Brother Wang. Entering the task hall, Lin Shen spotted a familiar figure and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. This man was named Wang Xiaoyang, a disciple of the task hall at the peak of the Qi refining realm, normally responsible for issuing missions to inner disciples. Over those 3 years, aside from the first few months after entering the inner sect when missions were exempted, Lin Shen had gone to the task hall for a mission almost all the rest of the time. Through repeated interactions, and with Mo Shingu of the law enforcement hall standing behind him as a powerful patron, the two had grown familiar, and their relationship was fairly good. Of course, Mo Shingu's backing was one reason. The other was that Lin Shen was also a man of good sense, knowing how to mind the greater picture. After every mission, he would deliberately set aside a portion of the rewards and give them to Wang Xiaoyang, politely calling it reimbursement of the spirit stones Wang Xiaoyang had lent him before. Though the amount was not much, what mattered was the sentiment. And as days and months piled up, the accumulated spirit stones became a considerable amount. Thus, naturally, Wang Xiaoyang's relationship with Lin Shen continued to improve. He in turn would specifically assign Lin Shen some relatively simple tasks that offered abundant perks and generous rewards. "Oh, if it isn't Junior Brother Lin. You haven't been here for quite a while." Hearing Lin Shen's voice, Wang Xiaoyang looked up with a bright, beaming smile. The Lin Shen before him was sensible, tactful, and gifted, and had Mo Shingu backing him. Wang Xiaoyang was more than willing to befriend him. I've been in secluded cultivation recently, so I was delayed. Lin Shen smiled, and said I came over as soon as I came out of seclusion. Please senior brother Wang help me take a look at the missions I've accumulated. Alright, let me have a look. Wang Xiaoyang nodded with a smile, opened a ledger, and began flipping through it carefully. As he browsed the missions and rewards inside, he said I remember that junior brother Lin hasn't come to fulfill missions in 3 months, which means 3 minor missions have accumulated. Now there happens to be a suitable task. Would you like to combine those 3 minor missions into one mid to large scale team mission? Oh, what mission? Lin Shen took an interest and hurriedly moved closer. He had told Wang Xiaoyang before that he detested team missions because one had to be on guard not only against unknown dangers in the mission itself, but also against human hearts within one's own group. If a treasure were to appear during a mission, greed would complicate everything, and killing one's companions to silence them was common. After all, how could any mission be carried out without death? Therefore, over those 3 years, Wang Xiaoyang had never recommended a collective team mission to him. But his sudden recommendation today must carry a reason, most likely that this mission was exceptionally lucrative in hidden gains. For the moment, Lin Shen was intrigued. After 3 years of hard cultivation, his cultivation resources were no longer plenty. Even the resources obtained in exchange for that foundation establishment pill had been used up more than a year ago. So as long as there were enough perks and resources to be earned, he was quite willing to try a team mission. It's this one, a 5-person team mission. Right now, 3 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refining and 1 at the 9th level are waiting for the last person. Wang Xiaoyang opened the mission list and pointed at one mission summary. Once completed and submitted, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones will be distributed among the 5-person team according to each member's contribution. An average of 200 low-grade spirit stones per person. Lin Shen nodded slightly. That was not too little, it was relatively generous. He turned his gaze to the mission summary, but when he saw what it said, he could not help frowning. The mission was somewhat complicated and even dangerous. This mid to large-scale 5-person team mission targeted a cultivation clan under Qiyun Valley's jurisdiction. This clan was affiliated to Qiyun Valley. Each year it had to hand over half of its net resource profits to Qiyun Valley in exchange for protection. Yet in recent years the resources it handed over had grown less and less. The clan merely claimed poor management, saying that its spirit fields and managed mines yielded diminishing profits. But according to the spies secretly placed by Qiyun Valley among these cultivation clans over these years, this clan had appeared to be poorly managed on the surface, while behind the scenes it had cooked its books and embezzled most of the planting and mining returns in advance. Based on statistics from the recently placed spies, in reality the resources it handed over each year had not even reached 2/10 of its annual harvest. Such audacity had thoroughly touched Qiyun Valley's bottom line. If every cultivation clan under it did the same, who knew how much of Qiyun Valley's annual profits would be lost? Therefore, in order to make an example of this clan, it had been posted on the task hall. The objective was simple: raid the clan and wipe it out. The entire cultivation clan was to be caught in one net, and every single member extinguished. As for the strongest combat strength in the clan, it was just an aged cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining. But to display thunderous methods and intimidate the other cultivation families, this extermination mission had been specifically classified as a mid to large-scale 5-person team task. This mission isn't easy. After reading the mission summary, Lin Shen could not help frowning slightly. After all, who knows whether this cultivation clan has hidden combat strength? Moreover, since it's an extermination of the entire family, they will surely fight tooth and nail to survive. Besides hidden combat strength, who knows what other hidden tricks they still have? At that moment, Lin Shen had already begun to harbor the thought of declining. Wang Xiaoyang, however, smiled and shook his head. Perhaps some member of that clan has another hidden trick, but the spy our Qiyun Valley has placed inside the clan has already reached a core position. The intelligence is crystal clear: the highest cultivation base will not exceed the 8th level of Qi refining. With junior brother Lin's strength plus 3 8th level and 1 9th level Qi refining cultivators as teammates, victory will be practically effortless. As he spoke, Wang Xiaoyang's voice lowered a bit, and he glanced left and right. After making sure no one around noticed them, he said in a low voice, "If it were only the visible rewards, I would never let junior brother Lin take this mission. It would hardly be worth it. But the hidden benefits behind it are enormous. And that hidden benefit is indeed substantial. After all, this is a family extermination mission. During the fight, quietly withholding a few storage pouches is absolutely no problem, and even the core resources can be shared a little. As long as one is not overly greedy and does not lay hands on the sect's inviolable interest, the entire sect tacitly tolerates it, and the spy placed inside that cultivation clan will likewise turn a blind eye." This was also because of his good relationship with Lin Shen, and because Lin Shen knew the bigger picture and was thoughtful enough to share the spoils with him after missions. That was why he had reserved this task specially for Lin Shen. He wouldn't have offered it to just anyone. As for the other 4 who accepted the mission, they had all given corresponding promises and had already paid him 100 low-grade spirit stones as a token of respect. Listening to Wang Xiaoyang's words, Lin Shen hesitated. Though he was cautious, this mission was clearly rich in hidden gains, already offering more than enough profit. Moreover, his cultivation resources were dwindling. Without a large new supply of spirit stones or other abundant cultivation resources, his progress in cultivation would inevitably slow compared with before. That was absolutely unacceptable to him. The path of cultivating immortality lay in one word: contention. After all, this was a mission to exterminate the clan. As long as he joined the other four and killed every man in the clan, all future trouble would be stamped out and he could be at ease. With this thought, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I'll take this mission. Please register it for me, Senior Brother Wang, and help me contact the other 4 fellow disciples who will join this task. Ha ha, sure. Hearing that Lin Shen had accepted the mission, Wang Xiaoyang laughed heartily. He took a token from the counter and handed it to Lin Shen, saying, "This is the mission token. With it you can contact the other 4. When the time comes, bring the spy and the resources from that clan's warehouse to the task hall to submit the mission." Understood. If there is any gain, I will definitely not forget you, Senior Brother Wang. Lin Shen nodded, took the mission token, turned around, and walked out of the task hall. After leaving the mission hall, he examined the mission token and found the contact information of the other 4. Infusing the token with spiritual energy, he sent out 4 voice transmissions at once, arranging to meet the 4 who had accepted the same mission at a pavilion outside the main gate of Qiyun Valley. After sending the message, Lin Shen did not rush off. Instead, he returned to his residence to make preparations. Although Wang Qiuyang had said the mission involved little danger, Lin Shen was cautious and suspicious by nature. To leave no hidden dangers behind, and to ensure his own safety, he had to make thorough preparations for this operation. After all, this was a task that would wipe out an entire clan and extinguish its bloodline. Given Lin Shen's temperament, if even a single member of that cultivation family managed to escape, and the clan was not truly eradicated to the last person, he would never be able to sleep soundly in the days to come. This venture holds enormous benefits. It is certainly worth contending for. If any danger threatens my life, I will have no choice but to use this item. Lin Shen opened the small wooden box he had prepared and looked at the 3 pearls radiating terrifying lightning. A surge of confidence immediately filled his heart. These 3 pearls radiating terrifying lightning were called Thunderclap Pearls, and Lin Shen had acquired them by chance 2 years ago. At that time, a single Thunderclap pearl brimming with dreadful thunder was enough to threaten the life of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining stage. 2 years had now passed. Through his constant nurturing with thunder attribute spiritual energy, the power contained within these 3 Thunderclap pearls had become far more dreadful than before. However, these items were extremely precious. Unless absolutely forced to, he must not use them rashly. Looking at the 3 Thunderclap pearls radiating the power of terrifying thunder, Lin Shen curled the corner of his mouth slightly. If I use them well, even when faced with a threat at the foundation establishment stage, I can rely on these 3 Thunderclap pearls to buy myself a chance to escape. He put the 3 Thunderclap pearls into his storage pouch, prepared several more defensive tools, and only after confirming that everything was in order did he set out toward the meeting place he had arranged with the other 4. Outside Qiyun Valley, in a rest pavilion not far away. When Lin Shen arrived, 2 people were already waiting in the pavilion. One of them had a face as fair as polished jade and a tall, straight stature. A purple robe fluttered in the wind as he radiated the aura of the 9th level of Qi refining, only a step away from the peak of Qi refining. Judging from his bearing, it was clear that he had been raised in privilege since childhood. The other had swarthy skin and wore an utterly plain black robe. His right hand slowly rubbed the hilt of the sword at his waist, as if caressing something of immense value in the world. Although this man was only at the 8th level of Qi refining, he gave Lin Shen an extremely dangerous feeling. In fact, the sense of danger was even thicker than that emanating from the 9th level cultivator. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Lin Shen stepped forward. What a rich aura of thunder. The 9th level Qi refining cultivator nodded with satisfaction and said, "I never expected this junior brother to possess a mutated thunder attribute spiritual root that is quite rare in Qiyun Valley. I am Lin Ziyuan at the 9th level of Qi refining." Lin Ziyuan added with a friendly smile. A mutated thunder attribute spiritual root was rare, especially when paired with a thunder attribute cultivation technique. Its possessor often had far greater combat strength than others at the same cultivation level. So even though Lin Shen's cultivation was inferior to his own, Lin Ziyuan mentally rated him as highly as he rated himself. "My name is Lin Shen." Lin Shen smiled and cupped his hands in a martial salute. "May I ask your distinguished name, senior brother?" He then turned his gaze to the silent 8th level Qi refining cultivator standing nearby. "Wang Zhan." Wang Zhan said flatly before falling silent again, continuing to stroke the long sword at his waist and gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Wang Zhan. Hearing the name, Lin Shen's heart stirred slightly. That name was all too familiar to him. Over the past 3 years, among all the rumors he had heard in the inner sect, the name Wang Zhan had appeared the most. This man possessed only the most ordinary 5-element spiritual root. He had joined Qiyun Valley for nearly 9 years, and his cultivation had not advanced quickly. Yet his practical combat ability was extremely formidable. Relying on his fierce killing prowess, Wang Zhan had carved his way from Qiyun Valley's outer sect all the way into the inner sect. While carrying out missions outside, countless cultivators of the same cultivation level had died by his hand. Then, a year ago, while carrying out a team mission, he had fallen into an ambush by a band of desperate rogue cultivators, among whom were even several 9th-level Qi refining cultivators. Yet in such a desperate situation, Wang Zhan did not fall. Instead, he forcefully killed 3 9th-level Qi refining cultivators above his own level, then carved a path out of the encirclement with 2 severely wounded fellow disciples and returned to Qian Valley. At the time, that piece of news had stirred no small commotion within Qian Valley. If Wang Zhan's spiritual root aptitude had not been so poor, if it had been even slightly better, there would surely have been many elders competing to take him as a disciple given his terrifying combat ability. Lin Shen nodded slightly. With someone like this taking part, it seemed this mission would be far smoother than he had imagined. However, since Wang Zhan's attitude was cold, Lin Shen did not bother to ingratiate himself with the man. After giving a slight nod, he stood in place and patiently waited for the remaining 2. It was not long. About the time needed to drink a cup of tea. The remaining 2 arrived together. They were a man and a woman extremely close to each other, apparently Dao companions, or perhaps disciples under the same elder. I never expected senior brother Wang Zhan to accept this mission as well. It seems our task will be much more secure. A man in a green robe landed steadily on the ground and greeted them with a smile and cupped hands. I am Wu Qingfeng, and this is my junior sister Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui, wearing a snow-white dress and standing beside him, stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. Lin Shen and the others smiled and nodded, each giving their own names, and thus the 2 sides came to a preliminary understanding of one another. Since everyone is here, let us discuss the plan for this mission before we set out. Seeing that all had arrived, Lin Ziyuan, the one with the highest cultivation among them, looked toward Wang Zhan as if seeking his opinion. There was no other choice. Although his cultivation was sufficient, his strength was certainly no match for Wang Zhan's. In this world, strength reigned supreme. With a fellow disciple stronger than himself present, he would not rashly step forward to take the lead. Wang Zhan merely shook his head. I am not good at planning. I only know how to fight. Senior brother Lin, arrange things as you see fit. Seeing that Wang Zhan had placed the role of leader in his hands, a wider smile appeared on Lin Ziyuan's face. He looked at the others and said with a smile, since junior brother Wang wishes to hear my views, I will briefly share some of my thoughts. Do any of you other junior brothers or sisters have any objections? Lin Shen and the others all shook their heads. Since even Wang Zhan had no objections, and their cultivation levels were lower than Lin Ziyuan's, they naturally would not try to be the one to lead. Besides, why invite more trouble than necessary? With someone else having arranged the mission plan neatly and properly, they could save themselves the trouble. There was no need to take on thankless tasks. Seeing no objections, Lin Ziyuan's smile deepened. He moistened his throat and said with a grin, I assume you are all aware of the mission details. This time we shall target the Lu family, a cultivation clan affiliated with our Qiyun Valley in Xinjiang Commandery. According to the mission dossier, the Lu family comprises over 60 cultivators. Most are in the early to mid stages of Qi condensation, with only 5 reaching the late stage, and their strongest member is merely an elderly cultivator at the 8th layer. On the surface, the task appears straightforward and poses no threat to us. Yet though the Lu family is weak, they have dominated Xinjiang Commandery for over a century. We cannot afford to overlook whether hidden trump cards lie in wait. During this operation, none of you may grow complacent. We must proceed with utmost caution and personally investigate the Lu family's true strength before making any moves. And once we strike, we must do so with the full force of a thunderous onslaught. Not a single soul is to escape lest we plant seeds of danger for our own futures. After all, lives hang in the balance. Who knows what fortune those who slip through our nets may stumble upon in the days to come. Either do not act at all, or see it through to completion. Only the living claim victory. Once dead, one is nothing but dust. Hearing Lin Ziyuan's words, everyone nodded in deep agreement. They were no fools. No sane person would willingly walk into peril. Especially Lin Ziyuan's final words prompted Lin Shen to study him with renewed interest. The man possessed a ruthless and cautious disposition. His thoughts aligned closely with Lin Shen's own, particularly that declaration that survival was the true measure of victory, a philosophy that echoed Lin Shen's very creed. This individual was absolutely unsuitable for deep alliance. Being such a person himself, Lin Shen knew precisely how dangerous someone like him could be. With sufficient temptations, such a one would betray without the slightest mercy. Moreover, once he acted, he would devise a flawless plan, leaving not a single thread of risk. Very well. Since we are in agreement, delay is our enemy. Let us depart immediately. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Lin Ziyuan retrieved a flying sword from his storage pouch and said, as for further details concerning the Lu family, we shall discuss them along the way. With those words spoken, Lin Ziyuan stepped onto his flying sword, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he shot into the distance. Lin Shen and the others dared not tarry. They hastily summoned their own swords and followed in his wake toward the Lu family in Xinjiang Commandery. 3 days later, Lin Shen and his party of 5 had quietly infiltrated Xinjiang Commandery. Qingyang Commandery lay to the east of Qiyun Valley, marking roughly the outermost frontier of their jurisdiction. Less than 100 li further east lay the territory of Bishui sect, one of the 5 great sects. It was precisely because Qingyang Commandery bordered Bishui sect's domain that the entire region bustled with unprecedented activity. Beyond mortal martial artists, wandering cultivators in the early to mid stages of qi condensation could occasionally be seen upon the streets. Upon entering Qingyang Commandery, Lin Shen and his party made no ostentatious display, nor did they rush straight to assault the Liu family. Instead, they secured lodging at and near the Liu estate and spent their time gathering intelligence on recent developments. Another 2 days passed thus. The streets of Qingyang Commandery remained calm and tranquil, while the Liu family remained entirely unaware that they had been marked for annihilation by Qiyun Valley. Members of the Liu family could be spotted everywhere along the main streets. Some holding positions of influence within the clan strutted about, arrogantly bullying and defrauding nearby merchants with impunity. Within the inn inside a private chamber, Lin Shen and the others gathered together, each producing the intelligence they had collected over the past 2 days. These gathered reports differed somewhat from the records held by the sect's mission hall. According to their findings, the Liu family's strength exceeded their expectations by a small margin. Compared to the mission hall's dossier, they had missed 1 newly promoted qi condensation 8th layer cultivator and 2 qi condensation 7th layer cultivators. Yet none of them placed much weight upon these discrepancies. At most, a few additional late-stage qi condensation cultivators mattered little. With their team's remarkably sturdy lineup, each member at minimum at the 8th layer of qi condensation, they could handle the situation with ease, needing only to remain alert for any unknown hidden techniques. After everyone had shared their information, the team leader Lin Yuan withdrew a slip of paper from his sleeve. He distributed the slips among the group, allowing Lin Shen and the others to pass them around for inspection. Once everyone had finished reading, Lin Yuan finally spoke. Liu Pingji, a collateral branch member of the Liu family and simultaneously our Qiyun Valley's covert operative, has written upon these slips all the hidden passages and security arrangements within the Liu estate. Furthermore, Liu Pingji commands a portion of the Liu family's guard forces. I have already arranged with him that at midnight tonight we shall coordinate our efforts from within and without. Midnight tonight. Wu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Does that mean we must wait half a day longer? Since we now possess thorough knowledge of the situation, why not strike immediately? We could make a name for ourselves right in broad daylight. Zhao Shui also nodded eagerly. Indeed. With senior brother Lin and senior brother Wang present, this petty Liu family could never rise against us. It would be far better to complete the mission swiftly and return to Qiyun Valley. The spiritual energy in Qingyang Commandery was immeasurably thinner than within Qiyun Valley's inner grounds. Having lingered here for 2 days, Zhao Shui was already restless to return. Lin Shen cast a glance at Wu Qingfeng, and Zhao Shui silently shaking his head in exasperation. He truly could not fathom how these two had survived this long. Or perhaps they had simply grown too naive under the protective auspices of their senior martial brother. Attacking in broad daylight is unwise. There are too many eyes watching, too many pedestrians upon the streets, and numerous Liu family disciples moving about openly. Any escaped fugitive would prove problematic. Lin Shen rose to his feet and declared, at the witching hour when night is deepest and silence reigns, the Liu family observes a strict rule prohibiting members from lingering outside after dark. This works entirely in our favor, preventing any from slipping through our fingers. Hearing Lin Shen's reasoning, Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui nodded in acknowledgement and said no further objection. Yet within his heart, Lin Shen quietly logged these two away. Should they ever be assigned to team missions together again, he would steer clear without hesitation. Otherwise, given their current state, disaster was only a matter of time. Aligning with them would only bring ruin upon himself. Lin Shen's words earned approving nods from both Wang Zhan and Lin Yuan, standing nearby. Quite right, junior brother Lin speaks with good sense. Lin Yuan also smiled and replied, during the night hours fatigue weighs heavy upon both man and beast, making it precisely when the Liu family's guards grow most lax. Though we hold absolute confidence in victory, we must still prioritize caution and leave not the slightest loophole unaddressed. Since the hour has been decided, prepare yourselves accordingly. Wang Zhan rose to his feet and departed. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the chamber door, he turned his head and cast a look back at Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui. From this moment forth, none of you shall venture out alone. It is best you remain within this inn. All your preparations are to focus upon tonight's operation. Should anyone disregard these rules and jeopardize the mission, you alone shall bear full responsibility. Though spoken to the entire group, these words were chiefly directed at Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui. Even a trace of menace lingered within his tone. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui felt quite vexed. They had done nothing wrong. Naturally, they understood the gravity of the situation. They were merely impatient, eager to return to their sect for cultivation, unable to endure lingering in a place where spiritual energy was so sparse. In a secret chamber of the Liu family, a figure in black robes reclined upon a couch, surrounded by several beautiful young women. They attended to him without restraint, some massaging his shoulders, others pummeling his legs, while yet another delicately offered him a plump grape with care. Below the couch stood Lu Qingshan, the elder patriarch of the Lu family at the Qi condensation 8th layer, watching with cautious reverence. Senior, I have finished settling our accounts for this year. From Qi Yun Valley we have delivered barely 1/10 of the resources, and the remainder, after covering the daily expenses of our disciples, has all been converted into cultivation supplies and healing pills. Lu Qingshan retrieved a storage pouch with an ingratiating smile and offered it respectfully. The robed figure glanced at the pouch's contents and gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. With these prepare for me 100 children, both boys and girls, and I shall be able to restore my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Only then will I pass on the remaining half of this divine art to you. Yes, senior. Lu Qingshan nodded with visible excitement. He was too old now, his spiritual root aptitude was fixed in place, and normal cultivation methods could take him no further. Yet he had no wish to die. He wanted to continue as the formidable patriarch of the Lu family, to keep living. Fortune had smiled upon him. The road had turned, and heaven showed mercy. Years ago he had accidentally saved this severely wounded figure in black. Through conversation, he learned that this person was actually a survivor of the Blood Fiend sect, which had been annihilated a century prior by the combined forces of the 5 great cultivation sects of the Yin Kingdom. His cultivation once stood at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, but after a century of suffering foundational damage and fleeing his enemies, it had fallen back to the Qi condensation realm. This gave Lu Qingshan a sliver of hope. He struck a bargain with the robed figure. The Lu family would spare no effort in restoring his cultivation. In return, the robed man would share the Blood Fiend sect's inherited techniques and assist him in completing the blood sacrifice to break through to foundation establishment. Over the years their alliance prospered. The Lu family poured its full strength into the endeavor, secretly diverting cultivation resources that should have been offered to Qi Yun Valley to aid the robed man's recovery. With the Lu family's unwavering support, the robed man's cultivation had already rebounded to the peak of Qi condensation within mere years, and in exchange he granted them the first half of the Blood Fiend sect's inheritance, the Blood Fiend art. Lu Qingshan switched his cultivation to the Blood Fiend art, and within just a few short years his hidden cultivation had surged to the 9th layer of Qi condensation. This was only the first half of the Blood Fiend art. Once he obtained its central teachings and mastered the blood sacrifice technique, within 5 years he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of Qi condensation, then shatter through to foundation establishment via the blood sacrifice, gaining a tremendous boost to his lifespan. Yet Lu Qingshan understood clearly. The unspeakable schemes of the Lu family would not go unnoticed by Qi Yun Valley forever. But what of it? Once he broke through to foundation establishment, he could stage his own death and flee, with the Lu family's core members escaping Qi Yun Valley's territory entirely, even leaving the Yin Kingdom behind. The modest Lu family could be abandoned without hesitation. Armed with foundation establishment cultivation, he could establish a new dynasty far more prosperous than the original one, well beyond Qi Yun Valley's reach. Such was Lu Qingshan's design. No one within the Lu family yet knew of the masked figure, nor of his own transformed cultivation. All remained in ignorance, his own sons included. I shall wait for now. Once I secure the latter half of the Blood Fiend art and the blood sacrifice technique, I will lead Huier and the others away in secrecy. As for these remnants of the Blood Fiend sect, Lu Qingshan gazed reverently at the robed figure, though a murderous glint flickered in his heart. Once I reach foundation establishment and claim the second half of the Blood Fiend art and its techniques, the substances I've slipped into those healing pills will prove decisive, and none will ever suspect me of cultivating the Blood Fiend art. At midnight, beneath a dark and windswept sky, the Lu residence gradually dimmed, leaving only a handful of night watch guards patrolling the compound with lanterns. Years of security and the protective formations surrounding the Lu estate had rendered the guards utterly complacent, their vigilance replaced by laughter and casual conversation. Unaware that death itself was closing in, they continued their rounds. Beyond the Lu grounds, 5 shadowy figures descended silently, their eyes fixed upon the estate. Before long, a brightly lit lantern was hoisted high within the residence. Prepare to strike. Execute the plan as agreed. At the sight of the lantern, Lin Yuan's eyes flared with anticipation as he issued orders to Lin Shen and the others. This was their prearranged signal with Lu Pingxing. Once the lantern hung high, the family's protective formation would be lowered, granting them effortless passage into the estate. Lin Shen and his companions nodded in agreement and darted toward the Lu residence. Everything proceeded flawlessly. With the formation disabled, they met no resistance whatsoever. The Lu family remained completely unaware of their intrusion. Lin Shen moved like a wraith, his form blurring through the night. In the next instant he stood behind a patrolling guard. Sensing something amiss, the guard turned, only to feel the world spin as his head severed from his body and soared upward. A wet sound echoed as hot blood sprayed across the ground. Lin Shen's sword had cleanly beheaded the guard in one decisive stroke. A mere Qi condensation 4th layer cultivator stood no chance against such skill, let alone this guard. If it came to it, even the elderly Lu patriarch at the 8th layer of qi condensation would fall to a single strike from Lin Shen's current prowess. Without hesitation, Lin Shen seized the guard's storage pouch and pressed deeper into the estate, his flying sword carving a swift path through anyone who crossed his way. Each victim fell to a single slash, their heads severing in an instant as their storage bags became his spoil. These casualties were merely the opening course. Qiyun Valley cared nothing for expendable lives. They sought only the storage pouches of the Lu family's inner circle and the spirit stones and cultivation resources stored in their vaults. After cutting down nearly 10 people in succession, Lin Shen arrived at a relatively secluded rear courtyard of the Lu estate, where an old dry well stood. According to the intelligence gathered by Lu Pingji, the Lu family's secret spy, this dry well was a hidden passage concealed by the family many years ago to be used in times of emergency. If the clan ever encountered a powerful enemy, they would send their most talented descendants and core members to escape through this dry well passage and preserve the Lu family's bloodline. In the operation plan, Lin Shen had been assigned the duty of guarding this dry well so as to prevent any remnants of the Lu family from slipping away through the hidden passage. Lin Shen had readily accepted. Guarding this place might mean losing the chance to gain extra spoils from slaughtering Lu disciples in the front courtyard, but it was safe. He would not have to fight desperately like the others. Besides, who said there was no extra profit to be gained here? This hidden passage was far too important. Lin Shen was sure that if the Lu family wanted to preserve even a thread of their lineage, they would inevitably arrange for a group of exceptionally talented disciples and core figures to be transferred out through this passage. When the time came, he would suddenly strike from the shadows and eliminate everyone in a swift, decisive sweep. Wouldn't the resources carried by those core figures and talented disciples all become his? Even if he had to hand them over to the sect, he was the only one here. How much he turned in was entirely up to him. With this thought, Lin Shen curled the corners of his mouth and blurred into the shadow of the rockery in the rear courtyard. If anyone dared to enter and try to escape through the dry well passage, a single flying sword from him would quickly take that person's life. By the time Lin Shen had concealed himself, the Lu estate was already erupting with killing cries and blazing flames. It seemed Lin Ziyuan, Wang Zhan, and the others had already begun the massacre. But he wondered how many people would manage to flee to this dry well passage entrance amid the slaughter. Hidden motionless in the shadows, Lin Shen began to look forward to a big fish arriving. As he waited, the killing cries from the front courtyard grew louder and louder, and a thick stench of blood began to drift over with the cool night wind. Although the Lu family barely had 60-plus cultivators, counting the rogue cultivator guards, they had hired the family members who had not yet stepped into cultivation, and the mortal servants. The entire household numbered 300 to 400 people. What was more, the Lu estate occupied a considerable area, with so many people, killing them all in one go still required a fair amount of effort. Thus, no matter how formidable Wang Zhan and Lin Ziyuan were, it was inevitable that a few fish would slip through the net and desperately make their way to this dry well passage leading outside. As for escaping through the Lu family's front gate, that was naturally out of the question. After Lin Shen and his group entered the Lu estate, Lu Pingji, the secret spy, had already led his trusted subordinates to seal off all of the family's other exits. He had also activated the Lu family's protective formation and firmly seized control of it, eliminating any possibility of someone escaping by air. He waited quietly. Before long, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside the rear courtyard. The footsteps grew nearer, mingling with a thick smell of blood, frantic breathing, and low, urgent murmurings. Lin Shen lurked in the shadow of the rockery, his aura completely suppressed, his whole body seeming to merge with the darkness. Hurry, hurry. The passage entrance is just ahead. A middle-aged man's urging voice cut through, clearly carrying grief and resentment. This Qiyun Valley is utterly heartless. To slaughter our entire Lu family for a few resources. Once we safely leave Qiyun Valley's territory today, when a heavenly prodigy arises in our family, in the future Qiyun Valley will pay blood for blood. At the middle-aged man's anguish shouts, 5 or 6 youths of roughly 11 or 12 to 15 or 16 stumbled into the rear courtyard in a panic. These were the Lu family's future. They were the most gifted members of the clan. Given enough time to grow, breaking through to the late qi refining stage later would certainly be no problem. After stepping into the rear courtyard, the middle-aged man carefully urged, you've all brought enough cultivation resources, right? Once we leave here, hand all the cultivation resources over to me, and I will distribute them evenly. When we reach a distant place, I will definitely lead everyone in building a new Lu. He had not finished speaking. Streaks of sword light shot out from the darkness with such speed that even the moonlight never touched the blades. 3 flying swords flew out one after another. Before the middle-aged man and the 5 youths could react, their heads were sliced off by those 3 flying swords. Scalding blood splattered everywhere. Under the moonlight, the scene appeared strangely enchanting and beautiful. Lin Shen admired his masterpiece. His figure flickered as he swiftly stripped every storage pouch from the corpses. He would not give these people any chance to beg for mercy or even to speak. Villains die from talking too much. A one-strike kill was naturally best. Who knew whether any of these people had hidden killing moves or tricks concealed on them? In fact, they should have died the moment they entered the rear courtyard. But Lin Shen, for the sake of caution, had deliberately waited a little longer in case there were others trailing behind. Still, it seemed only these 6 had managed to reach the dry well passage entrance during the massacre. But that was enough. He had slain 6 people in a row, yet harvested nearly 20 storage pouches. Evidently, these 6 had taken advantage of the chaos to gather a great deal of cultivation resources from the Lu estate, planning to bring them along for a fresh start. This saved him a lot of trouble. Looking at the nearly 20 extra storage pouches in his arms, Lin Shen curled his lips into a smile, feeling exceedingly pleased. He quickly transferred the resources out of those pouches, leaving only a small portion to bring out later after the others had finished the battle. This haul. His gains were worth at least several thousand low-grade spirit stones. Truly, killing and arson is the way to a golden belt. But Lin Shen had not been secretly delighted for long, when from another direction in the rear courtyard 2 extremely violent and eerie auras suddenly erupted. The smell of blood in the air turned even thicker beneath those violent, eerie auras. One was at the 9th level of Qi refining, and the other at the pinnacle of Qi refining. Sensing those 2 unfamiliar auras suddenly bursting out, Lin Shen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a sense of danger surging into his heart. Especially the aura from the peak Qi refining cultivator, which made him feel a fatal threat. Such a presence was by no means ordinary for a peak Qi refining cultivator. It was very likely infinitely close to the Foundation establishment realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shen quickly hid himself again, his eyes locked onto the direction from which those 2 violent and eerie auras had erupted. Under his watch, a figure in a black robe and Lu Qingshan, the patriarch of the Lu family, soared into midair. At this moment, Lu Qingshan radiated the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining, and like the black-robed man, he exuded a terrifying aura of blood-fiend Qi. Damn it. You scum of Qiyun Valley, having no regard for martial ethics, you slaughtered the entire Lu family. You deserve death. Soaring into midair, Lu Qingshan stared at the tragic scene of his family and the brutal deaths of several core members of the Lu family, and he could not help but roar with fury at the heavens. At this moment, Lu Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot. His aura began to churn, and waves of terrifying blood-fiend Qi rapidly spread out. Senior, these scum of Qiyun Valley have already discovered your whereabouts and the cultivation technique I practice. They cannot be allowed to live. If they escape from today onward, we will face the endless pursuit of Qiyun Valley. Lu Qingshan spoke angrily to the black-robed man. Once we eliminate all these people, we can use the corpses of nearly 400 members of the Lu family for a blood sacrifice, condense a blood pill, and help you, Senior, and me break through to Foundation establishment. Lu Qingshan was furious. He had originally thought that Qiyun Valley would only become suspicious and make a move against his family a few years later. He never expected it to happen so soon. He had not even had time to prepare. The loss was too great for him. Now there was no other choice. With nearly 400 members of his family already dead, the only way to minimize his losses and maximize his gains was to use the black-robed man's blood sacrifice technique to refine the corpses of the Lu family into a blood pill. By then, as long as he used the black-robed man's strength to eliminate those scum of Qiyun Valley and obtain the blood sacrifice technique and the latter half of the blood fiend art, he could activate the scheme he had secretly prepared earlier, seize back the blood pill refined from the Lu family corpses, and use it to break through to Foundation establishment. The black-robed man was equally furious. The appearance of Lin Ziyuan and his companions had also disrupted his plans. Originally, he had planned to use the Lu family to gather 100 boys and girls in Xinjiang Prefecture to repair his damaged foundation and return to the Foundation establishment realm. Yet all this had been ruined by Lin Ziyuan and his men. Truly, they deserved death, 1,000 deaths. For now, he had no choice but to follow Lu Qingshan's suggestion. First kill Lin Ziyuan and his men, then use the blood sacrifice technique to refine the Lu family corpses into a blood pill and recover to Foundation establishment, after which they would figure things out. As for his own foundation that had not been fully repaired, he could only think of a way later after breaking through to Foundation establishment. Remnants of the Blood Fiend sect. A spell slew a core member of the Lu family. Lin Ziyuan frowned and looked up at the black-robed man and Lu Qingshan in midair. Damn it. He had never expected that a foolproof plan would go wrong at this critical moment. Lu Qingshan's cultivation was not at the 8th level of Qi refining, but the 9th level. Moreover, there was also a remnant of the Blood Fiend sect whose strength appeared extraordinary, his cultivation at the peak of Qi refining. But now the arrow had been unleashed from the bowstring. There was no turning back. At this moment, they had no way back. Junior brother Wang Zhan, let us join forces to deal with that black-robed man. Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui, stop holding back now. Bring out every trump card you have. This Lu Qingshan forcibly elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refining through the evil Blood Fiend art. His foundation is definitely unstable, and his combat power is extremely poor. You can absolutely handle him. Also, Lu Pingji, your cultivation is relatively low, so you need not join the battle. But the Lu family's protective great array is under your control. Activate it now and help us deal with Lu Qingshan and that Blood Fiend sect remnant. If anything happens to us, you'll never escape either. After a quick sweep of the battlefield, Lin Yuan's mind worked rapidly. In an instant, he had made his deployments to Wang Zhan, Wu Qingfeng, and the others. As for Lin Shen, Lin Yuan had not forgotten him. Yet he did not reveal Lin Shen's name or position. It was not that he was taking care of Lin Shen. In this moment of crisis, who would have the heart to look after a fellow disciple they barely knew? He was not a man with a rusted brain. The reason was that Lin Yuan believed Lin Shen was definitely a smart man. He had deliberately not called out Lin Shen's name, because he wanted Lin Shen to remain hidden in the shadows. While they were locked in combat, Lin Shen could watch for opportunities and weaknesses from the dark, and with his formidable thunder arts deliver a killing blow to turn the tide of battle. Of course, if Lin Shen were not the smart man he imagined and missed many opportunities without taking action, he would definitely reveal Lin Shen's name and position. He would never let that man gain an undeserved advantage. The great battle was about to erupt. Although Lin Shen disliked the way Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui conducted themselves, their combat prowess was formidable. Moreover, the two had studied under the same master, so they fought with remarkable tacit understanding, and their respective skills were endlessly varied. No wonder they had been so arrogant during the day, wanting to storm the Lu family estate directly without any planning. Under their highly coordinated attacks, Lu Qingshan, who had relied on evil tricks to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining, was forced into a steady retreat. After all, the gap in foundation was plain to see. On top of that, Lu Qingshan was old and weakened. His strength was far inferior to what it had been. Facing the combined assault of Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui, he soon found himself in peril at every turn. This filled Lu Qingshan with great anxiety. He still had many schemes to carry out. He could not die so in vain. Senior, finish the battle quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. If these two scum finish me off, then the 4 of them will join forces, and that will be disadvantageous for you two. Lu Qingshan groaned bitterly, desperately urging the blood fiend qi within him as he fought, while retreating, barely holding on. Hearing Lu Qingshan's words, the black-robed man could not help but frown deeply. He didn't want to end the battle quickly, but Wang Zhan and Lin Yuan were extremely troublesome opponents. Especially Wang Zhan. Though his cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi refining, his exquisite swordsmanship, combined with sharp sword aura, always managed to shatter the black-robed man's killing blows. In addition, there was an exceedingly annoying presence. That turncoat of the Lu family, Lu Pingji, hidden in the dark. If not for that man manipulating the Lu family's formation against him, he would not have had to divert a portion of his mind to deal with those formation attacks. Otherwise, that freed-up mental effort could have been used in the battle, perhaps giving him a better chance to kill one of them first. Even so, despite facing the combined siege of Wang Zhan, Lin Yuan, and a formation, the black-robed man showed no sign of being at a disadvantage. In fact, he was steadily suppressing both of them. The only thing that vexed him was that these two were both so tenacious that he could not quickly end the fight. Lu Qingshan's situation was also a problem. If Lu Qingshan were to be taken out early, he would then face a 4-on-1 siege, which would indeed bode ill for him. Lin Shen, if you don't strike now, when will you? Even with Wang Zhan joining forces and unleashing their most desperate trump cards, they remained tightly suppressed by the black-robed man, and Lin Yuan could not help but feel a surge of irritation. This remnant of the Blood Fiend sect was even stronger than he had imagined. After the exchange, had it not been for Wang Zhan's formidable strength, repeatedly dismantling the black-robed man's killing moves, and the restraining formation, he would have long since fallen into grave danger. At this moment, he could wait no longer. He had no choice but to reveal Lin Shen his hidden trump card, and send him to deal with Lu Qingshan, whose strength was relatively weaker. By then, once Lu Qingshan was dead, their 5-man squad would all be free to join forces and face the Blood Fiend sect remnant before them. Clang! A sword light flashed past. Terrifying thunderous power burst forth, blooming into a brilliant radiance in the night sky. A flying sword streaked through the air, carrying dreadful thunder power. Lin Shen appeared silently behind Lu Qingshan. Executing the thunderclap sword technique, he directed the flying sword to strike swiftly at Lu Qingshan. With a wet thud, hot blood splattered. Lu Qingshan turned his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with unwillingness and terror. He could not understand it. He refused to accept it. He had calculated every scheme so meticulously. Why had he still ended up like this? Why had he failed to achieve foundation establishment and perished midway? Filled with unwillingness and terror, Lu Qingshan's body toppled stiffly backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Looking at Lu Qingshan's corpse, Lin Shen shook his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and quickly stripped away the storage pouch from the body. Had Lin Shen known Lu Qingshan's unwillingness and thoughts, he would only have sneered coldly. Scheming to the last. Heh, so what? Without sufficient strength, no amount of cunning schemes amounts to anything. In death, one has nothing. Only the living are the true victors. What are you standing there for? Attack together. Don't give that blood fiend remnant any chance to catch his breath. Putting away the storage pouch, Lin Shen frowned and urged Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui, who were somewhat stunned. His intolerance for stupidity flared up again. If there had been other powerful enemies nearby, that single moment of hesitation would have been enough for the two of them to be killed instantly. Actually, he had not wanted to appear so soon. He had planned to remain hidden, observing the black-robed man's weaknesses and attack patterns in greater detail and waiting for an opportunity to land a killing blow. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan could not wait any longer. He had already called out his name. For the sake of the bigger picture, there was nothing he could do. He could only strike early, targeting the weakest of them, Lu Qingshan, and kill him in a single blow. As for why Lin Shen did not quietly slip away from the Lu family through that secret passage, it was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. The battle was not yet decided. What if Wang Zhan, Lin Yuan, and the others survived? If word of his desertion were reported to the sect, he would be in serious trouble. After all, what a sect hated most were deserters and betrayers of their comrades. On top of that, he would make sworn enemies of Wang Zhan, Lin Yuan, and the others. Therefore, Lin Shen could only remain secretly observing the battle and then launch a surprise strike to deliver a fatal blow to one of them. Otherwise, unless he no longer intended to keep his place in Qiyun Valley, he could simply take these cultivation resources and spirit stones and escape through the secret passage. Oh, yes, senior brother Lin. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui quickly snapped out of their daze and joined the battle against the black-robed man. The reason they had been stunned was that the two of them had joined forces against Lu Qingshan for so long without defeating him, yet, with a single strike from Lin Shen, Lu Qingshan was done for. This might have been partly due to their efforts in restraining Lu Qingshan, but Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui knew very well that without Lin Shen's overwhelming strength, Lu Qingshan would never have been slain in a single sword strike. His strength was perhaps already comparable to Wang Zhan's, and with such talent and deep scheming, he would certainly become an extraordinary figure in Qiyun Valley in the future. Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui cast their arts to restrain the black-robed man from afar, while silently thinking to themselves. In the future, they could only befriend him and must never offend him lightly. Lin Shen was unaware of the complicated thoughts in Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui's minds, nor did he care to know. The most urgent task now was to slay the black-robed man quickly and avoid any further complications. After Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui joined the battle, Lin Shen flew up into an osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Unlike Wang Zhan and Lin Yuan, who fought at close quarters, he used the thunderclap sword technique to control 3 flying swords, continuously harassing and striking the black-robed man from afar. This was the last escape route he had reserved for himself. If the battle turned unfavorable, he could withdraw in time and use the 3 thunderclap pearls in his storage pouch to kill the black-robed man on the spot. As for why he did not use them now, naturally these fellow disciples whom he barely knew were not worth those 3 thunderclap pearls. Damn it. The black-robed man had never expected that Lin Shen too was hiding in the dark. That man's strength was extraordinary. Though it was a sneak attack, one strike had directly ended Lu Qingshan's life. He was filled with fury. With Lu Qingshan dead, he now faced the combined assault of 5 sect disciples, every one of them formidable in strength. On top of that, the Lu clan's protective formation suppressed him, and the situation immediately reversed. Facing the siege of Lin Shen's 5-man group, the black-robed man was caught off guard. But he had once been a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Even though his cultivation had now fallen to the peak of chi, refining, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Amid the 5-man attack, the black-robed man suddenly erupted with a surge of dense blood fiend aura. He swallowed a blood-red pill. The Bloodburst pill. This pill was refined by devouring and refining the flesh and blood of demon beasts through a blood sacrifice technique. Once swallowed, it could greatly enhance one's power for a short period. However, the side effects were equally severe. When the medicine's effect wore off, he would enter a weakened state, and his foundation would also be damaged. His foundation had been damaged in exactly this way before. In order to survive when facing powerful enemies, he had swallowed no fewer than 10 Bloodburst pills in succession, gaining a massive boost in cultivation, and only by this means had he escaped from his foes. His foundation had been severely damaged. As a result, his cultivation had continuously regressed, and under constant pursuit, he had been forced to use bloodburst pills, frequently falling all the way from mid-foundation establishment down to the chi refining realm. But now, to quickly end the battle, he had no other choice. A bloodburst pill entered his stomach. The black-robed man's aura surged unceasingly, and the blood fiend energy radiating from his body grew denser and denser. At the same time, black patterns densely covered his face, and his expression twisted into a ferocious, agonized look. You forced me to do this. All of you die? The black-robed man held a long saber, a low-grade spirit weapon, and gathered the blood fiend energy within his body into one point. He slashed. Wailing ghosts howled, and blood mist surged. Roar. Amid the ghastly howling, Wang Zhan and Lin Yuan, fighting at close quarters, managed to block the attack only with difficulty, but their minds wavered slightly, and the spiritual energy within them churned out of control. Seizing this opportunity, the black-robed man struck out again, aiming directly at Lin Yuan, whose strength was somewhat weaker. Under that terrifying slash, Lin Yuan, whose spiritual energy was in turmoil, had no strength to defend. He could only activate a top-grade first-rank defensive talisman at the critical moment. With a squelching sound, the blade came down. The top-grade first-rank defensive talisman shattered, and Lin Yuan spat out blood, his body flying backward. A long saber wound radiating dreadful blood-fiend energy appeared across his chest. That slash was beyond Lin Yuan's ability to block. One strike directly took half his life. It was only because of his swift reaction that he managed to activate a top-grade first-rank defensive spirit talisman at the critical moment. If not for this talisman dispersing most of the attack, Lin Yuan's body would have been split in two by that slash. He crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Yuan spat out blood, his expression listless, and hurriedly took a healing pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. At that moment, the black-robed man who had gravely wounded Lin Yuan with a single slash launched another fierce assault. His target was Wang Zhan, the closest one to him. As long as he killed the man before him or seriously wounded him, the situation would be completely turned around. He refused to believe that with the mighty Wang Zhan and the 9th-level Qi refining Lin Yuan gone a mere sneak attacker like Lin Shen and those two 8th-level Qi refining small fry could pose any threat to him. Boom. The dreadful blood fiend aura swept out once again. Strand after strand of thick, horrifying blood fiend aura flowed along the black-robed man's arm and poured into his long blade. His aura grew even heavier, bursting outward in layers. Brat die. The black-robed man's voice sounded like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. He slashed out fiercely, and dense, terrifying blood mist directly veiled the bright moon in the sky. Like a crashing tidal wave, the attack swept a horrific blade Qi toward Wang Zhan. Facing this move, Wang Zhan frowned deeply, sensing the faint crisis of death. But he did not retreat, because his sword path forbade him from retreating. As a sword cultivator, one must press forward without hesitation, rather break than bend. Furthermore, in a situation like this, he had no ground left to retreat. Only by staking everything on a desperate fight could he win a thread of hope. Kill. Wang Zhan let out a fierce roar. The long sword in his hand thrust forward, violently charging straight at that terrifying blade Qi. Clang. Sword light coiled like a dragon, and terrifying sword Qi spread in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding air churned with stormy winds while rocks and sand flew across the ground. This was a single sword thrust. Wang Zhan's face turned much paler. Clearly this sword stroke had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Boom. The sword light wrapped in terrifying sword Qi collided with that scarlet pungent blood-red blade Qi in midair, directly producing a violent explosion. At the same time, three sword silhouettes shot over with frightening momentum. The one making his move was none other than Lin Shen. He did not help Wang Zhan fend off the black-robed man's attack, but instead aimed his strike at the black-robed man himself. Blocking a single attack would not be of much use. His target was the black-robed man. As long as he seized the opportunity and struck while the two were locked in fierce combat, he would earn a great merit. Even if Wang Zhan unfortunately fell because of that, so what? How could there be no deaths when carrying out a mission? As long as he could survive and complete the task, that was enough. Amid the violent explosion, terrifying blood fiend aura erupted and spread out. The two opposing forces clashed and dissolved each other in the high sky, leaving only the dreadful blast waves to sweep across the surroundings. Wang Zhan felt his throat turn sweet, and he could not help spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body staggered back dozens of steps. Though he had managed to block that fatal blow, the terrifying aftershock still inflicted some injuries on him. Fortunately, he was not as badly off as Lin Yuan, otherwise his side would no longer have any advantage at all. Likewise, the black-robed man was not feeling too well. Although he had dominated this exchange after being struck by the terrifying explosion and Lin Shen's sudden ambush, several sword wounds had appeared on his body. He was also fortunate to have a low-grade defensive spirit artifact on him, otherwise it would not have been a simple matter of a few sword wounds. Struck by Lin Shen's sneak attack, the black-robed man could not help but stagger back several steps, and the blood fiend aura within him began to show signs of losing control. Damn it, I'll finish off this troublesome brat first, and then I'll make you wish you were dead. The black-robed man shot Lin Shen a venomous glance. Just as he was about to suppress the blood fiend aura in his body and press forward to kill Wang Zhan, a series of terrifying attacks swept toward him. Those striking were none other than Lin Shen along with Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui, who attacked from long range. Lin Shen manipulated three flying swords, launching fierce assaults on the black-robed man, while bolts of lightning crashed down in succession. Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui knew their own strength was the lowest. To play it safe, they directly resorted to attacking with a large number of high-grade first-rank spirit talismans and a few top-grade first-rank spirit talismans. Under the relentless attacks, the black-robed man could only give up attacking and was forced to turn to defense. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion rang out, and battered by the endless assault, the black-robed man was thrown into a miserable, desperate state. Wang Zhan by now had gained a precious chance to catch his breath. He quickly swallowed several pills to heal his injuries and restore the spiritual qi in his body. Immediately afterward, his long sword flew out in a thrust as he rejoined the battle without giving the black-robed man any respite. Oh, damn it, damn it. Even a tiger on a plane can be bullied by dogs. You qi refining ants have truly infuriated me. You force me. Confronted with the fading efficacy of the bloodburst pill and increasing pressure, the black-robed man roared in helpless fury. He no longer cared about anything. Under the influence of the blood fiend art and the bloodburst pill, his consciousness had already become violent and bloodthirsty. Amid his furious, yet helpless roars, the black-robed man gritted his teeth and without hesitation took out the last 2 bloodburst pills and swallowed them all in a single breath. With these 2 additional pills, he had swallowed 3 in total. Once the medicine's power passed, his foundation would inevitably suffer severe damage again, and what he had spent years recuperating and building would plummet once more. In fact, his best choice was to escape immediately. With his strength further empowered by the earlier bloodburst pill, no one present could have stopped him if he wanted to leave. But now, influenced by the many negative emotions of the blood fiend art, the black-robed man had reached a state where he no longer cared about anything. He only wanted everyone present to die. He only wanted to slaughter all those who had ruined his great plan painstakingly plotted for years to return to Foundation establishment. The black-robed man, now thoroughly trapped in a berserk slaughter-hungry state, no longer cared about anything. He erupted with blood fiend aura and focused all his strength on pummeling Wang Zhan alone, attacking with all his might and never bothering to defend. Even though Lin Shen and the others struck the black-robed man with full force, and even the partially recovered Lin Zuan joined the battle from a distance by taking out spirit talismans one after another, Wang Zhan was still beaten back repeatedly, his body covered with dozens upon dozens of wounds. If not for his stubborn willpower and years of life and death fighting experience in the lower ranks, he would have long since died. Damn it, I can't keep hiding it. If I hide it any longer, I really will perish in both body and Tao. I just hope the others haven't noticed anything wrong. If they have, then to protect this secret none of them can be spared. Facing the storm of attacks and the increasingly severe injuries on his body, Wang Zhan clenched his teeth as an extremely terrifying sword might exploded from within him. Then a dazzling sword intent blossomed from the area of his spine. Under the infusion of Wang Zhan's spiritual qi, a silver-gray segment of bone transformed directly into a terrifying sword intent and shot fiercely toward the black-robed man, whose mind was already somewhat dazed. The storm of attacks came to an abrupt halt. Scalding hot blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed man's eyes bulged wide, filled with utter disbelief. He lowered his head with difficulty and saw that a large hole had been bored straight through his heart. The low-grade defensive spirit artifact that had repeatedly saved him from fatal attacks was shattered. A terrifying sword intent snuffed out the last trace of his vitality. No. The black-robed man opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. In the end, as his life force faded completely, it could only turn into endless unwillingness as he crashed heavily to the ground. What terrifying sword intent! Lin Shen stood atop the osmanthus tree, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Zhan, who was kneeling on one knee with an extremely feeble aura. He narrowed his eyes slightly as boundless greed surged within his heart. Just now, that seemed to be a section of sword bone. This sword bone was certainly no ordinary object. It was highly likely that this section of sword bone was the main reason Wang Zhan had risen so suddenly and mightily over the past few years. Otherwise, how could an ordinary cultivator with 5 spiritual roots lacking both resources and talent possess such formidable combat power, slaying enemies above his level all the way from the outer sect to the inner sect, earning a fearsome reputation? If he could obtain this sword bone himself, combined with his own natural talent and that jade pendant which devoured fortune, how terrifying would his future achievements on the path of the sword become? With such thoughts, greed inevitably rose in Lin Shen's heart. Nor was Lin Shen alone. Lin Zuan, who looked weak and barely managed to stand, felt the same. He lowered his gaze slightly, concealing the fervor and boundless greed in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Zuan's heart was filled with longing and resentment. Why? Why was such a treasure not his? With his 3 spiritual root talent, if he possessed such a treasure, he would probably have already reached the peak of qi refining, or even have hope for Foundation establishment with his sword path shining all the way. His heart burned with indignation. Above all, how unfair was it that such a mighty treasure had appeared on Wang Zhan, a mere 5 spiritual root cultivator. Since heaven was unjust, why should he not seize it himself? Such a treasure was destined for the capable. Driven by resentment and desire, the greed radiating from Lin Zuan's lowered eyes grew ever more intense. Yet he was not completely blinded by his boundless covetousness. Lin Zuan knew well that he was not the only one who had witnessed this scene. There was also Lin Shen, whose strength was by no means ordinary, as well as Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui, who had not expended much energy in this battle. Especially Lin Shen. That man's depth of scheming was in no way inferior to his own. From the moment they accepted the mission until now, Lin Shen had been concealing his true strength. Had Lin Zuan not forced him to act, he would never have been able to probe out his real power. Moreover, with his own severe injuries, he could not recklessly move to snatch the treasure. Trapped between internal and external troubles, Lin Zuan could only suppress the greed in his heart for the time being. A grateful and warm smile spread across his face as he said, "Thank you, junior brother Wang Zhan. If not for you today, all of us would have fallen victim to those remnants of the Blood Fiend sect. Rest assured, junior brother Wang Zhan. The spoils of this mission will be yours to choose first. I, your senior brother, will never forget this life-saving grace. If you ever need anything in the future, I will go through fire and water to repay today's kindness. His words sounded pleasant enough. But secretly Lin Yuan was on guard, quietly concealing a top-grade first-rank spirit talisman within his sleeve. After suppressing that boundless greed and desire, he could not help but feel a trace of lingering fear. Something was not right. What if others also set their sights on it? Would they kill to silence him in order to seize this treasure? In his current state, he would be hard-pressed to defend himself, and the situation could become extremely perilous. And then there was Wang Zhan himself. If Wang Zhan did not wish for his secret to be exposed, relying on that terrifying sword bone, his situation would become even more dangerous. Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui also spoke up nearby, thanking Wang Zhan. I said that following senior brother Wang Zhan on a mission would greatly increase our chances of survival. If not for senior brother Wang Zhan this time, we probably wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. Lin Shen also chimed in, senior brother Wang Zhan's strength is extraordinary. For this operation, he should certainly be credited with the greatest merit. The group spoke one after another, their words filled with gratitude toward Wang Zhan. Hearing their words, Wang Zhan, who had already been brewing a lethal strike, secretly let out a slight sigh of relief. That move earlier had consumed too much of his spiritual energy. If he tried to unleash it forcefully now, it would damage his very foundation. Once his foundation was damaged, breaking through to foundation establishment would become extremely difficult, with only his 5 spiritual root aptitude. In the current situation, it was best not to fight unless absolutely necessary. After all, Wang Zhan had no idea whether the other fellow disciples still had hidden trump cards up their sleeves. As his thoughts churned, Wang Zhan struggled to his feet. With a pale face and a bitter smile, he shook his head. Although we've completed the mission, I've suffered a great loss. That sword intent just now was a one-time life-saving consumable. Now that it's been used up, if I encounter danger in the future, I won't have such a powerful trump card to protect my life. Since the others showed no greed or killing intent toward him, Wang Zhan did not want to risk striking first to eliminate future trouble. So the wisest choice at the moment was to gloss over the matter and disguise that section of sword bone as a one-time consumable treasure. I see. Rest assured, senior brother Wang Zhan. This time you shall have first pick of the extra spoils, enough to compensate for your loss. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, the others nodded in sudden understanding and quickly spoke up. However, despite what they said, it was impossible to know how many of them truly believed his story, especially Lin Shen. The smile he directed at Wang Zhan grew even deeper. If Wang Zhan had not said those words, perhaps things would have been fine. But saying them only made it more obvious that he was trying to cover something up. It only made Lin Shen regard the sword bone hidden in Wang Zhan's body with even greater importance. Such an obvious attempt at concealment only highlighted how precious and crucial that sword bone truly was. This object was meant for me. The others are not destined to enjoy it. But the time is not yet ripe. I can only quietly wait for an opportunity. Lin Shen mused inwardly. Treasures belong to those who are capable. Only with strength can one keep them. Without strength, one would only end up making a wedding dress for others. His father had once told him this. Cultivators live by striving. If one does not strive, how can one obtain great opportunities? If one does not compete or seize, one will only become a stepping stone on others' path to immortality. Years later, one would merely waste the rest of one's life, left with nothing but regrets and resentment. However, Lin Shen showed no trace of greed or killing intent toward Wang Zhan on the surface, maintaining a rich smile all the while. Let's keep the scene untouched and find that spy. Hearing the others' words, Wang Zhan shook his head and gave the order. Toward these sect members, he only needed to be secretly wary. But he was extremely cautious about the spy from Qian Valley. After all, if that person reported this matter, the elders of the sect would likely become suspicious. No conclusive proof would even be needed. Once any elder disciple or descendant of the sect harbored greed toward him, his days in Qian Valley would become precarious. Yes, senior brother Wang Zhan. Everyone nodded. None of them moved to search the corpses. At this critical juncture, there was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. They obediently followed Wang Zhan's orders and began searching the ruins of the Lu family for traces of Lu Pingji. Before long, they found him in a pile of rubble, barely alive, with one of his arms already severed. The small escort team he had led was too low in cultivation and had already perished in the waves of battle. However, Lu Pingji, perhaps due to some defensive treasure, had barely managed to cling to his life in the great battle. Witnessing this, Wang Zhan, who had come searching, felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. This would suffice. Judging by Lu Pingji's condition, he had yet to discern any hidden truths. With that settled, he no longer needed to seek alternative solutions. He only needed to keep Lin Yuan and the others on guard. What are your thoughts? Gazing at the near-death Lu Pingji, Lin Shen looked around at the group, seeking their opinions. Lu Pingji was indeed a troublesome complication. If he perished, explaining it to the sect would prove impossible, and extracting substantial profit from the Lu family's spoils would become a formidable obstacle. After all, with their planted informant dead, and coupled with the fact that the intelligence previously gathered by the sect was both outdated and inconsistent, Qian Valley would inevitably suspect they had siphoned off a vast majority of the resources for themselves. Considering the current situation, most of the Liu family's resources had been funneled to the remnant of the Blood Fiend sect to aid his cultivation recovery. The resources remaining in the Liu family now were undoubtedly far less than what the informant had reported, likely less than a fifth. Lin Shen certainly did not wish to bear the blame for such a massive deficit. Let us revive him first. Fortunately, I had prepared some pills to protect the heart meridians and spiritual energy in advance. What a stroke of luck for this boy. Lin Yuan shook his head, reluctantly retrieving several pills from his storage bag before carefully administering them to Liu Pingji. Spiritual energy circulated within his body and was transferred to assist the near-dead Liu Pingji in metabolizing the medicinal power. Faced with this predicament, Lin Yuan, as the captain of this mission squad, felt quite helpless. Liu Pingji simply could not die. Otherwise, the troubles they would face down the line would multiply, and it would be difficult to explain to the sect. After the pills took effect, and accompanied by Lin Yuan's input of spiritual energy, Liu Pingji, who had been on the brink of death, finally regained the strength to speak. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the circle of companions surrounding him, gratitude evident on his face. I am deeply grateful to all of you senior brothers for your intervention. Without it, I fear I would not have survived today. Saying this, Liu Pingji couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. My cultivation is simply too weak. Even at the 6th layer of chi condensation, I couldn't withstand that terrifying shockwave from the explosion. By the way, is that remnant of the Blood Fiend sect dead? How did you manage to jointly surround and slay him? With a slight recovery of spiritual energy and his wounds beginning to mend, Liu Pingji curiously pressed on. The first time Wang Zhan had brute force taken that Blood Fiend strike, the terrifying shockwave had knocked him unconscious. He had no recollection of anything that happened afterward. At the moment, he had assumed Wang Zhan, Lin Shen, and the others had acted in concert to take down the Blood Fiend together. It was all thanks to senior brother Wang Zhan employing a disposable treasure. That is how we managed to slay that remnant of the Blood Fiend sect. Wu Qingfeng chimed in from the side with a smile. His and Zhao Shui's cultivation was relatively weaker. When the robed figure in blood consecutively swallowed 2 blood explosion pills, the terrifying aftermath of the clash had driven them back. Due to the considerable distance, they had failed to discern the precise sequence of events. They merely witnessed a fearsome sword intent. The black-robed figure who had previously radiated monstrous power was already deceased. Lin Shen and Lin Yuan, standing nearby, made no effort to contradict Wang Zhan's account. Consequently, both he and Zhao Shui naturally concluded that Wang Zhan had utilized a terrifying one-time consumption treasure. Wang Zhan was well aware of this fact, which is why his primary vigilance remained directed toward Lin Shen and Lin Yuan. Listening to Liu Pingji's words, Wang Zhan furrowed his brow from the sidelines and asked with palpable concern, "You were unconscious then. What should we do now? If there is no corroborating evidence relying solely on the intelligence you previously submitted to the sect, I fear this current situation will be extremely difficult to resolve." Although Wang Zhan voiced worries about their inability to adequately explain matters to Qiyun Valley, deep down, he was probing Liu Pingji, testing whether he possessed any other means to monitor them. If such a method truly existed, then Liu Pingji before them absolutely could not be spared. On the journey back to Qiyun Valley, he would have to secretly eliminate Liu Pingji under the cover of darkness, leaving no trace. As for struggling to explain things to Qiyun Valley, if it came to that, they would simply take a smaller share of those substantial resources. After all, presenting the corpse of that Blood Fiend remnant to the sect would inevitably trigger an investigation, but as long as they were not excessively greedy, the scrutiny would not be overly severe. Such an outcome, after all, was far preferable to the risk of the treasures concealed upon himself being exposed. Rest assured on this matter, senior brother Wang. With a complexion drained of color and lacking any vitality, Liu Pingji offered a faint smile and retrieved a memory stone from his robes. Holding the memory stone aloft, Liu Pingji chuckled triumphantly. Actually, to prevent unforeseen accidents, or perhaps to ensure none of you senior brothers would succumb to temptation, the sect had long ago issued a memory stone specifically to record the entire course of events. I was not supposed to produce this memory stone, but since all of you senior brothers have saved my life, I believe it is best to deal with complete honesty. Please review it yourselves. According to my records and observations, aside from collecting a few storage bags, none of you engaged in any misconduct. The sect permits such actions. This was precisely one of the reasons Liu Pingji dared to produce the memory stone in public. He was fully aware of what had transpired beforehand. The group had certainly not committed any significant violations. After all, they had only just finished slaughtering the members of the Liu family and had not yet had the opportunity to search the various warehouses when Liu Qingshan, the patriarch of the Liu family and the remnant of the Blood Fiend sect, suddenly emerged, catching everyone completely off guard. Throughout that period, no one had even had the chance to search the storage rooms. Moreover, he well understood that based on the relationship and conversations between Liu Qingshan and that Blood Fiend remnant, the Liu family's cultivation resources and temporary reserves were likely already severely depleted. Under such circumstances, concealment was entirely unnecessary. He was bound to surrender the memory stone to the sect. However, to repay the life-saving grace of the others, he had decided to act with full transparency, producing the stone to grant them a measure of peace of mind. Open it, and let us review it together. Wang Zhan spoke flatly, though a glint of murderous intent flashed across his mind. If this mandatory submission memory stone contained any footage recording him utilizing his sword bone, then Lu Pingji, before him, absolutely could not be spared. Whether the others might be granted a temporary reprieve would also be called into question. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Lu Pingji nodded and handed the memory stone to him, saying, "Senior brother Wang, my spiritual energy is insufficient. Please assist in projecting the imagery." Upon receiving the memory stone, Wang Zhan narrowed his eyes, circulating the spiritual energy within his body. The scenes depicting their assault into the Lu family compound immediately projected into the air above them. The scene shifts. From the moment the group entered the Lu residence, every single move was recorded within it. However, when the playback reached its end, just as the black-robed remnant of the Blood Fiend sect struck at Wang Zhan, a terrifying wave surged through, and the image abruptly cut off. Why does it end here? Wang Zhan frowned slightly, his tone carrying accusation as he looked at Lu Pingji, who was slowly recovering the spiritual energy within his body and healing his wounds on the ground. Despite that outward demeanor, secretly Wang Zhan let out a great sigh of relief. Fortunately, the recording stone had not captured the subsequent battle scene. There was still a gap in time before the image of him consuming a large amount of spiritual energy and blood essence to forcibly drive that section of sword bone. As such, handing this recording stone to the sect was not entirely unacceptable. At least the news that he carried a precious treasure would not be leaked. Hearing Wang Zhan's questioning, Lu Pingji thought that without the subsequent images as evidence, the credit for Wang Zhan single-handedly killing that Blood Fiend sect remnant would be reduced. Lu Pingji gave an awkward smile and said with a hint of apology, "Sorry, senior brother Wang. It is truly because this junior brother's cultivation is too low. The recording stone requires spiritual energy to record images. After I fell into a coma, the recording stone's footage naturally cut off." As he said this, he meant to put Wang Zhan at ease. Lu Pingji patted his chest and vowed, "Senior brother Wang, rest assured your merits will not be diminished. Although there is no recording stone footage, I will still truthfully report your valiant battle to the sect. Add to that the matter of eliminating the Blood Fiend sect remnant, and the sect will surely reward you heavily." That is good then. Seeing that Lu Pingji had somewhat misinterpreted his meaning, Wang Zhan did not say much, only nodded and went along with it. It was naturally best that he thought this way. For him, it made the pretense even more convenient. "Oh right, we should also bring the corpse of that Blood Fiend sect remnant. In that way it can further prove senior brother Wang Zhan's merit." Lin Shen added with a smile, "We won't share this credit with senior brother Wang Zhan. After all, if not for the one-time consumable treasure used by senior brother Wang, whether we could have completed the mission smoothly would have been a different matter." Wang Zhan was putting on an act. Wasn't Lin Shen doing the same? This was absolutely not the right time to strike. Even if he had the chance to silence everyone, returning to the sect as the only survivor would be impossible to explain. What Lin Shen needed to do now was to lower Wang Zhan's guard, as well as Lin Ziyuan's beside him. As long as the two lowered their guard toward him after returning to the sect, he could secretly keep an eye on Wang Zhan's and Lin Ziyuan's movements. Wang Zhan's aptitude was far inferior to his own. Given enough time, Lin Shen was certain that he would step into the 9th layer of Qi refining or the peak of Qi refining before Wang Zhan. Adding the 3 thunderclap pearls he had been nurturing all along as his hidden trump card, he would have far more certainty when it came time to act. Moreover, he was not the only one covertly coveting Wang Zhan's sword bone. Lin Ziyuan, who was quietly making himself less conspicuous on the side, was very likely also coveting it. When the time came, as long as he watched these two's movements and intelligence, there was no reason he could not find a suitable opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Junior brother Lin is right. This time, thanks to junior brother Wang Zhan's one-time consumable treasure, his loss was the greatest. It is only proper that we do not share this credit. Lin Ziyuan, who had been keeping a low profile, stepped forward at this moment and nodded, making his stance clear. Aside from Lu Pingji beside him, he was now the most seriously injured. If it really came to a fight, he had no confidence whatsoever in dealing with Wang Zhan. Fearing that he would be silenced, Lin Ziyuan forcibly suppressed the greed in his heart and put on a harmless, innocent smile on his face. As for Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui beside them, the two exchanged glances, clearly having no opinions of their own. Upon hearing Lin Shen and Lin Ziyuan both say this, they also nodded in agreement with their words. "In that case, I thank all of you fellow brothers." Wang Zhan smiled, and there was a note of relief in his smile. No matter what, with everyone speaking this way, today's matter was completely buried. As for whether anyone would secretly covet his sword bone in the future, that would be a concern for another day. As long as he was a little more careful in the future, once he broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, Lin Shen and the others before him would no longer be any threat. Moreover, once he broke through to Foundation establishment, even if news of his sword bone leaked out, the sect would show some partiality toward him because of his formidable combat strength. Even if there were truly those blinded by greed and the sect did nothing about it, he could simply leave. After all, with his foundation establishment cultivation within the whole Yin kingdom, as long as he did not encounter those golden core realm grandmasters, was there anywhere he could not go? These are all what senior brother Wang Zhan deserves, everyone said with smiles. After a brief rest, once Lu Pingji had some ability to move, Lin Shen and the others began to search and collect all the resources of the Lu family under the supervision of the recording stone. It was not long before the entire Lu residence was turned upside down. Almost all of the cultivation resources, spirit stones, and various precious items were gathered into dozens of storage pouches by the group. Fortunately, the Lu family's newest batch of supplies had only been collected not long ago, and the Blood Fiend sect remnant had not had time to consume them. This allowed them to get some extra benefits to skim off. Concealing this from the recording stone's view, everyone took out a portion of the spirit stones and resources and divided them according to their contributions in this operation. Wang Zhan received the most. The resources and spirit stones he was allotted were worth over 800 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Shen came next. With his merit in killing Lu Qingshan, the value of resources and spirit stones he was allotted was roughly 500 low-grade spirit stones. As for Lin Ziyuan and the others, the spirit stones each of them was allocated were around 300 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Pingji also got a share as one of those present, receiving nearly 200 low-grade spirit stones worth of resources. Of course, the cultivation resources the group secretly obtained were naturally not limited to this open share. There were also the storage pouches they had taken off the others when they first charged into the Lu residence. Among them, Lin Shen had the richest harvest. He had not counted carefully of the storage pouches obtained in that drywell secret passage back then. He had merely taken out a small portion. The greater part had been quietly transferred by him and turned into his own private assets. Having received this extra unexpected gain, everyone was overjoyed. They each mounted their flying swords and traveled together, carrying all the Lu family's resources and spirit stones back toward Qiyun Valley. After they left, the entire Lu residence was engulfed in blazing flames, and a clear mark representing Qiyun Valley was left at the entrance of the Lu mansion. This was a show of force. It told the other cultivation families of Qingyang Commandery that if they did not properly obey Qiyun Valley's orders, then the next Lu family would be them. Qiyun Valley. The mission hall. Flashes of light streaked across the sky. Lin Shen and the others' faces etched with exhaustion stowed their flying swords and descended from the heavens. For the sake of safety, they had been traveling night and day over the past few days, daring not to linger for even a moment on the road, only hoping to reach Qiyun Valley as soon as possible. After all, they carried resources accumulated by the entire Lu family over many years. If word of the Lu family's destruction spread, some unscrupulous rogue cultivators might be seized by greed and set up ambushes along the way. Fortunately, the journey had been uneventful from start to finish. On their return to Qiyun Valley, the group encountered no mishaps whatsoever. Finally, it's time to submit the mission report. With the resources obtained and the rewards from this mission, I can finally embark on secluded cultivation in peace. Gazing at the mission hall, Wang Zhan's previously cold expression softened into a faint smile of relief. Leading the group inside, he sought out Wang Qiaoyang, who had originally assigned them this mission. Upon seeing everyone return safely along with Lu Pingji, the spy he had embedded within the Lu family, Wang Qiaoyang's face also showed traces of a smile. He walked forward warmly, giving Wang Zhan a firm pat on the shoulder, and said to the others with a smile, "Excellent. It is a relief to see you all returned safely." Long before Lin Shen and the others had arrived back, he had already received word through Lu Pingji's communication talisman. Through the messages relayed via the talisman, he had learned the full details of the mission's complications, naturally understanding the grave dangers involved. At that moment, Wang Qiaoyang couldn't help but look at Lin Shen and Wang Zhan with a touch of guilt. Had Wang Zhan not held back his ultimate techniques, the mission he himself had overseen would likely have resulted in the complete annihilation of all 5 people before him. This was naturally thanks to senior brother Wang Zhan. Lin Shen and the others said with smiles. Wang Qiaoyang nodded with a smile and said, "Rest assured. The sect judges right from wrong, and you won't be denied the merits you deserve. Elder 7 is on duty today, and I'll take you up to find him now." Speaking, he used his identity token to lift the restriction. Wang Qiaoyang led the group all the way up to the upper floor of the mission hall. Soon, the group arrived at a private room on the upper floor of the mission hall. Inside this room, a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment sat cross-legged. This was the 7th elder of the mission hall. Wang Qiaoyang respectfully led the group inside, then took the memory crystal and storage bags containing the Lu family resources from Lu Pingji and handed them over together. The 7th elder gave a slight nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over Wang Zhan. He showed no emotion, instead carefully examining the memory crystal and the resources obtained from the Lu family. After a long while calculating the resources obtained from the Lu family, the 7th elder couldn't help but shake his head with regret. "So we were too careless after all. Who would have thought the Lu family would be so audacious as to harbor remnants of the Shueisha sect, wasting so many resources from our Qiyun Valley?" The 7th elder muttered under his breath, his face showing clear signs of pain. After all, if it weren't for the remnants of the Shueisha sect, a significant portion of the resources obtained by Lin Shen's mission team from the Liu family would have gone straight into their mission hall's pockets. Now that such an incident had occurred, the resources obtained had decreased, and the profit margins available to the mission hall from this channel had naturally become much smaller. Such a significant loss naturally made the seventh elder's face twinge with pain. These were all pure spirit stones. Shaking his head, the seventh elder turned his gaze back to Wang Zhan and the others, offering a forced encouragement. Very good. You completed this mission well, and I've been watching. I will report truthfully to the sect, and when the time comes, the rewards for slaying the Shueisha sect remnants will be distributed to you according to your respective contributions. These merits all belong to junior brother Wang Zhan. How could we possibly take a share? Lin Ziyuan glanced at Wang Zhan and stepped forward to speak. Lin Shen remained silent. Matters not concerning him, he kept his distance. Since they had already returned to Qiyun Valley, there was no need for him to make any further moves, at least not ones that might arouse suspicion. Humph. The sect will naturally judge right from wrong. Who asked you to preach here? Hearing Lin Ziyuan's words, the seventh elder sneered, and a terrifying pressure swept out. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Lin Ziyuan felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, and spat a mouthful of blood his body, stumbling backward several steps. He had originally hoped to say a few kind words to show that he wasn't competing or grabbing for anything, so that Wang Zhan would lower his guard. But he never expected this action to offend the seventh elder, which made Lin Ziyuan inwardly curse his luck. Not daring to hesitate, Lin Ziyuan immediately knelt on the ground and lowered his head, saying, Yes, yes, yes. Elder Seven's teaching is correct. This disciple will never dare to speak recklessly again. To appease the seventh elder's displeasure, Lin Ziyuan even slapped his own face twice. Mind your tongue next time. Seeing Lin Ziyuan's obsequious behavior, the seventh elder impatiently waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. His earlier reaction wasn't because Lin Ziyuan's response had upset him. It was simply that Lin Ziyuan had stepped into his line of fire. Already dissatisfied that the reduced haul meant less profit to skim, Lin Ziyuan's meddling words only gave him an excuse to vent his frustration. The group carefully exited the private room. Watching Lin Ziyuan's wretched state, the others merely shook their heads without saying much. Under Wang Qiaoyang's arrangement, the mission was successfully settled. The reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was divided equally among them according to their respective merits. After receiving the mission settlement, Lin Shen did not leave. Instead, he waited until there were fewer people around collecting missions, then approached Wang Qiaoyang. What's wrong? Does junior brother Lin have something else? Wang Qiaoyang asked with a knowing smile. Lin Shen took out a storage bag containing 200 low-grade spirit stones from his robe. With a slightly apologetic smile, he handed it over. Sorry for the delay in repaying the 200 low-grade spirit stones you lent me last time. Please don't hold it against me, senior brother Wang. According to what Lin Shen had secretly gained from this mission beyond the official returns, the 200 low-grade spirit stones he offered as a thank you gift was actually quite generous. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Qiaoyang's eyes gleamed slightly. He nodded in satisfaction and accepted the storage bag. Without any trace, Wang Qiaoyang tucked the storage bag into his robes. Smiling, he patted Lin Shen on the shoulder. We're fellow disciples after all. Everyone has times when they need help. Borrow and repay. It's easy to borrow again. Next time you're short on funds, just come find your senior brother. Then I'll trouble senior brother Wang in the future. Lin Shen laughed and bowed to Wang Qiaoyang before leaving the mission hall. He naturally understood the unspoken implication behind Wang Qiaoyang's words. It was simply telling him that if he wanted to receive missions with generous rewards and substantial profits in the future, he should come to Wang Qiaoyang again and offer a certain amount of spirit stones. This was already an unspoken understanding between them. Lin Shen had no objection to it. Give money, get work done. If he refused to part with anything, not even a single coin, then the next time a good mission came up, Wang Qiaoyang certainly wouldn't think of him. The missions he received would undoubtedly be difficult ones with pitifully small returns. Otherwise, without some benefit, who would assign good missions to you? He shook his head. Lin Shen's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Inside the inner sect of Qiyun Valley, there was Lin Shen's courtyard residence. After returning from the mission hall, Lin Shen exchanged spirit stones for a substantial amount of cultivation resources within the sect, then made his way back to the courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lin Shen shut the door and activated a formation disc. Instantly, a small isolation array enveloped the entire residence. One must ever be vigilant against others. Throughout these 3 years in Qiyun Valley, Lin Shen maintained constant alertness, daring not to make even the slightest error. This small isolation array had been deliberately purchased 2 years prior at great expense, intended to safeguard his privacy and prevent prying eyes. With the isolation array activated, Lin Shen entered his room. He rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation, and drew out several storage pouches. These storage pouches contained resources he had covertly accumulated from the Liu family, secretly transferring a considerable quantity. Now that he had returned safely, it was time to carefully calculate just what the mission had yielded in terms of spirit stone value. Brimming with anticipation, Lin Shen swiftly opened those storage pouches, inspecting each one. With every revelation, the smile on his face grew ever broader. The haul exceeded his expectations. After making a rough calculation, he estimated the hidden surplus was worth approximately 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such an abundance of spirit stones alone was sufficient to match a full year's resource allocation from Qiyun Valley. Furthermore, nestled among the cultivation materials, he discovered a rare centuries-old spiritual herb, crimson blood ginseng. If sold at sect gatherings or through merchant shops, this centuries-old specimen could fetch nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This brought his total haul to roughly 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet despite its considerable value, Lin Shen had no intention of selling it. His current reserves of spirit stones and resources were adequate for the time being. There was no urgency to liquidate. A centuries-old crimson blood ginseng was genuinely hard to come by. Should he consume it, it would undoubtedly provide substantial benefit to both his qi blood and his cultivation. The Lu family had likely acquired such an item to present to their ancestor Lu Qingshan. After all, at his advanced age, Lu Qingshan's qi and blood were in decline. To break through to a higher realm, he would certainly need such a potent tonic. In a way, this has done the work for me. Gazing at the centuries-old crimson blood ginseng, Lin Shen could not help but smile. He had no intention of keeping the ginseng for long. After distributing all his resources, he decided it would be wise to enter seclusion and absorb its power immediately. After all, possessing a fine treasure did not guarantee it would remain yours. It might merely pass through your hands before ultimately benefiting another. The Lu family and Lu Qingshan were a prime example of this. Understanding this clearly, Lin Shen resolved to consume it directly, without waiting for any opportune moment or bottleneck. He knew deep within that all external possessions were but illusions. Only what he consumed, absorbed, and digested truly belonged to him. Lin Shen was a cautious pragmatist. Therefore, he would never foolishly keep such a centuries-old crimson blood ginseng stored away. What if the storage pouch were seized by others in the future, or if he himself were slain? Would that not be working for someone else's benefit all along? Having swiftly organized and distributed all his resources, Lin Shen sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion imbued with calming properties. As the three-origin qi drawing technique circulated within him, terrifying bolts of lightning radiated from his body. Simultaneously, gentle streams of water and wood elemental energy nurtured his frame, preventing the ferocious lightning from causing him harm. Over these past 3 years, each cultivation session of the three-origin qi drawing technique had filled the air around him, with crackling lightning aiding him in devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, surrounded by these constant electrical storms day after day, Lin Shen's physical body had gradually undergone tempering. By the time 3 years had passed, his bodily strength had grown formidable without his even realizing it. 3 years of daily lightning baptism had pushed his physical cultivation to approximately the 8th layer of body refining. Yet Lin Shen never revealed this attainment, deliberately concealing it at all times. During every mission or combat encounter, he deliberately relied on ranged attacks. Part of it stemmed from his instinct for self-preservation. If he could strike from a distance while ensuring his own safety, why risk close-quarters combat? More importantly, his 8th-layer body refining cultivation served as another hidden trump card. 2 years prior, during an external mission, he had encountered a particularly troublesome rogue cultivator. At that time, despite employing every tactic at his disposal, Lin Shen had been no match for the man. To turn the tide and counterattack, he had ultimately gambled everything, deliberately absorbing a blow and crashing to the ground. Only when his opponent drew near did he unleash his formidable physical cultivation, engaging in close combat and hammering blow after blow until the rogue cultivator's skull was shattered into pulp. Thus, this trump card, capable of turning certain defeat into victory, was something Lin Shen would never reveal so easily. After all, once others became aware of his body refining prowess, executing this strategy again would become nearly impossible. By deliberately concealing his abilities and remaining undetected, he could unleash his full power at the crucial moment, catching his opponents completely off guard. As the lightning within his body surged and his condition returned to peak, Lin Shen quickly uprooted the centuries-old crimson blood ginseng and swallowed it whole in one decisive motion. The moment the ginseng entered his body, Lin Shen felt as though a volcano were about to erupt within his abdomen, with countless streams of magma churning violently in his stomach. The intense pain caused cold sweat to pour down his forehead. Yet he understood clearly. This was precisely the formidable medicinal power of the centuries-old crimson blood ginseng taking effect. Refusing to waste a single moment, Lin Shen endured the excruciating pain and immediately began cultivating the three-origin qi drawing technique, using the surrounding lightning to temper his physical body. As the centuries-old ginseng's medicinal power was absorbed, the circulation of the three-origin qi drawing technique within his body accelerated ever faster, causing the lightning radiating around him to grow increasingly ferocious. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy and qi blood force within his body were surging rapidly. The enhancement to his qi blood was particularly dramatic. This centuries-old crimson blood ginseng was primarily intended to enhance the qi blood and physical strength of body refining cultivators. As time passed, Before long, 10 days had elapsed. Throughout those 10 days, Lin Shen remained confined to his room, enduring abdominal discomfort and pain as he absorbed the immense medicinal power of the centuries-old ginseng. As the ginseng was consumed and its power absorbed, the density of spiritual energy within Lin Shen's body increased substantially, his cultivation advancing notably and bringing him closer to the 9th layer of qi refining. Yet this represented only the advancement in his qi refining cultivation. In terms of body refining, after enduring 10 days of relentless lightning tempering alongside the tremendous medicinal effects of the centuries-old crimson blood ginseng, Lin Shen unexpectedly broke through to the 9th layer of body refining all at once. Boom. Lin Shen straightened slightly, looking at his own palm, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. In the next instant, he suddenly clenched his hands, turning his palms into fists. Terrifying lightning exploded in midair like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Haha, not bad, not bad. Seeing that the power of his physical body had increased so greatly, Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh heartily. I never expected my body refinement path to reach the 9th layer of qi refining even earlier than my qi cultivation. All thanks to that several hundred-year-old crimson blood ginseng. The Liu family was truly destroyed destroyed wonderfully. Lin Shen felt quite pleased. He felt not the slightest guilt over the complete annihilation of the Liu family. That was simply how this world was. The weak would only become stepping stones on others' path to immortality. In the cultivation world, how much mercy could there be? When foes met, they crossed on a narrow path. It was either your death or mine. Moreover, the Liu family had deserved this destruction all along. The annihilation of their entire clan was something they themselves had brought about. As the weak, they not only failed to scrupulously obey the rules set down by Qiyun Valley, but instead tried to feign compliance, while acting in secret, deceiving the sect, and harboring evil cultivators from demonic sects. If a family such as this was not destroyed, where was heavenly justice? With my current strength, ordinary 9th layer qi refining cultivators will not be my opponents. Even launching a surprise attack, I have the strength to fight against those at the even higher peak of qi refining. Appraising himself, Lin Shen was still quite satisfied with his current body refinement cultivation and actual combat ability. During the qi refining stage, body refinement cultivators were generally far more formidable than qi refining cultivators. After all, during the qi refining stage, a qi refining cultivator's means of dealing with enemies were relatively limited. As long as a body refinement cultivator got close, the outcome would surely be deadly. Of course, if one broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, things would be different. Those who broke through to Foundation Establishment could soar through the air for extended periods without relying on external objects, and their physical bodies would also become vastly stronger. Moreover, with abundant spiritual power fueling all sorts of powerful techniques, they were naturally beyond comparison with qi refining cultivators. However, the fortune accumulated in this jade pendant is becoming less and less. It seems that I still need to use it sparingly from now on, or find someone with dense fortune soon. Lin Shen once again turned his gaze to the jade pendant hanging around his neck. Looking at it, he felt a myriad of emotions tinged with a hint of disappointment. The functions inside this jade pendant were indeed extremely useful. Even the mere ability to enhance comprehension alone had allowed the cultivation arts and battle spells he practiced over the past 3 years to advance with remarkable speed. But the fortune contained in this jade pendant was dwindling until now only the last 2 wisps remained. It was not that he had never tried hunting down ordinary cultivators to gain fortune. However, the fortune on those people was incomparably faint. After he slew dozens of cultivators, the fortune he managed to obtain was hardly enough to coalesce into even a single wisp. Such a meager return forced Lin Shen to abandon the idea of killing those fortuneless cultivators to increase his own strength. For now, the only course was to search for those with great fortune, for only then would slaying a single person equal 10,000, even 100,000, ordinary cultivators. But that too was a pity. He had spent the last 3 years constantly inquiring about cultivation arts and techniques related to the fortune-gazing art. However, such arts and techniques were extremely rare. Most had already been lost in ancient times, leaving only a small fragment to be handed down. Naturally, something so rare was not available in all of Qiyun Valley. In fact, many cultivators had never even heard of arts like the fortune-gazing art. No choice. I'll keep inquiring for now. If there is word on this matter, even if I must take some risk, I will definitely obtain it. Lin Shen clenched his fists. He was cautious by nature, yet when it came to choosing the direction of his future growth, he was equally decisive. Risks that needed to be taken still had to be taken. Only by cultivating that fortune-gazing art, which allowed one to observe the fortune on others, could this jade pendant exert its greatest effect, and could his comprehension continue to improve, allowing him to frequently enter those brief states of enlightenment. But although I do not have the fortune-gazing art now, I can be certain that Wang Zhan must be a person of dense fortune. Otherwise, how could he, a 5-element spiritual root with no background or status, have obtained a treasure like the sword bone? At the thought that Wang Zhan might possess terrifying fortune and that section of extremely precious sword bone, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint radiating from his gaze. Such a treasure, such dense fortune. They made his heart itch with longing. He took a deep breath, suppressed the greed in his heart, and kept up his harmless, unremarkable facade. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen turned his gaze to the distance and took out a communication talisman. His lips moved slightly, and no one knew what he said. That communication talisman immediately turned into a streak of spiritual light and flew silently into the distance. Lin Feng greets the young master. After roughly the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn, a tall, sturdy young man of only 15 or 16 hurried to the courtyard where Lin Shen lived. This person was named Lin Feng, a member of the Lin family as well. A year earlier, after Lin Shen's cultivation had broken through, he had taken the time to return to the Lin family during a mission. At that time, his father Lin, who suggested that the Lin family select a group of Lin family children of suitable age and excellent disposition to participate in the next Qiyun Valley assessment. The reason he gave was naturally that he did not want Lin Shen to fight alone in Qiyun Valley. Having trustworthy people around to help would be extremely good. Lin Shen naturally agreed to Lin Hu's suggestion. Just as his father had said, he did need trustworthy people in Qiyun Valley to help handle the many miscellaneous affairs so that he would not have to attend to everything personally. As for the Lin family youth selected for their suitable age and excellent character, they had been nurtured and educated by the Lin family since childhood, and so held absolute loyalty to him, as the young master, and to Lin Hu and the clan. Such subordinates were also family, so using them naturally brought peace of mind and convenience. 3 months ago, Qiyun Valley held the Triennial Immortal Ascension Assembly as scheduled. This time with Lin Shen lending his support, and the Lin family's rapid growth over the past 3 years, they gathered over 30 Lin family youths of suitable age and excellent character to attend the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Unfortunately, the chance of possessing spiritual roots was too low, and only 3 managed to successfully enter Qiyun Valley, and as outer disciples at that. Now 3 months had passed. With some resources secretly provided by Lin Shen, Lin Feng had grown the fastest in cultivation, already reaching the 2nd layer of Qi refining. How are things going on your end? Are all those menial disciples obedient to you? Looking at Lin Feng, Lin Shen nodded faintly and asked. The 3 of them, Lin Feng and his companions, were not particularly outstanding in aptitude, so after entering Qiyun Valley, Lin Shen did not set them the goal of cultivating with all their might. Instead, he wanted them to befriend as many outer disciples who had entered Qiyun Valley together with them as possible, and to win over the menial disciples of Qiyun Valley. After all, their aptitudes were all uniformly 5 spirit roots and 4 spirit roots. Their future achievements would be limited, and it was quite likely that they would remain trapped in the Qi refining realm for the rest of their lives. As a result, these 3 would be of no help at all to his personal combat power in the future. So Lin Shen planned to groom them into his eyes and ears within Qiyun Valley, helping him scout and inquire about the whereabouts and information of disciples in the valley who seemed to be favored by luck. Reporting to the young master with the resources the young master provided Lin Qing, he and I have already secured a firm foothold in the outer sect. Lin Feng replied respectfully, moreover, I used part of those resources to curry favor with the steward of our outer sect's menial chores courtyard. Now quite a few menial disciples have been won over by me and are responsible for keeping an eye on all kinds of information within the sect. Lin Feng did not know what Lin Shen intended to do, nor did he know why Lin Shen wanted him to win over those menial disciples who had no aptitude or talent for growth. However, having been educated by the Lin family since childhood, he knew only loyalty to the Lin family patriarch and loyalty to the Lin family's young master. In any matter of principle, the interests of the Lin family and Lin Shen's interests outweighed everything else. He had not come to Qiyun Valley for the so-called immortal path. He had come only to carry out Lin Shen's orders. Whatever Lin Shen told him to do, he would do. Even if Lin Shen ordered him to die for the sake of the Lin family's interests, he would not hesitate. This was the education the entire Lin family had instilled in him since childhood, and it was also his mission within the Lin family. Not bad. Hearing Lin Feng's report, Lin Shen nodded with great satisfaction and said calmly, for the time being, tell your men, as well as Lin He and Lin Qing, to help me keep track of the whereabouts of the inner sect disciples Wang Zhan and Lin Ziyuan. Do things carefully. Do not recklessly expose your movements, and do not show too obvious a purpose. Inner sect disciples. Hearing Lin Shen's instructions, Lin Feng was briefly startled, but still nodded. This subordinate will spare no effort to fulfill the young master's instructions. Even if someone discovers me, I will never let anyone trace this lead back to the young master. Tracking down an inner sect disciple was indeed a difficult matter for Lin Feng. But Lin Shen's orders were something he had no choice but to execute. For now, he could only accept the command, and after returning to the outer sect, contact Lin Qing and Lin He to think of a solution together. I know this affair is rather difficult for you, but I believe in your abilities. You were chosen by my father. When you handle things, I am at ease. Lin Shen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, took out a storage pouch from his bosom, and said earnestly, this storage pouch contains 200 low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation resources. There are matters that can be paved with spirit stones and cultivation resources. As for the specifics, that naturally depends on you. I will not interfere. I only hope that I can get the useful information I want. Yes, young master. This subordinate will handle this matter perfectly and will never let down the young master's trust. Accepting the storage pouch, Lin Feng nodded emphatically. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. On the one hand, it was Lin Shen's approval. Those words, "When you handle things I am at ease," were enough to make Lin Feng walk through fire and water without hesitation, even if he had to die on the spot. On the other hand, Lin Shen's words had given him a certain inspiration. With spirit stones and cultivation resources, things were much easier to handle. Some matters could not be accomplished by the strength of his own subordinates, but that did not mean he could not use spirit stones and cultivation resources to probe from the sidelines and obtain the news the young master wanted. As I said, when you handle things I am at ease. Lin Shen smiled and nodded, then waved to Lin Feng. You may withdraw. Be careful when you leave. Do not let any sharp-eyed person discover your traces, and do not let anyone else find out about our interactions. Yes, young master. Lin Feng nodded emphatically, bowed respectfully, and left the courtyard where Lin Shen lived. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, a smile tugged at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. Very good. Now with Lin Feng helping to scout for information, once Wang Zhan and Lin Ziyuan made any move, they would definitely not escape his keen gaze. He could likewise devote himself to cultivation with peace of mind. In time, as his strength increased. As long as greed existed in Lin Ziyuan's heart, he would make his move against Wang Zhan, and he, Lin Shen, could then become the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Lin Shen mused silently. But though his thoughts ran in that direction, he did not dare to be the least bit careless. He only hoped that everything would go smoothly without any unexpected accidents. After sending Lin Feng away, Lin Shen returned to his cultivation state. He glanced at the last 2 wisps of fortune remaining in the jade pendant and gritted his teeth. With a stir of spiritual energy within his body, a wisp of spiritual energy instantly wrapped around the jade pendant. Bring me into a state of enlightenment and pour all effort into elevating the thunderclap sword art. A thought stirred in his mind. The wisp of fortune in the jade pendant instantly dispersed and rushed directly into Lin Shen's body. Under the jade pendant's effect, the use of that wisp of fortune directly helped Lin Shen enter an enlightenment state. Time flew by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. In this 1 year, Lin Shen's cultivation had already risen to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. This was more than 4 years after he had entered Qian Valley. Such terrifyingly rapid cultivation progress was no weaker than that of the prodigies with dual spirit roots. Because of this, Mo Xinggu, who had a slight karmic bond with Lin Shen, valued Lin Shen even more. He often instructed Lin Shen in cultivation, and even frequently gave him precious cultivation pills that were quite valuable for the Qi refining stage. It was precisely because of this, together with that several hundred-year-old crimson blood ginseng from before, that Lin Shen's cultivation had been able to advance so quickly. The path of immortal cultivation was like this: resources, techniques, and guidance from a renowned master were indispensable, one and all. Moreover, during this year, Lin Shen had completely consumed the last remaining wisp of fortune in the jade pendant. With the aid of that final wisp of fortune, half a month ago, Lin Shen's thunderclap sword art had already reached the realm of perfection, and he had even fully grasped a strand of thunderous sword qi. However, Lin Shen did not reveal his perfect level thunderclap sword art, nor did he let the thunderous sword qi he fully mastered be seen. In the world of immortal cultivation, human hearts were treacherous. Lin Shen understood this well. Therefore, he had to show astonishingly monstrous talent to attract more resources and support while still concealing his true strength. If an unexpected crisis occurred, the hidden strength could add several more chances of victory. It has been a year now. This Lin Ziyuan really knows how to hold back. I refuse to believe he hasn't noticed the importance of that section of sword bone on Wang Zhan. With the consumption of that last wisp of fortune, the urge in Lin Shen's heart to hunt down Wang Zhan, who was suspected of being a man of great fortune, grew even stronger. Yet throughout this past year, there had never been a single opportunity. Every time Wang Zhan went out on a mission, he basically followed a mission squad and carried out squad-level tasks. Perhaps because of the Liu family incident a year ago, he also harbored some wariness and did not dare to go out alone to carry out missions. Lin Ziyuan likewise could endure. According to the information Lin Feng had helped him gather over the past year, Lin Ziyuan had spent almost the entire year in painstaking secluded cultivation, going out only when carrying out missions. Moreover, his whereabouts and mission times were completely staggered from Wang Zhan's. Neither of them gave Lin Shen the slightest opening, which made the matter rather thorny. Perhaps Lin Ziyuan, whose mind was equally profound, was also waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Lin Shen to strike first. Humph. You are not anxious, and neither am I. Let us see who can hold out longer. Lin Shen snorted coldly, took out the 3 thunderclap beads from his storage pouch, and let the terrifyingly dense thunder spiritual energy in his body radiate outward to nurture them. After yet another year of nurturing, the power of the 3 thunderclap beads grew stronger and stronger. Lin Shen even had an illusion that if used at the right moment, these 3 thunderclap beads might well take out a foundation establishment cultivator in one go if that cultivator had no guard up. But this was only a guess in Lin Shen's mind. It was merely a possibility. When facing Foundation establishment cultivators, he still had to be extremely careful and avoid offending them whenever possible. After all, there is only one life. Once dead, it is truly gone. Only by living can one have boundless hope. Boom. Rumble. Just as Lin Shen was nurturing the 3 thunderclap, beads of violent sound of eruption suddenly broke out not far from his courtyard. What is going on? Lin Shen was startled by the deafening explosion and the surge of dense spiritual energy sweeping over him. The direction of the sound was not far away. One could sense it from the powerful spiritual energy rolling toward him. He dared not hesitate. Lin Shen hastily stored the 3 thunderclap pearls into his storage pouch and strode out of the courtyard. His gaze turned toward the source of the surging spiritual energy. Not far from his courtyard at a spirit-rich cave dwelling, a young maiden in a pale yellow dress was floating in midair. Her aura was turbulent, fluctuating between high and low, recognizably that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. A Foundation establishment cultivator who just broke through. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes. The young woman in the pale yellow dress looked rather familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. As he was pondering, an even more powerful aura rapidly approached, accompanied by hearty laughter echoing through the air. Good. 3 years, a full 3 years, and my precious granddaughter has finally broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Emoshingu flew over from afar on his shuttle, stopping before the young maiden in the pale yellow dress. He nodded with great satisfaction, finally releasing the breath he had been holding. A year ago, he had estimated that if all went smoothly, his granddaughter would likely break through to Foundation establishment within a few months at most. But as time passed, the cave dwelling he had rented for her showed no sign of change. This made Emoshingu grow increasingly anxious. Yet secluded cultivation must not be disturbed. No matter how worried he was, he could only wait silently for news of his granddaughter's emergence from seclusion. Even if she had not reached Foundation establishment, at least he would have definite news. His greatest fear was that his granddaughter might encounter an accident during the breakthrough process and never come out again. Thankfully, his patience and sacrifice had been worthwhile. Not far away, Lin Shen, standing at the courtyard entrance, saw Emoshingu's figure and suddenly understood everything. So the one who had just broken through to Foundation establishment was Emoshingu's granddaughter, Emo Xiaoyu. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar. But Lin Shen could hardly be blamed for not remembering her. He had only glimpsed Emo Xiaoyu from a distance on a few occasions and never had much interaction with her. After all, the two of them were bound by fate. Emo Xiaoyu's breakthrough to Foundation establishment was largely thanks to the Foundation establishment pill he had traded away. Watching the two figures, countless thoughts raced through Lin Shen's mind. After a moment's reflection, without hesitation, he wore an excited, beaming smile and rode his flying sword toward Emo Xiaoyu and Emoshingu. Congratulations, Master Emo. Congratulations, Senior Sister Emo. Today you have broken through to Foundation establishment, and in the future the Golden Core realm is surely within reach. As he came before the two, Lin Shen immediately took out a storage pouch from his bosom and respectfully presented it to Emo Xiaoyu. Handing the storage pouch over, Lin Shen smiled and said amidst Emo Xiaoyu's somewhat puzzled gaze, "Senior sister, this is a small token from your junior brother, specially offered to congratulate you on your Foundation establishment breakthrough." He had prepared this long ago. The items in the pouch were not of great value, but they were the kind of things that pleased young women, a gesture meant to cater to her tastes. It was not out of genuine congratulations. He had long planned that once Emo Xiaoyu successfully broke through to Foundation establishment, he would be the first to offer a congratulatory gift, preferably in front of Emoshingu. That way he would achieve two goals at once, fulfilling social obligations while earning Emoshingu's favor and greater appreciation. After all, what he needed to maintain in front of Emoshingu was the image of a man who knew how to repay kindness. Only then would Emoshingu value him more, spend extra effort guiding his cultivation and magical arts, and even reward him with cultivation pills when in a good mood. This was guidance and rewards from a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, an opportunity rarely granted to ordinary chi refinement cultivators. In fact, the gift he had sent out could easily be matched by a single pill Emoshingu casually bestowed upon him, more than compensating for his effort. "You are." Emo Xiaoyu looked at the storage pouch Lin Shen offered, but did not take it immediately. Instead, she frowned in slight confusion. She did not recognize this young junior brother before her. Could he be a newly accepted disciple of her grandfather? She turned her gaze toward Emoshingu. Seeing Lin Shen's behavior and his granddaughter's puzzled look, Emoshingu burst into laughter. "Xiaoyu, take it." Emoshingu nodded with a smile. "His name is Lin Shen. Although I have not accepted him as my formal disciple, I hold him in no less regard than your senior brother. He now cultivates under me and is one of us." After Emo Xiaoyu accepted the storage pouch, Emoshingu continued with a smile, "Speaking of which, you have Lin Shen to thank for your breakthrough. 4 years ago, he was the disciple who willingly gave up the Foundation establishment pill in your favor. Otherwise, obtaining a Foundation establishment pill for you would have been quite difficult." Hearing Emoshingu's words, Emo Xiaoyu suddenly realized the truth. She vaguely remembered her grandfather once mentioning that the Foundation establishment pill had been obtained from a disciple who had joined the sect bearing an Ascension Token. She never expected that person to be Lin Shen. What was more, after she had indirectly taken his foundation establishment pill, Lin Shen showed not the slightest resentment. Instead, he seemed genuinely delighted and moved by her breakthrough. The very moment she emerged from seclusion aside from her grandfather, he had rushed over to offer his congratulations with a gift. This touched Mo Xiaoyu deeply. She smiled and nodded at Lin Shen. So you are junior brother Lin. I owe my foundation establishment breakthrough to your pill after all. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in Qiyun Valley, do not hesitate to come to me. Thank you, senior sister. This matter has little to do with me. I merely made an exchange of benefits with Master Mo. Your breakthrough was ultimately due to your own efforts and Master Mo's dedication. Lin Shen quickly cupped his hands and said with a smile. Though Mo Xiaoyu said those words, he dared not take all the credit for himself. After all, he truly had exchanged benefits with Mo Xinggu and received cultivation resources of equal value. Claiming credit now would only invite displeasure. It was better to appear modest and redirect the credit to Mo Xiaoyu's own hard work and Mo Xinggu's silent support behind the scenes. He spoke the truth. Yet his words pleased Mo Xinggu, greatly striking right at his heart. Indeed, it was his silent dedication that had allowed Mo Xiaoyu to reach the foundation establishment realm. Without his support, given his granddaughter's aptitude, she would not have broken through to foundation establishment at all. She might still be hovering around the later stage of qi refinement. Smiling, Mo Xinggu turned his gaze toward Lin Shen. He found that Lin Shen was not only well-behaved, sensible, and grateful, but also very eloquent. He was now increasingly satisfied with Lin Shen. Realizing that Mo Xiaoyu had broken through to foundation establishment, freeing up a resource quota among his direct disciples, a thought took shape in Mo Xinggu's mind. He looked at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, now that your senior sister has reached foundation establishment, the sect will issue her separate cultivation resources. So are you willing to become my personal disciple? You may receive an additional 800 low-grade spirit stones and 200 sect contribution points every month. This was the opportunity he was offering Lin Shen. It was also a way to make up for a slight regret of his own. After all, he had witnessed Lin Shen's growth over these 4 years. With such talent, Lin Shen was among the very best of the 3 spirit root cultivators. Had he not been cultivating under Mo Xinggu, other foundation establishment elders would surely have scrambled to take him as their disciple. Especially his comprehension. It was astonishing. In Mo Xinggu's view, among the younger generation of Qiyun Valley, few could rival Lin Shen's power of enlightenment. Moreover, over these 4 years, Mo Xinggu had witnessed everything Lin Shen did. He was not proud, arrogant, or treacherous. He was kind-hearted, respectful to his elders, courteous to his seniors, and gentle toward his fellow disciples. With such a person, one possessing both talent and extraordinary comprehension, he must not remain blind to his worth any longer. Thank you, Master. This disciple is naturally willing. Hearing Mo Xinggu's words, a flicker of excitement passed through Lin Shen's eyes, and he quickly cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Every month, an additional 800 low-grade spirit stones for cultivation, plus those 200 sect contribution points. No wonder Lin Shen could not help but be stirred by such rewards. Especially those 200 sect contribution points. Within Qiyun Valley, they were the most precious thing. Whether one wanted to exchange for cultivation arts or treasures, invaluable contribution points were required. For other disciples, such points could not be bought with spirit stones at all. They could only accumulate them slowly by frequently leaving the sect to carry out missions. Besides, after doing so many things, what was he after? Was it not to win Mo Xinggu's high regard? Now, with the identity of Mo Xinggu's personal disciple, he would not only receive an extra generous amount of resources every month in Qiyun Valley, but also gain a powerful background to serve as his backing. Cultivators were human too. Being human meant understanding human connections and worldly affairs. The Jianghu was likewise so. Had one never seen how those with status and backing were always treated with utmost respect? Although Mo Xinggu's position in Qiyun Valley was not particularly high, only at the peak of foundation establishment, that was already more than sufficient for Lin Shen at present. His current background and identity already surpassed the vast majority of Qiyun Valley's disciples. With such an identity, even some foundation establishment disciples of Qiyun Valley would not dare to offend him rashly. After all, who could possibly know whether Mo Xinggu would shield his own people? Who knew whether he would over a trifling matter clear the path for a disciple under his guidance? No one would gamble on that, and no one would dare. This was the greatest benefit Lin Shen gained from being accepted as Mo Xinggu's personal disciple. It was even more precious than those 800 low-grade spirit stones and 200 contribution points each month. Good. Having successfully taken Lin Shen as a disciple, Mo Xinggu laughed heartily and said good 3 times in a row. He looked at Lin Shen and said with satisfaction, as I said before, if your senior sister Mo successfully broke through to foundation establishment, you would be credited with a great merit. Now that I have accepted you as a personal disciple, there is naturally an initiation gift as well. As he spoke, Mo Xinggu took out a storage pouch from his robes and tossed it directly to Lin Shen. Take it. This is your master's reward to you. I hope that in the days ahead you will not slacken in cultivation and will strive to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible. Thank you, master. Lin Shen nodded excitedly and hurriedly accepted the storage pouch. This was a reward from a powerhouse at the peak of Foundation establishment. The value of what it contained was certainly not low. In this way, the congratulatory gift he had given away had already returned to him many times over. Lin Shen could not help secretly rejoicing at how wise it had been to plan ahead and prepare that congratulatory gift for Mo Xiaoyu. Putting away the storage pouch, Lin Shen looked respectfully at Mo Xinggu. Rest assured, master. This disciple will surely cultivate diligently and will never let down your high expectations. I am determined to break through to Foundation establishment soon. Good. With those words I can be at ease. Mo Xinggu nodded in satisfaction and made a promise to Lin Shen. You are already at the 9th layer of qi refining. In another year or two you should reach the peak of qi refining. At that time accumulate your foundations well, and strive to break through to Foundation establishment within 10 years. As long as you successfully break through to Foundation establishment within 10 years, I will definitely prepare an extra lavish gift for you. Now counting his age, Lin Shen was roughly 19 or 20. If he broke through to Foundation establishment within 10 years, he would become a Foundation establishment cultivator before the age of 30. If he cultivated diligently afterward and encountered opportunities, the future Golden Core realm was not hopeless. Moreover, his eldest disciple had been stuck at the peak of qi refining for nearly 10 years, steadily accumulating his foundation. As long as the time matured, he could enter seclusion and break through. Add to that Lin Shen, the new disciple he had just accepted, whose aptitude and talent far surpassed that of comparable 3 spirit root cultivators, and Foundation establishment was inevitable in the future. By then Mo Xinggu's line would have 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Such a deep foundation and strength, once achieved, a line with 4 Foundation establishment cultivators would greatly elevate Mo Xinggu's identity and status in Qiyun Valley in the years to come. He might even obtain a special reward from the sect. When the time ripened, why shouldn't he be able to fight for the hope of breaking through to the Golden Core realm? Yes, master. Lin Shen nodded. He calculated inwardly that he still had roughly a few months before he turned 20. 10 years. As long as he had a chance to hunt down 1 or 2 individuals with dense fortune, forget 10 years. Within 5 years he was certain he could break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Not only could his qi refining cultivation break through to Foundation establishment, even his physical body cultivation could also break through along with it. The fragment of the legendary heaven-stealing cauldron that hung around his neck and could devour fortune was his confidence. Rest well, and don't let my grandfather down. Mo Xiaoyu also laughed from the side. She gently patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said with a bright smile, your senior sister really liked the gift you gave me. I've just come out of seclusion, so I haven't prepared anything. After a while I'll prepare a grand initiation gift for you too. Senior sister, there's no need. Master has already prepared a gift for me. How could I cause you to spend so much? Besides, you just broke through to Foundation establishment and still need many resources to stabilize your cultivation. Hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Lin Shen quickly spoke up from the side. As for the so-called grand gift, she mentioned it would be a lie to say he was not tempted. But in front of Mo Xinggu, he still had to maintain the image of a modest and sensible disciple. He could not become smug after succeeding in joining Mo Xinggu's tutelage and reveal his true nature. He needed to do even better. Ideally, he would gain all of Mo Xinggu's favor, outshine the senior disciple brother he had never met, and receive Mo Xinggu's vigorous guidance. The struggle among cultivators was just like this. Mo Xinggu's energy and resources were limited. He still had to take care of his granddaughter Mo Xiaoyu, so the remaining energy and resources naturally had to be competed for. Cut the nonsense. Stop being so wishy-washy. Mo Xiaoyu shook her head. Suddenly remembering something, a smile crept onto her lips, and she retorted, what the hell do you know? With my grandfather's status and connections in Qiyun Valley, who knows how many people will come bearing gifts now that I've broken through to Foundation establishment. When I hold a Foundation establishment feast, then do you think I'll still lack cultivation resources? Mo Xinggu nodded from the side, and said with a smile, from now on if your senior sister gives you something, just accept it. Now that she has broken through to Foundation establishment, even casually giving a bit of daily cultivation resources would be extremely helpful to your qi refining cultivation. There was one more thing Mo Xinggu did not say. Over the years as a good-natured man in Qiyun Valley, he had done far too many favors. Whenever elders or disciples in the past broke through to Foundation establishment, or had some happy occasion, he would always send a decent gift. Now that his granddaughter had broken through, he could finally collect it all back in one go. It would be an extremely abundant trove of resources. Hearing both Mo Xinggu and Mo Xiaoyu say this, Lin Shen was naturally more than happy. He immediately nodded and said with a smile, very well. Since master and senior sister Mo have spoken, this disciple naturally follows orders. As it should be. Mo Xinggu was quite pleased with Lin Shen's attitude. In his view, Lin Shen's demeanor and bearing were far better than those of his top disciple. After all, as a master to others, Mo Xinggu most desired that his disciples would obey him, whatever he said they carry out his orders. That obedient and sensible appearance of Lin Shen, isn't it precisely the perfect image of the disciple he had in mind? Let's go. Since Mo Xiaoyu has successfully emerged from her seclusion, there is no need to linger here. Mo Xinggu summoned Mo Xiaoyu and Lin Shen, and together they returned to the peak where he resided. This peak was the living place allocated by Qi Yun-gu to Imo Shingu and his disciples. Generally speaking, to claim a peak as one's dojo, one would basically need cultivation at the Golden Core realm. Yet Imo Shingu had grown up within Qi Yun-gu since childhood. His late father, grandfather, and generations before him were all of Qi Yun-gu, and his lineage could be described as thoroughly well-rooted. Otherwise, with his foundation establishment pinnacle cultivation, it would be impossible for him to hold such status within Qi Yun-gu, nor to be allocated a peak as a dojo. At the Ascension Conference, there would not have been any honor in accompanying a group of Golden Core elders to the Qi Yun-gu dojo. And in the more than 4 years within Qi Yun-gu, Lin Shen had long understood this clearly. One could say that apart from the Golden Core elders, Imo Shingu held the highest position and status within Qi Yun-gu. Even some Golden Core elders whose roots in Qi Yun-gu were not deep would be unwilling to offend Imo Shingu. Otherwise, should a conflict arise, although his strength would crush them, the choices within Qi Yun-gu would surely tilt toward Imo Shingu, whose lineage runs deep. After all, Imo Shingu could claim that his ancestors had shed blood on Qi Yun-gu's battlefields, and this continuity is the enduring charm of his lineage. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to show himself before Imo Shingu, hoping to join his sect, and obediently trailing behind Imo Shingu. Lin Shen followed Imo Shingu up to the peak where he resided. The peak was not far from his courtyard. Just after they arrived at the peak, not long had passed when a figure rushed in, a youth in a white robe. He was quite handsome, yet there was a shadow in his brows that made him seem not easy to get along with. "Greetings, master." That white-robed youth stepped forward smiling and bowed to Imo Shingu with a gracious gesture. His gaze shifted to Imo Xiaoyu and his eyes brightened. He walked forward grinning to greet senior sister. "Imo Xiaoyu has finally emerged from seclusion. Congratulations, congratulations. I did not expect senior sister to be more outstanding than me, having broken through to foundation establishment before me." Although his surface wore a smile, inwardly the white-robed youth felt a twinge of sourness. He believed Imo Xiaoyu was fortunate being Imo Shingu's granddaughter. Otherwise, with his own aptitude, if he had access to a foundation establishment pill, he might have already broken through to foundation establishment. However, he dared not reveal such thoughts lest he provoke Imo Xiaoyu and Imo Shingu's displeasure. His only option now was to curry Imo Shingu's favor and Imo Xiaoyu's goodwill. If opportunity arose, perhaps he could become Imo Xiaoyu's Dao companion, and after all, they have known each other for over a decade. Even if Imo Xiaoyu has already broken through to foundation establishment, he is only one opportunity away himself, not without a chance. As long as he and Imo Xiaoyu become Dao partners, would the white-robed one trust him? If he can sweet-talk Imo Xiaoyu and make her happy, Imo Shingu's resources would surely tilt toward him. Seeing the white-robed youth, Imo Xiaoyu also nodded with a smile. "We must thank grandfather for the foundation establishment pill he gave me, but judging by senior brother's appearance, you should also be close to breaking through to foundation establishment. Very soon, very soon. Only one opportunity remains." The white-robed youth said with a grin, eyes full of longing. "When I break through foundation establishment, we will be a 3-foundation establishment sect, and within Qi Yun-gu, we will be quite formidable." They bantered warmly one after another. Clearly, Imo Xiaoyu's 3 years of seclusion had opened her up, or perhaps she held a favorable impression of her senior brother. Left neglected on the side, Lin Shen shook his head and glanced at Imo Shingu secretly. Seeing Imo Shingu furrow his brows slightly, Lin Shen's heart could not be more pleased. Originally, he had been plotting how to supplant his senior in Imo Shingu's esteem. Now it seemed this very senior had dealt him a setback, and the balance of power was utterly unclear. Needless to say, from years of observing Imo Shingu's temperament, Lin Shen knew that Imo Shingu valued outward appearances and respects those who show him respect. And now his own senior brother, upon entering, had only greeted Imo Shingu once, then enthusiastically chatted with Imo Xiaoyu. Wasn't that essentially leaving Imo Shingu to one side? If Imo Shingu's temper were a bit harsher, and if the person his senior brother struck up a conversation with wasn't Imo Xiaoyu, he might have been snubbed on the spot. "Master, this is the senior brother, right?" Looking at Imo Shingu, who seemed somewhat neglected, Lin Shen quietly stepped forward and asked Imo Shingu with deference. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Imo Shingu's furrow loosened slightly. He nodded with an impassive face and said, "His name is Sun Qianfan, whom I took as a close disciple 18 years ago. He is 2 years older than Imo Xiaoyu, thus he can be counted as my top disciple." 2 years older than Imo Xiaoyu. That would make him in his 30s, would it not? But in appearance he looks to be about 20. Lin Shen nodded, smiling, and greeted Sun Qianfan, who was chatting warmly with Imo Xiaoyu. "Junior brother Lin Shen greets master brother." Sun Qianfan did not understand the rules. He could not help but know them. In front of outsiders he need not be so, but before Imo Shingu he must present himself as obedient and sensible. Lin Shen even hoped that when Sun Qianfan heard that Lin Shen was his junior, he would turn up his nose on the spot. Thus Sun Qianfan's image in Imo Shingu's heart would be greatly diminished. Then whether it was guidance and cultivation or the nurturing of resources, all would tilt toward Lin Shen. Dark thoughts churned in Lin Shen's mind. He had never been a good man. His father had taught him that cultivation is a contest, and when it came to the distribution of resources among fellow cultivators, he must strive for them. "Junior brother, Shun Qianfan frowned, turning his head to look at Lin Shen with a somewhat hostile gaze. Who are you? Why are you following Master? Why are you following Master? His name is Lin Shen, my grandfather's newest direct disciple. The Foundation establishment pill I obtained previously was traded with Lin Shen, Mo Xiaoyu explained from the side. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. This is all thanks to junior brother Lin. If he hadn't used the Ascension Token to join Red Cloud Valley back then, and without that Foundation establishment pill to aid me, I don't know how much harder it would have been to successfully break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Shun Qianfan's brows drew tighter together. He had indeed heard of this Lin Shen. Throughout these past 4 years, his master Mo Xinggu had set aside time each month to personally guide Lin Shen's cultivation. He had resented it at the time, for the transaction for the Foundation establishment pill was already complete, and Mo Xinggu had already compensated Lin Shen accordingly. There was no need to concern himself further. But he never imagined that after more than 4 years had passed, Lin Shen had not faded away. In fact, he had become his master's direct disciple. This stirred a sense of crisis within Shun Qianfan. For someone to capture his master's attention in merely 4 years and earn the status of direct disciple, beyond natural talent, it was evident he possessed considerable skill in pleasing Mo Xinggu. What's wrong? Aren't you pleased that your master has taken on a new direct disciple? Noticing Shun Qianfan's furrowed brow, Mo Xinggu raised an eyebrow, slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. What he desired most was harmony among disciples, mutual support between senior and junior brothers. Only in this way could his sect's influence within Red Cloud Valley grow rapidly, and his own standing there gradually strengthen. If disciples grew divided and suspicious of one another, it would spell disaster. Left unchecked, such discord would inevitably lead to grave consequences. Not at all, not at all. Upon hearing Mo Xinggu's words, Shun Qianfan snapped back to awareness, cold sweat breaking out across his back. Carelessness. Over the past 2 or 3 years, as Mo Xiaoyu had sequestered herself to break through to Foundation establishment, his prestige within Mo Xinggu's sect had grown considerably, and he had allowed himself to become overconfident. Now fully aware, he recognized how misguided it was to express his displeasure so openly. Every position and honor he held in Red Cloud Valley existed solely by Mo Xinggu's grace. Should he fall out of favor with Mo Xinggu, a single word from him could reduce Shun Qianfan from the heavens to the dust. Regaining his composure, Shun Qianfan's face instantly brightened with a smile. He looked warmly at Lin Shen and said, "Junior brother, please forgive me. I failed to recognize your status in time. Now that you have formally joined Master's sect, we must certainly nurture our bond henceforth. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek out your senior brother." To restore his image before Mo Xinggu, Shun Qianfan even withdrew a storage pouch from his robes. Gritting his teeth, though somewhat reluctant, he said, "Having just learned that junior brother has become Master's direct disciple, this senior brother of mine failed to prepare beforehand. This pouch contains 500 low-grade spirit stones, a token of celebration from me as your senior brother." "Thank you, senior brother. We share the same master, so we must certainly help one another henceforth and must not bring shame upon Master's good name." Lin Shen smiled and nodded, accepting the storage pouch. Though he spoke those words inwardly, he was unconvinced. The Shun Qianfan before him clearly was not one to get along with easily. Just moments ago, he had displayed open dissatisfaction toward Lin Shen, yet the instant he sensed Mo Xinggu's displeasure, he had instantly donned a hypocritical smile. A person like this must be guarded against in the future. Carelessness must never be permitted. Now that's more like it. You're all brothers in the same sect. You must cherish and support one another. Seeing Shun Qianfan make such a display, Mo Xinggu finally nodded with satisfaction. He paused slightly, then instructed Shun Qianfan, "Among my disciples you have the longest tenure. 10 days from now, I shall hold a Foundation establishment ceremony for Xiaoyu. I entrust this matter to your coordination, and be sure to notify those elders with whom I have cultivated relations." Shun Qianfan had stayed by his side for over 10 years. Though today's performance left him rather displeased, his ability to handle affairs was still adequate. Handing Mo Xiaoyu's Foundation establishment ceremony to Shun Qianfan was the most suitable arrangement. "Yes, master." Hearing the instruction, Shun Qianfan nodded, and without lingering promptly turned and departed. After Shun Qianfan left, Mo Xinggu turned to Lin Shen and said, "You two should prepare well. 10 days from now at Xiaoyu's Foundation establishment ceremony, I shall personally announce that Lin Shen has been taken as my direct disciple. Those attending will be people of influence and standing. Provided you do not show weakness, there will surely be no shortage of celebratory gifts offered to you." 2 birds with 1 stone. Seizing this opportunity, Mo Xinggu naturally intended to secure generous gifts from others for both Mo Xiaoyu and Lin Shen. After all, he had dispensed so many spirit stones and gifts over the years. This time he sought to recoup them all at once. And with these gifts, Mo Xiaoyu and Lin Shen would certainly not lack for cultivation resources in the near term. Especially for Lin Shen. Armed with these gifts as cultivation resources, he would be able to train with greater peace of mind and accelerate his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm. "Yes, master." Hearing Mo Xinggu's words, Lin Shen nodded and turned to depart. After Lin Shen had left gazing toward the direction he had disappeared, Mo Xiu suddenly spoke. Eldest senior brother seemed rather displeased. Grandfather, you suddenly took that Lin Shen as a direct disciple. So what if he is dissatisfied? As long as he remains a disciple under my banner, he must follow my directives. Mo Xingu sneered somewhat dismissively. He believed in his own prestige and strength. As long as he was alive, even if Shun Qianfan harbored deep resentment toward Lin Shen, he would absolutely never act recklessly. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. She agreed. Being her grandfather's disciple, she naturally needed to unconditionally obey her grandfather's orders and carry out his commands. Otherwise, if she harbored such wandering thoughts, what meaning would her grandfather's decades of resource cultivation hold? However, she then thought of Lin Shen once more. Her sharp intuition told her that Lin Shen was not as straightforward as he appeared on the surface. Outwardly appearing obedient and respectful toward her grandfather, yet inwardly, he might be a cunning opportunist skilled in deception and disguise. She could not help but shake her head and said to Mo Xingu, Lin Shen is no ordinary person. No ordinary person? Heh. So what? Mo Xingu replied with utter indifference. This youth possesses fine talent and exceptional comprehension. Taking him as a disciple is a sound investment, and I shall not suffer any loss through such bonds. As for your concerns about Lin Shen possibly harboring ulterior motives, what does that matter? Do you not trust your grandfather's abilities? Once I truly instruct him, once he truly witnesses my status and connections within Red Cloud Valley, Lin Shen will revere me like a deity. Regarding his firmly established roots in Red Cloud Valley and his extensive network of relationships, Mo Xingu remained quite confident. If not for his cultivation having stalled and been unable to break through to the Golden Core realm for so long, he would likely already command an independent faction within Red Cloud Valley. As long as you have confidence, grandfather. Watching Mo Xingu's air of confidence and dismissiveness, Mo Xiaoyu could only shake her head and said nothing further. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye. In a flash, 10 days had already passed. Lin Shen stood in his courtyard. Terrifying bolts of lightning exploded outward. Lin Shen's figure wove through the dreadful thunder, a long sword in hand. Sword light bloomed with each strike, and every slash burst with overwhelming power. Excellent. After 10 days I have finally managed to refine this mid-grade spirit artifact flying sword. Stroking the dark purple flying sword in his hand, Lin Shen could not help but nod in satisfaction. This flying sword was a mid-grade spirit artifact. With Lin Shen's spirit stones and wealth, he could never have afforded it. It had been bestowed upon him 10 days earlier when Mo Xingu accepted him as a personal disciple. At the time he had not known. He had only assumed that the storage pouch contained many cultivation resources or perhaps a certain number of spirit stones. He never imagined that besides cultivation resources and spirit stones there would also be a mid-grade spirit artifact flying sword inside. This caught Lin Shen somewhat off guard, and he could not help but feel a little grateful toward Mo Xingu. The mid-grade spirit artifact flying sword was entirely dark purple with strange patterns engraved on the blade. Its name was Thunderclap. Whenever he activated the Thunderclap flying sword with his spiritual energy, the strange patterns on its body would greatly increase the power of his thunder-attributed spiritual energy. Coupled with the innate might of a mid-grade spirit artifact flying sword, the two forces reinforced each other. When Lin Shen unleashed the Thunderclap sword chi, its power was at least 50% greater than before. With this Thunderclap flying sword together with the Thunderclap sword chi, I have comprehended on my own, as long as no foundation establishment cultivator makes a move, there will be almost no one in the chi refining realm who can match me. Sensing his current strength, Lin Shen could not help but curl the corners of his mouth upward. The Thunderclap flying sword spun once in his hand, then was sheathed. Throughout the air a faint thunder-like rumble echoed. Now that I think of the time, 10 days have already passed. It is time to go to Master's residence and attend Mo Xiaoyu's foundation establishment ceremony. Glancing at the sky, which was just beginning to lighten, Lin Shen muttered to himself. Then he put the Thunderclap flying sword into his storage pouch and sped toward Mo Xingu's residence. It was around noon. Luoyun Peak. This was the name of the mountain where Mo Xingu resided. As noon approached, under Xin Qianfan's arrangements, the entire Luoyun Peak was decked in a jubilant mood. Everywhere on Luoyun Peak lanterns and colored streamers were hung. In the Great Hall a 10-foot-long red silk banner was suspended upon which the 4 gilded characters Foundation Establishment Ceremony were written in vigorous sweeping brushwork. On both sides dozens of tables were arranged laden with a dazzling array of spirit fruits and fine wines. At this moment the hall was already thronged with guests. With the exception of a few chi refining cultivators of distinguished backgrounds, every guest present had at least Foundation Establishment cultivation. Even more notable, seated in the most conspicuous positions of the hall, were several Golden Core realm experts of imposing bearing radiating fearsome pressure. Amid the voices of congratulation, Mo Xiaoyu smiled radiantly, toasting with guests and interacting with them most harmoniously. Lin Shen silently followed behind Mo Xingu. Watching this scene, he could not help but nod inwardly. Mo Xiaoyu was indeed a clever and perceptive person. Worthy of being called a scion of immortal lineage, she handled such an impressive occasion with far more ease than those without any background. In the mortal martial world, Lin Shen had seen many rich heirs. With only a few exceptions, most of them relied on their family's influence and behaved arrogantly and tyrannically. But in the cultivation world, all of this was different. In Chiyun Valley, he had also seen quite a few cultivators with formidable backgrounds. Each of them seemed friendly and agreeable on the surface, yet harbored deep schemes. Nothing like the arrogant and overbearing scions of the mundane world. Still thinking about it, it made sense. In the mortal world, many people of no particular ability could see through their entire lives at a glance, so naturally, they sought to enjoy themselves while they could. In the cultivation world, however, as long as one had aptitude and resources, one's future achievements were limitless. Raised with top-tier instruction and education from a young age, their temperament would never allow joy or anger to show plainly on their faces. The foundation establishment ceremony continued as scheduled. Amid the lively toasting and laughter, the congratulatory gifts Mo Xiaoyu received had already piled up into a small mountain at the side. Lin Shen could not help but feel envious. And just as the ceremony reached its most fervent moment, Mo Shingu led Lin Shen to the center of the hall. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he looked at the assembled elders and opened his mouth to speak. Everyone besides my granddaughter, Mo Xiaoyu's successful breakthrough to foundation establishment today, I also have a major matter to announce. As he spoke, Mo Shingu turned slightly and fixed his gaze on Lin Shen. This young man is named Lin Shen. For years ago, he already formed a bond of affinity with me. After these 4 years of assessment, I have found his character excellent. Today I formally accept him as my disciple, making him the third personal disciple under my tutelage. As Mo Shingu's words fell, Lin Shen hurriedly stepped forward and knelt reverently before him. Your disciple greets master. Mo Shingu nodded, smiling genially. From his sleeve, he produced a jade token and handed it directly to Lin Shen. The token was pitch black all over, with the character Mo carved on the front and the insignias of Chiyun Valley and the law enforcement hall on the back. After giving the token to Lin Shen, Mo Shingu patted his shoulder and said, "This is my personal disciple identity token. Keep it well. With this token, many of the important places in Chiyun Valley will be open to you, and you can also deploy a portion of the law enforcement hall's personnel below the foundation establishment stage." Looking at the jade token, a flicker of excitement flashed through Lin Shen's eyes. He hurriedly nodded, accepted the token with both hands, and raised it high above his head. Disciple Lin Shen kowtows and thanks to master. With that, Lin Shen prostrated himself deeply. He knew that after today he had firmly secured a place in Chiyun Valley. What surprised him even more was that one of Mo Shingu's personal disciples also had the right to deploy a portion of the law enforcement hall's cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. If that was the case, which of those in Chiyun Valley with less than clean backgrounds would not treat him with the utmost respect? And if someone offended him? His action would be legitimate and his words well-founded. He could directly use the privilege granted by the identity token to dispatch law enforcement hall personnel to seize them. After all, their backgrounds were not clean to begin with. Such matters could be verified with a simple investigation. Of course, this kind of move could only be directed at those in Chiyun Valley who had no significant background or support. But if it came to figures with deep backgrounds, even with 1,000-fold courage, Lin Shen would not dare to casually wield those privileges. At the moment Lin Shen accepted the token and kowtowed, a wave of discussion broke out in the Great Hall. They had not expected Mo Shingu to suddenly take on a personal disciple at such a time. This young man was quite fortunate indeed. The several Golden Core Realm experts exchanged glances, and a hint of amusement flashed in their eyes. They naturally still remembered Lin Shen. 4 years ago at the Ascension Assembly, Lin Shen had exchanged the foundation establishment pill he obtained from the Ascension Token with Mo Shingu. They had never imagined that the two of them would remain in contact after 4 years. Even more unexpected, 4 years later, Lin Shen was actually accepted by Mo Shingu as a personal disciple, and announced so publicly and grandly. From the look of it, that young fellow, still only at the 9th level of chi refining, was no simple character. For all their astonishment and misgivings, once Mo Shingu publicly took Lin Shen as his disciple, they still offered up their heartfelt congratulations. Not having prepared an additional congratulatory gift in advance, many drew spirit stones from their storage pouches and presented them to Lin Shen as their gift. They did so, of course, out of deference to Mo Shingu. After all, he was well known throughout Chiyun Valley as a kindly, good-natured man. He was on good terms with everyone on ordinary days, and with a clean and upright background, the crowd was more than willing to maintain close ties with Mo Shingu. Now that he was taking on a disciple in public, such gifts could hardly be avoided. Under Mo Shingu's subtle signal, Lin Shen naturally accepted one by one the spirit stones offered by the crowd. By the time the banquet wound down, Lin Shen roughly estimated that 70 to 80 people had gifted him spirit stones and all manner of treasures. The spirit stones and treasures he had received from the Foundation Establishment Elders and Golden Core Elders alone were worth at least nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was, after all, largely thanks to Mo Shingu's connections and standing in Chiyun Valley. Otherwise, when an ordinary elder accepted a disciple, the gifts from others would never have been so lavish, nor would there have been so many well-wishers. Still, Lin Shen reckoned that his senior sister Imo Xiaoyu had received congratulations whose total value was probably several times his own. He was not greedy, however. With so many spirit stones at hand, he had more than enough to cultivate peacefully all the way to Foundation establishment, and could even spend a great many spirit stones on treasures. Amid the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts, time flew past. Since Lin Shen was not the true centerpiece of the banquet, he slipped away early. But on leaving the banquet, Lin Shen did not depart Luoyan Peak. Instead, he went to wait in the courtyard where Imo Xingu resided. More than 4 hours passed. Only after every guest had gone did Imo Xingu, all smiles, bring Imo Xiaoyu back to the courtyard. My good disciple, I thought you had already left. What important business do you have waiting here for me? Seeing Lin Shen waiting in his courtyard, Imo Xingu, who had just stepped through the gate, let out an involuntary sound of surprise. Lin Shen had taken leave of him before departing the banquet, and that was already more than 4 hours ago. Imo Xingu had not expected that so much time would have passed. He had nearly forgotten, and yet Lin Shen was still obediently waiting in his courtyard. There is no other matter, master. It's only that during today's banquet, I did not dare to keep the congratulatory gifts from the others all to myself. Thus I have taken out the greater portion to offer to you. Looking at Imo Xingu, Lin Shen stepped forward, and smiling took out the spirit stones he had already divvied up from his storage pouch. He presented them deferentially, and said most considerately, please do not reject them, master. For one thing, this is this disciple's token of gratitude. For another, the other elders gave me gifts only out of regard for your face. Had you not sent gifts when they took in disciples of their own back, then they would never have gifted me anything today. After leaving the banquet, Lin Shen had weighed the matter with care. Setting aside the treasures gifted by the Golden Core elders, the spirit stones presented by the Foundation establishment elders added up to roughly 73,000 and change. With such a plentiful trove of spirit stones at his disposal, Lin Shen could easily have enjoyed it all himself. But after mulling it over, he decided to take out 40,000 low-grade spirit stones and offer them to Imo Xingu as a sign of filial respect. This was not because Lin Shen had more spirit stones than he knew what to do with, but because he understood full well. Imo Xingu was his master. If he offered 40,000 low-grade spirit stones today, the guidance and recompense Imo Xingu would give him tomorrow would far surpass that amount. This was by any measure a highly sound transaction. With this offering of spirit stones and sincerity to his credit, Imo Xingu's impression of him would improve by leaps and bounds, and in the future, when distributing resources to his disciples, he would certainly show some measure of favoritism toward Lin Shen. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Imo Xingu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned slightly red, and a profoundly gratified smile spread across his face. He smiled and patted Lin Shen on the shoulder, yet did not accept the 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Instead, he said with deep gratification, your sentiment is more than enough. Keep these spirit stones and use them to purchase cultivation resources. The greatest repayment to me would be for you to break through to Foundation establishment at the earliest possible opportunity. Lin Shen's maneuver had genuinely moved Imo Xingu. Look at that. This was his proud disciple indeed. If it had been anyone else, his eldest disciple Xin Qianfan, for instance, back when he collected gifts from others, he would never have once remembered his master. A disciple as thoughtful and considerate of his master as Lin Shen could not help but make Imo Xingu more and more satisfied with him. Exactly. My grandfather does not lack spirit stones. If he tells you to keep them, then keep them. If news of my grandfather asking his direct disciple for spirit stones were to get out, that would be a tremendous embarrassment. Imo Xiaoyu too giggled on the side. Lin Shen's conduct today had considerably bettered her view of him. Whatever schemes Lin Shen harbored, at least he was filial to her grandfather. That sufficed. She did not concern herself with anything else, not how gifted Lin Shen was nor how he truly behaved. It was enough that Lin Shen treated her grandfather with genuine sincerity. Still smiling, Imo Xiaoyu pondered a moment, then took out a jade pendant from her storage pouch. I told you before that I would give you a gift to mark your entry into the sect. Now that all the day's business is finished, let this flowing cloud jade pendant be my congratulatory gift to you, junior brother. Saying so, Imo Xiaoyu deliberately added, do not underestimate this flowing cloud jade pendant, junior brother. For someone at your chi refinement stage, it is exceptionally valuable. It possesses the power to condense chi and soothe the spirit, and will greatly augment your cultivation in times to come. Moreover, this flowing cloud jade pendant is inscribed with 3 layers of seals. Should you ever encounter danger, the pendant will protect you on its own, unleashing 3 shields in total that can repel attacks at the early Foundation establishment stage. This pendant was originally a protective treasure that Imo Xingu had prepared for her. During the chi refinement stage, it could be described as a rare treasure of great consequence, and it provided no modest enhancement to a cultivator's cultivation base. But now that she had already broken through to Foundation establishment, this flowing cloud jade pendant no longer served much purpose. As such, why not treat it as a kindness and give it to Lin Shen as a congratulatory gift? This. At Imo Xiaoyu's words, Lin Shen hesitated slightly, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Imo Xingu. Naturally, he did want this flowing cloud jade pendant. A protective treasure capable of blocking 3 attacks from an early Foundation establishment cultivator was of no small importance to him. Should he encounter a powerful foe in the wild, such a safeguard would vastly increase his odds of survival. If your senior sister gives it to you, you should accept it. Feeling Lin Shen's questioning gaze, Mo Shingu gave a satisfied nod and spoke softly from the side. Hearing Mo Shingu's words, Lin Shen finally nodded, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. He cupped his hands toward Mo Xiaoyu and said, "Then I thank you deeply, senior sister. Senior sister has bestowed upon me so precious a gift. Should you ever have any instructions in the future, this junior brother will not shrink from any effort." Easy, easy. Mo Xiaoyu smiled, patted Lin Shen on the shoulder, and without lingering in the courtyard turned and went into her room. "Master, I still beg you to accept these spirit stones." After Mo Xiaoyu had gone, Lin Shen put away the flowing cloud jade pendant and stepped forward to offer the storage pouch again. Mo Shingu might decline the gift, but Lin Shen could not simply fail to make his stance known. Otherwise, to retract what he had offered merely because Mo Xiaoyu and Mo Shingu had said a few words would hardly achieve any meaningful effect. "I've told you there's no need. Keep it for yourself to purchase cultivation resources." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Shen's expression, Mo Shingu nodded with gratification and said, "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then after you break through to Foundation establishment, in the future seek out some precious treasures to offer your master." "Yes, master." Only after Mo Shingu declined once more did Lin Shen reluctantly tuck the storage pouch containing 40,000 low-grade spirit stones into his robes. After putting away the pouch, Lin Shen exchanged a few casual words with Mo Shingu and did not overstay his welcome. He clasped his hands in farewell and took his leave, departing Luoyun Peak and heading toward the courtyard where he resided nearby. On the way back, Lin Shen was in high spirits. Not only had Mo Shingu refused the 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, but his gesture of goodwill had also been properly conveyed. Moreover, by expressing this sincerity, he had also obtained the flowing cloud jade pendant from Mo Xiaoyu, an artifact capable of withstanding 3 attacks from an early Foundation establishment cultivator. This was an absolute steal. Such a return made Lin Shen once again admire his own foresight. After returning to his courtyard, he entered a state of intense cultivation once more. In his view, cultivation was like sailing against the current. One either forges ahead or is swept back. If he did not train diligently, the new disciples who had recently joined Chiyun Valley, or even his fellow senior and junior martial brothers, might surpass him in both cultivation and strength. Thus, during the chi refining stage, if others grew stronger than him, that would be a regression for Lin Shen. However, this time, he did not remain in bitter cultivation for long. Only a month later, he emerged from seclusion. During that month, cultivated with the aid of abundant resources, his cultivation at the 9th layer of chi refining grew increasingly stable, and his overall strength had improved considerably. In particular, his physical body, nourished by potent spiritual medicines and tempered day and night through lightning refinement, had advanced until his fleshy cultivation was not far from the pinnacle of chi refining. Originally, with such plentiful cultivation resources and his connection to Mo Shingu, Lin Shen had planned to delay the tasks he needed to complete, focus on secluded cultivation and directly break through to the peak of chi refining in one fell swoop. But plans could not keep pace with change. Lin Shen had rushed out of seclusion mainly because he had received a reply letter from Lin Feng. Everything had been prepared. Lin Shen swiftly left his courtyard, moving cautiously and concealing his tracks as he quietly arrived at a remote spot along the boundary between the outer and inner sects of Chiyun Valley. Beneath a thick, sturdy tree, Lin Feng was already waiting. When he saw Lin Shen approaching silently, he hurriedly knelt on one knee and said with reverence, "Your subordinate pays respects to the young master." "No need for such formalities. This time you sent an urgent reply. Have you uncovered any significant findings or leads?" For the sake of safety, Lin Shen had not allowed Lin Feng to visit his courtyard frequently. Instead, he silently concealed his own tracks and met with Lin Feng in secret. Hearing Lin Shen's question, Lin Feng quickly nodded and answered respectfully, "Yes. After more than a year of careful investigation and observation by Lin, he and myself, just an hour ago, Wang Zhan accepted a solo mission and left Chiyun Valley alone. And within less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense after Wang Zhan departed, the Lin Ziyuan Yu instructed me to keep watch over, also accepted a mission from the task hall, and left Chiyun Valley alone." As he spoke, Lin Feng described in detail the observations he and his companions had made and the intelligence they had gathered. Listening to Lin Feng's detailed account, a glint of satisfaction shone in Lin Shen's eyes, and he nodded with approval. "Not bad. You've done this splendidly." According to Lin Feng's description, he had deliberately spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to bribe information from the task hall regarding the directions in which Wang Zhan and Lin Ziyuan had headed. The directions of the two were remarkably similar. However, based on Lin Feng's observations, Lin Ziyuan had been extremely cautious upon departure, as if he feared being discovered by someone. Such suspicious behavior, such a coincidental sequence of accepting missions one after another. Lin Shen knew clearly that Lin Ziyuan could no longer restrain himself, or perhaps he had already gained sufficient confidence. He intended to make a move against Wang Zhan and seize that precious section of sword bone. Yet as a fellow witness to that original event, Lin Shen was not about to let this opportunity slip by either. After learning the detailed information, he tossed 500 low-grade spirit stones to Lin Feng as cultivation resources, then silently departed from that place. 3 days later, night fell over the Blackwind mountain range. Wang Zhan sat cross-legged inside a dilapidated temple, his right hand continuously stroking the sword hilt at his waist. A blazing campfire burned before him, casting a long flickering shadow across the ground. The dancing flames ceaselessly played across his resolute face. Seated by the fire and surveying his surroundings, Wang Zhan let out a soft, faint laugh. By now he had long since completed his mission, yet he had not hurried back to Qiyun Valley. Instead, he was silently waiting in this broken temple. About an hour later, Wang Zhan suddenly rose to his feet. Smiling, he gazed out into the pitch-black night beyond the temple walls. "Senior brother Lin, since you're here, why not show yourself? We're old acquaintances. There's no need for such skulking." Wang Zhan called out loudly into the darkness outside the temple. At the sound of his voice, the figure hidden in the darkness no longer bothered to conceal himself. He silently stepped into the temple. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Yuan, a disciple of Qiyun Valley. Emerging from the darkness, Lin Yuan revealed a confident smile and turned his gaze toward Wang Zhan. "I didn't expect junior brother Wang to have sensed my presence. It seems this senior brother of yours was not cautious enough. Then again, your nerve is rather impressive. Knowing it was me, you still deliberately waited here. It's not that I'm brave, it's that you lack confidence in your own strength." Wang Zhan shook his head and said calmly, looking at Lin Yuan. The smile on Lin Yuan's face faded slightly, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. "Oh, it seems junior brother Wang is quite confident in his own abilities. But if you know what's good for you, hand over that section of sword bone. That way, as fellow disciples of the same sect, we need not turn our blades against each other." Wang Zhan's confidence stirred a flicker of unease in Lin Yuan's heart. Yet the unease was quickly suppressed. After all, through over a year of preparation and secluded cultivation, he had already broken through to the peak of qi refining. Moreover, with that treasured artifact to aid him, no matter how formidable Wang Zhan's combat prowess was, even with the sword bone assisting him, the one who would die this day could only be Wang Zhan. "Sigh, senior brother Lin, why must it come to this?" Wang Zhan let out a helpless sigh and shook his head. "In truth, I knew back then that Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui might not have noticed anything, but you, senior brother Lin, very likely had some inkling. At that time, I already intended to silence everyone. In the end, however, lacking absolute certainty, I decided to let you all go. I never imagined that over a year later, senior brother Lin would still be clinging to that obsession. Very well, each man has his own fate. If senior brother Lin refuses to back down today, I fear you will meet your end here." Inwardly, Wang Zhan still felt some regret. Had he known this would happen, why hadn't he simply eliminated them all back then? Why wait until today when Lin Yuan had prepared everything thoroughly and come knocking on his doorstep? Though his strength made him unafraid of the Lin Yuan before him, Wang Zhan still harbored some wariness over what hidden tricks Lin Yuan might have devised during that year of preparation. The one saving grace was that Lin Shen, whose strength he still suspected, had not set his sights on him. Moreover, he had recently heard that Lin Shen had been accepted as a personal disciple by Imo Xingu and was currently in secluded cultivation, so he likely would not grow too suspicious of him. The fact that Lin Shen, whose true strength remained unknown, had not appeared was to Wang Zhan the greatest comfort of all. "I fall." Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, murderous intent surging within his heart. His gaze swept across the surroundings. On the way here, Lin Yuan had also been cautious, likewise on guard against Lin Shen, who had not shown himself for over a year. He had waited for more than a year. On one hand, he was making full preparations to hunt down Wang Zhan, on the other, he was naturally guarding against Lin Shen, who had been equally deep and scheming when they carried out the mission. After a full year, Lin Yuan believed he had long lulled Lin Shen into complacency, and when he set out this time, he had been equally careful. Absolutely no one was following behind. After confirming no one else was around, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. "This place is desolate, the night is dark, and the wind is high. It is not a bad burial ground." Wang Zhan also looked at Lin Yuan, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, senior brother Lin, this is truly your resting place." As both finished speaking, in that instant they moved almost simultaneously. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. Waves of shock swept in all directions, sand and stones flew across the ground, and countless trees collapsed. "Junior brother Wang attacking without warning. It seems you are no good man either." Lin Yuan sneered, terrifying spiritual energy erupting from his body. A banner emanating a pitch-black, bloody, baleful aura instantly appeared in his hand. This was the soul-devouring banner, an evil artifact of the demonic path. Over a year ago, while carrying out a mission outside, he had stumbled upon a cave-dwelling relic and obtained a treasure left behind by a deceased Foundation establishment cultivator. And the soul-devouring banner was the most precious of them all, its grade reaching the level of a top-grade spiritual artifact. Even after the passage of time, the evil spirits nurtured within the soul-devouring banner remained formidable, the strongest among them, had cultivation comparable to the half-step foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, over the past year he had secretly hunted down some chi-refining cultivators, and the evil spirits in the soul-devouring banner had grown to over 100. In addition, through nurturing them like raising Gu, the two most powerful evil spirits within the soul-devouring banner had both reached the half-step foundation establishment stage. With such a terrifyingly powerful soul-devouring banner and his own strength, this was Lin Yuan's greatest confidence in daring to track down and kill Wang Zhan this time. He refused to believe that with such a treasure, two half-step foundation establishment evil spirits and many late chi refining evil spirits, he could not deal with a mere 8th level chi refining Wang Zhan. Even if he had a section of sword bone, so what? Even if he could barely fend off one half-step foundation establishment evil spirit, could he withstand two? A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within. Lin Yuan waved the soul-devouring banner and formed hand seals. In an instant, sinister winds howled around him as evil spirits poured out of the banner one after another. They roared and howled with venomous malice. Under Lin Yuan's hand seals, they locked onto Wang Zhan not far ahead. The two half-step foundation establishment evil spirits were the fastest, their faces ferocious as they pounced, murderously determined to devour and tear the human before them apart. Demonic artifact. Sensing the evil aura, Wang Zhan couldn't help but frown. A terrifying sword chi burst forth from his body. We're even. Compared to me, senior brother Lin, you're the one who's not a good man. If the sect discovers such a demonic artifact, you will surely die without a burial place. A cold smile curling at his lips, Wang Zhan waved the long sword in his hand, and that terrifying sword chi quickly shot out. The sword chi shot forward, sending dreadful waves of heat sweeping in all directions. Blazing flames erupted, charging toward the evil spirits like a fiery dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Countless evil spirits collided with the streaks of sword chi, and terrifying explosions continued to erupt. Amid the dreadful blast, the shabby temple was reduced to ruins with raging flames, even burning all around. The low cultivation evil spirits that Lin Yuan had painstakingly raised had long been reduced to ashes by the terrifying sword chi and explosions. As for the two half-step foundation establishment evil spirits, they were after all not true cultivators. They merely possessed strength at the half-step foundation establishment level and could not fully unleash it. Facing Wang Zhan's terrifying attacks, they could only rely on instinct, madly biting and crashing, unable to devour and tear Wang Zhan apart instantly. Sword chi. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was greatly shocked. He had never imagined that Wang Zhan had actually cultivated a sword technique to perfection and comprehended sword chi. Amid his shock, greed grew denser in his heart. With Wang Zhan's aptitude, it was impossible for him to possess such terrifying comprehension. The only reason he could cultivate a sword technique to perfection and comprehend sword chi must be that section of sword bone. Die, mine. Mine. Your sword bone is mine. Driven by extreme greed, Lin Yuan shouted madly, desperately driving the soul-devouring banner in his hand, while his left hand imperceptibly reached for the storage pouch at his waist. Boom. An attack far beyond the peak chi refining stage suddenly shot out. It was a spirit talisman. This attack already carried a trace of foundation establishment level power. It pierced through the night, streaking forth, and viciously struck at the figure who was intently dealing with the two evil spirits that had half-step foundation establishment strength. Sensing such a terrifying attack, Wang Zhan hastily dodged, quickly retreating. Puffed. Hot blood sprayed out. Under that terrifying attack, even though Wang Zhan reacted in time, he was still sent flying, slamming heavily into the ruins. Boom. A violent crash. Countless dust rose into the air, and a thick smell of blood spread out. Ha ha, junior brother Wang. Oh, junior brother Wang, compared with your senior brother, you're still too inexperienced. Did you think my real killing move was those two half-step foundation establishment evil spirits? After landing the blow, Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing hysterically. This was both a release of the painstaking preparations he had made for over a year and an excited cry over the precious sword bone he was about to obtain. However, while he was laughing maniacally and shouting in excitement, he did not notice that a terrifying sword intent suddenly blazed up within the dust-filled air. Whoosh! This terrifying sword intent pierced through the night, exuding an aura of destruction. By the time Lin Yuan reacted, the sword intent was already right before his eyes. He had nowhere to dodge, nowhere to escape. He could only twist his body desperately and frantically activate the protective spirit talismans he had prepared in advance. But this sword intent was too fast, and the attack it contained was too devastating. Even though he activated all his protective means under this devastating sword intent, Lin Yuan's many defensive methods shattered one after another. A mouthful of blood burst out. Lin Yuan's face turned pale and his body fell backward. And at that moment, at the spot where Wang Zhan had fallen, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted, and Wang Zhan soared into the air. His face was pale and a fierce wound had appeared on his body, but his fighting spirit blazed even higher. Wang Zhan rose into the air, his long sword flying out from his hand and speeding toward Lin Yuan to kill him. Lin Yuan, severely wounded, stared with terrified wide eyes. At this moment his spiritual energy was in chaos and his injuries were extremely severe. He simply could not dodge. All he could do was watch helplessly as the sword pierced through his chest. In an instant blood gushed like a spring. Scorching hot blood poured out endlessly. The life force in Lin Ziyuan's eyes dimmed several more degrees. Senior brother Lin, you lost. Wang Zhan leapt to Lin Ziyuan's side and seized his head. Without the slightest hesitation, sword qi surged in his palm. Under the maddening sword qi's shredding, Lin Ziyuan's head directly burst apart. Finally it's over. Having eliminated Lin Ziyuan, Wang Zhan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Still, at least I've finally eliminated this hidden threat. As long as Lin Shen makes no move, I should be completely safe in Qiyun Valley from now on. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he bent down to pick up Lin Ziyuan's storage pouch. However, at that very moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky and a terrifying aura of thunder spread out. A flying sword wreathed in dreadful lightning pierced through the darkness, carrying boundless killing intent as it shot forth. This sword strike came as if from beyond the heavens. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Wang Zhan had no chance to defend himself. Moreover, having just slain Lin Ziyuan, he was at his most unguarded moment. How could he have anticipated that someone else lay in ambush waiting precisely for such an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow? Lin Shen, how treacherous you are. Watching the sword strike hurtling toward him, Wang Zhan let out a furious roar, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. He twisted his body, desperately forcibly driving the section of sword bone within him in an attempt to resist the blow. With a squelch, scorching blood sprayed through the air. By forcibly activating the sword bone, Wang Zhan narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Even so, the explosion of dreadful lightning ravaged his body once more, leaving his aura even more withered and feeble. Violent coughing erupted. Wang Zhan fell to one knee, gazing at the wounds scorched black by lightning all over his body, while mouthful after mouthful of blood gushed uncontrollably from his lips. Lin Shen, you vile and cunning coward. He gazed into the night with bitter resentment, yet the darkness remained utterly still, devoid of any trace of aura or movement. It was as if that sword strike had never existed. But Wang Zhan knew all too well that the one who had struck was undoubtedly Lin Shen. Within the entire Qiyun Valley, only a scant few possessed thunder-attributed spiritual roots, and even fewer cultivated thunder-attribute sword arts. Moreover, Lin Shen had been a witness back at the Lu family estate, and knew that Wang Zhan carried a priceless treasure. Who else besides Lin Shen would strike at such a moment? Wang Zhan's heart churned with both regret and resentment. He had never imagined that despite guarding against Lin Ziyuan with every precaution, he had failed to guard against the far more cunning Lin Shen. He had already been cautious enough. Before crossing swords with Lin Ziyuan, he had deliberately spouted a string of meaningless words to scout whether anyone else was lurking nearby, so as to prevent a third party from reaping the spoils. Yet no matter how flawlessly and cautiously he had acted, how had Lin Shen still appeared here? Why must the blow come precisely at the moment of his greatest carelessness and weakness? Junior brother Lin, come out. Leaning on his longsword, Wang Zhan's body trembled as he struggled to his feet. His gaze swept across the surrounding darkness and he laughed with a hint of self-mockery. I've lost. To be precise, senior brother Lin and I have both lost. You are the victor. Come out. The winner takes all, and the loser pays with his life. This section of sword bone is yours. Yet his words stirred not even the faintest ripple of aura in the darkness. Lin Shen did not step forward either. Junior brother Lin is as cautious as ever. I should have realized back at the Lu family estate what kind of person you truly are. Wang Zhan laughed bitterly in self-mockery. Wang Zhan's heart grew colder by the moment. Faced with such an utterly cautious adversary, he no longer had any chance at all. Originally, with the sword bone in his body, he could still have burned his blood essence and damaged his foundation to unleash one final dazzling strike. If only Lin Shen would appear, he might still have a sliver of hope to turn the tide. But things did not go as he wished. His internal injuries were worsening by the second, and Lin Shen still refused to emerge from the shadows. He dared not divert his focus to heal his wounds, nor dared to make any extraneous move to consume a medicinal pill. For he feared that the instant he lost focus or made a move to take a pill, Lin Shen, hidden in the darkness, would seize that fleeting moment and land a killing blow. All he could do now was watch helplessly as his wounds worsened and his vitality ebbed away. Come out. Lin Shen, get out here. Are you even a man? If you have the guts, grant me a clean, decisive kill. Do you not fear that delays will breed trouble? Do you not fear that the turmoil of our battle will draw the attention of others? As time slipped away, Wang Zhan's complexion grew ever paler, and the spiritual energy within his body began to churn chaotically beyond his control. At this moment he could endure no longer. He roared maniacally at the darkness around him. In truth, Wang Zhan did not fear death all that much. What he dreaded was dying in such a stifling, humiliating manner. To perish without even glimpsing Lin Shen's face one final time. Yet no matter how fiercely he roared, Lin Shen's figure never appeared, and not a single trace of aura stirred in the surrounding night. Wang Zhan could wait no longer. If he delayed any further, he would truly die from his grievous wounds. With a vigilant gaze fixed on his surroundings, he gnashed his teeth and swiftly drew a jade bottle from his storage pouch, intending to swallow a pill to recover from his injuries. So long as he could consume the pill, so long as Lin Shen missed this golden opportunity, his wounds would gradually heal. And then who could outlast whom was anyone's guess. Just as he produced the pill, Lin Shen, hidden in the shadows, had already shifted to a new position. A bolt of lightning flashed across the night. A terrifying thunder chi sword energy erupted forth, once more carrying the lightning sword as it shot through the air. Lin Shen's sword was too fast, far too fast to even see. Because of the act of taking the pill and the severity of his wounds, Wang Zhan could neither dodge nor evade. All he could do was stare in terror and indignation as Lin Shen's sword came bearing down on him once more. This time Wang Zhan could resist no longer. Blood sprayed forth, gushing like a fountain. In the brief flash of lightning that illuminated the darkness, his head flew high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood erupted from his severed neck like a fountain, and his body stiffly toppled over. Only after Wang Zhan had breathed his last did Lin Shen's figure drift down from the shadows. He walked to the corpses of Wang Zhan and Lin Yuan, gazing at their headless bodies. He shook his head slightly and sighed. "Senior brothers, the path of cultivation has always been thus. When treasures are at stake, it is either your death or mine. Neither of us is to blame for this. Blame yourselves for possessing such supreme treasures. Had you not, we would have remained harmonious fellow disciples." With a sigh, Lin Shen glanced at the fortune within the jade pendant. The compassionate expression on his face instantly twisted into wild, manic laughter. 30 wisps of fortune. Such an abundance was more than double what Li Changya had provided before. How could Lin Shen not be elated by such a windfall? One who possessed such immense fortune deserved to die, not to mention the sword bone and other priceless treasures he carried. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shen licked his lips. Spiritual energy erupted from his palm, condensing into a claw as he swiftly reached toward the spine of Wang Zhan's corpse. That is no way to extract a sword bone. Suddenly, at that very moment, a voice echoed down from the heights above. Who? Startled by the voice, Lin Shen's heart jolted. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the extraction of the sword bone and swiftly dodged to the side. At the same time, he quickly reached for the storage pouch at his waist, and the 3 Thunderburst pearls had already been silently slipped into his sleeve. If anything seemed amiss, these 3 Thunderburst pearls would be his life-saving trump card. Lin Shen's heart was filled with bitterness. He had never dreamed that someone would still be hiding in the shadows to ambush him. It was a true case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As the oriole in that scenario, Lin Shen had assumed victory was certain. Yet he never expected that an old hunter was also lurking in the dark. No need to be nervous. I mean no harm. Just as Lin Shen was considering how to respond to the enemy, the voice from the sky continued. Lin Shen looked upward, his body tense. He was ready to enter a combat state at any moment. Under his wary gaze, 2 figures descended rapidly from the sky. One was an old man in brocade robes, the other was a handsome young man, wearing a violet robe embroidered with a 5-clawed python dragon. The old and the young flew through the air with overwhelming awe as their cultivation, far surpassing foundation establishment. Feeling this dreadful pressure, Lin Shen's throat turned dry and bitter, and his heart rose into his throat. At this moment he was filled with utter despair. Against such terrifying pressure, he felt his spiritual energy stagnate, and even making normal movements became quite difficult. Moreover, this terrifying pressure was even more dreadful than the aura of Gongsun Bushio, the valley master of Qiyun Valley, whom Lin Shen had encountered when he entered the valley earlier. What sword bone? Senior must be jesting. That was originally Senior's possession. This junior saw nothing and will say nothing about it. I will take my leave now. His throat was parched and bitter, but Lin Shen still forced a wry smile onto his face. He shifted with difficulty, trying to slip away. All greed for the sword bone in his heart had long since vanished. At this moment, the only thing on his mind was survival. After all, death would take everything. Only by living could there be infinite hope. You sure know how to talk sweetly. You're quite a cunning one. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words and seeing him try to sneak away, the young man in the violet python robe smiled and shook his head. No need to be nervous. That object is of no interest to me. I was merely watching the excitement from the sky, and on a whim decided to give you a reminder. Huh. At this, Lin Shen's trudging footsteps suddenly halted. What does Senior mean? Forgive this junior for being dull. The young man in the violet python robe waved his hand dismissively. Don't call me Senior. Do I look that old to you? I dislike being called Senior the most. Just address me as young Masterly. Greetings, young Masterly. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately seized the opportunity. Carefully he asked the young man in the violet python robe, forgive my ignorance, but didn't young Masterly just say that this sword bone should not be retrieved that way? Could there be another explanation? By now Lin Shen had more or less realized what was happening. These 2 people clearly did not harbor much ill will toward him. Otherwise, with their terrifying pressure alone, killing him would not even require them to lift a finger. It would be no more than a single thought. Facing such mighty experts, Lin Shen's concern actually lessened considerably. If they intended to make a move, they probably would not give him a chance to speak. A single casual strike would reduce him to ashes. Of course Lin Shen still did not dare to be careless. He could only follow the lead of the young man in the violet python robe, terrified that a single misspoken word might truly be the end of him. Hearing Lin Shen's question, the young man in the violet python robe smiled and said, "Watch closely. This is how the sword bone is extracted." As his voice fell, he formed a hand seal. In an instant, the fearsome spiritual energy around them turned into fine threads that, like countless spiderwebs, wrapped directly around Wang Zhan's corpse. Enveloped in those threads of spiritual energy, Wang Zhan's flesh and blood were stripped away inch by inch, becoming nourishment for that section of sword bone. And as Wang Zhan's flesh and blood were peeled away by the threads and fed to the sword bone as nourishment, that section of sword bone was at last thoroughly separated and extracted. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. So this was how a sword bone was extracted. "Hold it tight." The young man in the violet python robe waved his hand, and the section of sword bone floating in midair instantly shot toward Lin Shen. "Thank you, young Master Li." Lin Shen hurriedly caught it and thanked the young man in the violet robe. The young man smiled and said, "Did you see clearly? This is how a sword bone should be extracted. If you had used that crude, forceful method as you did earlier, the sword bone would have lost 70 to 80% of its spiritual nature. Though still usable, it would have been reduced to an ordinary treasure." "I see." Lin Shen nodded with sudden enlightenment and thanked him sincerely. "Young Master Li is truly knowledgeable. Today I have you to thank for this. Otherwise such a treasure would truly have been wasted in my hands." These words were not flattery, but genuine gratitude from the bottom of his heart. If not for this young man in the violet python robe helping to extract the sword bone and warning him, he would probably have only obtained a rather ordinary treasure by the time it came into his hands. Having finally obtained the sword bone he had long desired for over a year, Lin Shen's heart was at last completely at ease. The young man in the violet python robe, though young in age, possessed a cultivation above the golden core realm, and his aura was several times more terrifying than Gongsun Bushio at the peak of golden core. At first glance, he was clearly a prodigy disciple of some major power. Such a prodigy would naturally look down on a mere sword bone from a small place, like Lin Shen's. It was even quite possible that the bones he used to feed the dogs in his sect or clan were more precious than this section of sword bone. A person of such distinguished status would naturally pay no heed to this mere section of sword bone. "You were also lucky to have run into me." The young man in the violet python robe smiled. "You need not thank me. I enjoyed watching the show today. If not for the splendid performance put on by you three fellow disciples, I would not have gone out of my way to warn you and extract this sword bone for you." He gave Lin Shen a deep look. Recalling Lin Shen's cautious nature and ruthless methods, the young man in the violet python robe curved his lips faintly and said with a light smile, "Your conduct and manner are excellent, suitable for surviving in the world of immortal cultivation. If you can one day break through to a realm above golden core, come to the great Shen dynasty, and I will give you a chance." As he spoke, the young man in the violet python robe waved his hand, and a token flew out from the storage ring on his finger. On the front of the token was engraved the character Li, and on the back were 9 lifelike golden dragons with bared fangs and claws. The token emanated a mysterious profundity and carried a terrifying pressure, clearly extraordinary at first glance. By the time Lin Shen took the token and wanted to ask something, the young man in the violet python robe and the old man in brocade robes had already vanished from the spot. "This is truly strange." The purple python-robed youth and the brocade-robed elder vanished. Lin Shen couldn't help but shake his head in relief, letting out a heavy sigh. He had prepared to fight to the death, yet he did not expect the turn of events to twist so suddenly. That purple python-robed youth proved not to be an enemy, but rather helped him strip away the sword bone, preventing its spiritual energy from draining away. Could it be that he is lucky, or that I too am blessed with great fortune? Lin Shen wondered, his voice tinged with doubt. However, with the appearance of that purple python-robed youth, Lin Shen could not afford to be careless or hesitant. He quickly secured this segment of the sword bone, then destroyed the bodies of Lin Jiyuan and Wang Zhan, and erased all traces of the fight before his figure sped away. What if another powerful cultivator appears later? Lin Shen could not guarantee they would all be as harmless as the purple python-robed youth. With the chief fortune and the sword bone already in hand, it would be wiser to depart at once. He planned to return to Qiyun Valley. If calamity should strike, there would be a tall figure to uphold it, making things safer. On the other side in the sky, 9 fearsome white horses pulled a luxurious flying carriage frame, rapidly weaving through the air. On the carriage frame sat the purple python-robed youth with the brocade-robed elder following by his side carefully. Master, that fragment of the sword bone may not be precious to you, but devouring and absorbing it would benefit you as well. How could you let that boy profit from it for nothing? On the carriage frame, the brocade-robed elder spoke cautiously from the side. Earlier on the ground there were outsiders, and he did not dare to interrupt, because that would reveal his lack of respect. Now that they had left the ground and were aboard the carriage with no outsiders around, the brocade-robed elder finally dared to voice his doubt. "This is but a fragment of a broken sword bone. It won't help me much. There's no need to snatch it from others. Moreover, it is still an external object. Even if it helps me somewhat, it is not as substantial as my own understanding would be." The purple python-robed youth exuded great confidence in his own gifts and aptitude. He believed that with a little more time, he would fully comprehend the sword intent amplified by this fragment, and there was no need to rely on external objects. This is also a chance I am giving him, as long as he leaves this barbaric land, and comes to my Daxian Huangchao. I can grant him a chance to serve under me, for such people are suitable to do things that must not be seen in broad daylight. Giving him my own identity token and helping Lin Shen strip away the sword bone is not something the purple python-robed youth would do lightly. It was while watching from above that as Lin Shen appeared he vaguely saw a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood Ashura hellscape. The vision passed quickly, he hadn't even seen it clearly. Yet from that vision he felt a surge of righteous anger that seemed to ascend to the heavens. Such a person remained so cautious. If in the future he did not fall along the way within this brutal cultivation world, he would surely go farther. He had thus left a goodwill in advance. If Lin Shen showed himself worthy after arriving at Daxian Huangchao and witnessing his true terrifying identity and status, he would surely do him favors. Thus he would gain a capable underling. So that's the explanation, the old servant understands. The brocade-robed elder nodded, then remembered something and spoke cautiously. By the way, master, on this journey back to the capital, you must be careful, hide your strength, otherwise should those 8 sense danger they might. What right do those 8 wastes have to compare with me, Li Lingyun? That old fool is truly senile, his lifespan is short, yet he wants me to contend with those 8 wastes. If I were him, I would have abdicated in my favor long ago. Li Lingyun instantly hissed a cold sneer at the brocade-robed elder's words, a terrifying aura bursting from his body. Be careful. It's always best to be prudent. The brocade-robed elder trembled and spoke. In truth, his cultivation and strength were far greater than Li Lingyun's, otherwise he would not be qualified to guard by his side. I naturally understand that. Li Lingyun retorted coolly. I don't know how long that old fellow can live. If he keeps playing along with those 8 wastes, he'll drive me to madness. As he spoke, Li Lingyun's gaze grew increasingly ferocious. The brocade-robed elder sat there trembling. Qi Yun Valley. After a long journey, Lin Shen finally returned to Qi Yun Valley safe and sound. Back in his own courtyard, he closed the door, activated the shielding array, and let out a heavy sigh, lying relaxed on the bed. At last he was back and safe. Although the trip was perilous and he met a rather odd purple python-robed youth, he had obtained the long-awaited Qi Fortune and that sword bone fragment. 30 strands of Qi Fortune. With so much Qi Fortune, I can enter 30 rounds of enlightenment, enough to sustain my cultivation to foundation establishment. And there is this sword bone fragment as well. If I refine this sword bone and fuse it into my body, my comprehension of the sword path and the practice of sword techniques will advance by leaps and bounds. I may even transform the sword Qi I have realized into sword intent. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Shen drew out that sword bone, his eyes shining with anticipation. The section of sword bone floated in midair. It was about 3 or 4 inches long, entirely silver white. Sensing the terrifying sword intent radiating from it, up close Lin Shen could still feel the overwhelming aura pressing against him. Beyond that fierce sword intent, Lin Shen could also perceive an even purer aura, one that seemed to touch the very origin of the sword path. Such a treasure was likely far more precious than Lin Shen had initially estimated. Feeling this purer, more fundamental aura of the sword path, joy rose within his heart. Yet he did not immediately begin refining it. Instead, he quickly stored the sword bone away and walked out of the courtyard. Realizing that this sword bone was even more precious than he had imagined, Lin Shen dared not be the least bit careless. Before refining it, he had to make thorough preparations. Leaving the courtyard, Lin Shen rode a flying sword to the sect's alchemy hall. Greetings, senior brother Lin. The moment he appeared, familiar faces smiled warmly and greeted him enthusiastically. Lin Shen was no longer the man he once was. Not only had his cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refining, but he had also been accepted by Mo Xinggu as a personal disciple. His standing was now worlds apart from theirs. Facing Lin Shen, who had already crossed the social chasm, they naturally could no longer greet him as casually as before. Nodding with a smile at the enthusiastic greetings, Lin Shen strode into the alchemy hall. This alchemy hall was naturally a part of Qi Yun Valley's own enterprise. Compared to the outside world, its pill prices were quite fair, and the medicinal effects were even richer and more potent. After all, making money was not Qi Yun Valley's primary purpose. Their true goal was to let their disciples grow swiftly into the sect's real fighting force. Only thus would Qi Yun Valley's strength increase, allowing them to claim more territory and resource strongholds. Junior brother Lin, how rare to see you today. Whatever pills you wish to purchase, just tell me. As he entered the hall, a disciple at the peak of Qi refining immediately approached with a beaming smile. His name was Wang Dongsa. He had joined Qi Yun Valley many years ago. Although his talent for cultivation was mediocre, through years of seniority and social savvy, he had risen to become a minor steward of the alchemy hall. Smiling at Lin Shen, he said, Junior brother Lin is now Elder Mo's personal disciple. Our alchemy hall and the discipline hall share a close bond, so, with Elder Mo's personal disciple token, you can enjoy a 20% discount on pills purchased here. 20% off. Lin Shen smiled at this. It would save him quite a few spirit stones. Indeed, this is also an unspoken rule within the sect. After all, to be accepted as a personal disciple by an elder means one must possess extraordinary talent. Setting pill prices slightly lower helps nurture the sect's prodigies. Wang Dongsa nodded with a smile. He then took out a storage pouch from his robes and handed it directly to Lin Shen. By the way, I've been quite busy recently. I always kept you in mind, but truly couldn't find the time. This is a small congratulatory gift for you becoming Elder Mo's personal disciple. I hope you won't think little of it, junior brother Lin. As he looked at Wang Dongsa, a trace of amusement flickered in Lin Shen's eyes. This was precisely the benefit of status and position. Without declining, he accepted the storage pouch and secretly glanced inside. 300 low-grade spirit stones in total. Not much, but not little either. It could just about be considered a genuine gesture of goodwill. When flowers bloom, butterflies come of their own accord. Status and standing truly were something useful. Ever since gaining the identity of Mo Xingu's personal disciple, all those familiar or not so familiar around him, didn't every one of them greet him with smiling faces and show their goodwill? He had yet to buy any pills, and had originally come to spend, yet upon entering, he had already earned 300 low-grade spirit stones. This made Lin Shen sigh with even deeper emotion. Accepting the storage pouch, he smiled at Wang Dongsa. I fully appreciate senior brother Wang's kindness. From now on, let us keep in close touch. After receiving a gift, one naturally had to exchange pleasantries. After saying this, Lin Shen continued. By the way, senior brother Wang, I plan to enter seclusion to cultivate my techniques soon, which will consume a great deal of spiritual energy. Are there any pills you would recommend? Lin Shen naturally knew far less about such pills than Wang Dongsa, that seasoned veteran of the alchemy hall. That was precisely why he asked to find out which pill was most effective. Seclusion to cultivate techniques. Pills to replenish spiritual energy. Wang Dongsa nodded at this. He turned to the shelf behind him, unlocked it with his identity token, and took out 3 bottles of pills. Placing all 3 bottles on the counter, Wang Dongsa smiled and explained these 3 types of pills are neutral and gentle in effect, extremely effective for replenishing spiritual energy and perfect for closed-door cultivation of techniques. Moreover, these 3 pills complement one another. Take one of each and swallow them together, and the effect will be far greater than taking each one alone. So my advice is, junior brother Lin, if you want to cultivate techniques in seclusion, you should buy some of each. Hearing Wang Dongsa's words, Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully. He poured out 1 pill of each type and sniffed them. The medicinal fragrance was rather pleasant, and judging by their quality, they could be considered top grade. Without hesitation, Lin Shen followed Wang Dongsa's suggestion and said directly, in that case, give me 10 bottles of each. Refining that section of sword bone would take, who knew how long. To be safe, Lin Shen decided to buy 10 bottles of each type. Even if some remained, he could use them for training other techniques. There was no way he would lose out. 10 bottles of each. Luxurious. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Wang Dongsa inhaled sharply, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes. Truly worthy of being Mo Xingu's personal disciple. Such extravagance. After all, a single bottle of each of these pills alone cost 300 to 400 low-grade spirit stones. 3 types of pills, 10 bottles of each. 30 bottles in total, costing over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single round of seclusion. Such a grand expenditure truly filled Wang Dongsa with envy. Apart from the personal disciples of elders, which inner disciple of Qiyun Valley at the Qi refining stage would dare be so lavish? Given such a major transaction, Wang Dongsa dared not hesitate. He quickly picked through them carefully, selecting 10 bottles of each of the 3 pill types. Junior brother Lin, these 30 bottles come to 11,300 low-grade spirit stones in total. However, as Elder Mo's personal disciple, you enjoy a 20% discount. Only 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wang Dongsa said with a smile, quietly waving a few dozen low-grade spirit stones from the total. Handing over the pills, Wang Dongsa lowered his voice. Rest assured, junior brother Lin, all these pills are of superior quality. I personally selected them with care. Normally, they are only supplied to internal channels. This was also why Wang Dongsa had spent time carefully picking and choosing. The main reason was that the quality of the pills produced by the pill refinery varied when they reached their alchemy hall. There were top-grade ones and ordinary ones, all mixed together. The alchemy hall had its own little scheme. They deliberately set aside the superior quality pills, reserving them as favors to be sold through internal channels. As for ordinary inner disciples, they could only buy pills of middling to above average quality. Thank you for the trouble, senior brother Wang. I will naturally keep your thoughtfulness in mind. Lin Shen nodded with a smile. He took the 30 bottles of pills, stored them in his storage pouch, and took out 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was not too pained by such an expenditure. It was necessary. As long as he truly refined that segment of sword bone, his strength would undoubtedly undergo an extraordinary transformation, and his talent and comprehension in the sword path would also vastly increase. Spending this many spirit stones to obtain powerful strength and future security was an extremely worthwhile deal, no matter how one calculated it. After buying the pills he wanted, Lin Shen did not linger in the pill hall. Under Wang Dongsa's warm gaze, his body soared into the sky. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Lin Shen had already returned to his courtyard. He closed the gate once more and activated the isolation formation. After doing all this, he returned to the cultivation chamber he had prepared and shut the door tightly. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, Lin Shen took out the sword bone again. Feeling the sharp, oppressive sword intent and that mysterious, profound origin of the sword path radiating from it, his heart could not help but burn with fervor. He took a long, deep breath to regulate his breathing. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shen circulated the three origins chi-inducing art within his body. Spiritual energy imbued with terrifying thunder attributes turned into fine threads, and with water attribute spiritual energy nourishing it directly wrapped around that segment of sword bone. Refining the sword bone was divided into 2 steps. The first step naturally was to nourish it with spiritual power. By continuously nourishing this segment of sword bone with one's own spiritual power and spiritual root attributes, one would make it reach a state of perfect harmony with oneself. If one attempted to forcibly refine it at the very first step, without spiritual nourishment, then as long as the 2 sides' attributes were not compatible, one would inevitably suffer the backlash of the sword intent contained within the sword bone. Lin Shen dared not be careless in this regard. The backlash of sword intent could at lightest damage the meridians and at worst shatter the dantian with sword chi. Thus it was necessary to first nourish the sword bone, letting it grow familiar with his own attribute spiritual energy and gradually attune to him. This was also one of the reasons Lin Shen spent large amounts of spirit stones to purchase so many pills. He continuously drove the spiritual energy in his body to nourish the sword bone. When his spiritual energy became somewhat insufficient, Lin Shen quickly took one of each of the 3 pills and swallowed them together. The chi-restoring effects of these 3 pills were astonishing. The 3 pills complemented one another, and in no time the spiritual energy in Lin Shen's body, which had begun to run low, was completely filled to the brim again. Moreover, as Lin Shen consumed energy, the residual medicinal effects continued to take effect, ceaselessly replenishing the spiritual energy within his body. This greatly shortened the time needed for Lin Shen to nourish and refine this segment of sword bone. As for the second step, it was to use chi as a guide, merge this segment of sword bone into his body, nourish it once more with his own blood and chi, and let it fuse with his own bones. Only in this way could it perfectly match his physical body and fundamentally enhance his talent and comprehension. Refining the sword bone was no easy matter. For the first step alone, Lin Shen spent nearly a full year. Through an entire year of spiritual energy nourishment, this segment of sword bone had fully adapted to Lin Shen's spiritual energy attribute, with compatibility reaching the highest level. After reaching this step, Lin Shen finally dared to proceed with the second step. Using chi as a guide, he released his spiritual energy, directly refined this segment of sword bone, and merged it into the bones of his own body. His fusion method was different from Wang Zhan's previous one. Wang Zhan had merely treated the sword bone as an external object, borrowing its power, sword intent, and enlightenment, without completely smelting it to elevate his foundation. What Lin Shen intended to do was to completely refine this segment of sword bone, make it truly part of his body, and directly merge all its sword path, true meaning, and origin into his own flesh and bones. Only in this way could he raise his foundation and obtain a tremendous leap in talent and comprehension from the very root. This step took even longer and was far more dangerous. When completely fusing this segment of sword bone, Lin Shen did not hesitate to expend fortune, thereby entering a state of enlightenment, helping himself dissolve certain dangers and accelerate both the progress and perfection of the refinement. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. After more than 2 full years had elapsed, Lin Shen emerged from seclusion. The moment he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, his cultivation base had already risen to the peak of chi refining during the complete fusion of the sword bone. After more than 2 full years of secluded cultivation, refining the sword bone, Lin Shen's foundation had been greatly elevated. At this moment, with his foundation comprehension and talent elevated, Lin Shen felt that even those prodigies with dual spiritual roots might not be able to match his cultivation speed. Such a leaping improvement had brought about an earth-shaking transformation in his sword path aptitude. This was Lin Shen's greatest gain. In addition, the thunderclap sword chi he had comprehended before had now reached full perfection, and he had even begun to feel out a faint embryonic sword intent. That was an embryonic sword intent. Apart from monstrous prodigies of talent, even among ordinary cultivators who reached the golden core realm, extremely few could comprehend an embryonic sword intent. And Lin Shen, now merely at the peak of chi refining, had already touched the threshold of a faint embryonic sword intent. As long as he was given enough time, assisted by the fortune of the heaven-stealing cauldron fragment jade pendant, to enter a state of enlightenment, Lin Shen had absolute confidence that he would comprehend the complete sword intent. Now, having spent more than 2 years in seclusion, I have not only raised my cultivation to the peak of chi refining, but my strength has also undergone a tremendous leap. Arriving at the courtyard, Lin Shen felt the surging thunderclap sword chi around him and drew the thunderclap flying sword from its sheath. Holding the thunderclap flying sword, he slashed forward with one strike. Ahead was the sword testing stone he had purchased before. Through the power of sword chi, one could leave marks of varying depth on it, but it was not of high grade. At most it could withstand testing by a cultivator at the early Foundation establishment realm. One slash. Wind and clouds howled, thunder and lightning flashed. The air was filled with terrifying thunder aura and a dreadful thunderclap. Sword chi swept through the howling gale. Boom. Thunder resounded and a violent explosion shook the air. Under that single slash, the sword testing stone was instantly riddled with dense cracks, leaving a sword mark so deep its bottom could almost be seen, and it nearly split the stone in two. This sword, its name is Jingjia. After that strike, a smile curved at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth, and the terrifying sword chi and thunder aura around him instantly dispersed. He had been in seclusion for more than 2 years. The moment he came out, he felt an ineffable stirring of insight. Without even using his fortune, he naturally entered a slight state of enlightenment. Driven by his astonishing sword path talent, with one slash, he directly comprehended the Jingjia sword, a strike that far surpassed the peak of chi refining, and even contained a trace of power at the early Foundation establishment realm. With such terrifying strength, even my former self would be instantly reduced to ashes before the Jingjia sword. Feeling the terrifying power of that strike and his current cultivation and strength, Lin Shen could no longer suppress his laughter. It was all worth it. To have achieved such a soaring improvement, having schemed at every step and not hesitated to harm his fellow disciples. All of this was worth it. Luoyan Peak. Emerging from his secluded cultivation, Lin Shen immediately steered his flying sword towards Luoyan Peak. This peak was the domain of Mo Xinggu. As his legacy disciple after a grueling 2-year seclusion, it was only natural for Lin Shen to pay his respects to his master upon his emergence. On one hand, it was a gesture of his attitude, proof that even though he was now Mo Xinggu's legacy disciple, his gratitude and reverence toward his master remained as steadfast as ever. On the other hand, having attained the peak of chi refining through this seclusion, he naturally needed to report his progress to Mo Xinggu to showcase his talent. After all, he was only 22 years old. At 22, reaching the peak of chi refining was a feat that within the entire Qiyun Valley few could achieve at such an age, save for those prodigies blessed with dual spiritual roots. Such astonishing talent would undoubtedly bring great gratification to Mo Xinggu, prompting him to value Lin Shen even more and perhaps even bestow additional cultivation resources upon him. Lin Shen thought to himself with delight. Master, your disciple Lin Shen requests an audience. Arriving at Mo Xinggu's courtyard, he knocked on the gate. Ascension, come in. Mo Xinggu's voice echoed from within the courtyard. Before Lin Shen could push the gate, a gentle wave of spiritual energy brushed past, and the courtyard gates swung open on their own. Lin Shen nodded and walked inside with a respectful expression. Beneath a blossoming peach tree in the courtyard, Mo Xinggu lay leisurely on a reclining chair holding a teapot, with his legs crossed, looking utterly relaxed. Disciple Lin Shen pays respects to master. Lin Shen quickly stepped forward and knelt to kowtow. At the same time he spoke. Your disciple has been engrossed in secluded cultivation for the past 2 years. Having emerged today, I have come specifically to pay my respects. I hope master will forgive me for my inability to fulfill my filial duties during this time. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Mo Xinggu fixed his gaze upon him. Sensing his cultivation at the peak of chi refining, he nodded with a face full of gratification. Then he sensed something unusual. Lin Shen's eyes seemed sharper, and there was a faint trace of sword chi emanating from his body. This took Mo Xinggu by surprise, and he straightened up slightly from his reclining chair. Have you comprehended sword chi? Yes, master. Lin Shen smiled and nodded, saying, upon breaking through to the 9th level of chi refining, I gained a sudden insight. My thunderclap swordplay has reached perfection, allowing me to grasp the rudimentary form of sword chi. With diligent cultivation in the future, I will surely be able to comprehend a complete elemental sword chi. This was something he had intentionally revealed, aiming to showcase his current talent and value. However, Lin Shen still kept a trump card up his sleeve. He only let slip a sliver of sword chi, refraining from fully unleashing the thunderclap sword chi that he had already mastered to perfection. Revealing a perfected level thunderclap sword chi directly would go beyond merely showcasing talent and value. A tree that stands taller than the forest is bound to be destroyed by the wind. A perfected level thunderclap sword chi was something many in the Foundation establishment stage had yet to comprehend. Once exposed, the talent he displayed would be far too monstrous. Sometimes having superior talent is a blessing that earns one high regard, but being too monstrous of a genius is detrimental, as it invites unnecessary conflicts. Good. You truly are my beloved disciple. With such terrifying talent in the Tao of the sword, you will surely master a perfected level lightning attributed sword chi in the future. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even grasp a rudimentary form of sword intent, vastly boosting your strength and making fighting those of higher realms child's play. Mo Xinggu praised him repeatedly. Upon hearing Lin Shen's confirmation, he stood up from his reclining chair in excitement. Lin Shen, his legacy disciple, had truly brought him too many surprises. Not only had he broken through to the peak of chi refining at the age of 22, but he had also comprehended the rudimentary form of sword chi. With such superior aptitude and terrifying talent in the Tao of the Sword, as long as he did not perish prematurely, he would surely achieve foundation establishment, and even the Golden Core stage was not out of reach. Furthermore, once Lin Shen broke through to foundation establishment and mastered the perfected level lightning-attributed sword chi combined with his highly destructive lightning-attributed spiritual energy, the synergy between the two would undoubtedly make him a formidable force within the foundation establishment realm. This is all thanks to Master's brilliant guidance. Lin Shen smiled and spoke from the side, attributing all the credit to Mo Xinggu's excellent teaching. Had it not been for Master's meticulous guidance, no matter how great my talent in the Tao of the Sword was, I would never have comprehended the rudimentary form of sword chi so smoothly. As the saying goes, swift steeds are common, but a bull who recognizes them is rare. If I am that swift steed, then Master is the discerning and wise bull who knows how to guide me. Lin Shen added with a smile. His words left Mo Xinggu feeling utterly elated, thoroughly enjoying the praise. The sincerity in Lin Shen's tone even made Mo Xinggu momentarily believe that his guidance had indeed played a pivotal role, and that he truly was a rare and exceptional mentor. Yet deep down he knew very well that while his guidance might have played a small part, the most crucial factor was Lin Shen's own terrifying talent in the Tao of the Sword. Otherwise, if his teaching were truly that miraculous, his eldest disciple Xin Qianfan and his own granddaughter would not still be unable to comprehend even a rudimentary form of sword chi. You certainly have a smooth-tongued kid. Mo Xinggu pointed at Lin Shen with a chuckle. Observing his current cultivation, he fell into brief contemplation before saying, now that you have reached the peak of chi refining, it is time to begin tempering your foundation. Only by tempering your foundation as deeply as possible at this stage will your chances of breaking through to foundation establishment be maximized. Furthermore, once you break through, your personal reserves and foundation will be far deeper and more robust than those of other cultivators. Yes, Master. Lin Shen nodded earnestly. I will definitely temper my foundation with the utmost care and strive to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible. I will not disappoint Master's high expectations. As this concerned his future achievements and prospects, Lin Shen naturally did not dare to be careless. If he rashly attempted to break through to foundation establishment without being fully prepared, even if he miraculously succeeded, his foundation would be highly unstable, severely limiting his future potential. Therefore, at the peak of chi refining, his immediate priority was not how to break through to foundation establishment as quickly as possible, but rather to first temper his foundation to perfection. Only in this way could he significantly increase his success rate for foundation establishment, while also bolstering his foundation and reserves once he achieved the breakthrough. Cultivate well. Mo Xinggu nodded. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a bottle of pills from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Shen, saying, this is a supreme-grade Yuan pill. The pills are of pristine quality, completely free of pill toxins, making them perfect for tempering one's foundation at the peak of chi refining. Handing the bottle of supreme-grade Yuan pills to Lin Shen, and wanting to prevent Lin Shen from thinking him stingy, Mo Xinggu added, these supreme-grade Yuan pills are extremely precious. Because they are free of pill toxins, the monthly yield in the entire Qiyun Valley is minuscule. Even I cannot obtain a share every month. Thank you, Master. Hearing Mo Xinggu's words, Lin Shen nodded with deep gratitude, quickly accepting the bottle of supreme-grade Yuan pills with both hands. Lin Shen naturally knew the usual price of ordinary foundation solidifying pills. Such precious pills, which tempered one's foundation at the peak of chi refinement, typically sold for over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. But that was merely the ordinary grade. Pills with slightly better quality could cost around 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. And yet these supreme-grade foundation solidifying pills were completely free of any pill toxicity, a testament to their extraordinary rarity and value. Even with spirit stones in hand, one might not necessarily be able to purchase such pills devoid of ailment toxicity, one also required power, prestige, and personal connections. No wonder the prodigious disciples within the sects were all formidable in strength and deeply rooted in their foundations. It turned out that the scarcest and most precious resources of the sect were largely allocated to those exceptional disciples and those with influential backgrounds. As for ordinary disciples, merely managing to survive and rise was already difficult enough. How could they possibly compare in every aspect to those prodigies and those with deep backing? No need for thanks. After all, you are my personal disciple. Mo Xinggu smiled and said to Lin Shen, from now on, come to me every 6 months to collect your share. I have a certain quota at Qiyun Valley, and every half year I can spare one bottle of supreme-grade foundation solidifying pills. Yes, Master. Lin Shen hurriedly nodded. With the aid of these supreme-grade foundation solidifying pills, and knowing that more would come after half a year, the time needed to thoroughly perfect his foundation and approach the threshold of the foundation establishment stage would be greatly shortened. Do not let this matter leak out, especially to your senior brother, lest it affect the bond between fellow disciples. Mo Xinggu warned Lin Shen. As for his eldest disciple Xin Qianfan, Mo Xinggu had already begun to feel disappointed. Shen Qianfan was already over 30 years old, yet he still had not made thorough preparations nor gathered the courage to break through to Foundation establishment. If he continued to delay, then after a few more years, or even a decade, once his vital energy and blood began to decline, attempting to break through to Foundation establishment would become even more difficult. It was precisely for this reason that Mo Xinggu shifted his attention toward Lin Shen. That main account was already half ruined, whether he could ultimately break through to Foundation establishment would depend entirely on his own fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Shen, this youngest disciple, was not only exceptionally talented and remarkably perceptive, but also respected his teacher and upheld the Tao. If he were properly nurtured, he would become an immense asset to Luoyang Peak. This disciple naturally understands. I will certainly not deliberately reveal anything, and I hold the utmost respect for senior brother as well. Lin Shen nodded in agreement from the side. A hint of excitement stirred within him. On one hand, Mo Xinggu's resources were beginning to be diverted toward him. On the other hand, Shen Qianfan's standing in Mo Xinggu's heart was gradually being replaced by himself. But this was not enough. Not nearly enough to fully excite Lin Shen. Preferably, Mo Xinggu would completely abandon Shen Qianfan and channel the entire monthly resource quota allocated to his disciples into nurturing Lin Shen alone. Only in that way could his cultivation advance faster and his strength become greater. As for Shen Qianfan, the bond between fellow disciples, that was nothing more than roadside weeds. What bond of brotherhood was there? He had not even exchanged more than a few words with Shen Qianfan. Moreover, the two of them were now essentially locked in a rivalry, competing for Mo Xinggu's preference and the distribution of resources. Given such an opposing relationship, what brotherly sentiment could there possibly be? After a brief chat, Mo Xinggu offered Lin Shen a few pointers on his swordsmanship. Glancing at the sky and seeing that it was getting late, Lin Shen rose to take his leave. He had achieved the purpose of his visit, proving his aptitude and talent, making Mo Xinggu regard him with even greater esteem. He had also obtained an extremely precious bottle of supreme-grade foundation solidifying pills from Mo Xinggu. Seeing Lin Shen rise to leave, Mo Xinggu nodded. He was feeling somewhat tired as well. Yet just as Lin Shen was about to step out of the courtyard gate, Mo Xinggu suddenly remembered something and called out to him, "Shen, wait." "What is it, master? Is there any other important matter to instruct?" Lin Shen quickly turned around, looking at Mo Xinggu with a puzzled expression. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Could it be that there was something else that could only be mentioned after he was about to leave? Mo Xinggu smiled and said, "It's nothing major. In 3 months' time, an old friend of mine in Yunzhou will be celebrating his 200th birthday. I cannot spare the time to go myself, and your senior sister Mo and your senior brother both have important matters in the sect. So I would like you to travel to Yunzhou in my stead and deliver a congratulatory gift." Hearing that he was simply going to attend his master's old friend's birthday celebration, Lin Shen did not think much of it, and immediately nodded in agreement. "Disciple understands. But when should I set out?" "Let's see. There is still plenty of time. I need to carefully prepare a proper gift. Once it is ready, you can come and collect it from me." Mo Xinggu mused for a moment before replying. "Yes, master." Lin Shen respectfully nodded, then stepped onto his flying sword and vanished into the distance over Luoyang Peak. Not long after he left, Shen Qianfan arrived from elsewhere. Gazing at Lin Shen's vanishing silhouette, he seemed lost in thought, then walked into the courtyard. "Disciple greets master." Shen Qianfan entered the courtyard and respectfully clasped his hands toward Mo Xinggu. How is your cultivation progressing recently?" Mo Xinggu nodded as he looked at Shen Qianfan, his tone indifferent, neither warm nor displeased, completely unlike the enthusiasm he had shown toward Lin Shen. This was primarily because Mo Xinggu had already begun to feel disappointed in Shen Qianfan. Moreover, Shen Qianfan was not as obedient and sensible as Lin Shen. He did not harbor the same heartfelt reverence toward Mo Xinggu. Earlier, the moment Lin Shen had entered, he had immediately knelt and prostrated himself. Yet Shen Qianfan merely offered an ordinary clasped hand salute. The stark contrast between their attitudes toward their master caused Mo Xinggu to lean even further toward Lin Shen, even from such a small detail. At this moment, Shen Qianfan was still unaware that his standing in Mo Xinggu's estimation had just dropped another notch. With a smile on his face, he respectfully looked at Mo Xinggu and said in a low voice, "Your disciple's recent cultivation has been going smoothly. It's just that I still need a little more time to fully perfect my foundation." Then cultivate diligently. You are no longer young, already past 30. In a few more years you will be 40. When you reach 50, attempting to break through to foundation establishment will be all the more difficult." Mo Xinggu nodded, faintly looking at Shen Qianfan with a trace of disdain for his lack of ambition. This disciple has always been cultivating with utmost diligence. Shen Qianfan lowered his head and spoke again. "It's just that I still lack a bit of opportunity. If I could obtain some pills to help temper my foundation, this disciple is confident that within 2 years I can enter seclusion and seek the chance to break through to foundation establishment." Shen Qianfan cursed inwardly. He had already been dropping hints to Mo Xinggu that polishing his foundation still required time, and that he needed supreme-grade foundation solidifying pills to aid him. Yet that old fox pretended not to understand, and instead urged him to train harder. Without precious resources, even if he cultivated with all his might, what difference would it make? This forced Lin Shen to make his intentions explicit, hoping to obtain the supreme grade foundation solidifying pills from Emotion-gu. You want the foundation solidifying pills, don't you? Emotion-gu glanced at Lin Shen and shook his head, saying, there are none left. Unfortunately, there won't be any for some time. I owe Elder Wu a favor, so I've given him all my shares of supreme grade foundation solidifying pills for the next few years. As he spoke, Emotion-gu patted Lin Shen on the shoulder with a weighty tone and said, external things are ultimately external. You must rely on your own diligent cultivation. I have already helped you greatly in the past. Now that you have reached this final step, it all depends on your own effort. Yes, Master. Disciple has disturbed you. Lin Shen lowered his head, his expression shifting unpredictably, and silently departed from Emotion-gu's courtyard. He returned to the courtyard and took out a supreme grade solid foundation pill, swallowing it whole. The medicinal efficacy of this pill was extraordinary, entirely free of any pill toxicity, allowing for remarkably smooth absorption. Nevertheless, under the overwhelming medicinal power, Lin Shen spent a full 12 days before he could completely absorb and digest a single supreme grade solid foundation pill. Having consolidated his cultivation base, Lin Shen still waited in vain for news from Emotion Valley. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had been monitoring sect affairs on his behalf, came to visit first. Following the arrangement via the communication talisman, Lin Shen concealed his movements and quietly made his way to the rear mountains beyond the outer sect of Qiyun Valley. Deep within a secluded grove of tangled woodland, Lin Feng had already been waiting. He stood beside towering wild grass, several zhang high, carefully and vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Upon seeing Lin Shen approach, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face revealing deep reverence as he hurried forward. Greetings, young master. Lin Feng clasped his fists in salute, sensing the imposing aura emanating from Lin Shen, and a wave of joy crossed his features. Congratulations, young master, on your tremendous breakthrough in cultivation. Before long, you will surely reach foundation establishment. It had been 2 years since he last laid eyes on Lin Shen. During these 2 years, Lin Shen had remained in secluded cultivation, so Lin Feng dared not disturb him. Instead, he quietly developed his own influence within the outer sect, cultivating informants to gather intelligence. Over the course of 2 years, Lin Feng had collected no small amount of useful information. As soon as he heard the news that Lin Shen had emerged from seclusion, he immediately used the communication talisman Lin Shen had given him to make contact. No need for such formalities. Lin Shen gave a faint nod, standing before Lin Feng and observing his current cultivation level, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. It has been over 2 years since we last met, and you have already reached the 6th layer of qi refining. This is all thanks to the resources you generously provided before entering seclusion. Without your support, someone with my spiritual root could never have broken through to the 6th layer of qi refining so swiftly. Lin Feng replied with deep respect from the sidelines. His rapid cultivation advancement was indeed made possible by a plentiful supply of resources combined with his extensive connections within the outer sect, which frequently allowed him to obtain valuable cultivation pills. 2 years of bitter training had brought him to the 6th layer of qi refining. However, after breaking through to the 6th layer, Lin Feng found that advancing further to the 7th layer was remarkably difficult. Before reaching the 6th layer with sufficient cultivation resources at his disposal, he felt his progress was quite steady. But upon reaching the 6th layer, as his cultivation realm increased, so too did his demand for resources and the quality of spiritual root required. Consequently, his cultivation speed dropped significantly. Lin Feng estimated that at this current pace, it would take at least 1 or even 2 more years to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining, and after reaching the 7th layer, his progress would likely become even slower. Yet he dared not voice this concern to Lin Shen. On one hand, he feared his standing in Lin Shen's eyes might diminish. On the other, Lin Shen had already reached the peak of qi refining and was in greater need of resources to consolidate his foundation and break through to foundation establishment. If he spoke up, Lin Shen, if valuing brotherhood, might share some cultivation resources with him, but that would impede Lin Shen's own progress. Conversely, if Lin Shen were indifferent, his regard for Lin Feng would drop substantially, and perhaps another member of the Lin family, with superior spiritual root aptitude entering Qiyun Valley, would gradually replace him. This was unthinkable. Thus, he could only rely on his own efforts, hoping that when Lin Shen was in a generous mood, he would bestow rewards upon him voluntarily. This was also a principle of the Lin family teachings. When the main family gives, you accept whether you wish it or not. When the main family does not give, you may not ask even if you desire it. Cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining, becoming a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Lin Shen nodded, then shifted to business. By the way, you asked me here in such a hurry. What news do you have? Mentioning the matter at hand, Lin Feng glanced left and right, and upon confirming they were alone, took a few steps closer. Lowering his voice, he said, "Young master, there is an outer sect disciple in Qiyun Valley named Qi Meng, who has recently been making waves. His spiritual energy cultivation is merely at the 4th layer of qi refining, yet during the outer sect tournament, half a year ago, he won victory after victory. Relying on his exceptionally powerful physical body, he forcefully defeated several late-stage Qi refining cultivators, directly securing a top 3 finish and earning the right to enter the inner sect. Moreover, after entering the inner sect, he was noticed by elders of the Qi refining hall and has attracted the favor of several senior inner sect sisters. This youth is extraordinarily unusual, and his fortune is almost offensively excessive. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a glint flashed in Lin Shen's eyes, and his thoughts quickly began to churn. This outer sect disciple named Qin Meng was indeed intriguing. Despite his spiritual energy cultivation being only at the 4th layer of Qi refining, he had defeated multiple late-stage Qi refining cultivators through sheer physical prowess. Much like himself, this was clearly a practitioner who cultivated both spirit and body. However, while Lin Shen kept his physical cultivation concealed, the outer sect disciple Qin Meng had openly displayed it. Lin Shen was uncertain whether Qin Meng possessed truly astonishing physical cultivation talents or was hiding something deeper. But one thing was certain: this youth's fortune must be remarkably thick, otherwise he would not have enjoyed such romantic luck within the inner sect nor the favor of elders. After pondering, he asked Lin Feng, "By the way, what is Qin Meng's background? When did he join Qi Yun Valley?" Before formulating any plans, he naturally needed to investigate Qin Meng's entire background, and when he had joined Qi Yun Valley, he intended to eliminate every potential threat. After all, he was not the only one in this world who knew how to conceal his trump cards. What if Qin Meng's spiritual energy cultivation was actually higher? Perhaps he had deliberately displayed his formidable physical strength to facilitate his entry into the inner sect. Lin Shen dared not overlook this possibility. If he were to act, he had to prepare thoroughly and personally select a fitting place, a serene mountain stream and lush landscape suitable for his burial. Otherwise, if he encountered a situation like last time, when that young Master Li, whose background was profound, despised the swordbone fragment, he might not have survived. If a different powerful bandit had obtained the swordbone fragment, let alone retrieving it, Lin Shen doubted whether he could have returned to Qi Yun Valley alive at all. Hearing Lin Shen's inquiry, Lin Feng raked through his memories and hurried to reply. "Young master, this Qin Meng has no particularly deep background. In fact, he is rather ordinary. When I realized this situation was somewhat unusual, I considered that he might very well be the type of person you were seeking. So I deliberately gathered information in advance. Before Qin Meng entered the inner sect, I had already thoroughly investigated everything about him, including his family background." Lin Feng glanced at Lin Shen and continued, "According to the information I have gathered, this Qin Meng is but the son of an ordinary mountain village farmer. If not for his proximity to the Qian dojo, he would not even have had the chance to take the examination. When his spiritual roots were tested, they turned out to be the most common 5-element spiritual roots. He has now been in Qi Yun Valley for over 4 years, entering at the same time as I did." With that recalling the information in his mind, Lin Feng grew even more certain. "Young master, this Qin Meng definitely has a problem. In the early years, he kept a low profile and was even bullied by fellow disciples in the outer sect. But when the triennial outer sect competition arrived, he soared to prominence, displaying astonishing strength and successfully entering the inner sect." He spoke earnestly, pouring out all the information he had gathered to Lin Shen. Lin Shen merely listened quietly without interrupting Lin Feng's account. After listening to Lin Feng's account, Lin Shen nodded once he had finished. "Indeed, I am aware of the matter now. In the near future, pay more attention and gather even more detailed information about this person." As he spoke, Lin Shen took out a storage pouch from his bosom containing some cultivation resources he no longer needed and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He tossed the storage pouch to Lin Feng and instructed, "The information I need must be even more detailed than what you just described. Do not be reluctant to spend spirit stones. Also, there are some cultivation resources in there that I no longer need. Take them and share them with Lin He and Lin Hai, and strive to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Later I will quietly pull some strings to secure you a position as an outer sect manager. That way you will be better positioned to serve me." "Yes, young master." Taking the storage pouch, Lin Feng nodded earnestly. In particular, Lin Shen's final words filled his heart with immense excitement. Outer sect manager. With this status, he would never lack cultivation resources again, and he could also gather information for Lin Shen more conveniently and in greater detail. "Serve me well, and you will find I reward and punish with absolute clarity." Lin Shen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Remember, do not reveal my existence. Everything you do outside has nothing to do with me. If anything leaks out, you know the consequences. Your subordinate will act before others discover it. Not only me, but also Lin He and Lin Hai." Lin Feng quickly pledged his loyalty. Lin Shen was very pleased. His body turned into a streak of light, vanishing directly into the rear mountain of the outer sect of Qi Yun Valley. Leaving the rear mountain of the outer sect, Lin Shen concealed his tracks and silently returned to his courtyard as if he had never stepped outside its gate. Returning to the courtyard, he activated the shielding formation. Lin Shen did not cultivate, but instead sat down on a reclining chair in the courtyard. His gaze drifted upward where dense foliage filled the canopy above. An old locust tree in the courtyard, bare only days ago, had begun to turn a lush green in the spring. Gazing at the tender leaves, Lin Shen's thoughts had already drifted far away. His mind kept replaying every detail he had gathered about Qin Mang. Unusual, far too unusual. The traces of his growth were too abnormal. An ordinary cultivator with 5-element spiritual roots lacking any family background. No matter how astonishing his body cultivation talent, without sufficient resources to cultivate, how could he in just 4 years defeat multiple late-stage qi refining cultivators in succession and fight his way into the inner sect? As a fellow body cultivator, Lin Shen knew full well that a powerful body cultivator consumed far more resources than those who cultivated through spiritual energy. His own body cultivation had reached its peak largely thanks to that several centuries-old blood-red ginseng and the fact that he tempered his body with thunder and lightning during his practice. But what did Qin Mang have to show for it? The son of a mountain village farmer. How could he in 4 years have fought his way from the outer sect into the inner sect? What is more, he was directly taken in as a registered disciple by an elder of the artifact refining hall and was favored by many senior inner sect sisters. If that is not astonishing luck, what is? Could it be due to his 5-element spiritual roots? Apart from incredibly good luck, Lin Shen now strongly suspected that Qin Mang must be carrying an extraordinary treasure on him. If not, how could his body refinement have improved so quickly? What kind of treasure could it be? His gaze pierced through the tender leaves toward the sky. Lin Shen murmured to himself, a treasure that can enhance body cultivation. Or perhaps a treasure that can provide vast amounts of cultivation resources. Or could it be that his years of mediocrity were his true nature and his sudden rise later was due to astonishing fortune, an explosive breakthrough upon obtaining a powerful inheritance? Lin Shen could not figure it out. In the end, he stopped dwelling on it. He suddenly stood up from the reclining chair, his eyes blazing with sharp light. Why think so much? No matter what kind of treasure or powerful inheritance it is, this fortune, Qin Mang cannot hold on to it. Lin Shen will take it. A man is guiltless, yet possessing a precious jade is itself the crime. If Qin Mang lacks the strength to protect his opportunity or treasure, or is not cautious enough to hide it, that in itself is the greatest crime. All of this was slowly drawing a full stop to Qin Mang's life. Whether it was the treasure, the inheritance, or the amazing luck on Qin Mang, Lin Shen had already marked this man he had never met as someone he must kill. For now, let us continue gathering information. There is no need to rush. After all, before long, I will be heading to Yunzhou. Let Lin Feng collect information first. Once I return from Yunzhou, I can begin making arrangements. Let me see just how much luck Qin Mang can provide for me, and what his treasure truly is. Lin Shen murmured to himself, then turned and walked into the room. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before long, a month and a half had passed. During this time, Lin Shen cultivated while collecting spirit talismans with explosive power and consumable magical instruments. The day Mo Shingu had spoken of was drawing near. Since he would be leaving Qiyun Valley for a while, he naturally had to make thorough preparations. After all, apart from carrying out missions, he had never truly ventured far from Qiyun Valley's territory, nor had he ever witnessed what the real cultivation world was truly like. With everything in readiness, Lin Shen cultivated while he waited. Another 3 days passed. One day he had just finished his cultivation session. Suddenly his communication talisman flickered and vibrated. Opening it, he found a message left by Mo Shingu. Master, has the congratulatory gift been prepared? So at last I am leaving Qiyun Valley to truly see the outside world. Lin Shen murmured. His body rose into the air, flying on his sword rapidly, heading toward Luoyan Peak. Luoyan Peak. Mo Shingu's courtyard. After hearing the rumored news of the communication spirit talisman, Lin Shen immediately rushed to Mo Shingu's courtyard without a moment's pause. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon seeing Mo Shingu, Lin Shen immediately bowed with reverence. Shen'er is here. No need for such formalities. Mo Shingu waved his hand, and with a smile took a brocade box from his bosom. Handing it to Lin Shen, he said, "This is a congratulatory gift I have prepared for my old friend. His surname is Qin, given name Ming Yuan, and he is the grand elder of the Qin family in Qingfeng Prefecture, Yunzhou." Yes, this disciple understands. Lin Shen nodded and took the brocade box. The box was inscribed with profound sealing runes and bound by multiple layers of spirit-locking arrays. Clearly what it contained was of considerable value. Be careful. This object is extremely precious. Do not lose it or let others snatch it away. Mo Shingu admonished him repeatedly, then sighed and shook his head. Actually, I had already prepared the gift long ago, but who would have thought news would arrive from Yunzhou saying my old friend had broken through to the Golden Core realm. Naturally, the previous gift was no longer sufficient, so I spent these past 2 months or so specially preparing this generous gift. No wonder, Lin Shen thought to himself. He had been wondering why Mo Shingu would take so long to prepare a gift. It turned out that he had received news of his old friend's breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. That being the case, an ordinary gift would naturally be unworthy of the occasion, so he had to put extra thought into offering a substantial present. After all, the other party was a Golden Core Grand Elder. One absolutely must not let a mistake in gift-giving weaken the bond of friendship. Noticing the wistful regret on Mo Shingu's face, Lin Shen immediately understood what was on his mind, and quickly said, The Qin family ancestor has broken through to Golden Core, and the two of you have been friends for many years. I imagine your cultivations were comparable when you first met. By that measure, master, your own breakthrough to Golden Core cannot be far off. Imo shook his head as if lost in thought and muttered, Golden Core. Golden Core. How could it be that easy? I have been stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for over 100 years, always feeling that a sliver of opportunity was missing. Still, Qin Mingyuan's breakthrough has given me a new spark of motivation. It seems these old bones of mine must work harder, striving to break through to Golden Core within my remaining years rather than waiting for my lifespan to run out and turn into a handful of yellow earth. Master, with your profound foundation, you will surely succeed, as you wish. Lin Shen quickly spoke up. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Imo sighed and said with emotion, breaking through to the Golden Core realm depends not only on aptitude and foundation, a more important still is that mysterious thread of fortune. If you have a moment of enlightenment and fortune descends, your master could break through at any time. But if, at this point he shook his head and did not continue. Perhaps he also wanted to preserve a shred of hope for himself. Having hope is a good thing. Once hope is gone, he would be like dry bones in an abandoned well, waiting quietly for death as his lifespan was exhausted. Imo paused, then continued, instructing Lin Shen. By the way, I did not know earlier that my old friend had broken through to Golden Core, since Yunzhou is far from Qian Valley. On this trip, do not lose face for your master, or allow yourself to be looked down upon by others. Yes, master. Lin Shen nodded and assured, rest assured on this point, master. I will never tarnish your reputation. Of course, if there were dangerous circumstances, that would be another matter. Face could be regained if lost. But if his life was lost, then everything would be gone. Of course, Lin Shen would never say this aloud. The probability of such an event was extremely low, and even if it did happen, Imo would surely understand. Hearing Lin Shen's assurance, Imo nodded in satisfaction and continued, make the most of this trip. It is also an opportunity for you. After all, my old friend bears the title of the Little Mengchong of Yunzhou. And now that he has broken through to the Golden Core realm, countless people will certainly flock to offer their congratulations. If you can befriend a few prodigies, or win the appreciation of a Golden Core senior, it will be of great help to your future cultivation path. This point was very important. This was also why Imo had Lin Shen go in his place to offer congratulations. After all, a month earlier, his senior disciple Shen Qianfan, having caught wind of the news, had already come to beg him several times. But considering that Lin Shen currently had greater potential, Mo Xinggu ultimately decided to give priority to supporting him, allowing him to build more connections and obtain better network resources. As for Shen Qianfan, he would have to rely on himself in the future. If he could successfully break through to Foundation establishment, he would still be a good disciple. If not, his sect was not lacking in a chi-refining peak disciple like that. He could only be treated as an ordinary disciple. Listening to Imo Xinggu's instructions, Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He also knew that this was Imo Xinggu's way of cultivating him, letting him form connections with many prodigies. However, Lin Shen did not think so. What was the use of merely befriending a crowd of prodigies? What he truly wanted was to see whether those prodigies were blessed with fortune. That was the most critical thing. Compared with so-called connections, he cared more about those who possessed dense fortune. Presumably, every one of those prodigies should have no weak fortune, if there was an opportunity. But he quickly shook his head again. Safety came first. He could not take reckless risks. But if safety was guaranteed, he might be able to reap a harvest from among them. Lin Shen secretly calculated. All right, I have said all that should be said. Be careful on the road. Imo Xinggu waved his hand at Lin Shen, then took out a spirit talisman from his bosom and handed it to him, saying, this is a life-saving charm from me, your master. It contains a full power strike at the peak of Foundation establishment. It was extremely costly to make. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. Thank you, master. With such great favor from you, this disciple will certainly not bring shame to you in Yunzhou. Lin Shen nodded quickly, accepted the spirit talisman, and expressed his gratitude to Imo Xinggu with deep appreciation. With such a precious item, even if he encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could use this Foundation establishment peak attack talisman against the opponent when caught off guard, surely killing them in one strike. Moreover, he still had 3 Thunderclap pearls. After years of nurturing, these 3 Thunderclap pearls were more than enough to deal with ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivators. With all these protective items on his person, Lin Shen felt full of security and grew increasingly eager for this trip to Yunzhou. He looked forward to meeting more people with dense fortune, hoping this journey to Yunzhou would broaden his horizons and yield gains. Go on, go on. Imo Xinggu waved his hand again. I will wait to hear good news from you. I hope you return with something of value from Yunzhou. Yes, master. Lin Shen nodded, bowed to Imo Xinggu, and then slowly left Luoyan Peak. Lin Shen, well done. Truly worthy of being my junior brother. Splendid. Simply splendid. In just 2 or 3 short years, I never expected our master would come to favor you so deeply. He even gave you the supreme grade solid yuan pill. And now you're sent to Yunzhou to attend the Golden Core Patriarch's birthday celebration. It seems our master has already cast me, his eldest disciple, aside as a discard. Fine, fine. If you Lin Shen are allowed to keep developing like this in the future, there will be no place for me Shun Qianfan to stand on Luoyun Peak. From a remote corner in the distance of Luoyun Peak, Shen Qianfan, who had been silently watching the commotion at Imo Xingu's courtyard, glared with murderous intent. With a twisted, frenzied expression, he stared at the receding figure of Lin Shen, riding his flying sword away. During this period, he had already gathered all the information. Imo Xingu never owed any favor to an elder of the sect. His share of the supreme-grade solid yuan pill was still intact. It was simply that Imo Xingu no longer wished to give it to him. Having noticed the far more exceptional Lin Shen, he now intended to cast Shun Qianfan aside as a discard and pour the sect's resources into cultivating Lin Shen, making him the second disciple to reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Fine then, you damned old bastard. When you gave the Foundation Establishment pill to Mo Xiaoyu back, then I didn't hold it against you since she is your own granddaughter. But now for the sake of a Lin Shen, you've cut off my supply of supreme-grade solid yuan pill. Clearly you intend to devote everything to grooming Lin Shen. No, I will never allow it. Lin Shen must die. Let me see how you groom a dead Lin Shen, and when he is dead, your supreme-grade solid yuan pill will still have to be obediently handed over to me. Murderous intent seethed in Shun Qianfan's eyes. His expression twisted as he muttered maniacally to himself. At this moment, he had already conceived the intention to kill Lin Shen. As long as Lin Shen remained alive, Shun Qianfan could not sleep a single night in peace. Moreover, once Lin Shen was dead, as long as no one knew the truth, all the nurturing and resources on Luoyun Peak would continue to tilt toward him. And then there was that congratulatory gift. A gift meant for a Golden Core Realm expert was certain to be on Lin Shen's person right now. As long as he killed Lin Shen, everything would be his. With that gift in hand, he might even be able to go into seclusion and break through directly to Foundation Establishment. Murderous intent surged within his heart. Shun Qianfan then returned to his residence. From a hidden compartment, he retrieved a wooden box engraved with profound runes. He dispelled the runes and opened the box. Inside the box lay a flying dagger. The dagger was crimson all over its blade, densely carved with blood-red patterns resembling some sort of demonic artifact. He had obtained it years ago by chance from a relic cave dwelling, and it possessed tremendous killing power. Yet it also required nourishment by blood. Over the years, in order to nurture this flying dagger, he had secretly killed countless rogue cultivators and low-ranked disciples of the sect. This was also why he did not dare keep it in his storage pouch. If such a demonic artifact were discovered, utter annihilation would surely befall him. But now the time had come to use it. Lin Shen must die. He had to kill him with a single strike. Lin Shen ah Lin Shen. All of this was brought upon yourself. Do not blame me, your senior brother. Shun Qianfan muttered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Then his figure vanished. Under the pretext of going into seclusion to cultivate, he quietly departed from Qiyun Valley. 5 days later, Lin Shen had already left the territory of Qiyun Valley far behind, speeding toward the direction of Yinzhou. The distance between them was immense. Even after 5 consecutive days and nights of relentless travel by his estimate, he still needed at least another 7 or 8 days. Along the way, because Lin Shen wore the intersect robes of Qiyun Valley, he had encountered no danger. Even if some foolhardy rogue cultivators appeared, they were all swiftly dispatched with a single strike of his sword, obliterated utterly beneath dreadful, thunderous power, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. There are still 7 or 8 days of travel before reaching Yinzhou, but there is plenty of time. It's still over 20 days until Qin Mingyuan's birthday, so there's no need to rush. After 5 consecutive days and nights of non-stop travel, even Lin Shen felt somewhat weary. He swiftly weaved through the high sky, and upon spotting a fairly secluded cave on the ground below, he immediately descended toward it. His way of doing things had always been steady and cautious. Now that he had completely distanced himself from Qiyun Valley and left its territory behind. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Shen decided to conserve spiritual energy, first restore his condition to its peak, and then resume his journey. After all, time was more than sufficient. He only needed to arrive a few days before Qin Mingyuan's birthday. Arriving at this well-hidden cave, Lin Shen sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a spiritual energy-restoring pill from his storage pouch, and immediately began circulating the 3 elements Qi introduction art within his body. While tempering his body with thunder, he rapidly restored the spiritual energy within him. About half an incense stick of time later, just as Lin Shen was cultivating and recovering his spiritual energy, he abruptly snapped his eyes open. In the next instant, Lin Shen's body flickered away like a phantom, while simultaneously talismans of spiritual protection were activated and layers of shields swiftly enveloped him. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded. The very spot where Lin Shen had been sitting in meditation was now the site of an ear-splitting blast, leaving a massive crater several meters wide in the ground. A wave of scorched, blazing aura rushed toward him. Who? Lin Shen's figure flickered rapidly, and only after he had retreated far from the cave did he scan his surroundings with caution. He had not expected that although he had encountered no trouble along the journey, the moment he tried to sit down and recover his spiritual energy, he would be ambushed. Clearly this person must have been planning this well in advance. Moreover, it was highly likely that this was someone who had been tracking him since Qian Valley. After all, had it been an outside rogue cultivator, the attacker would hardly have launched just a single strike, nor would he have waited until this moment to make his move. No sound came from the surroundings. Lin Shen could not help but frown slightly. His mind raced, wondering who in Qian Valley could be behind this. Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui. No, that was unlikely. According to his information, Wu Qingfeng and Zhao Shui were only at the 9th layer of qi refining. They had not even participated in the matter involving Wang Zhan, so how could they possibly have followed him specifically? Then who on earth could it be? He clearly had not offended anyone within the sect. After all, those he had offended were basically all dead by now. Whoosh! Just as Lin Shen was about to take off and escape this trouble, first a sharp piercing sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. A dreadful blood corruption aura surged toward him. Black mist churned all around as faint, indistinct roars of countless vengeful ghosts echoed through the air. It was a flying dagger. The dagger shot forward at tremendous speed, arriving before Lin Shen's eyes in an instant. Sensing the terrifying killing intent, Lin Shen's pupils involuntarily contracted. He had no time to think. His figure flashed swiftly aside as sword chi exploded from his body, and the thunderclap flying sword shot out from his storage pouch. Boom! Terrifying, thunderous power erupted. The thunderclap flying sword and the flying dagger collided head-on in midair, and a violent explosion rang out as waves of fearsome spiritual energy swept in all directions. Such terrifying bloodfiend aura. Lin Shen flashed rapidly through the air, and a figure surfaced in his mind. Throughout the entire Qian Valley, he had never offended anyone, because everyone he offended was already dead. Except Shen Qianfan, his own good senior brother. Thinking about it, it made perfect sense. The granting of the supreme Yuan stabilizing pill to Lin Shen, the opportunity to offer birthday congratulations being reserved for him. Such favoritism from Mo Xinggu would certainly have bred resentment in Shen Qianfan, who had then followed him all the way here to strike it in midway. What Lin Shen had not expected was that Shen Qianfan possessed such a terrifying bloodfiend treasure and one of such tremendous power. Had his thunderclap sword chi not already reached perfection, that flying dagger strike just now would not have been so easily broken. Senior brother, come out. If you don't come out soon, I, your junior brother, am leaving. Once I do, when the sect finds out you used such a demonic artifact, it will never forgive you. Lin Shen shouted into the surroundings. At the same time, his body did not pause in the slightest. He shot swiftly into the distance. The enemy lurked in the dark while he stood in the light. If he stayed where he was, he could only be beaten passively. The only thing to do now was to leave this place first. As long as that man was Shen Qianfan, he would never allow him to leave this place alive. Otherwise, once Lin Shen left and spread the news, Shen Qianfan would no longer have a foothold in Qian Valley. He would even be hunted down by the entire valley. Using demonic artifacts, harming fellow disciples, and seizing a congratulatory gift worthy of the Golden Core realm. Such acts were among the gravest taboos in all of Qian Valley. As Lin Shen sped away into the distance, Shen Qianfan, who had originally lurked in the darkness intending to wear him down slowly, could no longer restrain himself. He shot forward in pursuit. Shen Qianfan's face was livid. In his original calculations, even if his first ambush strike failed to kill Lin Shen, it should at least have gravely wounded him. Then he could kill Lin Shen from a distance without exposing the slightest trace of his involvement. But what he had never imagined was that Lin Shen's strength would be so formidable and his vigilance so keen. His first attack failed. His second attack used his most powerful bloodfiend flying dagger, yet Lin Shen still managed to block it with his flying sword. Worse still, after only 2 exchanges, Lin Shen had identified him without the slightest error. That was something Shen Qianfan absolutely could not allow. Just as Lin Shen had expected, Shen Qianfan dared not let him leave this place alive. He dared not even let him reach a gathering place of cultivators. If news of his ambush spread, Mo Xinggu would not spare him, and Qian Valley would spare him even less. The two of them raced onward, one pursuing the other. They continued to chase through the air, attacks erupting in endless streams. Soon, amid the relentless pursuit and combat, the two finally descended into a valley. The place was beautiful. Plants radiated vibrant life, a brook murmured beside them, and countless wildflowers competed in dazzling splendor. My good junior brother, you really know how to pick a place. A spot this lovely is not a bad choice for your burial ground. Seeing Lin Shen stop ahead and no longer flee, Shen Qianfan descended from the sky and looked at him with a cold sneer. By now he had already marked Lin Shen as a dead man. After all, he was an established peak qi refining cultivator, while Lin Shen had only entered the peak of qi refining 2 or 3 months ago. What strength did he have to fight him head on? Indeed, the scenery here is pleasant. Lin Shen nodded with a smile, then his tone shifted, and a flash of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. But it's a pity. This will not be my grave but yours. Huh. A joke. The greatest joke I've ever heard. Shen Qianfan laughed arrogantly, then slammed his storage pouch with a fierce motion. Formation flag after formation flag flew out, forming a barrier that swiftly sealed off the area. The formation became an isolation barrier. Shen Qianfan's lips twisted into one sneer after another. My good junior brother, you can't escape now, can you? To be honest, I truly don't understand. I don't understand. His face began to contort as he roared hoarsely, why does that old bastard favor you so much? You have 3 spiritual roots, and so do I. I served him diligently for more than 20 years. Why would he give my supreme, yuan stabilizing pill to you? Why would he even give you the chance to offer birthday congratulations this time? I can't understand it. Tell me why in the world. Shen Qianfan was filled with burning resentment. All of this had originally been his. All of it. But now with Lin Shen in the way, Mo Shingu was clearly abandoning him, clearly unwilling to invest any further resources in his cultivation. Listening to Shen Qianfan's ferocious roars, Lin Shen shrugged a cold smile, curling at the corner of his mouth. Why? Because you simply didn't live up to expectations. Because you're too useless. You've been stuck at the peak of qi refining for over 10 years without breaking through. Who else can you blame? To tell you the truth, I've already taken the supreme, yuan stabilizing pill, and every future half your share will be mine as well. Besides, that master told me that once I break through to foundation establishment, he will go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the golden core realm, and then the entire Luoyan Peak will be placed under my command. Lin Shen's words were half true and half false. The first part was true, the latter part was of course false. Mo Shingu had never said he would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the golden core realm, nor had he ever said he would place Luoyan Peak under Lin Shen's control. Lin Shen had said all this precisely in order to enrage Shen Qianfan completely, to warp his rationality, and to make him abandon all restraint in trying to slay him. After all, rage robs a person of reason. In the short term, his attacks would become far more ferocious, but he would expose many more openings. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could absolutely kill Shen Qianfan in a single strike with his thunderclap sword qi without even resorting to his trump card. Aya, Lin Shen, you're asking for death. Shen Qianfan roared in fury. Lies are not what terrify, the truth is a sharp blade. Lin Shen's words had stabbed straight into the core of his heart, hitting his deepest, most painful spot. Shen Qianfan could not endure it. He bellowed in fury, you want to take control of Luoyan Peak. Arrogance. A joke. As long as I kill you today, everything will return to its proper course. Once that old bastard Mo Shingu no longer has you to nurture, most of Luoyan Peak's resources will naturally fall to me. Lin Shen, you brought this on yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Qianfan jerked his head up. Blood fiend aura surged in his palm, and the flying dagger circling in his hand transformed into a streak of blood-red light that shot through the air. Lin Shen, however, was even faster. The instant Shen Qianfan made his move, a terrifying thunderclap, sword qi tore through the air, hurtling toward him wreathed in devastating thunderous power. Boom. The thunder sword and blood fiend flying blade continuously clashed in the air, sparks flying in all directions as lightning and blood demon energy spread outward. In their relentless exchanges, explosions rang out ceaselessly. Lin Shen died. Amidst the clashing of the thunder sword and blood fiend flying blade, Shen Qianfan darted forward at great speed. He performed a series of hand seals and swept both arms violently. A fearsome torrent of flames condensed in the air into 2 spinning wheels converging from both sides to sweep toward Lin Shen with crushing force. He had previously sought information on Lin Shen and knew that most of his strength resided in a single flying sword. Now that the thunder sword was entangled by his blood fiend flying blade, he wanted to see what strength Lin Shen had left to resist such a devastating attack. He had painstakingly cultivated this technique for over 10 years long, since reaching perfect mastery. When facing cultivators at the peak of the qi condensation stage, he had never failed. A single strike meant certain death. Merely a trifling trick. Lin Shen sneered, terrifying thunderous power erupting from his body. Rather than retreating, he advanced his hands, forming into fists. Lightning power radiated from his fists as he struck hard at the 2 devastating attacks. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. The 2 massive flame wheels shattered, countless flames spreading in every direction. Watching this, Shen Qianfan's eyes gleamed with triumph as he sneered from a distance. The cultivators who previously fell to this move did so through carelessness. In truth, his greatest weapon was not the constricting force itself, but the explosive power released when the 2 elements collided. The same applied to Lin Shen now. He wanted to see how Lin Shen could possibly survive within such a terrifying explosion. Yet in the next instant, Shen Qianfan's triumphant expression froze completely. His pupils dilated wildly, his face filled with utter disbelief. For before his eyes, Lin Shen radiated terrifying thunder and burst forth from the raging inferno, charging directly toward him at great speed. Lin Shen's speed was too great. Combined with the close-range assault, Shen Qianfan could not react in time and could only hastily activate his protective treasure. A geyser of blood erupted. Shen Qianfan was sent flying backward, and the protective shield before him shattered in that moment. Had it not been for his years of life and death combat experience, which drove him to activate another protective talisman at the last moment, he would likely have already been critically wounded by Lin Shen's punch. What terrifying physical strength! How could you possess such horrifying power? Lin Shen, you're actually a body cultivator. Dual cultivation of the spiritual and physical paths. He crashed heavily into a massive boulder, which shattered on impact. Blood trickled from Shun Qianfan's mouth as he stared at Lin Shen in utter disbelief. It's over. My dear senior brother. Lin Shen spoke coldly. Strike while the iron is hot. Taking advantage of Shun Qianfan's momentary distraction, he swept his hand violently. The thunder sword which had been clashing with the blood fiend flying blade in the air instantly returned to his palm. Gripping the thunder sword, Lin Shen delivered a ferocious slash. This strike was named Jingjia. One strike of Jingjia. Thunder and lightning erupted from the sky as a sword, chi crackling with terrifying thunderous power violently tore through the surrounding air, pierced through the void, and hurtled towards Shen Qianfan. No. Sensing the devastating power of this strike, Shen Qianfan's eyes bulged in desperation as he urgently attempted to recall the blood fiend flying blade to resist. But his speed was too slow. No, more accurately, the strike of Jingjia was simply too fast. It was so fast that Shen Qianfan could not even react. By the time he prepared to resist, the sword, chi carrying such terrifying thunderous power, had already reached him. Scalding blood sprayed everywhere. The terrifying sword, chi tore Shen Qianfan's body apart, sending his remains exploding into fragments across the sky. If I had succeeded where others failed, Mo Sheng Valley's resources would surely have shifted toward you again, helping you fully break through to Foundation establishment. But unfortunately you failed, and the price of failure is death. From now on the resources of Luoyun Peak will fall to your humble junior brother. Lin Shen sneered, shook his head, and flickered forward. Gazing at the scattered remains on the ground, he casually picked up the storage bag. Then a wave of magic swept from his hand, and the remains on the ground instantly turned to ash as if they had never existed at all. Lin Shen's shun was caution. Even though this place was desolate and uninhabited, for the sake of security, he had to eliminate all traces of the scene, reducing his beloved senior brother Shen Qianfan to nothing but dust. Having quickly cleared the scene, Lin Shen obtained Shen Qianfan's storage bag and the blood fiend flying blade, now without a master to control it. Though sinister in nature, it had to be said that its offensive power was indeed formidable and the material was of exceptional quality. He might as well keep the blood fiend flying blade on hand for unexpected occasions. After all, everyone knew he excelled with the flying sword, with most of his martial prowess invested in it. But what if, hiding his identity, he employed his body cultivation and this flying blade instead? If he were to do something else and attract the investigation of Qiyun Valley or other factions, they would likely struggle to link it back to him. The blood fiend blade demon who murders and sets fires. The thunder sword immortal who delivers salvation from suffering. Thinking of being able to switch between these two identities in the future, Lin Shen's lips curled upward slightly. He stepped onto the thunder sword and sped away into the distance. Yun Province, a remote border town. 10 days had passed. Lin Shen emerged from a cave in a border town of Yun Province. 5 days ago he had already arrived here. However, to strengthen his capabilities and attack methods, he had not headed directly to Qingfeng Commandery in Yun Province. Instead, he found a cave and refined the blood fiend flying blade. Through refining the blood fiend flying blade and studying the blade control techniques from Shun Qianfan's storage bag, Lin Shen had come to understand the characteristics of this artifact. This artifact was more precious than he had imagined. It could barely be classified as an item passed down from ancient times. However, after the ravages of time, its original power had faded. But if it frequently consumed fresh blood, the blood fiend flying blade's rank could continue to rise, and its power would grow increasingly formidable. An artifact of the demonic path. Stepping out of the cave and calculating the timing of Elder Qin Yuanming's birthday, Lin Shen sped toward Qingfeng Commandery. He darted swiftly through the upper atmosphere. As he recalled the blade's advancement method in his mind, a faint smile touched his lips. Though this artifact belonged to the demonic path, what truly mattered was who wielded it. If it were himself, a treasure remained a treasure. Where was there any distinction between righteous and evil? Those who died beneath his blade and became nourishment for the blood fiend flying blade had earned a great honor. Yunzhou Qingfeng Commandery. A streak of luminescent light descended from the distance as Lin Shen landed from the high sky, arriving directly at the entrance to Qingfeng Commandery's city walls. Qingfeng Commandery was protected by a massive citywide formation that prohibited high-altitude sword flight within its boundaries. Were countless cultivators to soar overhead upon their flying swords, the commandery would descend into utter chaos. At the city gates, with only 7 days remaining until Qin Yuanming's 200th birthday celebration and news of his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, an uncountable throng of cultivators had gathered to offer their congratulations. The gates teemed with constant influxes of visitors. Following the surging crowd, Lin Shen walked into the city on foot, making his way steadily toward the Qin residence. With Qin Yuanming's bicentennial birthday approaching, numerous families from surrounding regions and members of various sects had flocked to offer their felicitations. Many rogue cultivators had set up mobile stalls along the broad street sides. They hawked their wares with great vigor, hoping to seize the opportunity presented by the celebration to sell off their accumulated pills, talismans, and demon beast materials, thereby earning a considerable sum of spirit stones. As expected, amidst the enthusiastic calls of the stall vendors, most booths were bustling with activity as numerous cultivators paused to purchase whatever they needed. Lin Shen also wandered among the stalls and spent over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones on certain spiritual herbs that could assist him in stabilizing his foundation. Although these herbs were not of particularly high quality when consumed alongside the top-grade yuan-fixing pill, they still held certain efficacy in fortifying his foundation and enhancing his cultivation reserves. After browsing the stalls, Lin Shen continued his unhurried walk toward the Qin estate. At the same time, his gaze subtly surveyed the surrounding environment, and along the way multiple concealed routes for quickly exiting Qingfeng Commandery had already formed in his mind. This was simply his habit. Out of caution, Lin Shen made it a practice to memorize every location and directional detail whenever he arrived at an unfamiliar place. He noted which positions offered expansive sightlines, which spots provided adequate concealment, and which routes would prove easiest for a rapid escape. One might dismiss such details as trivial and seldom useful in ordinary times, yet should unforeseen circumstances arise, possessing this knowledge would provide significantly greater hope of survival compared to knowing nothing at all. Having committed all locations and waypoints to memory, Lin Shen continued his journey toward the Qin estate. Approximately half an hour later, in his leisurely stride, Lin Shen's steps slowed as he arrived before an enormous residential compound spanning a vast area. A colossal protective formation enveloped the entire estate, rivaling the citywide defense formation Lin Shen had observed outside Qingfeng Commandery. Upon the inscribed plaque, two characters, Qin residence, were carved in vigorous flowing script. The Qin family. This sprawling estate was indeed the domain of the Qin clan. Truly befitting a family presided over by a golden core ancestor. What magnificent grandeur. Observing the imposing Qin residence, Lin Shen murmured inwardly. The Qin estate bustled with traffic at this hour. At the main entrance, over a dozen Qin disciples clad in uniform attire stood ready to receive guests, responsible for registering the information of visiting cultivators. A massive gathering of cultivators surrounded the Qin estate. Many powerful figures of Foundation establishment Cultivation wore broad smiles as under the hospitality of the welcoming disciples they entered the Qin grounds. These cultivators who had gathered around were largely members of smaller cultivation families subordinate to the Qin clan. They had specifically arrived early to demonstrate their loyalty, and should fortune favor them, they might even forge connections with certain prominent figures within the Qin family. Others had likewise arrived ahead of schedule, hoping to encounter talented disciples from other families or sects seeking to establish relationships and expand their own networks of influence. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shen did not rush forward, but instead mingled with the crowd, listening to the surrounding cultivators converse and discuss. After all, he had already arrived at the Qin estate and had ample time. There was no need to hurry inside immediately. Amongst this group of cultivators, he might gain some useful information. He could listen to see who had been fortunate, overhear rumors of disciples from minor families experiencing sudden rises to prominence. After all, during his time among common folk, he had read numerous storybooks featuring young masters of fallen families who overnight stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities and embarked upon paths of dramatic reversal. There were also tales of individuals once considered utterly worthless who suddenly ascended, displaying astonishing talent and strength, and went on to rise relentlessly until they became peerless figures in this world. All of these were storylines he had encountered in fiction. Though such tales might seem fanciful, reality often proved even more absurd. Perhaps he could use the accounts of children favored by fortune from these books as a reference to discern whether any families or cultivators nearby shared similar experiences. If so, he would certainly study them thoroughly, for one might find the next Wang Zhan or the next Li Changya. Yet most of what he heard was merely insignificant gossip and mutual flattery among those around him. Just as Lin Shen was beginning to feel somewhat impatient, a murmur of whispered conversations suddenly arose around him. Lin Shen's eyebrows rose slightly, and his gaze turned toward the source of the discussion. At the main gate of the Qin estate, an armless cultivator at the early stage of Foundation establishment was suddenly escorted out along with the gifts he had brought. His appearance was utterly wretched. Isn't that Li Haipeng, the patriarch of the Li family in Qingfeng City? I recall his son Li Yifan was betrothed since childhood to the granddaughter of the fifth elder of the Qin family. Why has he been suddenly driven out? Observing Li Haipeng's rather disheveled condition, some of the onlookers among the gathered cultivators spoke with visible puzzlement. That shows your ignorance. It seems you are not from Qingfeng Commandery either. Fully 3 years ago, Li Haipeng suffered grave injuries that damaged his foundation, causing his cultivation to plummet from late-stage foundation establishment down to early stage. And with his worthless son possessing only 5-element spiritual roots, the Qin family had long since called off the engagement. Exactly. The Qin family severed ties with the Li family 3 years ago. Now Li Haipeng has the audacity to come offering birthday congratulations. That's why they threw him out. The granddaughter of the fifth elder of the Qin family. Didn't she join the Shueihua sect fully 3 years ago? She became a direct disciple under a golden core elder. No wonder Li Haipeng is so shameless. Perhaps he hopes to help his worthless son try once more for that betrothal. That is a top disciple of the Shueihua sect, a direct student of a golden core elder. Li Haipeng is truly delusional. The family now enjoys rapid prosperity, and with the clan ancestor having broken through to the Golden Core realm. Who on earth would ever consider his worthless son? The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, discussing the matter eagerly. Watching Li Haipeng's disgraceful departure, their eyes carried amusement and derision. Of course, these remarks were only voiced in secret. Had they spoken directly to Li Haipeng, they would have merely offered insincere expressions of regret. After all, even at his worst, and despite his severe injuries, Li Haipeng still possessed the Foundation establishment realm. Most of these whispering individuals were cultivators at the late stages or peak of qi condensation. It was precisely because of their daily suppression that upon witnessing a Foundation establishment expert reduced to such a wretched state, they could not resist adding their 2 cents. Listening to the whispered discussions around him, Lin Shen fell into thought. According to the usual plots in storybooks, wasn't this son of Li Haipeng exactly the kind of destiny-favored protagonist who rises against all odds? With this in mind, Lin Shen couldn't help but pay more attention. His face brimming with curiosity, he asked one of the whispering bystanders, "What about Li Haipeng's son? After the Qin family broke off the engagement, he should have received some compensation, right?" Hearing the question, the nearby man said dismissively, "Compensation? Not a damn thing. From what I hear, he's been missing for 2 or 3 years now. If anything, the Qin family was merciful. They didn't force Li Haipeng's son Li Yifan to kill himself. How could they possibly give him compensation? Missing for 2 or 3 years. Playing the disappearing act." Lin Shen's brows furrowed even deeper, and his suspicion grew that Li Yifan was indeed the destiny-favored protagonist described in those storybooks. At the same time, he felt quite disappointed in the Qin family's actions, believing that such a family was destined never to go far. If he were a member of the Qin family, he would never have resorted to breaking off the engagement. Instead, he would have secretly dispatched the family's most formidable expert to pose as a rogue cultivator and quietly eliminate both Li Haipeng and his son. In doing so, they would preserve their reputation while eradicating the threat forever. After all, what if this Li Yifan, missing for 2 or 3 years, suddenly returned in triumph after encountering some opportunity in the wild? In that case, the original dissolution of the engagement and the humiliation of banishment would likely drive the Li and Qin families into irreconcilable mortal enmity. But then again, that was just Lin Shen's way of thinking. In this vast world of cultivation, he was but a lone figure, while the Qin family was bound by countless ties and considerations, perhaps weighing matters more carefully, seeing no need to act so ruthlessly. To satisfy his curiosity or to discern whether Li Yifan truly possessed any fortune, Lin Shen deliberately disguised his identity and made further inquiries around the area to gather detailed information about Li Yifan. According to the news he gathered, Li Yifan was indeed an ordinary 5-element spiritual root cultivator with exceptionally poor aptitude. It was said that when he disappeared, he had merely reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Even that was only achieved through the Li family's vigorous support. Relying solely on his own aptitude, Li Yifan would probably never have broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. His early life had been utterly unremarkable, spent mostly in bitter cultivation within the clan. But hampered by his poor aptitude, even with ample resources, his cultivation progress remained agonizingly slow. Meanwhile, the Li family itself was plagued by internal strife and external threats. After Li Haipeng suffered severe injuries and his cultivation fell to the early Foundation establishment stage, his position as clan head began to waver, with several other elders of early to mid Foundation establishment secretly scheming against him, coveting the clan leader's seat. Were it not for the greater good and the interests of the entire Li family, Li Haipeng would long ago have been jointly expelled by the other elders. It was precisely amid these internal and external troubles that news of Li Yifan had not surfaced for 2 or 3 years, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. A mere 7th level qi refinement cultivator goes missing. Where could he possibly go? Could it be that he had been secretly killed amid the family's internal strife? This left Lin Shen somewhat puzzled and disappointed. He had hoped to hear recent news of Li Yifan, which would have allowed him to better determine whether Li Yifan was indeed a person blessed with abundant fortune. Unfortunately, Li Yifan had long since vanished, and Lin Shen's earlier plans had come to naught. After lingering among the crowd of cultivators to eavesdrop a while longer, he obtained no further useful information. Since I'll be staying in Qingfeng Commandery for some time, anyway, there's no need to rush. In the coming days, I'll keep an eye on news from the Li family. Perhaps I'll stumble upon some unexpected gains. Lin Shen shook his head and stopped dwelling on the matter. Secretly altering his attire, he made his way through the crowd and strode purposefully toward the Qin mansion. "Senior brother, might you be a distinguished disciple of Qiyun Valley?" Seeing Lin Shen approach with an imposing aura, the Qin family disciples in charge of receiving guests dared not show any negligence and promptly greeted him with smiles. Lin Shen nodded, took an invitation card from his storage pouch, and handed it over, saying, "I am Lin Shen, a core disciple of Qiyun Valley's inner sect, personally instructed by Elder Emoshingu. Today, by my master's orders, I have come to offer birthday congratulations to Elder Qin." "So you are Elder Mo's personal disciple, an honored guest indeed. Please come in, Senior Brother Lin. Our Qin family has already prepared a private courtyard for honored guests. Please feel free to rest here during your stay." Hearing Lin Shen's words, the Qin family disciple's expression grew even more respectful. He quickly took the invitation and with a beaming smile led Lin Shen into the Qin mansion. Having been specially assigned to receive guests at the main entrance, this Qin family disciple naturally possessed keen insight and was quite familiar with the friendship circles of the family's patriarch. From what he knew back in the patriarch's youth, he had been extremely close to Mo Xingu of Qiyun Valley. In the past, when the Qin family had fallen into calamity, it was Mo Xingu who, relying on his connections and prestige within Qiyun Valley, kept their enemies from daring to act rashly, allowing the Qin family to develop in peace and eventually carve out a place in Qingfeng Commandery. Now, although their patriarch had broken through to Golden Core compared to the far more formidable Qiyun Valley, the Qin family remained utterly insignificant. That was one of the reasons this Qin family disciple treated Lin Shen with such reverence. He dared not show the slightest negligence, and with a smile all the way he shared some bits of news about the Qin family, while leading Lin Shen to the courtyard reserved for honored guests. The courtyard was situated in the western part of the Qin estate, surrounded by many similarly styled courtyards, several of which were already occupied by cultivators. "Senior brother Lin, this is your accommodation," the Qin family disciple said with a smile. "Please make do with this place for the next few days. When the patriarch's birthday celebration arrives, I will send someone specially to notify you." No problem." Lin Shen glanced at the fairly peaceful courtyard and nodded with considerable satisfaction. "By the way, senior brother Lin, there are other cultivators residing in the courtyards around yours. Some are Foundation Establishment realm experts and others are fellow disciples from other major sects. If you find kindred spirits, perhaps you might wish to make their acquaintance." Before leaving, the Qin family disciple suddenly spoke up. He knew perfectly well that disciples from these major sects often had motives far more complex than merely offering birthday congratulations. Many sought to use this occasion to befriend those of similar standing or those with monstrous talents, thereby expanding their own networks. Out of goodwill, and also to cultivate a favorable bond, the Qin family disciple deliberately reminded Lin Shen and discreetly revealed the identities of those residing nearby. "Thank you, junior brother. I understand what you've said. Should I chance upon other senior figures of the Qin family, I will certainly put in a good word for you." Lin Shen smiled and nodded. However, inwardly, he grew more vigilant. This fellow had told him the identities of the people dwelling around him, which was certainly useful. But if others moved in later, and this man shared his information in turn, that would not be a particularly good thing. It seemed that during his stay in the Qin family these next few days he would need to be even more cautious, never allowing a single moment of carelessness to drag him into peril. "Thank you, senior brother Lin. This is all that a junior brother should do." The young man of the Qin family nodded with a smile. He did not delay Lin Shen any longer. After bowing respectfully to Lin Shen, he departed. Watching the retreating figure of that Qin family member, Lin Shen's pupils deepened, and he shook his head. Just as he was about to return to his courtyard to rest, the gate of a nearby courtyard suddenly opened. "Friend, please hold a moment." A voice echoed from behind Lin Shen. Hearing the voice, Lin Shen turned around and saw that the gate of the neighboring courtyard was wide open. A tall and extremely handsome young man, roughly 8 chi in height, and with a face as fair as jade, was gazing at him with a warm smile. "Who are you, friend?" Lin Shen raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked into the man's gaze and asked. "Greetings, friend. I am Sun Lianqing, a direct disciple of the RUTHLESS sect. Some days ago, I was traveling through this area and happened to hear about the Qin family patriarch's 200th birthday celebration. I came to join the festivities and was assigned to stay in this courtyard to rest." Sun Lianqing introduced himself with a smile. Lin Shen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Based on the information he had gathered, the RUTHLESS sect was one of the 5 great sects in Yin Kingdom alongside the Qiyun Valley. It held more territory and possessed greater sect strength than Qiyun Valley, and it was even guarded by a nascent soul elder. Even without an invitation, Sun Lianqing's status as a direct disciple of the RUTHLESS sect would warrant him VIP treatment if he wished to join the celebrations. After learning of Sun Lianqing's identity, Lin Shen immediately smiled and returned the greeting with both hands clasped. "I see now, fellow Taoist son. I am Lin Shen from Qiyun Valley. I have come today specifically by my master's orders to celebrate the Qin family patriarch's longevity, and this is also my first time in this area." In other unfamiliar places, Lin Shen would certainly not have disclosed that he was from Qiyun Valley or revealed his true name. However, since he came to offer congratulations on behalf of Mo Xingu, his identity was transparent, and there was no need to conceal it or fabricate a false name and background. Should he have casually invented a false identity, others could simply inquire and uncover his true name and background, which would only disgust people and prove unwise. "So you are fellow Taoist Lin from Qiyun Valley." Sun Lianqing looked at Lin Shen, examining his cultivation aura, and nodded slightly with a smile. "Our RUTHLESS sect also has certain affiliated families and interests in Yunzhou, and I frequently travel through various parts of Yunzhou to temper myself. If fellow Taoist Lin has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask me." Lin Shen's aura was extraordinarily formidable. Though both were at the peak of qi condensation, Sun Lianqing sensed an oppressive pressure emanating from Lin Shen. His intuition told him that Lin Shen was far from an ordinary person, and his combat strength at the peak of qi condensation undoubtedly far exceeded that of normal cultivators. Someone of such caliber would certainly hold a prestigious position within Qiyun Valley, and his breakthrough to Foundation establishment was as good as guaranteed. That was precisely why, when he sensed movement outside and detected Lin Shen's aura son, Lin Shen warmly greeted him. Had it been someone with ordinary cultivation and no notable background, he would not have bothered to waste his words. "Oh, please come in, fellow Taoist son." Hearing Sun Lianqing's words, Lin Shen, whose knowledge of Yunzhou affairs had been rather limited, suddenly felt a flash of interest and warmly invited him. "I have 2 jugs of premium spirit wine here. Since our meeting is fateful, why don't we have a good conversation?" "Spirit wine? Huh. I have 2 passions in life. First the sword, second wine. These 2 are my greatest loves in this lifetime. It seems fellow Taoist Lin shares similar interests. In that case, I shall accept your generous offer." Hearing Lin Shen's invitation, Sun Lianqing burst into hearty laughter and readily agreed, striding into the courtyard alongside him. Lin Shen's warm hospitality was exactly what Sun Lianqing had hoped for. How could he possibly refuse? His original intention was to form a connection with Lin Shen, this prodigy from Qiyun Valley, so they could mutually expand their networks. Networks were of considerable importance. Should he one day break through to Foundation establishment and travel to more distant lands, reaching the territory of Qiyun Valley, having Lin Shen as a connection would make matters far easier. The same applied to Lin Shen. If they formed a connection and expanded their networks together, when Lin Shen arrived at the territory of the Lihua sect, having that relationship and status would similarly make things more convenient. Furthermore, should they truly become kindred spirits with shared aspirations, they could share information whenever they discovered any ruins or relic sites and cooperate jointly. This was what Sun Lianqing had in mind. Since breaking through to the peak of qi condensation, he had been traveling through various regions of Yunzhou. On one hand, he wished to broaden his horizons and accumulate a solid foundation through his travels. On the other hand, he hoped to encounter some opportunity in the wider world that would help his cultivation advance further, allowing him to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. After all, the Lihua sect was formidable, and although he held the status of a direct disciple, the internal competition was extremely fierce. Merely cultivating in seclusion within the Lihua sect was not advisable. The competition for resources was too intense, and without a Foundation establishment pill, he could only search outside for that slender opportunity to break through. Through several years of traveling outside, Sun Lianqing had naturally come to understand the importance of networking while away from home. That was why he had decided to seek an acquaintance with Lin Shen. Warmly inviting Sun Lianqing into his courtyard, Lin Shen sat beside a stone table and took out 2 jugs of premium spirit wine from his storage bag. These were not items he had prepared himself, but rather spoils gained along the way, acquired from some heedless rogue cultivator's storage bag. Pouring a cup of spirit wine for Sun Lianqing, Lin Shen cheerfully chatted with him about his observations and experiences along the journey. He also listened attentively to Sun Lianqing's insights and sharing. Both gained considerably from the exchange, gaining a deeper understanding of this vast cultivation world. After several rounds of wine, seeing that the timing was ripe, Lin Shen finally spoke with a smile. "On my journey from Qiyun Valley, I encountered quite a few stories from across Yunzhou. There is one matter that has piqued my curiosity. Please speak, fellow Taoist Lin. Whatever I know, I will share without reserve." Finishing the spirit wine in his cup in one gulp, Sun Lianqing said with a smile. Through his earlier conversation with Lin Shen, he had also learned that Lin Shen, like himself, was a sword cultivator. Moreover, his talent for the sword path was remarkably astonishing. Often a single sentence or insight from Lin Shen would suddenly dispel doubts he had previously harbored regarding the sword Dao. This only deepened Sun Lianqing's regard for Lin Shen, making his desire to forge a connection even stronger. Now facing Lin Shen's inquiry, he naturally spoke without reservation. Hearing Sun Lianqing's words, Lin Shen finally revealed his true purpose. "When I entered Qingfeng Commandery, I overheard some things about the Qin and Li families. That Li Yifan of the Li family seems to have disappeared for 2 or 3 years now, does he not? I wonder whether it is true or false." Lin Shen simply could not shake Li Yifan from his thoughts. The young man's trials and exploits resembled far too closely the children of destiny in the storybooks. Moreover, his family's strength was modest at best, and he himself was nothing more than a 5 spiritual roots waste. If this Li Yifan truly was that kind of child of destiny, he was exactly the target Lin Shen should strike. If not, then it saved him the effort of spending more time monitoring news from Qingfeng Prefecture in the days to come. After all, he had no foundation of influence here, and obtaining comprehensive intelligence about Qingfeng Prefecture would be both difficult and would drain considerable energy. Hearing Lin Shen's curious question, Sun Lianqing laughed heartily. There was no hint of suspicion in his heart. He simply assumed that Lin Shen was stirred by idle curiosity. They were, after all, staying in the Qin residence, so being deeply interested in the Qin family's small bits of gossip was only natural. There was nothing hard to understand about that. Moistening his throat, Sun Lianqing smiled and said, "I know what you wish to ask, fellow Taoist. Many people hold their breath wondering whether Li Yifan has long since met with a foul end, but the outside rumors are all false." "Oh, how did this matter come about?" His curiosity growing, Lin Shen quickly turned his gaze to Sun Lianqing. Sun Lianqing cast a sweeping glance around, waved his hand, and a sound isolation formation descended over them. With a deeply mysterious expression, he went on, "As early as 1 year ago, I encountered this Li Yifan at a relic site in the Yunming mountain range. That young man was impressively strong. At the time, he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refining, yet he could fight above his realm, defeating 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining and 2 at the Qi refining peak all by himself, and in so doing obtained the inheritance of that relic site." As he spoke, Sun Lianqing shook his head regretfully. "I had originally wished to make a move as well, but since I had already gained a harvest from the relic site, I did not intervene. I am glad I made that choice, for otherwise it would be uncertain which of Li Yifan or I would have emerged the victor." Recalling how Li Yifan fighting beyond his level slew 3 9th level Qi refining cultivators and 2 Qi refining peak cultivators in quick succession, a flash of admiration could not help but cross Sun Lianqing's eyes. Li Yifan's combat power was indeed astonishing. Even Sun Lianqing, a seasoned cultivator at the Qi refining peak, did not dare claim he was certain to defeat him. And that was while Li Yifan was only at the 8th level of Qi refining. If he broke through to the Qi refining peak one day, Sun Lianqing was afraid he would never be his match. Still, he was fortunate that his spiritual root talent surpassed Li Yifan's. His prospects of breaking through to foundation establishment were incalculably greater than Li Yifan's. And back then he had not known that person was Li Yifan. It was merely out of curiosity to learn where such a heaven-defying prodigy capable of fighting beyond his level had come from. Through diligent inquiring and comparing appearances, he came to learn that this Li Yifan was none other than the waste whose engagement had been annulled by the Qin family 3 years earlier. At this, Sun Lianqing could not help but sneer. Waste? How could he be called a waste? Those rumors were nothing more than false tales spread from the outside world. According to the intelligence he had obtained, the principal reason the Qin family had annulled the marriage with the Li family was that Qin Ruyan had been accepted as a personal disciple by a Golden Core elder of the Shuiwa sect, and the Qin family's old ancestor had also broken through to the Golden Core stage. In addition, Li Haiping, patriarch of the Li family, had suffered severe wounds, causing his cultivation to regress. With all these reasons combined, the marriage alliance no longer held any benefits for either side, so it could hardly continue. After all, to a clan the thing it valued most was benefit. Only matters that profited the clan were worthy of their effort and scheming. Listening to Sun Lianqing's words, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Lin Shen's eyes, and his attention toward Li Yifan sharpened further. How textbook. The very epitome of the trope. The storybooks truly did not deceive me. For Li Yifan to rise this swiftly from a 5 spiritual roots waste, he must have encountered remarkable strokes of fortune. The fate he bore was certainly not insignificant. In fact, Lin Shen could confidently assert that the fortune carried by the likes of Li Changya and Wang Zhan might not even amount to half of what Li Yifan possessed. If he were to slay him, how vast would be the fortune devoured by his stolen shard of heaven and earth. At this thought, greed surged ever deeper in Lin Shen's heart. "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Seeing Lin Shen momentarily distracted, Sun Lianqing promptly spoke up, asking with curiosity. "Nothing." Lin Shen shook his head and said with a wry smile, "I was mainly thinking, how could the Qin family possibly allow Li Yifan to grow like this? Given that the engagement has already been broken and I have heard the Qin family has been devouring many of the Li family's assets lately, I truly find it difficult to understand." That was a point of confusion for Lin Shen. By necessity, if the news was already known to Sun Lianqing, the Qin family could not possibly be ignorant of it. If the Qin family truly did not know anything about it, then he would be thoroughly disappointed in them. Such a clan, even with a Golden Core powerhouse stationed at its core, would find it difficult to flourish in the future. Perhaps the Qin family simply does not concern itself over Li Yifan. Sun Lianqing shook his head as well. After all, the engagement has already been called off. Moreover, since Li Yifan was only a 5 spiritual roots waste before the Qin family naturally would not pay much heed to news about him. As for me, it was only by coincidence, after a great deal of detailed inquiring, that I discovered the man was Li Yifan. Thinking it over now, it is hardly surprising. At that time, he had only encountered Li Yifan in the relic site, committing the young man's appearance to memory. Had he not been a naturally curious person making inquiries and tracking information through numerous channels, he would never have learned that this man was the Li Yifan who had been stripped of his engagement 3 years ago. Hold on. If we leak this news to the Qin family, how do you think they will react? After hearing Sun Lianqing's explanation, Lin Shen was silent for a good long while, then abruptly spoke. He promptly added, "This matter was discovered by you, fellow Daoist son, so the credit certainly lies with you. I think that once the Qin family learns of this, they will surely be grateful. After all, as you yourself said, since both sides have already parted ways, how could they tolerate another prodigy emerging from the Li family? If Li Yifan truly does rise someday, breaking through to foundation establishment, or even breaking through to..." At this point, Lin Shen fell silent at just the right time. He said no more, quietly pouring a cup of spirit wine for Sun Lianqing, then raising another cup to his own lips and taking a light sip. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Sun Lianqing had been deep in thought, but he soon caught his meaning. Once he understood the crux of the matter, a light sparked in his eyes. Indeed, What an idiot I have been. The full truth now clear. Sun Lianqing could not help but give his thigh a mighty slap, and said with a chagrined laugh, though the broken engagement was done for the sake of familial benefit, it was for the Qin family's benefit. The Li family's dignity was ground into the dirt by that annulment, and the relationship between the two families has long been poor. Under these circumstances, if I report that Li Yifan has suddenly risen and encountered great fortune in the wider world, the Qin family will undoubtedly be filled with gratitude, and will surely reward me generously. Weighing the matter, Sun Lianqing found the scheme more and more viable. As long as he leaked Li Yifan's situation, the Qin family would owe him favor, and he might just gain a windfall. As for this Li Yifan, after all, he and Li Yifan had merely crossed paths by chance. What did it matter to him whether Li Yifan lived or died? Watching Sun Lianqing's excited demeanor, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Shen's lips. He said no more, merely sipping the spiritual wine from his cup in silence. From childhood, he had been nurtured by his father, and as the presumed successor of the Lin family, he was well versed in various military treatises. This stratagem was known as borrowing a knife to commit murder. Most people who employ this stratagem merely seek to sow discord and create conflicts, but this is fundamentally misguided. Such an approach represents only the most elementary and superficial application of the technique. When fortune favors them, they may succeed. However, if their luck runs out, they risk bringing disaster upon themselves. The true essence of this stratagem lies in the fact that the mastermind behind the scenes never acts directly themselves. Instead, they manipulate events through proxies, allowing others to escalate the situation while those involved believe they stand to gain, ultimately delivering the most precise and fatal blow. After all, the true core of borrowing a knife to kill is not about killing itself, it is about borrowing the knife. Sun Lianqing was nothing more than that very blade. He first enlightened Sun Lianqing with a single remark, making him believe that exposing Li Yifan would prove profitable, prompting Sun to voluntarily reveal Li Yifan's current circumstances involving extraordinary encounters to the higher-ups of the Qin family. And in the days to come, regardless of the outcome, Sun Lianqing would never harbor the slightest suspicion toward him. On the contrary, he would be grateful for what he perceived as Lin Shen's unintentional reminder. Lin Shen had applied the essence of this stratagem to its utmost extent, not only exploiting Sun Lianqing, but also making him believe that he himself was the primary beneficiary of this matter. When the enemy is clear but the ally remains uncertain, drawing the ally to eliminate the enemy without expending one's own strength. That is precisely what this refers to. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance. Rest assured, Brother Lin, once I expose Li Yifan to the Qin family, if there are any gains, you will certainly not be deprived of your reward. With all the implications finally sinking in, Sun Lianqing felt immensely satisfied and harbored deep gratitude toward Lin Shen before him. If not for Lin Shen's unintentional reminder, he might never have thought of this crucial point, and would have missed an opportunity to gain connections and resources for nothing. There is no need for such formality. Lin Shen shook his head and pretended to sigh. Actually, my words were merely casual remarks. Fellow Daoist Sun need not take them to heart. In his heart, Lin Shen naturally intended to use Sun Lianqing as the blade to expose Li Yifan's existence. This way he could conceal all his traces and reap the benefits of another's toil. However, outwardly Lin Shen would certainly show nothing. After all, he was still unaware of just how formidable Li Yifan's opportunity was. What if the Qin family were careless? If the Qin family were to find Li Yifan but failed to send overwhelming strength allowing him to escape, once more the covert retaliation he would unleash in the days to come would likely be far more ferocious. As for Sun Lianqing, the one who revealed the truth, he would likely become a thorn in Li Yifan's flesh and a nail in his eye. Ha ha ha, those who see share in the spoils. Sun Lianqing laughed loudly and drained the cup of spiritual wine in one gulp, showing no interest in further conversation with Lin Shen. Hurrying to his feet, he clasped his fists toward Lin Shen and said, Brother Lin Daoist, I should not disturb you further. To prevent complications from arising, I believe it best to inform the Qin family at the earliest convenience and have them thoroughly eliminate this potential threat before it takes root. Without waiting for Lin Shen to respond, Sun Lianqing hurriedly exited the courtyard gate and made his way swiftly toward the heart of the Qin family estate. This matter brooked no delay on his part. What if others had already discovered Li Yifan's whereabouts and his sudden rise? In such a case, going to report afterward would yield him neither reward nor favor. As long as he was the first to report this matter, the goodwill and rewards from a proper golden core cultivation family would more than suffice as the greatest harvest of his travels abroad. Draw the ally to destroy the enemy without expending one's own strength. Watching Sun Lianqing's hurried retreating figure, a gentle smile graced Lin Shen's lips. Shaking his head slightly in high spirits, he drained the cup of spiritual wine. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. At present, he had already done everything within his power. Now he could only wait and see how the Qin family would react upon learning of Li Yifan's sudden emergence within such a short span of time. Lin Shen was confident that as long as the Qin family was not foolish, they would certainly not allow Li Yifan to grow unchecked in the wilds. Within the cultivation world, innumerable fortuitous encounters lay hidden beyond. No one could guarantee that a nameless nobody of today might not soar to unprecedented heights tomorrow should they seize a singular opportunity. Hence the most prudent and correct approach for the Qin family was to extinguish every potential threat in its infancy. This included the Li family currently residing in Qingfeng Commandery. They too could not be allowed to survive. At that juncture he could trace Li Yifun's movements by following the thread provided by the Qin family. As for the Qin family, they cared not who killed Li Yifun. They only desired the result of his death. Under such circumstances, with no conflicting interests between the two parties, and given sufficient certainty, Lin Shen could quite effortlessly assume the role of the one delivering the final strike, seizing Li Yifun's fortune for himself. Secretly calculating his subsequent plans, Lin Shen returned to his quarters, thoroughly satisfied. He still had one final preparation to make. Was Li Yifun's betrothed not under the tutelage of a golden core true person in the Shui West sect? Then he would find a way to ensure everyone became aware of this connection, provoking the Qin family into a furious rage and intensifying their efforts, while also drawing in the so-called suitors of Li Yifun's betrothed into this operation. With this arrangement, Lin Shen was eager to witness just how robust Li Yifun's fortune truly ran and how he might evade this net of death, as inescapable as a celestial snare. The Qin family estate, the main hall. Guided by a Qin family elder, son Lianqing made his way to the main hall, where he was received by Qin Taiying, the current patriarch of the Qin clan. Qin Taiying was the third son of the Qin family's ancestral patriarch Qin Yuanming. Distinguished by his exceptional talent, he had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, at merely over 100 years of age, directly surpassing his two elder brothers. When Qin Yuanming broke through to the Golden Core realm and retreated to the shadows to cultivate in seclusion, Qin Taiying ascended to become the head of the Qin family. Upon hearing that a direct disciple of the Liuhua sect had important matters concerning the future of the Qin family to report, Qin Taiying did not dare to be negligent. He promptly set aside his current affairs and came to the main hall to receive son Lianqing. Son Lianqing, direct disciple of the Liuhua sect, pays his respects to Patriarch Qin. Entering the main hall and spotting Qin Taiying's son, Lianqing clasped his fists in a gesture that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Although his cultivation level paled in comparison to Qin Taiying's, he carried the backing of the entire Liuhua sect behind him. Someone with Qin Taiying's cultivation could occupy at most a relatively inconsequential position as an inter-sect elder within the Liuhua sect. The disparity between their statuses was not particularly significant, and since son Lianqing represented the prestige of the Liuhua sect when abroad, he naturally had no need to bow with excessive humility. Qin Taiying gave a brief nod. His gaze fell upon son Lianqing as he asked, "My servants just reported that you have critical matters concerning our Qin family's future to convey. Pray tell, what is the nature of your urgent business?" Hearing Qin Taiying's inquiry, son Lianqing spoke with a smile. "Patriarch Qin, might I inquire if you still recall Li Yifun, the one whose marriage contract your family dissolved 3 years ago?" Li Yifun. Qin Taiying frowned slightly at the name. Of course he was fully aware of this affair. Back then the Qin clan's ancestor had broken through to the Golden Core stage. Li Haiping had been severely wounded, and the Qin family's prodigy daughter had taken a Golden Core true person of the Shui West sect as her master. This marriage alliance held no further benefit for the Qin family. After briefly looking into the Li family's affairs, he immediately arranged for people from the Qin family to go to the Li family and call off the engagement. After all, how could Li Yifun, a mere piece of trash with a 5-element spiritual root, be worthy of the Qin family's prodigy daughter? Of course, if Li Yifun's family had a Golden Core realm expert watching over it, the outcome would have been entirely different. No matter how useless Li Yifun was, the engagement would never have been called off. This matter had already passed for over 3 years. Now that son Lianqing had suddenly brought it up, Qin Taiying could not help feeling suspicious. Back then he had secretly sent people to inform the other power-hungry elders of the Li family, urging them to do all they could to kill Li Yifun and drag Li Haiping down. Now that the matter had been brought up again, an ominous feeling rose in Qin Taiying's heart. Could something have happened in the meantime? Let's speak plainly. What happened to Li Yifun? I heard from members of the Li family that he vanished without a trace 2 years ago. Have you discovered some trace of him? Qin Taiying asked son Lianqing directly. Hearing Qin Taiying's question, son Lianqing decided against keeping him in suspense and answered bluntly, "It's like this. A year ago at a relic site, I encountered a young man around the 8th layer of Qi refining. His strength was astonishing. He killed several peak Qi refining cultivators in succession, and even I wasn't certain I could prevail over him. I could only watch as he took the greatest inheritance of that relic site. Later, after making inquiries, it was only today that I discovered that he is none other than Li Yifun of the Li family, the one whose engagement your Qin family broke off more than 3 years ago." Then son Lianqing added, "Now another year has passed. Li Yifun has probably completely absorbed the inheritance of that relic site. His cultivation and strength may already far surpass mine. If allowed to grow any further, he will surely become a major threat to the Qin family in the future." In order to earn the Qin family's gratitude and reward, son Lianqing poured out everything he knew. At the same time, he deliberately exaggerated certain aspects, all so that the Qin family would treat the matter seriously and strike with thunderous force to eliminate Li Yifan in one blow. Only then could he feel at ease. If Li Yifan were to escape the Qin family's pursuit with his terrifying strength, and after just a few more years, and if Sun Lianqing himself still had not broken through to Foundation establishment, Li Yifan's strength might very well surpass his own. What? Li Yifan is not dead. Instead, he obtained an opportunity out there, and now his cultivation is already above the 8th layer of qi refining. Listening to Sun Lianqing's description, Qin Taiying was truly both shocked and alarmed. He had never imagined that Li Yifan would prove so tenacious. With only a 5-element spiritual root, not only had he failed to die out there, he had actually forged ahead smoothly, even obtaining the inheritance of a relic site from a true disciple of the Lihua sect. This was absolutely not something he would permit. The Qin and Li families had already completely broken with each other, and the Qin family had spent years secretly suppressing the Li family and devouring its assets. If Li Yifan truly rose, even if he only broke through to Foundation establishment, it would still be no small hidden danger to the Qin family. After all, if the Qin family wanted to carry out its subsequent plan to swallow up the Li family entirely, it could not afford to suffer a Foundation establishment cultivator with no attachments secretly making a move against its younger members. Sitting upright in his chair, Qin Taiying tapped the table with a steady rhythm. After a long pause, he finally said, "You have worked hard, young friend Sun. Rest assured, once the Qin family has fully investigated this matter, your benefits will by no means be lacking, and the Qin family will owe you a debt of gratitude. No rush, no rush. Patriarch Qin, it would be better to investigate the matter as thoroughly as possible. Once you strike, you must commit all your strength, otherwise you may end up nurturing a tiger until it becomes a disaster." Sun Lianqing smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands toward Qin Taiying, left one sentence behind, and withdrew from the Qin family's main hall. Watching Sun Lianqing's departing back, Qin Taiying looked thoughtful. He instructed the trusted aide beside him, "Spread the order search with all our might for information on Li Yifan across Yunzhou, and verify whether Sun Lianqing's words are true or false." "Yes, Patriarch." The trusted aide nodded, hurriedly cupped his hands to Qin Taiying, and withdrew without a sound. After giving these orders, Qin Taiying turned to an elder of the Qin family beside him. "By the way, keep a close watch on the Li family. Report immediately if there is the slightest sign of movement. If necessary, the hidden agent planted earlier can be activated so as to settle the Li family ahead of schedule." 6 days later. There was only 1 day left before the 200th birthday of Qin Yuanming, the Golden Core Realm ancestor of the Qin family. Qingfeng Prefecture grew increasingly lively. The Qin estate was filled with even more festivity, and the guests coming and going became more and more numerous. By and large, every courtyard in the rear part of the Qin estate reserved for honored guests was completely occupied. A separate area had even been set up outside the Qin estate to receive the additional guests. During these few days, Lin Shen had remained at the Qin estate and had gained a deeper understanding of the affairs of Qingfeng Prefecture and the Qin family. Meanwhile, under Sun Lianqing's warm hospitality, he had also taken the opportunity to meet several disciples from other major sects and great clans. All of them had backgrounds and influence behind them. Lin Shen got along fairly well with them, and as they exchanged cultivation insights, he absorbed the strengths of many schools and improved his own strength considerably. Yet beneath the calm and festive days, undercurrents were stirring in Qingfeng Prefecture. After days of investigation and verification of Sun Lianqing's information, the Qin family had obtained a great deal of accurate intelligence. Li Yifan had broken through to the peak of qi refining. After obtaining that relic inheritance, he had reached the peak of qi refining in only a year and was now elsewhere looking for the opportunity to break through to Foundation establishment. Furthermore, Sun Lianqing's information was entirely accurate. Li Yifan was incomparably powerful and fully able to fight above his level. The latest intelligence was that 3 months earlier, Li Yifan had been targeted by a cultivator at the early Foundation establishment stage. Ordinarily, killing a peak qi refining cultivator was a mere trifle for a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet under Li Yifan's formidable strength, the early Foundation establishment cultivator could still not keep Li Yifan there. Instead, Li Yifan escaped, and the cultivator suffered a considerable loss. As he listened to the information his subordinates had gathered, Qin Tang had already started to grow alarmed. A man like this, even if he was just a 5-element spiritual root cultivator, would certainly become a major threat to the Qin family once he succeeded in Foundation establishment. This boy Li Yifan absolutely cannot be spared. Gazing out the window, Qin Taiying's eyes flickered, and he silently made his way toward the direction where his father was secluded in cultivation. "Father, your son has something to report." In the Qin family's secret chamber, Qin Taiying stood respectfully at the door and spoke in a low voice. He had been the patriarch of the Qin family for only a few years, and in many matters he was far less steady-handed than his father. Facing the suddenly rising Li Yifan, now Qin Taiying decided to ask his own father's opinion for the sake of caution. After all, Sun Lianqing had made a very sound point: to strike a snake, you must hit its vital spot. When dealing with a man of fortune who had encountered rare opportunities, one had to crush him with a single blow and never give him any chance to catch his breath. "Come in." Qin Yuanming's voice came from the secret chamber, and the door slowly opened by itself. Seeing the door open, Qin Taiying answered, "Yes, father." Qin Taiying nodded and walked in with a respectful expression. Once inside the secret chamber, looking at Qin Yuanming, whose appearance was much younger than his own, he could not help feeling even more longing for the Golden Core realm. He was currently at the late Foundation establishment stage. Now that his father had broken through to the Golden Core realm, most of the Qin family's Foundation establishment resources would be tilted toward him. With most of the Qin family's resources funneled toward him, breaking through to the peak of Foundation establishment in the future was a foregone conclusion. If he encountered an opportunity or experienced a sudden enlightenment, it was not impossible for him to become an exalted Golden Core realm master like his father. When that time came, the Qin family would have 2 Golden Core cultivators in one household. That was true glory. That was true heritage. Qin Taiying did not dare delay. Suppressing his desire for the Golden Core realm, he hurriedly cupped his hands toward Qin Yuanming and said, "Father, our Qin family and the Li family once had a marriage alliance. But after the granddaughter of Old Fifth became a disciple of a Golden Core elder of the Shui West sect, I dissolved that engagement." Moreover, the Li family had declined in recent years, and much of their business had been taken over by the Qin family. Now that worthless boy of the Li family, who had been promised by a childhood betrothal to Old Fifth's granddaughter, had encountered a great fortune out in the world. In the future, there was every possibility he would break through to Foundation establishment, and his combat strength was extremely formidable. This was a hidden threat to the Qin family's future. So these past days I have specially gathered all intelligence on that Li family boy and plan to personally kill him. What instructions does father have? As he spoke, Qin Taiying then described the news in even greater detail, including the feat of escaping from a Foundation establishment cultivator while at the peak of Qi refining. He did not exaggerate in the slightest, he merely described faithfully the information he had gathered over these past days. Hearing Qin Taiying's words, Qin Yuanming, seated cross-legged on a cushion, mused for a while. Only after a long pause did he speak. That Li boy is quite lucky. A mere wastrel with 5 spiritual roots may actually have hope of Foundation establishment. It seems his encounter was no small thing. But even if he has encountered good fortune, what of it? Right now he is still nothing more than a junior who has not broken through to Foundation establishment. It would be too conspicuous for me to act. Do this personally. Take all the Foundation establishment cultivators from the clan with you, and strive to kill with one blow. I am very interested in his encounter. If you can capture him alive, do so. If not, slay him on the spot. But none of you may touch his corpse. Bring it directly to me for my own examination. Do not act until after tomorrow. Tomorrow is my 200th birthday, and it is not fitting to see blood. Qin Taiying's description of Li Yifan had stirred Qin Yuanming's interest in Li Yifan's fortune. In the past, he had been able to go into seclusion and break through to the Golden Core realm, because more than 20 years ago he had obtained an opportunity within an ancient ruin. He had never revealed this news to anyone. He falsely claimed to the outside world that he had broken through by sudden enlightenment. In truth, how could that be? There had been no sudden enlightenment at all. The reason he had been able to achieve the Golden Core realm was precisely that opportunity obtained more than 20 years ago. Now facing Li Yifan, who also possessed a stroke of fortune, Qin Yuanming was naturally very interested, his heart itching with curiosity. If Li Yifan's fortune was considerable, then after his own potential was exhausted following his Golden Core breakthrough, relying on that fortune might well allow him to advance still further. Yes, father. Hearing Qin Yuanming's instructions, Qin Taiying quickly nodded. At the same time, he felt fortunate. Fortunate that he had thought to come and ask Qin Yuanming for advice. If he had not, he would most likely have gone into action with just a few clansmen, or if delayed by other matters, would have sent only 1 or 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. If things had gone that way and Li Yifan truly carried extraordinary fortune, he would have become the center of the entire Qin family, and his father's estimation of him would inevitably have fallen by several degrees. Handle this matter well. Qin Yuanming nodded and said, when you select from the birthday gifts tomorrow, choose first. If anything is useful for your cultivation, take it and use it. Strive to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment as soon as possible and seek the hope of entering the Golden Core realm. If the Qin family wished to grow and truly become a legitimate Golden Core clan, relying on a single Golden Core cultivator was not enough. There also had to be future Golden Core seeds. Otherwise, in a gap between generations, if something happened to him, or he had to enter a long seclusion, the Qin family's true influence would be far weaker than the established Golden Core clans, and by how much one could hardly say. Thus he planned to devote focused effort to grooming Qin Taiying, the most gifted among his sons, and to make him the Qin family's second Golden Core cultivator after himself. Thank you, father. From now on, your son will cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment as soon as possible, seeking the opportunity to step into the Golden Core realm. Hearing Qin Yuanming's words, Qin Taiying was extremely excited, feeling that the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm was drawing closer and closer to him. We are father and son, there is no need for thanks. Qin Yuanming shook his head and said, besides, this is all for the Qin family. Everything your father does is for the family's long-term development and benefit. As he spoke, Qin Yuanming suddenly thought of something and continued to instruct Qin Taiying. By the way, for my birthday tomorrow, prepare an arena and set up a generous prize. Let the prodigies from the various sects and families who have come to offer congratulations spar with one another. Father, what do you mean? Qin Taiying looked at Qin Yuanming with some confusion. Everything is for the Qin family. Prodigies are all competitive, so I can naturally use this 200th birthday to test how much substance they really have. This will make it easier for the Qin family to invest in them later and build deeper ties with the powers and families behind them. Qin Yuanming said with a smile. At that time he would watch the matches on the spot. With his golden core realm cultivation, he could naturally see at a glance the foundations and true strength of those fighting on the arena. Then he could make investments according to their foundations and true strength, planting a favorable connection for the Qin family's future development. So that's how it is. Father has thought it through thoroughly. Qin Taiying quickly nodded. After receiving Qin Yuanming's instructions, he quietly left the secret chamber and began making arrangements in the clan. The Qin family's back courtyard place where guests were received. In these days, Shun's covert provocation news of Li Yifan's betrothal to the Qin family's fifth elder's granddaughter spread like wildfire. In the courtyard where guests were entertained, the most discussed rumor was the betrothal between Li Yifan and the Qin family's fifth elder's granddaughter. Most of the crowd were outsiders unaware of the inner workings. Yet this did not quell their curiosity. Some self-styled prodigies, proud and aloof, endorsed the matter, deeming the Qin family's actions just. After all, a mere 5 spirit root waste, how could he match the Qin family's prodigy daughter who has entered the golden core realm? Only someone like me, a genius with dual spiritual roots, might be seen in time, and if there is exchange there may be a chance to become a Dao companion. Everything unfolded along Lin Shen's intended course. He had hidden himself completely in the shadows. If only the Qin family could not restrain themselves into taking action, he could ride the current, join the crowd to watch, and finally reap the fisherman's rewards, drawing Li Yifan's fortune as well. As for any hidden opportunities that might lie within him, Lin Shen had never given them a thought. Such a figure dense with fortune carries unknown cards. If he acted alone, he might well walk into danger. Better to fall back on a secondary plan, have Sun Lianqing relay the news to the Qin family, and through their means remove Li Yifan while he slips in to harvest Li Yifan's fortune. Lin Shen. Lin Shen was meditating in the courtyard when Sun Lianqing's voice suddenly rang from outside. Hearing it, Lin Shen stepped forward and opened the door. At the doorway stood Sun Lianqing with 2 other prodigies from other families Lin Shen had come to know, all smiling broadly. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Lin Shen could not help but ask curiously, esteemed friends, you seem so happy. Is there some joyous news? Naturally so. Sun Lianqing smiled and spoke. I just learned that tomorrow the Qin family will set up an arena, giving prodigies from various factions a chance to spar with one another, and they have prepared extraordinarily generous prizes for those who achieve 3 consecutive wins on the arena. Yes, and I've also heard that the most outstanding among the participants may even receive direct guidance from Qin Yuanming, the Qin family's elder. Another young man besides Sun Lianqing spoke with longing. This is guidance at the Golden Core realm. If we could receive his instruction, it would greatly advance our cultivation. This young man is Xiao Xuanzi, whose cultivation is also at the peak of the qi condensing stage. His aura is thick, and he is not far from foundation establishment. Xiao Xuanzi is an inner disciple of Yunzhou's great sect, Shui Yu sect, backed by a family that boasts several peak foundation establishment masters. If not for the Xiao family lacking a golden core breakthrough, their strength would probably surpass the Qin family by a great margin. Xiao Xuanzi is adept at spear arts, pursuing both weapon and body cultivation. The long spear in his hand is masterful, having slain many peak qi condensing cultivators. From his aura and past feats, Xiao Xuanzi's strength among the prodigies gathered for Qin Yuanming's 200th birthday would rank near the top. This is one of the reasons for Xiao Xuanzi's excitement. If he were noticed by the Qin family's elder and received his guidance after returning to Shui Yu sect or to his own family, he might begin closed-door cultivation and break through foundation establishment. Moreover, if he performs exceptionally, he might even win the heart of the Qin family's prodigious daughter, securing a golden core elder as backing within Shui Yu sect. I think aside from Brother Xiao, we could discuss a plan. If someone wins 2 consecutive matches and their breath grows unstable or they are exhausted, we should designate another among us to deliver a 3-win streak, earning a hefty reward. Another cultivator at the peak of the qi condensing realm, Wang Weidong, wore a look of contemplation and suddenly spoke up from the side. Among Lin Shen, Xiao Xuanzi, and the rest, his strength was the weakest. Wang Weidong knew this clearly, which was why he spoke up. He did not hope to win 3 in a row. He merely hoped that after Lin Shen and the others secured 2 more wins and fatigued themselves, he would step up to take a head, thus claiming a share of the generous prize. Hearing the 3's words, Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. Then a thought occurred to him, and he immediately understood the Qin family's move. This time they deliberately set up the arena, inviting prodigies from all factions to spar in celebration of Qin Yuanming's longevity, and they offered generous rewards along with guidance at the Golden Core realm. All of this was to form goodwill with these prodigies and the powers behind them to benefit the Qin family's future development. Lin Shen found the idea quite appealing. Since breaking through to the peak of Qi condensing and mastering the perfect Thunder Sword Qi, he still did not know how his true strength compared with the prodigies from various powers. If there were opportunities to spar on this arena, he would give it a try. Ideally, he would win that top prize and receive guidance from Qin Yuanming. Thus, the guidance from a Golden Core Realm Master would greatly benefit his future cultivation, especially for breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Once he refines his foundation to perfection with guidance from a Golden Core Master, his chances of breaking through Foundation Establishment would be greatly increased. I think Brother Wang's words are quite sound. Lin Shen smiled and replied, this way, everyone can secure the Qin family's generous rewards more safely and accumulate resources and groundwork for their future breakthroughs to Foundation Establishment. However, I suggest that if there are acquaintances among us who help secure the 3-win prize, those who help can share a portion. That would be the fairest. Lin Shen did not know how strong he truly stood among these prodigies, so to be cautious, he still proposed that those who assist should share the generous rewards. Only this would be the safest. The world is full of profits. All exchanges are driven by gain. All collaborations founded on this shallow friendship are unreliable. Only the word benefit is the strongest foundation. Thus, when the crucial moment arrives and there is profit to be had, someone will step forward to offer their head. Otherwise, how could others for such a shallow friendship help you rise and waste their own opportunity? What Lin Daoyu says is very true. I think so too. After Lin Shen spoke, Wang Weidong hurriedly added his agreement. Because his strength among them was relatively weak, he had proposed this plan with the hope of sharing a slice of the prize. Now that Lin Shen echoed his words, he naturally agreed and supported it wholeheartedly. In that case, I have no objections either. Sun Lianqing nodded in agreement and turned to Xiao Xuanzi with a proposal. We four could form a temporary alliance, taking turns to challenge each other and strive for at least 3 consecutive victories. What are your thoughts, fellow Daoist Xiao? Recently, Sun Lianqing and Xiao Xuanzi had exchanged a few sparring sessions. Having witnessed Xiao Xuanzi's formidable prowess firsthand, Sun Lianqing had no illusions about being his match. Among the gathered group, Xiao Xuanzi, backed by both the Foundation Establishment Peak family and the Shui West sect, was precisely the kind of person he most wished to cultivate a friendship with. Second on his list was Lin Shen, who kept a remarkably low profile. Though Sun Lianqing had never seen him fight, their shared path as sword cultivators gave his instincts a quiet voice. Lin Shen's strength would prove no less formidable. As for Wang Weidong, his abilities left much to be desired, and Sun Lianqing's decision to ally with him was merely pragmatic. A single additional connection could become a lifeline later. After absorbing Sun Lianqing's proposal, Xiao Xuanzi considered it briefly before nodding. I'm in agreement as well, but there's an important point I'd like to clarify. When one has the strength to press forward, others shouldn't deliberately hold back to make it easier. Only when the person on the arena gives an explicit signal should anyone soften their approach. This clarification was essential for the alliance's foundation. Xiao Xuanzi possessed genuine confidence in his own power. Securing 3 or even 4 consecutive victories presented no real difficulty. He agreed to the alliance primarily for ensuring he could challenge progressively stronger opponents and build an even more impressive streak. That was precisely why he wanted to establish these terms up front. Such transparency benefited everyone and prevented weaker participants from intentionally throwing matches to steal opportunities and claim resources. Upon hearing Xiao Xuanzi's words, Sun Lianqing and Lin Shen exchanged glances and readily agreed. Wang Weidong, however, felt a flush of resentment. His original plan had been simple. Once any of the 3 achieved 3 consecutive victories, he could enter the arena and claim a share of the spoils. Xiao Xuanzi had effectively dismantled this scheme before it could even begin. With both Lin Shen and Sun Lianqing now committed to the arrangement, Wang Weidong's only recourse was to hope they'd encounter formidable opponents during their winning streaks, creating openings he could exploit. Only then could he step onto the arena, deliberately falter, and extract compensation under the guise of honor. By the way, fellow Daoist Xiao, you're also an inner-sect disciple of Shui West sect, correct? Have you had the chance to meet the Qin family's prodigy these past 2 days while at their estate? Once the alliance negotiations concluded, Sun Lianqing suddenly posed this question with genuine curiosity. Xiao Xuanzi possessed formidable combat abilities. Though lacking a Golden Core Elder as a direct backing, he stood out among Shui West sect's disciples for his exceptional talent. The Qin family's celebrated daughter shared that same exceptional quality. Being peers within Shui West sect, they likely knew one another reasonably well. Xiao Xuanzi shook his head with open candor. I haven't had the opportunity. I barely crossed paths with senior sister Qin, and even back at Shui West sect we only occasionally passed in the corridors. There was nothing requiring concealment here, and no motive to fabricate connections. Rummaging through his memories, Xiao Xuanzi offered what intelligence he possessed that said, based on what I've heard, senior sister Qin isn't currently in the Qin residence. She should return tomorrow alongside one of our Golden Core elders. A subtle hunger flickered in Xiao Xuanzi's gaze, a quiet determination settling behind his eyes. He intended to give everything on tomorrow's arena. With numerous Golden Core cultivators expected to watch the competition, predominantly his own sect's elders, an exceptional showing might catch the eye of one willing to take him as a personal disciple. Such an outcome would fundamentally alter his standing within Shui's sect, elevating him from obscurity to something far more significant. I see. Sun Lianqing nodded thoughtfully, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Word of Li Yifun's broken engagement with the Qin family's prodigy has reached every corner of this estate. I wonder how she'll react when she hears it tomorrow. Hope burned behind his words. He wanted to see her fury, to watch her demand retribution against Li Yifun personally, to witness the humiliation she would suffer. Should that transpire, the intelligence he'd leaked about Li Yifun would yield maximum profit. He could expect substantial rewards and resources, and perhaps even forge bonds with Golden Core families. That remains uncertain, Xiao Xuanzi responded, coolly studying Sun Lianqing. My senior sister Qin maintains an icy detachment. Even learning of this matter wouldn't provoke an obvious reaction from her. But one truth is certain: Li Yifun cannot escape. If he remains within Qinfeng County after the Qin Patriarch's centennial celebration concludes, his death will follow swiftly. This was not a statement that could be disputed by anyone present. No one understood this reality more clearly than Xiao Xuanzi himself. His senior sister Qin occupied an extraordinarily elevated position within Shui's sect, and regardless of whether the Qin family acted directly, the young cultivators there would never allow such an affront to stand unchallenged. Once the Qin Patriarch's 170th birthday festivities ended, a wave of Shui's sect inner disciples would descend upon Li Yifun, hoping to curry favor with the Qin family through his blood. Though the true motive ran deeper. They sought to please the Golden Core cultivator who stood behind senior sister Qin, rather than merely the family itself. Senior sister Qin's personal honor meant everything to that elderly nun, whose dedication to maintaining her reputation within Shui's sect was without equal. She would never tolerate rumors touching her direct disciple. Elsewhere in the courtyard, Lin Shen allowed himself a quiet smile as he listened to their plotting unfold. The pieces were falling into place exactly as he had envisioned. Tomorrow, after the Qin Patriarch celebration concluded, he would watch carefully, tracking every movement of the Qin family and the Shui's sect delegates, never allowing distraction to cloud his focus. Only through such vigilance could he receive timely intelligence and position himself to deliver the final strike against Li Yifun himself. Having established their brief alliance and exchanged cultivation insights and gathered information, the four departed, offering no extra time at Lin Shen's modest residence. The hour had grown late. To perform well on tomorrow's sparring grounds, each would need to conserve their strength and ensure they caught the attention of the Golden Core elders awaiting below. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Shen allowed a faint smile to touch his lips before closing the courtyard gate behind them. When tomorrow passed, the real spectacle would begin. And beneath that inescapable net, he was eager to witness how Li Yifun would attempt to flee from threats emerging from every direction. The next day, sunrise broke in the east, and the first blush of morning light appeared. After a night of seated meditation and cultivation, he had restored himself to peak condition. Lin Shen stepped out of his courtyard early and headed for the Qin family's main hall. At this time, the Qin household was at its most bustling. In the main hall, a host of Foundation establishment cultivators had arrived with lavish gifts to offer birthday felicitations. Lin Shen followed the flow of people waited in line, and after confirming his identity, presented the birthday gift that his master Mo Xinggu had prepared in advance. It was a brocade box. Lin Shen had no idea what was inside, but the binding runes covering it were so filled with profound mystery that anyone could tell at a glance the box held something of extraordinary value. After all, an ordinary item would be unworthy of binding runes so dense with mysterious aura. The runes alone were worth no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Handing over the brocade box, Lin Shen stood to one side as the Qin disciple responsible for registration made the announcement in a level voice. Qiyun Valley, congratulations from Mo Xinggu. Senior brother, I've noted it down. The Qin disciple quickly nodded. After carefully placing the brocade box beside the other precious gifts, he handed Lin Shen a token. His tone now warmer. Senior brother, please go to the rear hall. When the time comes, show the token, and a Qin disciple will arrange a seat for you. There was a certain art to this. The Qin disciple had sharp eyes and had naturally seen that the gift sent by Lin Shen's master was far from ordinary. Thus the token he gave was also of a fairly high rank. With that token, the seat Lin Shen would be given was certain to be extremely close to the front, close to the side of the honored guests. As for those who had offered ordinary gifts, the token he gave was naturally determined by the value of the gift and the cultivation of the visitor. Thank you for your trouble. Taking the token, Lin Shen nodded. He strode toward the rear hall. Good morning, fellow Taoist Lin. As soon as he showed his token and was arranged a seat near the front, Sun Lianqing rose from the distant crowd, a smile on his face. He looked at the seat Lin Shen had been assigned, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Yet thinking that Lin Shen was attending the birthday banquet on behalf of his master, he quickly nodded with relief. Being able to sit in this position was not due to Lin Shen himself, but to the master behind him, or more precisely to the generous gift that master had sent. Good morning. Lin Shen smiled and nodded in reply, then looked around and asked where our fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Wang. Not sure yet. They should be almost here. Sun Lianqing shook his head. Just as he was speaking, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Before Sun Lianxing could finish, he and Lin Shen saw Xiao Xuanzi and Wang Weidong approaching from the main hall. The two exchanged a glance and immediately strode forward. Is the arena about to begin? Seeing Lin Shen and Sun Lianxing, Xiao Xuanzi asked. If I'm counting the time correctly, it should be soon. Sun Lianxing said. Anyway, the feast won't start until after the arena contest, so why don't we head over there first, then act according to our earlier plan? No problem. Everything according to what we agreed. No one objected, and they all nodded. The four walked together toward the arena set up in the Qin family compound. In the Qin family compound, the arena for the prodigies from all sides to test each other had already been prepared. The arena was enormous. It covered nearly 1 mu of ground. This was also to make it easier for all the proud talents to display their respective arts. They had actually considered making it even larger, but because many guests would come to watch, they had to keep the space from becoming too cramped, so they ultimately settled on an area of about 1 mu. When Lin Shen and the other three arrived, many foundation establishment and qi refining cultivators were already seated in the prearranged seats around the arena. Among them, quite a few peak qi refining cultivators were rubbing their hands together eagerly, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit, hoping to shine during the upcoming contests. Lin Shen and the others found seats nearby and waited quietly for the Qin family's golden core ancestor Qin Yuanming to arrive. Time flowed past swiftly. After a little more than half a shurchen, the whole Qin family compound was packed with cultivators. Most were at the qi refining level, but there were also 100 or 200 at foundation establishment. Of course, the Qin family did not have such a deep foundation. These people had all come to offer birthday congratulations. As most of them gathered together, not long passed before waves of overwhelmingly powerful auras descended. Everyone present quickly turned to look. In the VIP seats at the very front, 3 golden core powerhouses descended at once, chatting and laughing with each other. The one in the red robe is the Qin family's ancestor Qin Yuanming. As for the 2 golden core cultivators beside him, they are both elders of my Shui sect. Seeing these 3 golden core cultivators arrive, Xiao Xuanzi explained that female golden core cultivator in white robes with that cold aloof face is Qiu Linyue, master of my senior sister Qin, the prodigy daughter of the Qin family. As for the other golden core cultivator, he is Xiong Dahai, the 7th elder of my Shui sect, in charge of the sect's external enterprises. Xiao Xuanzi was not surprised that 2 golden core cultivators from his own Shui sect had come together to congratulate Qin Yuanming, who had recently broken through to the golden core stage. Naturally, Qiu Linyue went without saying. She was the master of the Qin family's prodigy daughter and had an extremely close relationship with the Qin family. With such a bond, of course, she would attend Qin Yuanming's 200th birthday banquet. As for the 7th elder of his own Shui sect, Xiong Dahai, he normally handled the sect's external business dealings. Now that Qin Yuanming had broken through to the golden core stage, Xiong Dahai would inevitably have dealings with the Qin family in his day-to-day duties. Since this was Qin Yuanming's 200th birthday, it was only natural for him to come along and enjoy the excitement. Listening to Xiao Xuanzi's account, the others nodded thoughtfully, eyes shining as they fixed their gazes on the 3 golden core cultivators. All of them were thinking that if they could give an outstanding performance and receive guidance from one of those golden core experts, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their future cultivation. After descending from the heights, Qin Yuanming warmly welcomed Qiu Linyue and Xiong Dahai to their seats. After settling his 2 most important guests, Qiu Linyue and Xiong Dahai, he slowly took his own seat and cast a look at Qin Taiying beside him. Receiving Qin Yuanming's signal, Qin Taiying stepped forward onto the arena and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, today is my father's 200th birthday. I thank all of you fellow Taoists for coming to celebrate. Many prodigies from all sides have come. In gratitude for your arduous journey from afar, my father has specially prepared this arena so that all of you may test each other in friendly sparring." With that, Qin Taiying paused for a moment, then continued. "Those who step up and claim 3 consecutive victories will be awarded by the Qin family either a century-old spirit herb or 2 bottles of origin solidifying pills. Those with 5 consecutive wins will directly receive 2 century-old spirit herbs and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for those who manage to hold the arena," Qin Taiying paused once more. Then his voice rose considerably. "Whoever successfully holds the arena will not only receive all the earlier rewards, but my father will also personally come forward and offer guidance." Qin Taiying's voice remained impassioned as he swept his gaze over the crowd. "But to ensure fairness, each person may challenge only once. Please make good use of your chance." With those words, Qin Taiying stepped down from the arena. After Qin Taiying leapt down from the arena, a wave of discussion instantly swept through the crowd. All the chatter revolved around the prizes for 3 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, and for the one who ultimately held the arena. Can the final defender receive guidance from the Qin family ancestor? This is a tremendous opportunity. If I could obtain guidance from a golden core cultivator, my chances of breaking through to foundation establishment in the future would soar by a huge margin. Easier said than done. Which of the prodigies here isn't stronger than either of us? It's as hard as reaching heaven. So what? You have to fight for it. Only those who fight get a chance. If you don't fight, you won't even be fast enough to get a steaming hot pile of shit. Exactly. The path of cultivation is all about contending. If you don't contend, and I don't contend, do you think opportunities will just land in your lap? Besides, even in the worst case, if I can win 3 or 5 in a row, I'll still get 300-year-old spirit herbs. That's not a bad reward. The discussions continued without pause. Almost everyone's heart was stirred. They all wanted to go up and take a gamble, fighting for the rewards of 3 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, or even the final defender's prize. Amid the endless chatter, a peak chi refining cultivator in a black robe, holding a low-grade spiritual weapon, flew up and landed on the arena. Everyone, I am Zhou Yuanpeng, an inner disciple of the Shanyang sect, at peak chi refining. Would any fellow Taoist like to come up and offer some guidance? Zhou Yuanpeng stood in the center of the arena, gazing around, his eyes blazing with surging battle intent. I'll go. The moment his voice fell, a peak chi refining cultivator in brocade robes flew up onto the arena. The two wasted no time on unnecessary words. After a single exchange of glances, they attacked. After all, everyone was sparring for the Qin family's prizes, since neither knew the other. Why all the formalities? Just fight and be done with it. The two clashed rapidly, one dense surge of spiritual energy after another billowing outward. Amid the violent collisions, Zhou Yuanpeng slashed out a blade chi that directly shattered the brocade-clad young man's spell. His figure flickered, and he cast another spell in a flash. The brocade-clad young man could not react in time and was blasted straight off the arena by the spell. The battle lasted no more than a few dozen breaths. In that span, victory and defeat had already been decided. An uproar immediately swept across the arena. No one expected the fight to end so quickly. Zhou Yuanpeng and the brocade-clad young man were both at peak chi refining, yet at the same cultivation level. It turned out to be a complete one-sided crush. This naturally made everyone present take Zhou Yuanpeng more seriously. Those who had been eager to try now did not dare to rush forward rashly. They knew their own strength well. Facing someone as terrifyingly powerful as Zhou Yuanpeng, charging up would only be offering themselves as fodder and wasting their chance for nothing. Better to let someone else go up and wear him down first. When the time was ripe, they could make their move and see if they could pick up an easy win. But there were also those who refused to believe it. After all, everyone here was a prodigy. Why let one man steal all the glory? Soon another prodigy ascended the arena and launched into another intense battle with Zhou Yuanpeng. Yet without exception, Zhou Yuanpeng easily won every fight against these prodigies. In just the time it took 1 or 2 incense sticks to burn, he had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else? Having won 5 in a row, Zhou Yuanpeng swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes still blazing with intense battle intent. Clearly he was not content with just 5 consecutive wins. He wanted to be the final defender. This naturally made the other cultivators anxious. If Zhou Yuanpeng refused to come down, how could they fight for the rewards of 3 or 5 consecutive wins? All at once, beneath Zhou Yuanpeng's battle-filled gaze, many other prodigies could no longer hold back and climbed onto the arena one after another to challenge him. They wanted to defeat Zhou Yuanpeng. Even if they could not ultimately hold the arena, they could still make a name for themselves by doing so. Below the arena, watching Zhou Yuanpeng's current state, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, slightly analyzing his combat strength. Having been the first to step onto the arena, Zhou Yuanpeng naturally had real ability. But although his blade technique was fierce in Lin Shen's eyes, it lacked a hint of flexibility and was a little too slow. If he were to fight Zhou Yuanpeng with his consummate thunderclap, sword chi, and terrifyingly fast striking speed, defeating Zhou Yuanpeng would be no trouble at all. Another defeat. Is he really going to defend the arena all the way to the end? Wang Weidong, standing nearby, felt as though his heart had turned to ashes, watching with deep chagrin as Zhou Yuanpeng knocked yet another prodigy off the arena. He had been hoping to fish in troubled waters and claim a share of the spoils. Now it seemed the Qin family's prizes were not so easy to take. Those century-old spirit herbs were simply destined not to cross his path. Zhou Yuanpeng was simply too strong. A sense of powerlessness rose in Wang Weidong's heart. All he could do was turn a hopeful gaze toward Xiao Xuanzi, Lin Shen, and the others. Under his gaze, Xiao Xuanzi sneered coldly and said, "Defend the arena all the way. Then he'd better see if my spear is sharp enough." His words fell. Seeing that the time was about right after Zhou Yuanpeng secured his 8th consecutive victory, Xiao Xuanzi leapt into the arena. "Who are you, fellow Taoist?" Seeing Xiao Xuanzi holding a long spear and radiating a terrifying aura from head to toe, Zhou Yuanpeng, who had just defeated 8 in a row, felt his heart tighten. He did not dare to be careless. Xiao Xuanzi before him was far stronger than the 8 who had previously stepped up and gave him a genuine sense of crisis. Xiao Xuanzi of the Xiao family from Haishi City, Yunzhou, inner disciple of the Shui sect. He brandished his long spear and announced his origin. As long as he defeated Zhou Yuanpeng before his eyes, he would steal the limelight. He naturally would not let such an opportunity to make his name known slip away. Besides, in the honored guest seats sat 2 golden core elders of his own Shui sect. If he won their esteem, even being accepted as a nominal disciple would greatly raise his status in the sect in the days to come. "So you are a fellow Taoist from the Shui sect. Forgive this one for any offense." Zhou Yuanpeng glanced at the 2 golden core elders in the honored guest seats, then cupped his hands toward Xiao Xuanzi with a smile. As his words fell, Zhou Yuanpeng did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying flaming blade, Qi shot out howling straight at Xiao Xuanzi. The terrifying flaming blade, Qi attacked with overwhelming fury, tongues of flame, stacking layer upon layer, like waves of the deep ocean. It was obvious. Having realized that Xiao Xuanzi before him was no ordinary cultivator, Zhou Yuanpeng went all out, hoping to quickly finish the fight and avoid being dragged into a bitter struggle that would needlessly consume his spiritual energy. Sensing that terrifying flaming blade Qi attack, Xiao Xuanzi lifted his gaze slightly as a fearsome aura erupted from within him. Rather than retreating, he advanced, sweeping his long spear sideways. A terrifying force exploded from the spear. At the same time, dense spiritual energy spread outward, running along the spear tip and transforming into a roaring tiger. Roar! The tiger howled in fury. Bolstered by the long spear in Xiao Xuanzi's hands, it tore the terrifying flaming blade Qi to pieces and devoured it. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions swept across the arena. With a single strike of his spear, Xiao Xiansu decisively shattered and crushed Zhou Yuanpeng's prized killing move. Xiao Xiansu's long spear swept violently in his hand, and his figure flashed forward with incredible speed. Fierce winds howled around him as a protective shield materialized before him, and he charged toward Zhou Yuanpeng like a man-beast. Just like Lin Shen, Xiao Xiansu cultivated both spiritual energy and physical body simultaneously. Not only had he reached the peak of Qi refinement and spiritual energy, but his physical cultivation had also attained the same realm. Should he encounter favorable opportunity and break through to foundation establishment, with both physical and spiritual foundations firmly established, Xiao Xiansu's combat strength in the future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Fighting against opponents of higher realms would be well within his capabilities. In the days ahead, even the golden core path would be within reach. Spiritual and physical dual cultivation. No wonder this fellow dares to step onto the arena and challenge us. I never expected such profound depth of foundation. Gazing at Xiao Xiansu charging toward him like a human beast, Zhou Yuanpeng's eyes flashed with astonishment. He dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. Quickly sidestepping, he swung his low-grade spirit weapon long blade, sending forth terrifying flames that surged in successive waves, each one surging upon the last. This was his signature killing technique, the threefold waves of blazing flame. Previously relying solely on this move during an outdoor mission, he had single-handedly slain 5 cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement. The threefold waves of blazing flame swept toward him. Towering flames wreathed with terrifying blade, Qi seemed as though they would engulf Xiao Xiansu whole. But beneath this terrifying assault, Xiao Xiansu thrust his spear forward with tremendous force, unleashing a surge of terrifying water attribute spiritual energy. As the spear pierced forward, water attribute spiritual energy erupted, and a massive wave surged forth, condensing upon the spear's tip until it became a boundless razor-sharp blade of spear intent. Water conquers fire. Overwhelming force to shatter all. Bolstered by both Qi refinement and body-tempering cultivation, Xiao Xiansu single-handedly tore apart Zhou Yuanpeng's killing technique, the threefold waves of blazing flame, with a single thrust. At that very moment, utilizing the momentum of this assault, Xiao Xiansu launched himself skyward, his spear sweeping horizontally. With his killing move unleashed, Zhou Yuanpeng's spiritual energy was already running dangerously low. He had never expected Xiao Xiansu to dismantle his killing technique so effortlessly. His reaction was utterly delayed. Splash! A spray of blood erupted into the air. Zhou Yuanpeng was struck squarely in the chest by Xiao Xiansu's spear and sent flying backward, tumbling through the air multiple times before stumbling to a halt beneath the arena. Clutching his chest and wiping the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Zhou Yuanpeng gazed at Xiao Xiansu on the arena with eyes wide in shock. Far too strong. Originally, he had believed that after achieving 8 consecutive victories, as long as no mishaps occurred, he would essentially secure the opportunity to receive guidance from the Qin family's golden core ancestral elder. Yet he never anticipated that an even more monstrous talent like Xiao Xiansu awaited him. Merely 3 strikes. 3 strikes, and he was cast from the arena. And this was only a sparring match. Had it taken place in the wilderness during a life-and-death battle, the 3rd strike alone would have completely pierced through his chest. I yield to your skill. Xiao Xiansu smiled and bowed his fist toward Zhou Yuanpeng below the arena. Then his gaze shifted away, holding his spear as he scanned the crowd below. I wonder which fellow Taoist would care to offer guidance. As for Zhou Yuanpeng, he was merely a defeated subordinate, a stepping stone for Xiao Xiansu's rise to fame today. What was there worth noting? With Xiao Xiansu's defeat of Zhou Yuanpeng, the gazes of those beneath the arena turned toward him, each filled with wonder. They had originally believed Zhou Yuanpeng to be sufficiently formidable, having defeated 8 prodigies at the peak of Qi refinement in succession. Yet they never expected another cultivator far more terrifying, Xiao Xiansu, who had sent the once arrogant Zhou Yuanpeng crashing from the arena in merely 3 strikes. Such strength, and yet completely unknown prior to this event. Could the Shui Wessex Foundation truly be this profound? Of course, some remained unconvinced. Driven by youthful arrogance, they believed Xiao Xian's swift victory over Zhou Yuanpeng relied solely on his physical cultivation. As long as they exercised caution and kept their distance, they could still claim victory. Several more individuals ascended the arena. Without exception, none could match Xiao Xiansu. Most were dismissed with merely 1 or 2 spear strikes, far less enduring than Zhou Yuanpeng before them. In barely 2 or 3 incense sticks time, Xiao Xiansu had secured over 10 consecutive victories with his concise and efficient combat style. From the honored guest section, the 2 elders of the Shui West sect gazed at Xiao Xiansu with eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. Haha, the Blackstone City Xiao family has indeed produced a prodigy. If his foundation is solid, and upon breaking through to foundation establishment, he cultivates diligently, there is no reason he cannot attain the golden core Dao path. Seated at the main position, Qin Yuanming laughed heartily, his gaze turning toward Lung Qiuyue and Xiong Dahai beside him. Truly impressive. This young man suits my taste. Xiong Dahai gazed at Xiao Xiansu with evident satisfaction, nodding in approval. Although Xiao Xiansu possessed only 3 spiritual roots, given his extraordinary strength and dual cultivation of physical body and spiritual energy, as long as his foundation was solid before foundation establishment, the hope of breaking through to the golden core realm in the future was no less than that of dual spirit root cultivators. A desire to nurture talent stirred within his heart. I believe this should come to an end soon. If no one else challenges the champion of this arena tournament, and final hunter must belong to Xiao Xiansu of the Shui West sect. Lung Qiuyue, her face as cold as ever, glanced at Xiao Xiansu and also nodded with satisfaction. Observing the 2 golden core elders of the Shui West sect showing such favor toward Xiao Xiansu, a faint smile lingered on Qin Yuanming's lips. At this moment, calculations were already forming in his mind. If opportunities arose, he might maximize their benefits and forge a deeper connection between the Qin family and the Shui West sect. As time passed, the banquet was approaching. Lin Shen waited upon the arena for quite some time, and seeing no one daring to challenge Xiao Xiansu, he finally shook his head. It was nearly over. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't even catch a sip of soup. Friend Lin, you are. Seeing Lin Shen suddenly move swiftly ascending toward the arena, Sun Liansheng and Wang Weidong stared in astonishment. What? You're still going up there to offer yourself as prey? What's the point? Clearly Xiao Xiansu has already dominated the arena. If you go up now, he certainly won't owe you any favor. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Sun Liansheng and Wang Weidong, Lin Shen, his white robes fluttering in the wind, sword aura radiating from his body, descended gracefully onto the arena. Friend Lin. Witnessing Lin Shen recklessly ascending the arena, Xiao Xiansu couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had not given any signal. By their original agreement, Lin Shen should have remained patiently below the arena at this moment. Time is nearly up, and I've grown restless with excitement. I have come to spar with you, friend Xiao. Lin Shen smiled as he spoke, extending his right arm. The thunder sword, radiating terrifying thunderous power, instantly appeared in his palm. A spar then. Xiao Xuance's brow furrowed, even deeper, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Truthfully, you shouldn't have come up. I know you're strong, but you're no match for me. Coming up here will only drain my stamina and spiritual energy. If there are stronger challengers still waiting, you'd only be handing them an easy advantage. With that, preferring to play it safe, Xiao Xuance advised once more in a conciliatory tone, tell you what, I only want the guidance of the Qin family's golden core ancestor. Everything else we win you can have. How about it? This was the greatest sincerity Xiao Xuance could offer. He believed that as long as Lin Shen wasn't foolish, he would readily agree. If not, he would only be asking for trouble. Not a great deal. Lin Shen shook his head with a faint, enigmatic smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao is as confident as ever. You covet the golden core ancestor's guidance. Don't I as well? Moreover, we haven't even crossed blows yet. Are you so certain you can definitely overcome me? After observing more than 10 bouts, Lin Shen had thoroughly discerned Xiao Xuance's combat style and his full strength. Xiao Xuance's strength was indeed formidable, but he was not invincible. Lin Shen estimated that even without tapping into his concealed body cultivation realm, relying solely on his sword aura and chi cultivation, he still had tremendous confidence in defeating Xiao Xuance. Moreover, Lin Shen himself possessed a thunder spiritual root, cultivated the three origins chi guidance art, and his thunder-attributed spiritual energy was exceptionally terrifying. His strength far surpassed that of cultivators at the same realm. How ungrateful. Since fellow Taoist Lin wishes to spar, Xiao will grant your wish. I only hope fellow Taoist Lin won't lose too disgracefully. Lin Shen's words stirred a trace of indignation in Xiao Xuance's heart. He gave a cold snort, swept his long spear horizontally, and erupted with terrifying blood chi as water-attributed spiritual energy surged around him, thrusting out with a single spear strike. As the spear thrust forth, the wind howled. In this strike, Xiao Xuance used his full force, unleashing the surging spiritual energy within his body. Within that spear strike, countless streams of water spread through the air, swiftly converging and condensing until they transformed into a water dragon dozens of zhang in length. This water dragon dozens of zhang long attached itself to the spear tip, tearing through the air with a deafening boom as it sped toward Lin Shen. As the spear thrust out, everyone present couldn't help but reveal astonished gazes. Even Qin Yuan Ming and the other golden core cultivators in the VIP seats nodded in silent approval. This spear strike was too terrifying. If Xiao Xuanzi had used this strike earlier, that previously imposing Zhou Yuanpeng would likely have been blasted straight off the stage and suffered an even more miserable defeat. Watching the might of Xiao Xuanzi's spear, Sun Lianqing and Wang Weidong beneath the stage couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Shen. He had never made a move in front of them. They weren't too clear on his strength, but they knew very well that against such a terrifying spear strike, Lin Shen might not be able to withstand it. Even worse, he might suffer severe injuries and a damaged foundation beneath such a dreadful blow. If that happened, the enmity between the two would likely become irreconcilable. Facing such a terrifying spear strike, Lin Shen merely lifted his eyes slightly, his figure flickering like a ghost. The Thunderstart sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath. Terrifying thunderous chi spread through his body, swiftly coiling around the Thunderstart sword. As heaven-shaking thunder radiated outward, Lin Shen's body floated in midair, making him look like a god of thunder. Jingzhe. Terrifying thunderous power condensed as Lin Shen unleashed the sword strike, Jingzhe, stirring the wind and clouds around him, while crackling thunder boomed incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, unleashing an unbroken series of dreadful explosions. Beneath Lin Shen's Jingzhe sword strike, the water dragon, dozens of zhang long shattered into pieces. Water fed the thunder's might. Having smashed Xiao Xuanzi's ferocious attack with one sword strike, Lin Shen's figure flickered rapidly as the long sword in his hand thrust out fiercely. As the vast waters scattered, the thunderous power spreading through the surroundings became even more terrifying. It gathered the dispersing water and transformed it into dreadful sword chi, surging from all directions to slaughter Xiao Xuanzi. Such dreadful sword chi. Such overbearing thunder arts. Sensing Lin Shen's ferocious attack, Xiao Xuanzi dared not be the slightest bit careless. He couldn't help but silently praise him. No wonder Lin Shen was so confident and dared to climb onto the stage to challenge him. It turned out his strength was truly this formidable. But that was all. Break for me. With a furious roar, Xiao Xuanzi's terrifying spiritual energy erupted and swept outward. He activated his physical body's power to the limit, sweeping his long spear in a fierce arc. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged rapid blows. Every collision was like an explosion, resounding with deafening thunderous noise. The terrifying shockwaves of battle swept in all directions, and some of those standing nearby could barely keep their footing, faces pale as they staggered backward. Seeing this, Qin Yuanming raised an eyebrow slightly. Not daring to be careless, he waved his hand, and a massive protective barrier instantly enveloped the entire stage. This enormous barrier sealed off the shockwaves of Lin Shen and Xiao Xuanzi's attacks, preventing harm to the onlookers nearby. If any reckless low cultivation people pressed forward and ended up killed by their terrifying battle fluctuations, it would blemish his 200th birthday celebration and make it hard to account for their deaths to their respective factions. Upon the stage, Lin Shen and Xiao Xuanzi fought with ever-increasing ferocity. Amid their fierce attacks, the original arena had long been shattered, countless broken stones and dust flying into the air, their figures flickering faintly within the dust and rubble. Gazing from afar, the crowd could only make out blurry silhouettes rapidly darting and colliding across the stage, while dreadful thunder spread everywhere around. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Watching the true strength of Xiao Xuanzi and Lin Shen from below the stage, Zhou Yunping's throat went dry and his lips trembled slightly. Originally, he had believed that he had only lost because he was careless and let Xiao Xuanzi get close, which caused him to be defeated so quickly. If not for that, at his peak state, so long as he was cautious and on guard, even if he lost, he wouldn't have lost so fast. But now it seemed he had been completely mistaken, wrong beyond belief. When Xiao Xuanzi fought against him, he hadn't gone all out. If he had, Zhou Yunpeng would probably have lost even more miserably and been even more humiliated. Beyond Xiao Xuanzi, there was also Lin Shen, whose strength was even more unfathomable. The man's sword Dao attainments were astonishing, and with that terrifying thunder-attributed sword chi, had he gone onto the stage earlier, Zhou Yunpeng probably couldn't have blocked even one or two of Lin Shen's strikes, let alone secured 8 consecutive victories. With the two of them possessing such terrifying strength, even an ordinary foundation establishment rogue cultivator without solid foundations probably wouldn't be a match. Zhou Yuanpeng muttered to himself, his face turning slightly pale. They were all outstanding geniuses of various factions, so why was the gap so enormous? It wasn't just Zhou Yuanpeng. Below the arena, Sun Lianqing and Wang Weidong likewise stared in astonishment, their pupils filled with utter disbelief. They had originally believed Xiao Xuanzi was already formidable, yet they had never imagined his strength could be even greater than they had thought. Moreover, apart from Xiao Xuanzi, there was also a far more unfathomable Lin Shen. Facing Xiao Xuanzi, whose strength was so formidable, he was still able to hold his own, with the two exchanging blow for blow. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd upon the arena, Lin Shen's figure darted back and forth. Thunderbolts filled the skies, crashing down one after another, continuously reinforcing the power of Lin Shen's thunderclap, sword chi. Amid the thunderous onslaught that came pouring down like a violent storm, Xiao Xuanzi pushed his physical strength to its very limit and supplemented it with spiritual energy, forcibly relying on his own power to charge into the sky-filling thunderclap, sword chi. The two traded blows back and forth, and for a time, neither could claim superiority. Within the sky-filling thunderclap, sword chi, Xiao Xuanzi charged recklessly, brandishing the long spear in his hand. Feeling his blood essence and spiritual energy being ceaselessly consumed, his expression grew extremely grave. Clearly, while erupting with the full force of his physical cultivation, the blood essence and spiritual energy in his body could not sustain him for much longer. This made Xiao Xuanzi secretly anxious. He quietly cast a glance toward Lung Qiuyue and Xiong Dehai in the VIP seats, praying in his heart that these two golden core true persons of his own Shuiwei sect would not be disappointed in him. Otherwise, all of his plans would come to nothing. If he failed to earn the appreciation of a golden core true person, then after returning to the Shuiwei sect, his reputation would naturally rise. But as for making the transition in his status, he had no idea how much longer he would have to wait. He could not lose. Absolutely not. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Xuanzi once again intensified the eruption of blood essence within his body, his attacks becoming even fiercer as he ceaselessly battered against the sky-filling thunderclap, sword chi unleashed by Lin Shen. Fellow Taoist Lin knew when to stop. His blood essence erupted out of him layer after layer, and Xiao Xuanzi's face had already turned slightly pale. Clenching his teeth, he said, "I cannot let this opportunity slip away. If fellow Taoist Lin is willing to reveal even the slightest opening, I Xiao will be incomparably grateful. In the future, should fellow Taoist Lin have any instructions, I Xiao will spare no effort." Sensing Lin Shen's terrifying strength and realizing that his own desperate repeated charges could not harm Lin Shen, Xiao Xuanzi's heart was already losing confidence. He could only pray that Lin Shen would be willing to reveal a flaw and let him win this battle. Only then could he obtain the guidance of a golden core true person. Only then could he possibly be singled out by Xiong Dehai or Lung Qiuyue. Hearing Xiao Xuanzi's secret voice transmission, Lin Shen could not help but shake his head. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Forgive me, fellow Taoist Xiao. Cultivation lies in the very word contention. I, Lin, also desire the guidance of a golden core true person, so we had best each rely on our own abilities." He had yet to use his full strength. At this moment, Xiao Xuanzi was on the verge of collapse. For someone like this to think of negotiating with him was nothing short of utter fantasy. Lin Shen's figure flickered and shifted at high speed as streams of thunderclap, sword chi continued to burst forth, and he also increased the ferocity of his thunderclap, flying sword's assault. "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you truly mean to fight to the death, to let both sides be wounded, and then have others pick up the spoils for nothing?" Feeling that Lin Shen had increased the power of the thunderclap, sword chi rushing toward him, Xiao Xuanzi grew even more anxious, and the consumption of spiritual energy and blood essence within him became heavier and heavier. "Mutual ruin? I think not." Lin Shen suddenly raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Who told you there would be mutual ruin? Fellow Taoist Xiao, you are underestimating me, Lin, far too much." As his words fell, Lin Shen no longer held back. Terrifying thunder erupted layer upon layer, a wild gale howled around them, and the thunderclap, flying sword in Lin Shen's hand shot forth. Jingzhe. Another Jingzhe sword strike came slashing out. Lin Shen infused all the terrifying thunder aura within him into it, as the sky-filling thunderclap, sword chi rapidly condensed in midair. This sword, its power was immeasurably greater than before. It was also the true Jingzhe sword strike. Lin Shen practiced the tri-primordial chi introduction art. He possessed a thunder spirit root, and with the aid of the tri-primordial chi introduction art, all of his spiritual energy was thunder-attributed spiritual energy, bursting with destructive power. With such terrifyingly destructive thunder attribute, ever since he began cultivating the sword, Lin Shen had always pursued the extreme of speed and the extreme of annihilation in the way of the sword. Infusing his whole body's thunderclap sword chi into that flying sword, the thunderclap flying sword was truly swift and fierce, erupting with terrifying might and directly tearing apart the surrounding air. Damn it! Feeling such a terrifying strike, Xiao Xuanzi's scalp went numb. Yet the will inside him kept him on his feet. He could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Even in the face of this strike that promised certain defeat, Xiao Xuanzi gritted his teeth and endured, unleashing the power of his blood essence and spiritual energy to the utmost, and ignoring all cost blasted his spear forward. Spear shadows bloomed across the sky and then quickly condensed. Water vapor spread around him, rapidly gathering at the spear tip. A blaze of spear light burst out, transforming into an enormous water dragon that charged forth with a ferocious roar. Such a savage technique would have a fighting chance even against an ordinary Foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. Unfortunately for him, the one he faced was Lin Shen. He was facing Lin Shen's Jingzhe sword strike at its supreme limit. Terrifying thunder exploded outward, and strand after strand of thunderclap, sword chi fused into it, tearing through everything at speed. Under Lin Shen's Jingjia sword strike, that fierce and enormous water dragon burst apart directly, and the sky-filling droplets of water were instantly ground to pieces by Lin Shen's thunderclap sword chi. These shredded droplets, water fueling thunder, turned directly into nourishment for the thunderclap sword chi, which surged toward Xiao Xuanzi with even more ferocious force. Alas, he lost. On the VIP seats, Lung Qiuyue and Xiong Dahai both shook their heads regretfully. The moment they saw Lin Shen unleash the true Jingjia sword strike, they knew in their hearts that Xiao Xuanzi had already lost. But his fighting spirit, knowing he was certain to lose, yet still charging dauntlessly forward, won Xiong Dahai's considerable admiration. He could not help but nod in appreciation. Flicking the wine from his cup, he turned it directly into a sharp water arrow that shot toward the center of the arena. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The shockwave swept outward in every direction. Lin Shen and Xiao Xuanzi, standing at the center of the arena, were both forced backward. Xiao Xuanzi fared the worst. Struck by the terrible shockwave, he sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his demeanor began to wilt. He had already been at the end of his strength. Now confronted with such terrifying explosive force, his body's support had reached its absolute limit. Alright, that's enough. Xiong Dahai directly shattered Lin Shen's Jingjia sword strike. Looking at the two, he said calmly, "The winner this time is Lin Shen of Qiyun Valley. I believe no one present will be a match for Lin Shen, so this so-called mutual sparring on the arena can also be concluded ahead of time. Elder, I haven't fallen yet. I still have the strength for one more battle." Seeing Golden Core Elder Xiong Dahai of his own Shuiwei sect directly intervene to stop the fight, Xiao Xuanzi couldn't help but look anxious. He still wanted to make a final desperate attempt. Even if he might fail, even if he might get injured, it would at least appease the unwillingness in his heart. Strength for one more battle? No, you don't have it. Xiong Dahai looked at Xiao Xuanzi and shook his head, saying calmly, "Don't feel unwilling. I understand the true power contained in that sword strike better than you do. If I hadn't intervened, you would already be severely wounded, your foundation damaged. That sword could even have killed you. How could you still have strength for another battle?" Xiong Dahai was speaking the truth. At first he had thought Lin Shen's strength was not much stronger than Xiao Xuanzi's, but when he saw that final sword strike, he realized that Lin Shen had been holding back all along. If that strike had been allowed to hit Xiao Xuanzi, then this promising disciple of Shuiwei sect would likely have met his downfall here today. This is because this disciple's cultivation is not refined enough. Hearing Xiong Dahai's words, Xiao Xuanzi lowered his head in shame, his eyes filled with unwillingness. How could Xiao Xuanzi be willing to accept this? He had already defeated over a dozen people, advancing triumphantly all the way. He was on the verge of holding the arena and earning the opportunity for guidance from a Golden Core cultivator. But who would have known that Lin Shen, who appeared halfway through, the very same Lin Shen who was once his ally, would turn out to be so powerful? He was only one step away from success. A mere half step away. Success was within easy reach. Yet all of this was destroyed by Lin Shen, making Lin Shen the ultimate beneficiary. How could Xiao Xuanzi be willing to accept this? Xiong Dahai seemed to see through Xiao Xuanzi's unwillingness. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said calmly, "Enough. I have seen your strength with my own eyes. This is not your fault. It can only be said that Qiyun Valley has produced a fine seedling." As he spoke, Xiong Dahai glanced around as if pondering something. After a long while, he finally said, "If you have no master in our Shuiwei sect, then from today onward you shall cultivate under my tutelage. Begin as a registered disciple under my name. If you later break through to foundation establishment and perform excellently, I will consider accepting you as a personal disciple." Xiong Dahai's words caused a stir throughout the venue. One by one they looked at Xiao Xuanzi, who stood with his head lowered on the arena with envious eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xuanzi turned a curse into a blessing. Though he had missed the opportunity for guidance from the ancestor of the Qin family, he gained the favor of a Golden Core cultivator, receiving a spot as a registered disciple, with the future possibility of becoming the Golden Core cultivator's personal disciple. How could this not make everyone present envious? They could only resent that they were not members of Shuiwei sect, that they were not Xiao Xuanzi on the arena. They wished they could replace him on that stage. On the arena, Xiao Xuanzi was startled by Xiong Dahai's words. Then he quickly came to his senses, and his original look of unwillingness transformed into ecstatic joy. Without any hesitation, Xiao Xuanzi immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times towards Xiong Dahai in the VIP seats. "Master, above this disciple is willing." Xiao Xuanzi bowed to Xiong Dahai, his voice deep and excited. "Disciple Xiao Xuanzi is willing to take Elder Xiong as my master. From now on I will train diligently and will never tarnish your reputation, master." It was impossible for Xiao Xuanzi not to be excited. He had failed, he had lost to Lin Shen, yet he could still gain Xiong Dahai's regard. As long as he cultivated diligently in the future, once he broke through to foundation establishment and passed the assessment, he would definitely have a high chance of becoming Xiong Dahai's personal disciple. By then, as a personal disciple of a Golden Core cultivator, Xiao Xuanzi would be the pride of his Xiao family, and his family would rise because of him. After the feast concludes, you will leave with me." Xiong Dahai nodded faintly. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Shen beside him. Looking at Lin Shen, Xiongdahai's eyes were filled with approval. You are very good. I know your master Emotiongu. Having a disciple like you is indeed his pride. Thank you for the excessive praise, senior. Lin Shen put away his thunderclap flying sword and respectfully cupped his hands toward Xiongdahai. With this compliment, Emotiongu would surely value him even more when he returned to Qiyun Valley in the future. Moreover, with his senior brother Xin Qianfan already dead, all the resources of Luoyun Peak would inevitably be tilted toward him alone. Furthermore, the reputation he had forged on the arena today would spread as members of various factions dispersed. By then, with his name known far and wide, even Qiyun Valley would likely bestow rewards upon him. After all, a sect disciple who had gained such a reputation outside would certainly be valued by the sect and receive support. Xiongdahai nodded faintly. After a brief compliment to Lin Shen, he paid him no further mind. Lin Shen was not a member of his Shueihua sect. If Xiongdahai had not seen that Lin Shen possessed formidable strength and exceptional swordsmanship with certainly a bright future, he would not have spoken to praise him out of the blue. Turning around, Xiongdahai addressed Qin Yuanming beside him with an apologetic look. My apologies, fellow Taoist Qin. I intervened just now mainly for the safety of my sect disciple, and I interrupted your enjoyment. I hope you won't take offense. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Qin Yuanming waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily, saying, I should congratulate you, fellow Taoist Xiong, on taking in such an excellent disciple. Even if you hadn't intervened, I would have. After all, this is my 200th birthday, and I don't want to see blood spilled here. As he spoke, Qin Yuanming looked at Lung Shuyue beside him with a smile. Fairy Lung, my fifth son's granddaughter, is also your disciple. This Xiao Xuanzi is indeed quite good. The two of them might well interact more in the future and discuss the ways of cultivation together. At this moment, Qin Yuanming had already formed his own intentions. Compared to Lin Shen, who had defeated Xiao Xuanzi, he valued Xiao Xuanzi, who had just been accepted by Xiongdahai as a registered disciple, more highly. After all, this was Yunzhou, and most of Yunzhou's territory was under the jurisdiction of Shueihua sect. No matter how formidable Lin Shen was, he was still a disciple of Qiyun Valley, and his master Emotiongu was still only at the peak of foundation establishment. He was not comparable to Xiao Xuanzi. Qin Yuanming's words made Lung Qiuyue frown slightly. In a somewhat cold tone, she said, Although my disciple is a member of your Qin family, her affairs are for her to decide. I would prefer that you fellow Taoist Qin not meddle recklessly and arbitrarily play matchmaker. In her youth, she too had been coerced by her family's elders in the name of family duty and interests. It had been an arduous journey for her to get to this point. She had fought all the way to escape her family's control. Only after finally reaching the Golden Core realm and securing a place in Shueihua sect did she truly have a voice of her own. Only she knew the hardships along the way. Now that her disciple might face the same predicament she once did, Lung Qiuyue, having been drenched by rain herself, would naturally hold up an umbrella. She did not want her disciple to be disturbed by family affairs and have her Tao heart thrown into chaos. Yes, the fairy Lung speaks with reason. This old man will not interfere recklessly. Everything shall be left to their own will. Qin Yuanming let out an awkward chuckle, yet secretly shot a look at Qin Taiying, signaling him to work behind the scenes. Everything he did was for the benefit of the Qin family. Judging by Xiao Xuanzi's performance today, there was a high chance he would be accepted as a direct disciple by Xiongdahai in the future. As the saying goes, offering fuel in snowy weather is far better than adding flowers to brocade. What he needed to do was to build a good rapport with Xiao Xuanzi before he became Xiongdahai's direct disciple and foster a relationship between him and his fifth granddaughter. If so, would not the Qin family come to have two Golden Core cultivators of the Water Moon sect standing behind them in the future? Moreover, the Xiao family's influence in Yunzhou was far from negligible. It was even stronger than the Qin family before he had broken through to the Golden Core stage. If in the days to come a forefather of the Xiao family also broke through to the Golden Core stage, then, with the two families bound by marriage, they would surely rise swiftly throughout Yunzhou, becoming an illustrious Golden Core clan. Nodding apologetically to Lung Qiuyue, Qin Yuanming then turned his gaze toward Lin Shen on the arena stage. Such prodigies as these were his old friend's disciples, so Qin Yuanming naturally wished to forge a good connection with them. With a smile, he said to Lin Shen, Young friend Lin, once this banquet concludes, the Qin family shall present your prize with our own hands. If there is anything you do not comprehend regarding cultivation, by all means come and ask me. Thank you, Lord Qin. Lin Shen nodded with a smile and respectfully clasped his hands toward Qin Yuanming. Qin Yuanming nodded, then looked toward the guests gathered for the banquet and said, The rewards promised by my Qin family remain valid for all who achieve consecutive victories. The hour grows late now, so please proceed to your seats as arranged. The arena contests are hereby concluded. As his words fell, Qin Yuanming exchanged a glance with Xiongdahai and Lung Qiuyue, then drifted away gracefully. At the same moment, Lin Shen leaped down from the arena. No sooner had he descended from the arena than prodigies from various family forces and sects swarmed around him. Some he had met briefly before, many he did not know at all. They all enthusiastically greeted Lin Shen, eager to befriend him, declaring that whenever he set foot in their territories, he would be hosted with the utmost hospitality. To the goodwill displayed by the crowd, Lin Shen responded with a smile and a nod at every turn. Xiao Xuanzi, standing nearby, was likewise engaged. After he had jumped down from the arena, a great many members of other forces and families likewise expressed their goodwill and desire to make his acquaintance. All this convenience was brought about by strength and background. Had he not defeated Xiao Xuanzi, and had Xiao Xuanzi not been accepted as an outer disciple by Xiong Dahai, these people would hardly have shown such good intentions. The world is simply this realistic. When you are strong and riding the crest of your rise, you will never lack people who offer kindness. But when you are weak and fall into the depths, then all around you are nothing but scheming, treacherous faces eager to wring the last shred of worth from you. Daoist Lin, concerning what happened upon the arena earlier, I hope you will not take offense. It was simply because I Xiao was overly impatient. Xiao Xuanzi pushed through the crowd and came up to Lin Shen, speaking with apologetic sincerity. When one is outmatched, one must accept defeat. Indeed, he had been overly anxious then. He even considered secretly transmitting his voice, asking Lin Shen to do him a favor and deliberately lose. That was in truth somewhat beneath one who could not bear to lose. Now that he had come to his senses and having obtained what he desired by being accepted as an outer disciple by the golden core cultivator Xiong Dahai, Xiao Xuanzi could not help but feel deeply ashamed upon recalling his own conduct. It is nothing. Mere human nature. Lin Shen shook his head lightly. Naturally, he knew exactly what Xiao Xuanzi was referring to, the secret voice transmission upon the arena. Yet even as Lin Shen said, it was nothing. His impression of Xiao Xuanzi had plummeted to the depths. A man like this could not stomach defeat, and one must never make him a friend. The moment interests clashed, he would unquestionably be the first to turn hostile. In truth, that last strike of his had also carried a hidden intent. He had wanted to teach Xiao Xuanzi a lesson and see whether he could take the opportunity to slay him with a single sword. Unfortunately, Xiong Dahai intervened to stop it. Yet Lin Shen's killing intent remained undiminished. Given that Xiao Xuanzi could still be accepted as an outer disciple by Xiong Dahai even after being defeated, he had to possess considerable fortune of his own. If an opportunity arose someday when they were out in the wilds with no one around, he could certainly complete the sword stroke that Xiong Dahai had thwarted. After all, the human heart is as fathomless as the deep sea. He had no idea what was going on in Xiao Xuanzi's mind right now. What if Xiao Xuanzi still harbored a grudge against him? If a chance presented itself in the future, it would be better to strike first and eliminate this potential threat before it could arise. Daoist Xiao, Daoist Lin, Sun Lianqing, and Wang Weidong also walked over, all smiles as they respectfully clasped their hands to the two. The duel between you two, Daoist Xiao and Daoist Lin, was absolutely spectacular. With your combined strength, the two of you could well slay an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed. After this banquet concludes, the four of us ought to maintain frequent contact. Once we return to our respective territories, we can thus look out for one another. The two men flattered Lin Shen and Xiao Xuanzi with broad grins, their expressions agitated, as if the battle they had just witnessed had been fought by none other than themselves. To this Lin Shen only smiled. He did not refuse their advances, still maintaining the same attitude he had always shown toward them both. Better to deal with the king of hell than the petty imps. After all, these two were at least inner disciples of major powers, and there was no need to treat them coldly just because fortune had smiled upon them. Since Lin Shen had no conflicts of interest with them, keeping their previous relationship was naturally for the best. Of course, should a conflict of interest ever arise, or should absolute temptation of gain present itself, the shallow bond he shared with them would amount to nothing. He would not hesitate to strike when the time came. Lin Shen was not alone in thinking this, as Xiao Xuanzi harbored the same thought. On the surface, the four sustained their previous rapport, chatting and laughing together as they left the Qin family estate and headed toward the banquet. Because the gift Mo Xinggu had sent was quite substantial, Lin Shen's seat had been arranged in a considerably prominent position. Those seated at the same table were either people of significant background or those at the Foundation establishment stage. All of these people had witnessed Lin Shen's strength, and thus they were exceedingly cordial toward him during the banquet. After all, for a prodigy like Lin Shen, should he not fall, the fame of this battle would spread far and wide, and his sect would certainly increase its support for him. Within a few years at most, when they met again, the Lin Shen who once sat with them at the same table would surely already be at the Foundation establishment stage. Facing the enthusiasm of these Foundation establishment cultivators, Lin Shen felt little excitement or pride in his heart. He knew very well that these people were only this enthusiastic because of his background and the potential he might realize in the future. If one day he encountered a setback, the attitude of these Foundation establishment cultivators before him would change drastically. They might even throw stones at him once he had fallen. The art of changing one's face was practiced by nearly everyone in this vast world of immortal cultivation. To truly earn others' respect, and even their awe, one had no choice but to be overwhelmingly powerful in one's own right. Only by reaching a level that others dared merely to look up to. Amid the clinking of cups and exchanged toasts, the banquet soon came to an end. After offering their congratulations, the many guests did not linger in the Qin residence. Each took their leave and departed. All at once the number of high-tier cultivators in the entire Qingfeng prefecture shrank by more than half, and the streets were no longer as bustling as they had once been. Lin Shen, however, stayed behind. He followed an elder of the Qin family all the way to the study where Qin Yuanming was. Greetings, true person Qin. Pushing open the door, he saw Qin Yuanming sitting upright in a chair in the study dressed in a bright red robe. Lin Shen respectfully cupped his hands in salute. This visit to meet Qin Yuanming was naturally to receive the reward granted by the Qin family and the opportunity for Qin Yuanming's personal guidance. You've come. Watching Lin Shen walk in cautiously, Qin Yuanming offered a kind smile and said, as I said, if you have any doubts about your cultivation, you may ask me freely. But this is your only chance. Have you decided what you wish to ask? This junior has already decided. Lin Shen nodded, lifting his eyes slightly as he looked at Qin Yuanming and said, this junior would like to ask true person Qin to guide me on the problems I encountered during my circulation of qi and on how to more thoroughly fuse thunder attribute spiritual energy with sword qi. What Lin Shen cultivated was the three-origin qi introduction art. Although Emotion Gu had given him considerable guidance in this regard, Lin Shen had always felt that something was amiss. As he progressed deeper into the three-origin qi introduction art, and as his thunder attribute spiritual energy grew more powerful, the flow of his cultivation circulation unexpectedly became less smooth than before. As a result, his cultivation speed had dropped substantially. By the same token, if this problem were not resolved, the time he would need to perfect his foundation and strengthen his accumulated reserves would inevitably increase by a large margin. The Qin Yuanming before him was a golden core realm powerhouse who had broken through not long ago, so his understanding and guidance on this matter would surely be far more detailed than Emotion Gu's. As for thunder attribute spiritual energy, when he had executed the Jingjia sword earlier today, he felt that something was still missing. He had not completely fused that terrifying thunder attribute spiritual energy with his thunderclap sword qi. A tiny flaw remained exposed between the two. If not for that tiny flaw, and if his thunder attribute spiritual energy and thunderclap sword qi could be perfectly fused, then the explosive power of the Jingjia sword would be at least 50% greater. Hearing Lin Shen's question, Qin Yuanming nodded, and a contemplative light appeared in his eyes. Only after a long pause did he speak. Sit cross-legged right here and run the art you cultivate for me. Let me see exactly where the problem lies. He did not know what kind of thunder attribute cultivation art Lin Shen practiced, so he could only observe for a while and rely on the trajectory of qi circulation to determine where the problem was. Yes, true person Qin. Lin Shen nodded. Without the slightest hesitation, he sat down cross-legged and activated the three-origin qi introduction art within his body, releasing a terrifying thunderous power. After roughly the time it takes 2 or 3 incense sticks to burn, Lin Shen had run the three-origin qi introduction art through a full cycle. Only then did Qin Yuanming nod slightly. That's enough. I already see where your problem lies. Qin Yuanming's voice sounded. Looking at Lin Shen seated cross-legged on the floor, he said with a thoughtful expression, the art you cultivate should be a three-attribute cultivation art, isn't that right? True person Qin, your discernment is keen. Lin Shen rose from the ground, nodded, and said, this junior indeed cultivates a three-attribute art, one that fits my spiritual roots perfectly. Then it is no wonder. Hearing Lin Shen's answer, Qin Yuanming smiled and said, you have three-attribute spiritual roots. Originally, this art should have complemented the spiritual roots within you, supporting each other in harmony. But you pursued extremes too single-mindedly, placing your thunder spiritual root in the dominant position and neglecting your other two spiritual roots. This approach can greatly increase your power and speed up your cultivation, but once you reach the later stages, all sorts of drawbacks will reveal themselves. Qin Yuanming's words struck straight at the crux of the matter. He pointed out that when cultivating the three-origin qi introduction art, Lin Shen had been overly fixated on the overbearing might of thunder attribute spiritual energy, forgetting that his water spiritual root and wood spiritual root were precisely the complementary components of the three-origin qi introduction art. Without the nurturing of the water spiritual root and the wood spiritual root, no matter how dominantly the thunder spiritual root was cultivated, it could not endure for long. Moreover, once the thunder spiritual root accumulated too great a quantity of power, the remaining water and wood spiritual roots would instead become obstacles beside it. Unless you possess a heavenly spiritual root for thunder, you cannot bypass the cultivation of the water and wood spiritual roots if you wish to reach true perfection in your foundation. This is precisely why cultivators with a single attribute heavenly spiritual root advance far more quickly than those with multiple attribute spiritual roots. Because they do not need to divert their attention to the growth of other spiritual roots. They only need to focus on a single one. Listening to Qin Yuanming's words, Lin Shen, standing nearby, suddenly raised his head and was struck by a flash of enlightenment. He nodded and said, one word from true person Qin has cleared this junior's mind. Do you mean that I should cultivate the three spiritual roots into a balanced state, preventing any one root from becoming so overbearing that it throws the other two out of balance? Exactly right. The lad is teachable. Qin Yuanming nodded approvingly and said, I am also a cultivator with three spiritual roots, and that is exactly how I have walked this path. Judging from the trajectory of your chi circulation, you should possess the Thunderwaterwood spiritual root combination. This kind of spiritual root is of superior grade precisely because the three elements complement one another. Your best choice now is to cultivate the three roots to a balanced state. When they complement one another, the Thunder attribute spiritual energy you unleash will be even more powerful than if you cultivated the Thunder spiritual root alone. The only drawback is that it will require considerably more time. This was sincere guidance from Qin Yuanming. In terms of the aptitude of mutually complementary spiritual roots alone, Lin Shen's talent was actually a cut above his own. If in the days ahead he encountered some fortunate fate, foundation establishment would be a certainty, and breaking through to Golden Core was absolutely within his reach. Of course, there were also cultivators whose spiritual roots conflicted with one another, such as water, fire, and earth. Cultivators of this kind face great difficulty in cultivation. The three roots simply cannot complement one another, they only conflict. When the time comes for them to break through to foundation establishment or Golden Core, it will only be all the more difficult. Cultivators with this sort of three-attribute spiritual root are essentially consigned to the lowest rank. If they hope to break through to Golden Core in the future, they would need no less than a tremendous stroke of fortune. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster Qin. Lin Shen stood to the side and nodded respectfully. Qin Yuanming's words of guidance were highly beneficial to his future cultivation, at the very least allowing him to avoid many detours. This experience was something Mo Xinggu had never undergone. After all, Mo Xinggu was merely at the peak of foundation establishment and had never experienced a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. No need to thank me. This is a reward you rightfully earned on the arena. Qin Yuanming smiled and nodded, then continued. By the same token, your problem lies in the fact that your Thunder-attributed spirit root is too overbearing, while your other two spirit roots are weak. Thus you must cultivate to a state of balance. Once you reach that balanced state, the problem you asked about earlier, the mutual integration of Thunder-attributed spiritual energy and sword chi, will naturally resolve itself. Lin Shen felt that his Thunder-attributed spiritual energy could never truly and seamlessly merge with his own sword chi. At its core, the main cause was that the 3-yuan chi induction art he practiced had taken the wrong path. If the three spirit roots could achieve a state of mutual complementarity, nourishing one another among the three, then this problem would naturally resolve itself. This junior has learned much. Lin Shen respectfully cupped his fists to Qin Yuanming. Although this was a reward he had won through his own effort, the kindness Qin Yuanming had shown in imparting knowledge indeed earned his reverent bow. Seeing Lin Shen so courteous, Qin Yuanming's face grew even more cheerful. Taking advantage of his spare time, he offered additional guidance on several other questions Lin Shen had. This brought Lin Shen great gains. He felt as if a blockage had suddenly been cleared, and the minor problems in his cultivation were all resolved then and there. He believed that even if he obtained no further opportunities, as long as he returned to Qiyun Valley and devoted himself to secluded cultivation aided by the top-grade firm Origin Hill, his foundation would be fully perfected within 10 years. With the three attributes complementing one another, even without the aid of the foundation establishment pill, he was absolutely confident that he could break through to the foundation establishment realm. Great-grandfather. Just as Lin Shen was humbly receiving Qin Yuanming's guidance, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lin Shen could not help turning to look. A graceful woman dressed in a pale yellow gown emanating the cultivation of the peak chi refining stage walked in slowly. If it isn't Rian. Seeing the woman who entered, Qin Yuanming could not help smiling and nodding, a trace of doting affection showing on his face. He turned to Lin Shen and introduced. Young friend Lin, this is my great-granddaughter Qin Rian. She is also a personal disciple under Fairy Lung, a Golden Core cultivator of the Water Moon sect. Mentioning his great-granddaughter's master, Qin Yuanming could not help revealing a proud expression on his face. The Qin family's present renown was due in large part to his own breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, but a small part was also because Qin Rian had become a personal disciple of the Golden Core stage Fairy Lung of the Water Moon sect. After all, how could he, a Golden Core cultivator who had broken through only a few years earlier, have attracted two Golden Core cultivators of the Water Moon sect to his birthday celebration? So it is fellow Taoist Qin. Lin Shen cupped his hands and said with a smile, I had long heard that fellow Taoist Qin was as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Having met you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Fellow Taoist Lin's strength is also exceptional. Qin Rian nodded indifferently at Lin Shen. She had heard such compliments countless times and had long grown immune to them. Qin Rian's gaze merely swept over Lin Shen. She did not pay much attention to the person beside her, instead looking at Qin Yuanming and saying, Great-grandfather, there are too many rumors outside, always talking about my annulment of engagement with Li Yifan. You must put a stop to it. Even my master is displeased. As for Li Yifan, Qin Rian felt neither much disgust nor much affection. Earlier it was only because her family had wanted to forge a marriage alliance with his family for mutual benefit, and she had not been in a position to decide for herself. Now that she had taken a Golden Core cultivator as her master, and the Li family was on the decline, a 5-spirit root Li Yifan was nothing more than a castaway by the roadside. How could she ever look at him favorably? Ahem. That is not urgent, not urgent. Qin Yuanming coughed twice in embarrassment at Qin Rian's blunt words, then cast a glance at Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood in an instant and quickly cupped his hands in farewell. I thank Grandmaster Qin for his guidance today. This junior will take his leave now. He knew Qin Yuanming had official matters to discuss with Qin Rian, and as an outsider it was inconvenient for him to remain. If young friend Lin is not in a hurry, you are welcome to stay in the Qin residence for a few more days. The same goes for Xiao Xuanzi. Perhaps the minor conflict between you two on the arena can be smoothed over. Qin Yuanming nodded with a faint smile. The glance he had cast at Lin Shen earlier was naturally meant to let him leave first. And Lin Shen was indeed sensible. With just one look he had perceived the meaning it contained. Yes, Grandmaster Qin. Lin Shen nodded, cupped his hands, and said with a faint smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, and I have no conflict at all. Sparring is sparring in private, our friendship is quite good. Very well then. Qin Yuanming nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Lin Shen cupped his fists in farewell and quietly left the study. After Lin Shen left, the study door slowly closed. Great-grandfather, what is your current plan? Watching the door close, Qin Rian spoke urgently. If this were allowed to go on, once the rumors multiplied and reached the sect, it would tarnish her reputation, and her master Lung Qiuyue would also be displeased. If it were not handled properly, her master Lung Qiuyue might also be disappointed in her. When the monthly resources were distributed, they would perhaps be weighted even more toward her two senior martial sisters. This was something Qin Rian did not wish to see. It was also the main reason she had been so eager to come and ask Qin Yuanming to resolve the matter. On the path of cultivation, a single slow step means falling behind at every step. Within the Water Moon sect under Lung Qiuyue, she had to fight for herself. She had to do everything within her power to please Lung Qiuyue and gain the favor of resource allocation. Only by doing so could she break through to foundation establishment more quickly with Lung Qiuyue's help, and only then could she entertain greater hopes of reaching the Golden Core realm in the future and becoming the pride of the entire Qin family. What thoughts? Qin Yuanming gave a cold laugh and said, although I do not know who deliberately fanned the flames behind this, the best way to resolve it now is to destroy the Li family and send Li Yifan to his death. What father says is absolutely right. Qin Taiying, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and said, I have already begun making preparations for this matter. Once today is over, I will personally lead many foundation establishment cultivators of our Qin family into battle, striving to kill Li Yifan in one strike. Once Li Yifan is dead, the Qin family will also swallow up the Li family's enterprises in Qingfeng Prefecture. Qin Taiying added another sentence, so you don't need to worry about this matter. With the Li family already destroyed and Li Yifan already dead, when this is brought up in the future, it will be nothing more than idle conversation after a meal. It will have no effect on you at all. Let Li Yifan die. Qin Rian raised an eyebrow slightly. After pondering for a long moment, she finally spoke with a frown. If Li Yifan dies and the Li family is destroyed, wouldn't the public outcry be even louder? Wouldn't the world simply say, I have a viper's heart? This was one of Qin Rian's concerns. Her master Lung Qiuyue cared about reputation more than anything. If such news got out, and she was branded as a viper-hearted woman, Lung Qiuyue would inevitably be disappointed in her. Utterly foolish. Hearing Qin Rian's concern, Qin Yuanming, seated at the head, could not help snorting. A living Li Yifan is your greatest stumbling block. What Lung Qiuyue cares about is precisely this. She wants a stance, and killing Li Yifan is the best stance to take. As he spoke, Qin Yuanming's gaze at Qin Rian was full of warning. One should not be burdened by reputation in this world. It is a mask for outsiders, not a weight to be added to oneself. Remember this, the Qin family's interests are the most important thing. For the sake of the Qin family's interests, let alone a little reputation. Even if I must perish in body and Tao, I would gladly do so. These words were Qin Yuanming's way of admonishing Qin Rian. He placed the Qin family's interests at the highest pinnacle while also laying the groundwork for some of his own subsequent plans. After all, backing Qin Rian was Lung Qiuyue, a Golden Core realm cultivator of the Shuiyue sect. Coercion alone would never do. To handle Qin Rian, one had to use both the carrot and the stick, binding her with the family's greater good. Only then could benefits be maximized. This, I understand. Qin Rian nodded. Thinking of the Qin family's support through the years, a trace of resolve flashed in her eyes. Your great-granddaughter requests to fight. I am willing to strike together with the family head, slay Li Yifan personally, and give the Qin family an explanation, and give my master an explanation. No, a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Seeing that Qin Rian wanted to slay Li Yifan personally, Qin Yuanming shook his head instead. Everything carries risk. You are only at the peak of qi refining, you cannot make much of a difference. Just leave this matter to Taiying. What you need to do now is stay by Lung Qiuyue's side, make good use of the resources she provides to break through to foundation establishment, and strive for a higher standing among her disciples. That is the greatest reward you can give the Qin family. Qin Yuanming's expression turned kindly. He looked at Qin Rian and said earnestly, after all, we are one family sharing honor and disgrace. Even if bones are broken, the sinews remain connected. The stronger you are, and the higher your position beside Lung Qiuyue, the better it is for the Qin family. Yes, great-grandfather. Stirred by Qin Yuanming's words, Qin Ruyan nodded firmly. Leaving Qin Yuanming's study, Lin Shen returned to the courtyard where he had been staying. He did not stay there long. After merely a few hours, Lin Shen rose, took his leave, and quietly departed from the Qin estate. For he had already obtained the information he wanted: Li Yifan's current location. Moreover, based on what he had learned earlier in the study, the Qin family must be preparing to make a move against Li Yifan. Otherwise, why would Qin Ruyan have rushed to this study in such a hurry? For Qin Ruyan's reputation, and to give an explanation to the Golden Core Realm cultivator behind her, the Qin family had to completely exterminate Li Yifan, this unknown hidden danger, before he could grow. This made Lin Shen wild with excitement. Success. The plan had already been more than half carried out, only the final step remained. And that was the most critical step. Only if Li Yifan died by his own hand would his plan truly succeed. Only then could he seize Li Yifan's fortune and gain abundant opportunities to enter enlightenment. If Li Yifan were killed by the Qin family, then every arrangement and scheme he had made before would come to nothing. Lin Shen absolutely would not allow all his efforts to be like drawing water with a bamboo basket, all for naught. Therefore, to be cautious after obtaining Li Yifan's exact whereabouts, he did not wait for the Qin family to set out. Instead, he planned to leave the Qin estate ahead of time. He pushed his speed to the utmost, and dared not delay for even a moment along the way. After all, he was merely at the peak of qi refining. If he recklessly followed a Foundation Establishment realm expert, he would surely be found out. He could only set out early. He had to conceal himself at Li Yifan's side or somewhere nearby, before Qin Taiying made a move against Li Yifan. Only in this way could he fish in troubled waters, maximize his chances of success, snatch the kill from the Qin family, and slay Li Yifan in a single strike. 10 days later. Acting on the information he had gathered, Lin Shen concealed his aura, altered his appearance, and transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s before arriving at Heihu City. This Heihu City was located in the southern part of Yunzhou. Its strongest figure was merely the city lord at the peak Foundation Establishment realm. A great many rogue cultivators gathered here. Because of the city's extremely unusual geography, it was surrounded by mountains on all sides with ridges and peaks towering around it. Within those mountains, demon beasts abounded. Many rogue cultivators came drawn by its reputation. Some entered the mountains alone to hunt demon beasts in exchange for spirit stones, while others joined forces and banded together into demon hunting squads. According to the information he had gathered, Li Yifan, who had vanished without a trace for 3 years, was mingling among these rogue cultivators, often forming demon hunting squads with others to hunt demon beasts in the mountains and earn ample cultivation resources. Replaying the information in his mind, Lin Shen swiftly descended from the high sky and arrived at the city gate of Heihu City. After paying the entry fee, Lin Shen mixed into the crowded stream of rogue cultivators and strode into Heihu City. Lin Shen quietly gathered information while also keeping an eye on the activities of the demon hunting squads in Heihu City. This went on for about 6 to 8 hours. Lin Shen strolled through the entire area surrounding Heihu City and came to know most of its hidden routes with absolute clarity. It was the same as before in Qingfeng Prefecture. Before undertaking any scheme, one must first leave oneself an escape route. Should any accident occur, this good habit of his would absolutely play a vital role. At the same time, besides these hidden routes, Lin Shen, after wandering around Heihu City for 6 to 8 hours, had also gained information about Li Yifan. The Twin Phoenix Hunting Squad. The demon hunting squad Li Yifan belonged to was called the Twin Phoenix Hunting Squad. This demon hunting squad was made up of 10 people in total, and the strongest among them were 2 female cultivators at the early Foundation Establishment realm. Li Yifan had blended in among them, and through the strength he had shown and the efforts he had made over the past year or two, he had already become the deputy captain of the Twin Phoenix Hunting Squad, second only to those 2 female cultivators at the early Foundation Establishment realm. According to Lin Shen's inquiries, those 2 female cultivators at the early Foundation Establishment realm were apparently a pair of strikingly beautiful twins. Their temperaments, however, could not be more different. One was fiery, the other gentle and quiet. As for Li Yifan, he also had his own alias in Heihu City, Lin Fan. However, he seemed to be extremely confident in himself, or at least far too incautious. Apart from a false name, he had not made the slightest effort to disguise his appearance. If not for that, the Qin family could not have gathered all of Li Yifan's information so quickly, and Lin Shen could not have locked onto Li Yifan's location by his appearance the moment he arrived in Heihu City. Utterly foolish. Bearing the humiliation of a broken engagement and wanting to go into hiding to develop, yet you still show your true face. Who on earth gave you the courage? As he gathered this information and recalled Li Yifan's behavior, Lin Shen sneered, coldly, feeling that Li Yifan was unbelievably stupid. Lin Shen also suspected that Li Yifan was blinded by lust, daring to work under a pair of well-known early Foundation Establishment twin female cultivators. Utterly foolish. Heaven knew how the man had survived this long. If he were Li Yifan, he would have eliminated every hidden danger and would not even remain within Yunzhou. As for serving under 2 early Foundation Establishment twin female cultivators, that was even more impossible. Women were already dangerous, and the most dangerous place of all was beside a beautiful woman. Lin Shen could not believe Li Yifan was unaware of this. It was far more likely that Li Yifan had been too negligent, too confident in himself, or else had been blinded and befuddled by that pair of twin sisters. This left Lin Shen deeply disappointed in Li Yifan. He had gone to the trouble of making thorough preparations, yet in hindsight this so-called favored child of rich fortune was nothing special. Such a person was merely vulgar. Lin Shen sneered contemptuously to himself. Even so, despite despising Li Yifan's conduct, he did not relax in the slightest. Before everything succeeded, the slightest lapse could cause the plans he had laid to collapse in vain. Now that I know Li Yifan's location and all of his movements, what I need to do is hide nearby, or approach Li Yifan, and then when the most critical moment arrives, stab him in the back, and give him the deadliest strike. Walking along the bustling street, and gathering bits of information along the way, Lin Shen thought silently to himself. Just as he was hesitating between hiding nearby and approaching Li Yifan, he unknowingly arrived at the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad stronghold in Heihu City. It was an estate with an enormous area. On ordinary days after returning from hunting demon beasts in the wild, the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad would rest and recuperate here. Word was that the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad lost 2 peak chi refining members not long ago, and now needs to bring its number back to 10. Recruiting for the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. Are you talking about the squad founded by that pair of identical early Foundation establishment twin female cultivators, beautiful as flowers and jade with devilish figures? What else? I've already prepared to sign up, hoping they will take a liking to me. If I'm lucky, maybe I can even win a lady's heart. Dream on. You're only at chi refining, yet you expect to win the hearts of 2 early Foundation establishment beauties. Who says it's impossible? That Lin Fan came out of nowhere. In just 1 short year, he reached the position of deputy captain of the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad, and he is quite close to those 2 early Foundation establishment twin sisters on a daily basis. It is enough to make everyone envy him. Damn it. That kid is so lucky. I wish I could take his place. Outside the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad's estate, a crowd of cultivators at peak chi refining, and even 1 or 2 at early Foundation establishment had gathered. They buzzed with discussion, waiting impatiently for the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad's estate gate to open. All of them wanted to join the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. On one hand, the squad was formidable enough in Heihu City. On the other, it was a chance to get close to those 2 ravishing twin female cultivators. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Lin Shen, who had been mulling over which direction he should take next, suddenly raised his eyes. He looked toward the estate, and a glint of sharpness flashed through his eyes. Heaven has willed it so. Heaven has willed it so. Gazing at the estate, Lin Shen murmured inwardly, a decision already made. Concealing himself nearby was the safest option, but taking Li Yifan's head from the Qin family would be considerably more difficult. If he mingled with the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad and struck Li Yifan with a sneak attack from behind, seizing Li Yifan's head from the Qin family's grasp would go far more smoothly. Besides, he had a fallback. After his battle on the challenge platform, every senior member of the Qin family knew his face. Once Li Yifan was killed, if the Qin family members harbored murderous intent toward him, he could simply reveal his identity, and using the excuse of repaying Qin Yuanming's guidance, help the Qin family sweep away hidden troubles. In that way, the Qin family would never attack him in full view of everyone. They might even regard him as a man of gratitude. Since heaven has let me hear this news and led me to this place without my realizing it, I should naturally follow its will. Lin Shen curled the corner of his mouth, stepped forward, melted into the crowd, and waited for the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad to recruit. As the crowd continued to grow, after roughly the time it took 2 or 3 incense sticks to burn the estate gate finally opened slowly. The 2 early Foundation establishment twin female cultivators of the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad walked out together with Li Yifan. Lin Fan, you are usually the one with the best judgment. Tell me, among so many people, which 2 should we choose? Mu Rushue turned her gaze to Li Yifan beside her. Mu Rushue was the name of the gentle, quiet twin female cultivator at early Foundation establishment. She was the elder sister, and her younger sister was named Mu Ryu. Compared with her elder sister's serene disposition, Mu Ryu was much more fiery and equally lively. Upon hearing Mu Rushue's question, Li Yifan let out a soft chuckle and swept his gaze over the crowd. We should naturally choose those with ability. After all, our Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad doesn't keep useless people. Of course, character is also the most important. As he spoke, Li Yifan glanced at the few early Foundation establishment rogue cultivators, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Those rogue cultivators were gazing at Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu with eyes full of desire. No matter how powerful people like that might be, he would never allow them into the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. After all, the reason he had joined the squad was twofold. 1 year ago, he had been saved by Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu, and he had long since set his sights on his 2 lifesavers. How could he tolerate other cultivators coveting them? Therefore, those recruited had to be powerful enough in their own right, but they also had to be plain in appearance and honest in character. Only this way, staying by Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu's side and letting a low flame simmer slowly, could he thoroughly win the hearts of the 2 beauties, leaving no one else the slightest chance to lay a finger on them. Lin Fan, what you said makes sense. Mu Rushue nodded, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Seeing those whose eyes burned with lust, she frowned in disgust. By the way, anyone who looks at me with impure intentions can be directly rejected no matter how strong they are. I'll leave this matter to you. Try to find people with honest and steady temperaments. With that said, Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu entrusted everything to Li Yifan. Don't worry, sisters, I know exactly what to do. I won't let any ill-intentioned people into the Twin Phoenix demon hunting squad. Hearing Mu Rushua's instructions, Lin Fan smiled and patted his chest. This was exactly what he had in mind, or it suited him perfectly. Everyone, the Twin Phoenix demon hunting squad doesn't need too many people. After all, each trip to hunt demonic beasts is limited in time and yield. With too many people, the resources won't be enough to share. Li Yifan stepped forward looking at the crowd and declared in a clear voice, so this time our squad only needs 2 people to fill the vacancies. Once you join, we're all brothers in arms, sharing fortune and facing hardship together. Li Yifan rambled on and on. Lin Shen, mingling in the crowd, listened and shook his head. Why so much useless talk? If you're recruiting, just recruit. This is terribly inefficient. After all that rambling, some of the onlookers dispersed. Only then did Li Yifan speak up. Registration begins now. Each of you will display your cultivation realm, and I will choose. As he spoke, Li Yifan pointed directly at a group of people and sneered. Right? You. And you. None of you meet the requirements. My 2 sisters said your eyes are impure, so you're not accepted. Li Yifan rapidly pointed out dozens of people rejecting the few Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators and those Qi refining peak cultivators whose eyes betrayed their desires. What gives you the right? I'm at Foundation Establishment. Who do you think you are, a mere Qi refining brat, to judge me? Before recruitment even officially began, one burly man at Foundation Establishment early stage was already rejected. Enraged and humiliated, he stepped out from the crowd and glared at Li Yifan furiously. Please don't take offense, fellow cultivator. This was all my 2 sisters' decision. Our Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad is a small establishment. Having them is enough. We simply can't accommodate several great Foundation Establishment Buddhas like yourselves. Li Yifan shrugged, speaking with an air of indifference. He wasn't about to take any blame, but he wanted both of them. By doing this, he could tarnish Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu's image among these rogue cultivators, steadily reducing his rivals. He even wished those Foundation Establishment cultivators would become enemies with the 2 sisters. At that point, he would become their strongest pillar of support. Lin Fan's words are our words. Seeing that those Foundation Establishment cultivators still wanted to argue, Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu merely let out a cold snort, their domineering spiritual energy bursting outward. Seeing the 2 leaders of the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad take this stance, those early Foundation Establishment rogue cultivators had no desire to rashly make enemies of them. They could only slink away in frustration. Li Yifan picked through the crowd one by one. Most of those who were too handsome or whose cultivation was insufficient were directly eliminated by him. Before long, Li Yifan arrived beside Lin Shen. Lin Shen's disguised appearance was that of a 30-year-old middle-aged man. Plain and unremarkable, the kind one would easily forget in a crowd. Seeing Lin Shen's utterly ordinary appearance, Li Yifan immediately broke into a smile. Esteemed friend, what skills do you possess? My name is Zhao Wuji. I am a body cultivator currently at the peak of body refinement. Since body cultivation consumes a great deal of resources, I wish to join the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad and hunt demonic beasts alongside you all. Lin Shen scratched the back of his head and gave a simple, honest smile. He concealed his spiritual energy cultivation entirely, letting only his dense, vigorous blood qi emanate outward. Sensing the thick, powerful blood qi radiating from the man before him, Li Yifan's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. Our Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad needs talent like you. From today onward, you remember. From now on, we share fortune and face hardship together. A body refinement peak rogue cultivator, able to take hits and deal damage, was a decent addition to the squad's current combat strength. When the time came, he could offload all the dirty, tiring work onto this Lin Shen and have him bear most of the danger. Moreover, this man looked utterly plain, seemed simple and honest, and posed no threat at all to his plans. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Lin Shen gave a simple, honest smile. It's nothing. From now on, we're all brothers. Li Yifan waved his hand with a smile and continued picking through the crowd. A little while later, another chubby cultivator at the peak of qi refining was also chosen by Li Yifan. This fatty also had a special skill. Though he was stout, his movement technique was extremely agile, and he excelled at stealth. He was well suited for scouting targets and gathering intelligence in the beast-infested mountain ranges. Alright, I've chosen my people. The rest of you may leave. Having selected Lin Shen and the chubby man, Li Yifan waved the others away. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment, their plan shattered. Still, they didn't dare cause trouble. After all, behind Li Yifan stood Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu, two exceptionally formidable Foundation Establishment early-stage cultivators. It was said that when the two fought together, their minds perfectly attuned, they had even recorded kills against Foundation Establishment mid-stage opponents. The crowd could only shake their heads in dejection and slink away. After the others had left, Li Yifan, his face beaming, led Lin Shen and the chubby man over to Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu. Sisters, I've already chosen the new members. Li Yifan gestured toward Lin Shen and the chubby man. This ordinary-looking uncle is Zhao Wuji, a body cultivator who can take hits and dish out damage. And this chubby fellow is Jean DeBeo, skilled in tracking techniques. Both are exactly what our squad needs. You may handle it as you see fit. Mu Rushue gave Lin Shen and Jean DeBeo a brief, indifferent glance, clearly trusting Li Yifan. She spoke to Li Yifan. Take these two new members to the estate to rest. Let everyone get accustomed to one another over the next few days. 5 days from now we'll set out together for Thunder Marsh Mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Yes, sister. Li Yifan nodded with a smile and led Lin Shen and Jean DeBeo into the estate. Along the way, Li Yifan briefed Lin Shen and Jean DeBeo on the estate's rules, including the bottom lines one must never cross within the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. Lin Shen followed behind Li Yifan, staring at his back, a flicker of killing intent flashing deep within his eyes. Not yet. Not yet. I can't act now. I must be patient. Who knows what trump cards this Li Yifan still holds? When the Qin family comes for him, when Li Yifan's life hangs by a thread, that will be the true moment for me to strike. For now, let this Li Yifan live a couple more days. And Mu Rushue and Mu Ruyu. Since Li Yifan holds such an important place by their side, those two women must not be spared either, just to be safe. Lin Shen muttered to himself inwardly. He calculated the time in his heart. If the Qin family were to make their move, it would probably be within the next day or two. When that time came, Li Yifan was as good as dead. 3 days later. After 3 days of adjustment, Lin Shen and Jean DeBeo had gradually integrated into the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. During those 3 days, Lin Shen had endeared himself to the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad through his honest and naive persona, combined with deliberate efforts to build friendships. Even through deliberate flattery, within just 3 days, he had become quite favored by Li Yifan, who frequently shared advice and experiences about hunting demons in the wild. Be careful, everyone. At Luai's mountain range. After 3 days of adjustment, the twin sisters Mu Rushua and Mu Yuru had led the full-strength 10-member Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad to Luai's mountain range, preparing to hunt demons and test the capabilities of the newly recruited Lin Shen and Jean DeBeo. If the two performed well, they could continue to stay in the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. If their performance was merely average after this demon hunting mission, they would find other reasons to dismiss the underperforming one. Gazing at the surrounding environment of Luai's mountain range, Li Yifan, walking at the forefront, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to Jean DeBeo beside him and said, "According to the information we gathered earlier, iron feather demon boars inhabit the area ahead. However, it's unusually quiet, which defies logic. Since you're skilled in stealth techniques, for caution, Sake, go scout ahead first. If nothing seems amiss, we'll attack together." Gazing at the thicket obscured by dense trees ahead, Li Yifan gave Jean DeBeo his orders. In the past, he typically handled such reconnaissance missions himself to showcase his capabilities. But now that he had risen to the position of vice captain of the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad, with Jean DeBeo's arrival, such menial and tedious tasks naturally fell to others. As for the other one, Lin Shen, he was honest and straightforward, treating Li Yifan with genuine sincerity. He still had his uses, so there was no need to send him into danger. Yes, vice captain. Jean DeBeo nodded, gathering his aura and moving swiftly without making a sound, silently advancing toward the thicket ahead. Jean DeBeo understood this was a deliberate assessment by the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad, so he must perform well and could not show any hesitation. Moreover, he was naturally skilled at stealth and concealing his movements. In such wilderness situations, he was the most suitable person to gather information. Not bad. That fat man Jean DeBeo is quite agile. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have failed to notice his movements. Watching Jean DeBeo disappear from their sight, Mu Rushue, beside them, nodded with approval. Exactly. Despite his size, Jean DeBeo's agility surpasses most cultivators, which is precisely why I deliberately recruited him into our Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. Li Yifan beside them chuckled in agreement. He knew this was an opportunity to claim credit. I trust your judgment. It seems promoting you to vice captain of my Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad was an extremely wise decision. Mu Rushue spoke with a smile, her gaze toward Li Yifan filled with satisfaction and trust. After all, Jean DeBeo was someone Li Yifan had personally chosen. His eye for selection was indeed sharp. He handled matters meticulously in daily affairs, serving as a highly competent vice captain of the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad. It was only because Li Yifan's cultivation was not yet high enough. Once his cultivation advanced further, she could fully delegate authority and hand over most affairs of the Double Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad to Li Yifan. This would allow herself and her sister Mu Yuru more time to focus on cultivation, striving to break through to the mid-foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, while the group was conversing and waiting for Jean DeBeo to return, with news a faint scent of blood reached their nostrils. Watch out, enemy attack. Li Yifan reacted with extraordinary speed, swiftly moving to Mu Rushua, and Mu Yuru's side, his gaze alert and watchful. The others quickly responded, forming a circle and watching their surroundings vigilantly. This was a tactic they had honed over the past few days, designed to prevent being attacked from both front and rear. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as Jean de Bao's headless corpulent corpse was tossed forward, crashing heavily onto the ground with a violent thud. Li Yifan, long time no see. A mocking voice rang out. Over 20 figures materialized in the high sky, swiftly blocking all possible escape routes around them. Among them, the 7 standing at the forefront radiated the strongest auras, their cultivation levels all at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Qin Taiying. Seeing the leading figure in the sky, Li Yifan's pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with disbelief. He never imagined that after leaving Qingfeng Commandery for so long, why would the Qin family suddenly come after him? He had already agreed to break off the engagement, and there was clearly no longer any connection between them. Why did the Qin family still want to eliminate him completely? It's me. High in the sky, Qin Tang looked down at Li Yifan, sensing his current cultivation at the peak of qi, refining, a flicker of relief flashing in his eyes. He was fortunate that Sun Lianqing had informed him about Li Yifan's whereabouts, otherwise he wouldn't have paid attention or dispatched Qin family members to gather intelligence on Li Yifan and ambush him here. If Li Yifan were to successfully break through to Foundation establishment, dealing with him would undoubtedly become a troublesome matter for the Qin family, unless they personally summoned a golden core ancestor to intervene. Li Yifan, you truly surprise me. I never expected that in just over 3 years apart you've grown to such a level, and not only that, you've got 2 beautiful companions by your side who are deeply fond of you, both at the early Foundation establishment stage. If we let you continue growing like this, you could very well become a serious threat to our Qin family in the future. A hint of killing intent flashed through Qin Taiying's eyes as he looked at Li Yifan and spoke coldly. Hand over the greatest secret on your person. I don't believe that a mere trash with 5 spiritual roots without the Li family's support could have grown to this level within 3 years and escaped pursuit from Foundation establishment cultivators. This time Qin Taiying came to hunt down Li Yifan with the task of eliminating a potential threat that could one day endanger the Qin family. Equally important was helping his father Qin Yuanming obtain the opportunities and treasures on Li Yifan. This was also a primary purpose of his journey. What treasure? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yifan looked at Qin Taiying with a guarded expression, a hint of resentment and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Why must your Qin family go this far? Your family has already annulled the engagement with my Li family, and I have no further ties with Qin Ruyan. Why do you still seek to annihilate us? Could it be that your Qin family wants to fight my Li family to the bitter end? This was something Li Yifan simply could not understand. For 3 years he had passed through smoothly, and the Qin family had never caused him any trouble. This was also why he had let down his guard so much, daring to reveal his true face. Yet he never expected that today, 3 years later, the Qin family would dredge up old scores and dispatch so many Foundation establishment cultivators from afar to hunt him down. Could it be that they had discovered his treasure? At the thought of that treasure, Li Yifan grew even more wary and took an imperceptible step backward. Fight to the bitter end. Mutual destruction. Hearing Li Yifan's somewhat naive words, Qin Taiying couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. Opening his mouth with disdain, he said, my Qin family is a newly risen Golden Core clan. The strongest in your Li family is merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. What do you have to go head-to-head with my Qin family? What do you have to wage a life-and-death struggle against my Qin family? What, relying on that useless father of yours whose cultivation has dropped to the early Foundation establishment stage? What, relying on that pack of old dogs in your Li family? Those scheming, short-sighted mediocrities. Laughing loudly, Qin Taiying suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. He looked at Li Yifan and threatened, hand over the treasure and secrets you carry, cripple your own cultivation, and return with me to the Qin family, and I will spare your life. Likewise, I can spare the lives of your 2 beloved companions and your teammates. Otherwise, today all of you will die. As his words fell, rolling spiritual energy surged, and his voice thundered deafeningly. The several Foundation establishment cultivators hovering in midair swiftly formed hand seals, condensing wave after wave of terrifying attacks in the sky. At a single command from Qin Taiying, they could instantly kill Li Yifan, Mu Rushue, and the others trapped within the light barrier. The more than 20 qi refining peak cultivators vigilantly guarded the surroundings, preventing Li Yifan and the others from desperately breaking out. Lin Fan, you are Li Yifan. Sensing Qin Taiying's threat, Mu Rushue, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke softly and looked at Li Yifan. Sister Shui, I have brought disaster upon all of you. Li Yifan looked at Mu Rushue with guilt and said affectionately, don't worry. I will never let any of you suffer even the slightest harm, even if I have to die. With those words I am satisfied. Mu Rushue nodded with a smile and turned to Mu Ryu beside her. Little sister, what do you think? Mu Ryu snorted coldly, her eyes blazing with intense battle intent. Our twin Phoenix demon hunting squad is one body. If they want to kill Lin Fan today, they will have to step over the corpses of us sisters. Good. Then let's fight. Mu Rushue nodded, the same terrifying battle intent burning in her eyes. Waves of dreadful aura spread from her body. She and Mu Ryu were of one mind, and with their family's inherited combined attack technique, they might still be able to carve out a slim chance of survival today. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As for that brat Li Yifan, keep him barely breathing. Watching this scene, Qin Taiying only felt that Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu, those two little bitches, did not know what was good for them. His face turned livid, he waved his hand sharply, and ordered the Qin family members. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying attack after another descended swiftly. Amid those dreadful attacks, the surrounding air was torn apart as they raced toward Mu Rushue, Mu Ryu, Li Yifan, and the others. Facing such horrific attacks, Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu furrowed their brows and the aura within them exploded outward. The two joined hands and unleashed their combined technique, gritting their teeth to sustain the assault from multiple experts at the mid-foundation establishment stage and above. However exquisite as their combined technique was, their cultivation was only at the early foundation establishment stage after all. Under the siege of many experts above the mid-foundation establishment stage, after just one or two exchanges they became disheveled and suffered several fierce wounds on their bodies. Li Yifan, come and die. Qin Taiying roared from the sky, moving personally to deal with Li Yifan. He suddenly struck out with his palm, and a colossal phantom palm condensed in midair, radiating extremely terrifying aura as it swept down to seize Li Yifan. This was Qin Taiying's most powerful technique, and also the ancestral secret art of the Qin family, the Great Capturing Hand. Dense spiritual energy condensed into a colossal phantom palm that reached Li Yifan in an instant. The great hand clenched fiercely. Under that grab, Qin Taiying deliberately restrained his strength, afraid of crushing Li Yifan to death. He still intended to keep Li Yifan alive for the family patriarch to interrogate, wanting to obtain all the secrets Li Yifan possessed. Break. Facing Qin Taiying's dreadful attack, Li Yifan let out a fierce roar, his face savage and grim, and howled at the sky. Waves of dreadful aura burst from Li Yifan's body. Spiritual light flickered in his hand, and a broad heavy blade appeared directly in his grip. This broad heavy blade was plain and unadorned, even utterly ordinary in appearance. But as Li Yifan slashed out with it, a soul-shaking saber intent burst forth and directly tore apart the great capturing hand that Qin Taiying prided himself on. After desperately unleashing that slash, Li Yifan was gasping for breath, his spiritual energy largely spent, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This blade is no ordinary thing. It is fated for me. Lin Shen, mingling among the crowd, looked at the heavy blade in Li Yifan's hand, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes. He quietly edged toward Li Yifan, afraid that Qin Taiying might accidentally kill Li Yifan with an unrestrained hand. Qin Taiying in midair also saw that Li Yifan had managed to destroy his attack, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Good, very good. Qin Taiying broke into loud laughter with no anger at all. Instead, his face was filled with ecstasy. As my father expected, Li Yifan, you really have tremendous fortune. Just that blade in your hand is definitely no ordinary item. Once you are killed, that fortune will belong to my Qin family. Wild with joy, Qin Taiying lashed out again. This time he showed no mercy at all. Because he had already witnessed Li Yifan's confidence, and knew that if he did not use his full strength, Li Yifan might very well have other trump cards. What was it that could allow him, with 5-element spiritual roots, to cultivate to the Qi refining peak in merely 3 years? And what was it that enabled Li Yifan to fight above his rank, and even escape from Foundation establishment cultivators? It was definitely not merely this heavy blade. According to the information he had gathered earlier, Li Yifan had never once revealed this blade in his previous battles. He must have other treasures, and all of them would be the Qin family's. Qin Taiying struck with all his might. Waves of terrifying attacks erupted in the air, descending upon Li Yifan like meteors falling from the heavens. Amidst such a dense and dreadful barrage, Lin Shen could not help but halt his steps, not daring to draw closer. The attacks were far too concentrated, far too fearsome. If he failed to claim Li Yifan's head, he might well be caught in the crossfire of those overwhelming onslaughts. Just as Lin Shen was fretting, a massive scroll suddenly floated in midair, swiftly deflecting each of Qin Taiying's ferocious strikes. Li Yifan's spiritual energy drained at a terrifying speed. With a violent spurt of blood from his mouth, his face turned deathly pale under the immense strain. Yet shielded by that enormous scroll, even though his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, every one of Qin Taiying's attacks was completely blocked. Another treasure. Lin Shen's gaze upon Li Yifan grew ever more avid, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. That heavy blade needed no further mention. Its grade was certainly beyond the finest spirit weapons. And now a scroll had appeared as well. This scroll seemed even more extraordinary. Against the full force strikes of Qin Taiying, a Foundation establishment cultivator, it relied only on Li Yifan's mediocre peak Qi refining level, yet it defended him without a single scratch. The preciousness of this scroll treasure was definitely far greater than that heavy blade. Ha, excellent, excellent. Li Yifan, you truly have not disappointed me. I am growing more and more eager. Seeing that the scroll could withstand his full strength attacks, a gleam of greed also flickered within Qin Taiying's eyes. Whether it was the heavy blade or this scroll, the Qin family did not possess even a single treasure of such caliber. As long as he captured and slew Li Yifan, all the secrets and treasures carried on his person would belong to the Qin family, enough to become their ancestral heirlooms. Greed permeated his eyes. Qin Taiying struck faster and faster, throwing all caution to the wind. He was not afraid of killing Li Yifan either. With so many treasures in play, every other hidden secret Li Yifan possessed would surely be forced into the open under his unrelenting assault. Once Li Yifan was slain, and all these treasures brought back to the clan, his father would praise him greatly. On the other hand, if he showed mercy or held back, Li Yifan, armed with so many precious artifacts, might even manage to slip through his encirclement. Though unlikely, Qin Taiying still wished to eliminate that last spark of hidden danger before it could sprout. After all, what use were countless secrets? Only what one truly seized in hand was one's own. Lin Fan. While Qin Taiying focused his full strength on Li Yifan, the twin sisters Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu, struggling desperately on the side, suddenly let out a miserable cry. Blood sprayed from their mouths, their bodies covered in wounds, their once snow-white shoulders stained crimson. Clearly, it was already remarkable that they had managed to endure this long with their cultivation. Seeing the two fair maidens in such a state, Li Yifan's heart burned with urgency. Without hesitation, he swallowed a pill that overdrew his potential, abruptly erupting with a formidable surge of aura. Sister Shue, Sister Yu. Li Yifan dashed forward instantly, gathering Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu into his arms, his face filled with heartache. Seeing this from afar, Lin Shen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Good, Li Yifan had not been killed. He still had his chance to land the final blow. Just then a flying sword shot forth from the distance, launching a sneak attack at Li Yifan. Clang! Before Li Yifan could even raise his guard, a blood-red flying dagger knocked the sword away. Brotherly, be careful. Lin Shen hurriedly rushed toward Li Yifan, his face brimming with concern. It was he who had made the move just now. However, he had not revealed a trace of sword energy or the spiritual aura he had displayed before, instead using the blood fiend flying dagger he had obtained from Shen Qianfan to ward off the attack. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Li Yifan shot a grateful glance at Lin Shen. Although that sword strike posed little threat to him, the fact that Lin Shen was still willing to help him in such a situation proved he was genuinely looking out for him. A man of such honesty and sincerity could not help but stir gratitude within Li Yifan's heart. Brotherly, what should we do now? Lin Shen deliberately looked around with a tense expression and asked urgently. At this rate, there is no way we can fight our way out. Don't worry, I still have one more treasure I haven't used. Li Yifan shot a fierce glare at Qin Taiying high above. Under Li Yifan's gaze, Qin Taiying let out a cold snort. Joined by several other Foundation establishment experts, he unleashed another torrent of terrifying attacks, blasting toward Li Yifan and the others. With this strike, he was determined to obliterate Li Yifan, Mu Rushua, and the rest. Sensing the terror of the incoming assault, Li Yifan had no time to think. A spirit talisman within his chest suddenly blazed to life. This was his life-saving treasure, the Myriad Mile Escape Talisman. If not for worrying about Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu, he would never have been willing to part with such a precious life-saving artifact. After all, he still had numerous trump cards left untapped. If he used them, he might even have had the chance to slay Qin Taiying and his men together. But now there was no time. Hold on to me. The Myriad Mile Escape Talisman was instantly activated. Li Yifan held Mu Rushua and Mu Ruyu in his arms and shouted to Lin Shen beside him. He was a man who understood gratitude. Lin Shen, so loyal and honest, had lent him aid at such a critical moment. Naturally, Li Yifan would not abandon him. At Li Yifan's cry, Lin Shen reacted swiftly and grabbed Li Yifan's leg in a firm grip. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of terrifying assaults came crashing down. The place where Li Yifan, Lin Shen, and the others had stood instantly turned into a massive crater. But beneath that torrent of violent attacks, a flash of white light suddenly streaked across, whisking Li Yifan and the others away and vanishing without a trace. As for the other members of the Twin Phoenix Demon Hunting Squad, they were not so fortunate, reduced to ash beneath the relentless barrage. Damn it! Damn it! Watching Li Yifan and the others vanish without a trace, all his careful arrangements and relentless pursuit over this period ultimately coming to naught, Qin Taiying, floating high in the air, erupted into a raging roar of unwilling fury. Li Yifan, I will make you die. You cannot escape the palm of my Qin family. All the opportunities and treasures on you belong to my Qin family. His furious roars echoed through the sky. Even now, Qin Taiying could scarcely believe it. Aside from rage, a creeping sense of dread also stirred within him. He had never imagined that Li Yifan could actually flee from his inescapable net. If his father were to learn of this, knowing that all his preparations had come to nothing, there would certainly be no good outcome waiting for him back home. At the thought of such consequences, cold sweat ran down Qin Taiying's back. Search for him. A talisman of long-distance escape like that cannot have carried them far. Use every connection and resource of the Qin family. Scour the ground for thousands of miles if you must, but find Li Yifan. 10,000 li away atop a mountain peak within a desolate canyon stood a massive stronghold. A group of fierce-faced rogue cultivators were gathered in the center of the stronghold, gleefully dividing the spoils plundered from their latest raid. Scarly, you did well. If not for that ferocious strike of yours, that late chi refining cultivator would have cost us dearly. Huh. My blade is sharp. How could a mere 8th layer chi refining cultivator withstand it? Indeed, indeed. It seems you're on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refining. For your contributions, you'll receive a larger share of these spoils. Strive to break through soon. He dumped a vast pile of plundered cultivation resources from his storage pouch into the center of the stronghold. The rogue cultivator's eyes gleamed with greed and delight. They awaited the distribution according to each one's deeds. With such a treasure trove, they could seclude themselves for a while and greatly enhance their strength. Then they would join forces once more and raid again. If they encountered a fat sheep, the harvest would surely be even greater. Amid their animated discussion on how to split the loot, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. Within the blinding radiance, a rift was torn directly in the air. The rogue cultivators were forced to shut their eyes. Bang! A dull, thunderous boom resounded. The ground trembled slightly. When the group opened their eyes, 4 strangers now stood atop their pile of cultivation resources. Among them were 2 breathtakingly beautiful women identical in appearance. The sudden arrival made the rogue cultivators' eyes bulge with shock and disbelief. What? People materializing out of thin air, one stammered. No, it's a blessing from heaven. A heavenly gift. But when he saw the 2 stunningly beautiful identical women, he swallowed greedily. Such lovely ladies. If I could spend one night with them, my old Wong would die a happy. Splurt. Blood splattered through the air. Before he could finish his words, his head soared high, his pupils still filled with boundless lust. Death to those who insult my 2 sisters. A cold voice rang out. The one who struck was none other than Li Yifan. In the Thunder Marsh Mountains, he had used his final trump card, the 10,000 Li Evasion Talisman. With the talisman's aid, he had directly appeared in this unfamiliar stronghold. No sooner had they arrived than Li Yifan heard someone speaking lewdly of Murushua and Muruyu. Acting on pure instinct, Li Yifan struck out, casually killing that rogue cultivator on the spot. Seeing their companion's head fall after a single exchange, the remaining cultivators were stricken with terror. Spare us, Senior. Spare us. Without a moment's hesitation, the rogue cultivators dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. This was no miracle, no heavenly blessing. This was the descent of a murderous god. By now they had fully realized that anyone capable of such terrifying spatial teleportation could annihilate them with ease. Thus these rogue cultivators, who had long danced on the edge of a blade, dared not resist in the slightest. They knelt in unison, pleading for their lives. For they knew well that any resistance or rash attempt to flee would only hasten their deaths. Only by kneeling and appearing utterly docile could they hope for a thread of survival. Li Fan, hold your hand. Severely injured Murushua waved weakly. These people may still be of use. Spare their lives for now. We'll decide what to do once my sister and I have recovered. She still didn't know where they were. In this unfamiliar place, it was wiser to keep these men under control and first ascertain their exact whereabouts before making any plans. Yes, Sister Shui. Supporting Murushua, gently Li Yifan nodded obediently, then addressed Lin Shen, who seemed lost in thought. Brother Zhao, these men are at most 9th layer Qi refining. Take control of them. I'll take my 2 sisters to heal their wounds first. Don't worry, Brother Lin. Leave it to me. Lin Shen snapped back to attention and nodded with a smile. With Lin Shen's assurance, Li Yifan nodded lightly and helped Murushua and Muruyu toward a nearby room. Senior, we have healing pills. We'll gladly offer them. Please spare our lives. After Li Yifan and Murushua entered the room, the rogue cultivators, sensing Lin Shen's extraordinary aura, began begging loudly for mercy. They hoped the man before them was soft-hearted, that their usefulness might grant them a chance to escape with their lives. Enough chatter. Every one of you squat down in a line. Lin Shen snorted coldly, unleashing his formidable blood energy. Don't even think about running. With my strength, if you try to flee, not one of you will survive. A peak body refinement cultivator. Feeling the terrifying blood energy radiating from Lin Shen, the rogue cultivators swallowed hard, any thought of resistance utterly extinguished. If he were merely a peak Qi refining cultivator, they might have a chance to catch him off guard. But a peak body refinement cultivator. They wouldn't even survive getting close. He'd crush them into pulp. Yes, Senior. Whatever you say. Terrified by Lin Shen's overwhelming strength, the rogue cultivators behaved like docile lambs, lining up in an orderly row, hands clasped behind their heads as they squatted down. The sight was almost comical. Satisfied by their compliance, Lin Shen nodded and asked, "Where is this place? Are we still within Yunzhou's borders?" In truth, Lin Shen had been tempted to stab them in the back just moments ago. But prudence won out. He decided not to risk acting on his own, choosing instead to first understand the exact situation of this place. Yunzhou. One of the rogue cultivators nodded, then shook his head. To answer you, Senior, this place is no longer Yunzhou proper. It's the borderland between Qinzhou and Yunzhou. Our stronghold sits right in between, a lawless no man's land. Already outside Yunzhou's borders. Hearing this, Lin Shen let out a faint sigh of relief. What had happened earlier had gone beyond his original plans. Revealing his identity now would be pointless, for Li Yifan carried far too many treasures on him. Tempted by such treasures, even if Lin Shen revealed his true identity, even if he claimed to be acting on behalf of the Qin family, Qin Taiying would still silence him forever. That was precisely why Lin Shen had been so careful to find out exactly where this place was before making his move. Are there any other cultivation families or forces around here? After a moment of thought, Lin Shen continued asking. He needed to have a clear understanding of the surrounding situation as well. Last time when he slew Wang Zhan, an unexpected incident had occurred. If not for sheer luck, he would have already perished, let alone obtained the fortune in that section of Swordbone. This time he had learned to be wiser. Before making a move, he would first inquire about the surrounding families and forces, so as to avoid being reaped by others who might profit from his labor. No, none at all. A rogue cultivator hastily shook his head, smiling obsequiously at Lin Shen. Senior, you and your companions may rest and heal with peace of mind. Our lips are sealed tight, and within a radius of 100 li there are no other forces or families. Facing Lin Shen before him, the rogue cultivator dared not utter a single falsehood. He could only show sincerity, hoping to be granted a chance to live. Truly none. Lin Shen's gaze fell upon the rogue cultivator again. Truly none. The rogue cultivator nodded with unwavering firmness. Amidst the worried gazes of the other rogue cultivators, a smile suddenly tugged at the corner of Lin Shen's lips. He smiled. Seeing the smile on Lin Shen's face, the group of rogue cultivators felt the heavy boulder in their hearts finally drop. It seemed that this lord was satisfied, and their chances of survival had grown greater. Thinking that they might live, the rogue cultivators also revealed smiles of relief at having narrowly escaped death. But the very next moment their smiles quickly froze. A flash of black light flickered in Lin Shen's hand, and a banner billowing with rolling black smoke abruptly appeared in his palm. Since there are no other forces or families within 100 li, might I invite all you fellow Taoists to step into my banner for a chat. Lin Shen's smile was radiant. An oppressive and terrifying aura surged toward the crowd. With a fierce wave of the soul-devouring banner, dreadful evil spirits materialized out of thin air. Ever since he had unexpectedly obtained this soul-devouring banner after slaying Wang Zhan, he had not yet had the chance to use it. Now this group of rogue cultivators was numerous, and among them were formidable ones at the 9th level of Qi refining, perfectly suited to serve as nourishment for the soul-devouring banner. When going out, while concealing his identity, and when unable to reveal his cultivation or techniques, the blood fiend flying dagger and this soul-devouring banner would become his primary weapons. Keen wind howled, and evil spirits shrieked. Dark clouds gathered densely in the sky. Under the terrified gazes of the rogue cultivators, they had no chance to react, no power to resist. Within just a few dozen breaths, as the evil spirits roared and tore at them, their blood and qi were devoured, and the souls in their minds directly transformed into nourishment for the soul-devouring banner. Not bad, not bad. If I hunt down cultivators of a higher realm, perhaps even the two mightiest evil spirits in the banner could be nurtured to the foundation establishment stage. Gazing at the dozens of newly added souls within the banner, a smile of satisfaction curled at the corner of Lin Shen's lips. After finishing all of this, Lin Shen's gaze turned toward the room not far away. It seems ready-made nourishment is right before me. He thought of Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu, both severely wounded with barely 1/10 of their strength remaining, and Li Yifan, whose spiritual energy had been completely exhausted. A smile crept across Lin Shen's lips as he slowly walked toward that room. Brother Lin, everything has been settled. Lin Shen carefully pushed open the door, and looking at the three people seated in meditation to heal their injuries, hastily said, I have obtained all the specific information. As he spoke, Lin Shen's footsteps quietly moved closer to Li Yifan. Seeing Lin Shen approaching, Li Yifan did not pay much heed, and simply nodded with a smile. Good. Did you find out any detailed information? Li Yifan cared about this matter as well, for he and the Qin family were now locked in a life-or-death enmity. If they were still within the territory controlled by the Qin family, they would have to leave as quickly as possible once they recovered somewhat to avoid being found by Qin family members. Brother Lin, we have already left the borders of Yinzhou. We are temporarily safe now, Lin Shen answered truthfully. That's good, that's good. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Li Yifan could not help but heave a sigh of relief, and the wariness in his heart also loosened considerably. However, there is one more very important matter. Lin Shen leaned in closer, wearing a mysterious expression. Oh, what is it? Seeing Lin Shen's mystified look, Li Yifan's curiosity was also piqued. That is. Lin Shen leaned close to Li Yifan's ear, his gaze covertly drifting toward Mu Rushue and Mu Ryu, who were sitting off to the side, healing their wounds completely defenseless. I ask you, Brother Lin, to ascend to heaven. Suddenly Lin Shen let out a fierce roar. A terrifying thunderous blast erupted, deafening Li Yifan and leaving his mind reeling. In that instant, a dreadful aura of destruction exploded from Lin Shen's palm and struck directly against Li Yifan's chest. Thunderclap pearls. These were the 3 thunderclap pearls Lin Shen had been nurturing. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions came in an unbroken chain, engulfing the entire house and the surrounding several li of land. Amid the dreadful detonations, the entire house and the surrounding several li were all reduced to ashes. At the very center, where the group had been a massive deep pit, was blasted open. Thick bloody stench and fearsome thunder chi spread and swept outward in all directions. Did it work? A glow flickered around Lin Shen as a protective shield enveloped him, directly isolating him from the horrific explosion. Having detonated all 3 terrifying thunderclap pearls at once, Lin Shen looked around with eager anticipation. Li Yifan possessed far too many tricks up his sleeve. If he attacked directly, Lin Shen had no confidence of killing him in a single strike. Thus, after careful deliberation, Lin Shen decided to use his greatest trump card, the 3 thunderclap pearls. At the same time, after unleashing the 3 thunderclap pearls, Lin Shen also activated the protective talisman Mo Shingu had given him and struck it directly at Li Yifan's chest. This was a spirit talisman containing Mo Shingu's full power strike. He refused to believe that under such a barrage of terrifying attacks, and with absolutely no defense, Li Yifan could still survive. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed silently as the dense dust gradually dispersed. Under Lin Shen's eager gaze, only a pile of mutilated corpse fragments remained on the ground. At the same time, the jade pendant fragment of the heaven-stealing cauldron at his chest emitted a wave of warmth. In that instant, over 100 strands of extremely dense fortune appeared within it. Over 200 strands of fortune. Feeling the increased amount of fortune within the jade pendant, Lin Shen's pupils involuntarily widened. After all, when he had slain Li Changya and Wang Zhan, the fortune he obtained had only been a few dozen strands. And now a single Li Yifan had brought him over 200 strands of fortune. Moreover, these 200 strands were denser and heavier than his previous gains. If used for enlightenment, they would surely sustain it for even longer and yield even better results. Li Yifan, I never expected your fortune to be so abundant. It seems you truly did not die unjustly today. All my schemes were well worth it. Unable to contain himself over such a tremendous harvest of fortune, Lin Shen burst into thunderous laughter. The moment he received the feedback from his fortune, Lin Shen knew that Li Yifan was dead. Meanwhile, Mu Rushua and Mu Ryu, who were recovering their injuries nearby, directly turned into ashes. Evil banner come. Watching this scene, Lin Shen was filled with excitement. The soul-devouring banner appeared in his hand, and he swiftly waved it, rapidly releasing grotesque demons to devour the residual soul energy drifting in the air. These were 2 incomplete souls at the Foundation establishment stage. If he could devour them, his soul-devouring banner would undoubtedly become his most formidable trump card. Roar! The demons roared, and amidst mournful screams, the fragmented souls floating in the air were directly pulled into the soul-devouring banner. As these incomplete souls were drawn into the banner as nourishment, the entire soul-devouring banner grew heavier and denser, emitting increasingly thick black mist. Though this is a demonic artifact, if properly utilized in my hands, it shall surely become an peerless sacred treasure. Gazing at the soul-devouring banner billowing with dark smoke, a smile curled Lin Shen's lips. He quickly bent down to collect the storage bags near the corpse fragments. After gathering all the storage bags and thoroughly searching the scene, Lin Shen swiftly erased all traces and vanished from the spot. It was as though he had never been there at all. This place had merely suffered a natural disaster. Days later, Lin Shen entered the territory of Qingzhou. Having completely distanced himself from that mountain fortress, he searched for a concealed cave in the desolate wilderness. Using a formation disc to shield the cave, Lin Shen finally felt satisfied and opened all the storage bags he had collected one by one. Now that he had thoroughly escaped from the fortress where he killed Li Yifan, Mu Rushua, and Mu Ryu, it was only natural to carefully inspect his gains. As for waiting until returning to Qiyun Valley to check, that was naturally impossible. If any anomalies appeared while examining treasures within Qiyun Valley, in that case, it would be far safer to check them in this uninhabited wilderness instead. Opening the first few storage bags, Lin Shen did not discover anything particularly precious, only a considerable amount of spirit stones and a large quantity of demonic beast materials. Those storage bags likely belonged to Mu Rushua and Mu Ryu. However, the quantity of spirit stones was substantial, and the demonic beast materials were also quite valuable. If converted entirely into spirit stones, the haul from these storage bags would be enough to drive a Foundation establishment cultivator mad. Lin Shen nodded with considerable satisfaction, organized and sorted the items, and then opened the subsequent storage bags. A heavy blade, a scroll painting, an 8 trigrams mirror, and this unassuming compass. One after another, extremely precious items came into Lin Shen's sight. Lin Shen had witnessed that heavy blade and scroll painting with his own eyes. Such treasures were incredibly valuable. Even a golden core cultivator might struggle to possess them. Gaining such treasures all at once, Lin Shen's heart surged with excitement, feeling as though heaven itself was favoring him. If not for Li Yifan possessing a 10,000 Li escape talisman, Lin Shen would likely have had to risk attacking him directly, only to hand over these treasures afterward. Fortunately, Li Yifan carried the escape talisman and brought him along, allowing Lin Shen to launch a sudden attack when their guard was lowest, becoming the ultimate beneficiary. His eyes gleaming, Lin Shen gently stroked each treasure, desperately suppressing his inner excitement. From now on, all these treasures were his. He quickly stored them away, but when he reached out to touch the unassuming compass, his fingers froze midair. Highly unusual. Far too unusual. This compass was so plain, how could Li Yifan possibly classify it among such precious treasures? Clearly this compass was far more complex than its humble appearance suggested. Full of curiosity, Lin Shen did not reach out directly. Instead, spiritual energy surged in his palm toward the compass. He wanted to see what hidden secrets or seals this compass concealed. If it truly were a treasure, it would surely withstand his probing. If not destroying, it would be of no great loss. Spiritual energy surged forth. The moment it touched the compass, a white radiance suddenly flashed, and a pale elder's phantom projected from within. Young friend, stop at once. As Lin Shen's surging spiritual energy pressed forward, the pale elder's phantom hastily waved his hand. Are you a vessel spirit or a remnant soul? Lin Shen did not cease, but maintained his spiritual energy, suspended in midair, his brows furrowed as he stared fixedly at the phantom. He harbored a strong premonition. The reason Li Yifan could acquire so many treasures and break through to the peak of qi condensation within merely 3 years, becoming so powerful, was undoubtedly connected to this pale phantom hovering before him. A vessel spirit. A vessel spirit. The pale phantom spoke hurriedly. I am the vessel spirit within this treasure-hunting compass. I have existed since my master forged me. Your master? Who was your master? Lin Shen's brows knit tighter, and he cast a wary gaze upon the phantom. My master. A thoughtful expression crossed the phantom's face, but he soon shook his head. I cannot recall. My memories are too hazy, I only remember it was an age ago. Then all the treasures on Li Yifan were found by you. Lin Shen pressed further, a flicker of hope stirring in his heart. If his suspicion proved correct, this treasure-hunting compass would undoubtedly be his greatest prize from this encounter. Naturally. Without my efforts, how could that foolish boy have grown so swiftly? How could he have obtained so many precious treasures? The phantom chuckled proudly. His gaze fell upon Lin Shen, and his proud smile stiffened slightly, a trace of apprehension and caution creeping into his eyes. Looking at Lin Shen, the phantom suddenly sighed and shook his head. You possess considerable courage, young friend. I never expected that amid such a multi-sided attack you would end up reaping the final benefits. Thinking of the beautiful twin sisters killed by Lin Shen, the phantom clicked his tongue with some regret. It is truly a pity those 2 stunning beauties perished. That brat Li Yifan was utterly enchanted by them, yet you killed them without a second thought. What a waste of heavenly gifts. A waste. Hearing these words, Lin Shen sneered coldly. So what if they were charming? In death all turn to dust. They are merely skeleton women beneath rouge and powder. Ever since embarking on the path of immortality, Lin Shen viewed beauties as bones, his heart set solely upon the Tao. A peerlessly beautiful woman was worth less to him than a spirit herb that could help him advance his cultivation. To view a beauty as nothing but white bones. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the ancient illusory shadow fell into a prolonged silence. After a long pause, he finally let out a sigh and spoke. You are far better suited for cultivation than Li Yifan. Had I met you sooner, those opportunities would not have slipped away in vain. His memories were too fragmented. Yet across the vast river of endless time, this ancient shadow vaguely recalled that his previous masters had all been of the same ilk as Li Yifan. They were all blinded by worldly lust, surrounded by countless beautiful confidants. Consequently, generation after generation of the masters he served ultimately met an untimely demise, halfway failing to attain the Tao and achieve immortality despite his assistance. Those past generations of masters had caused him to waste countless eons, leaving his current memories faded and blurred. Had he encountered someone like Lin Shen earlier, resolute in pursuing the Tao and utterly ruthless, the person he aided would likely have long since ascended to immortality. And he, by borrowing the karmic luck bestowed by the heavens and earth upon Ascension, could have completely broken free from his status as an artifact spirit to gain a new life. It is not too late to meet me now. Looking at the ancient shadow hovering in the air, Lin Shen smiled faintly. The likes of Li Yifan are nothing but fools waiting to be slain. Following me is your wisest choice. An artifact spirit possessing self-awareness, especially one passed down through the vast river of history, was exceedingly rare. Naturally, Lin Shen intended to completely subjugate such an entity to serve his own ends. After all, if Li Yifan could obtain so many treasures within a mere 3 years with the help of this artifact spirit, why couldn't he? Naturally. Now that I have fallen into your hands, I will certainly assist you with utmost loyalty, helping you locate secret realms and unearth treasures passed down from ancient times. The ancient shadow nodded, then, as if remembering something, grew somewhat excited and thrilled. Li Yifan possessed immense karmic luck. That you were able to kill him proves your fortune is even greater than his. As long as you remain cautious and stay alive, our alliance will surely allow us to attain the great Tao together. The Lin Shen before him was far more ruthless and cautious than any of the masters he had previously encountered. Such a person was truly the most suited for cultivation and held the greatest hope of surviving to the very end to ascend to the peak of the great Tao through every opportunity. Saying this, the ancient shadow continued. However, I have existed for far too long, and my divine sense is currently unstable. I frequently require treasures to nourish it, so I will need you, young friend, to search for soul-nourishing items for me in your daily endeavors. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. A smile played at the corner of Lin Shen's lips as he stared intently at the ancient shadow hovering in midair. As for those soul-nourishing items, they are merely a trivial matter. As long as you can provide valuable utility, I can procure whatever you desire. As he spoke, Lin Shen's tone suddenly shifted, and he said in a leisurely voice, "But I am a man of extreme caution. Who is to say whether you are truly an artifact spirit? What if you are the remnant soul of some ancient powerhouse?" Therefore, before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Shen violently waved the soul-reaping banner in his hand. Thick plumes of black energy surged forward, swiftly enveloping and imprisoning the illusory shadow. "Please enter my banner for a chat, fellow Taoist." With a violent wave of the soul-reaping banner, a terrifying suction force rapidly began to devour the shadow hovering in the air. "Young friend, no. What are you doing?" Feeling this terrifying suction, the ancient shadow, already in a severely weakened state, was completely powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as he was swallowed into the soul-reaping banner. As the ancient shadow was sucked into the soul-reaping banner, the compass lying quietly on the ground lost some of its luster. Inside the soul-reaping banner, countless malevolent spirits howled. The ancient shadow huddled in a corner, shivering in fear. "Young friend, what is the meaning of this?" Cowering in the corner of the soul-reaping banner, sensing the hovering malevolent spirits around him that seemed ready to tear him to shreds at any moment, the ancient shadow spoke with a hint of terror in his voice. Although Li Yifan had occasionally given him some soul-nourishing treasures, his time with Li Yifan had actually been quite brief. Furthermore, to help Li Yifan grow rapidly, he had expended too much of his own mental energy searching for ruins and treasures, resulting in very little recovery for his overall condition over the past 3 years. In such a state, while he could speak and think normally under ordinary circumstances, he stood absolutely no chance of offering resistance when confronted by hostile soul-based entities. "What am I doing?" A bright, harmless smile spread across Lin Shen's face as he spoke. "As I said, I am a cautious man. I dare not rashly refine that compass, so I have no choice but to invite you into my banner first. Only in this way can I put my mind at ease." Lin Shen only half believed the words of this ancient shadow. Just because he claimed to be an artifact spirit, did that make it true? What if he was actually a remnant soul left behind by some old monster from the ancient era? After all, he could not compare to a child of fortune like Li Yifan. If he rashly refined the compass, he might fall into a trap and be directly possessed by this ancient shadow. Therefore, out of caution, Lin Shen decided it was best to first relegate the ancient shadow into his soul-reaping banner. After all, the soul-reaping banner was an artifact he had refined long ago, and it bore his own soul imprint. Once any soul was devoured by the soul-reaping banner, it would be entirely subject to his control. Of course, if the devoured entity were excessively powerful, there would be a high risk of backlash. But that was clearly impossible here. If this ancient shadow possessed such capabilities, he would have attacked Lin Shen long ago instead of standing by and watching Li Yifan die. This was precisely one of the reasons why Lin Shen dared to act so boldly. Alas, this young friend is truly cautious to a fault. Inside the soul-reaping banner, the ancient shadow shook his head helplessly. Watching the malevolent spirits circling him and feeling the banner's imprint slowly being branded upon him, a profound sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. "Enough with the nonsense," Lin Shen sneered. "Now that you are completely under my control, tell me, who exactly are you? Are you a remnant soul left behind from the ancient era? I do not believe for a second that you are merely an artifact spirit with self-awareness. Otherwise, how could you switch allegiances so quickly and offer to assist me with all your heart?" With his form branded by the soul-reaping banner's imprint, the ancient shadow had no way to resist and could only answer truthfully. "I cannot recall the exact details. I only remember that after my death, I somehow became the artifact spirit of this treasure-hunting compass, and in an extremely weakened state at that. In this weakened state, much of my memory has been lost. I can only rely on whoever possesses the treasure-hunting compass to help me search for soul-restoring items. As for why I am willing to assist you, young friend, it is simply because I have no other choice. You hold the treasure-hunting compass, and I have no power to resist. What else could I do? My only hope is that your strength grows rapidly, so you can help me find more soul-restoring items. Only then can my memories be fully restored, and only then can I truly remember who I once was. After all, with my soul so weak, my memories fragmented, and without any possession techniques, what ill intent could this old man possibly harbor? My sole desire is to reclaim my lost memories. If possible, should you ascend to immortality, I might also borrow your vast karmic luck to completely shed this artifact spirit identity, regain a new life, and rediscover my true self." Bound by the soul-devouring banner, the wizened phantom had no way to lie. He could only pour out everything in his heart and every detail of his condition. Hearing the aged phantom's words, Lin Shen gave a slight nod and finally felt relieved. As he had expected, this aged phantom was not a pure artifact spirit. Fortunately, however, because this aged phantom had lost much of his former memories and had been reduced to an artifact spirit after death, he no longer possessed the ability to seize another's body. Only in this way could he confidently use the treasure-hunting compass to help him locate treasures. Otherwise, no matter how mighty the compass was, he would not have dared to refine it rashly, for the risk of being unexpectedly possessed would have been ever present. Very well. If you had said so earlier, wouldn't that have settled it? Only then can we cooperate happily. Lin Shen nodded with satisfaction. By the way, you still haven't told me what to call you. As if you wouldn't have grown suspicious even if I had confessed earlier. The aged phantom could not help rolling his eyes inwardly. Yet he dared not say such a thing to Lin Shen's face. He could only mock silently in his heart. When Lin Shen asked what he should be called, the aged phantom gave an awkward chuckle. I don't know what my real name was either. My memories are too fragmentary. That lad Li Yifan called me Soul Elder, and you may call me the same young friend. Soul Elder, is it? Lin Shen nodded, steering the conversation back on track. What exactly does this treasure hunting compass do? Even if most of your memory is gone, as its artifact spirit after death, you should know, shouldn't you? From Soul Elder's earlier answers, Lin Shen had also analyzed that the old spirit's memory was incomplete. If Li Yifan had relied solely on him, he could never have obtained so many treasures. Thus, the most crucial point still lay with the treasure hunting compass itself. Facing Lin Shen's question, Soul Elder answered truthfully, this treasure hunting compass lives up to its name. Once used, it can find the nearest ancient ruins or secret realm to you, young friend, within a radius of 10,000 li. Back then, Li Yifan relied on this treasure hunting compass to locate many ruins and secret realms. Then, with my precise direction as its artifact spirit and my help in bypassing mechanisms, he obtained many inheritances and treasures. Hearing Soul Elder's words, Lin Shen nodded. The compass's function was not far from what he had imagined. Indeed, this treasure hunting compass was the greatest gain of his trip. With this treasure hunting compass in hand, would he not be able to obtain countless ancient inheritances in the future? Would he not have whatever treasure he desired? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Shen continued to ask Soul Elder, within the soul-devouring banner, you are the compass's artifact spirit. Are there any restrictions when it is used? This was the point Lin Shen was most concerned about. He did not believe that the treasure hunting compass was without restrictions. Otherwise, if one could search for ruins and treasures without limit, Li Yifan would not have gained only so few treasures in those 3 years. Unless Soul Elder had deliberately held Li Yifan back. But that was clearly unlikely, for Soul Elder was eager for Li Yifan to grow quickly and help him recover his memories sooner. How could he deliberately suppress him? Facing Lin Shen's inquiry, Soul Elder answered truthfully, the treasure hunting compass needs to absorb lunar essence before it can be used. The more lunar essence it accumulates, the richer the ancient ruins or secret realms it locates. At least a year or so must pass between each use. About a year. Hearing Soul Elder's answer, Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully. That is not too long. Merely the span of my usual secluded cultivation. Nodding, Lin Shen then continued to ask Soul Elder, by the way, now that you have left this treasure hunting compass, it shouldn't have any effect on it, right? Now Soul Elder was bound by the soul-devouring banner, and Lin Shen was the banner's master, so Soul Elder had no way to lie to him. If there were even the slightest lie, Lin Shen would immediately sense it through the fluctuations of the old spirit's spiritual awareness. There is no effect at all. It is not as though I have been extinguished. As long as you use the treasure hunting compass, the most precise directions will be transmitted into my memory, and then I will share them with you. Soul Elder answered truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Shen sensed no fluctuation in Soul Elder's spiritual awareness. He knew that what Soul Elder had said was most likely true. Without further hesitation, Lin Shen made the soul-devouring banner hover in midair, then grabbed the treasure hunting compass from the ground, and quickly began refining it. At first, Lin Shen's refinement did not progress quickly, for layer after layer of seals had to be undone. But with Soul Elder's guidance from within the soul-devouring banner, Lin Shen swiftly undid those layers of restrictions. Even so, when faced with a treasure passed down from ancient times, Lin Shen still spent a full 1 or 2 months before he successfully refined the treasure hunting compass and inscribed his soul imprint within it. Having fully refined the treasure hunting compass, Lin Shen gained even greater control over Soul Elder within the soul-devouring banner. This caused a faint smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. This remnant soul passed down from antiquity. He could now be said to have it completely under his control. After successfully refining the treasure hunting compass, Lin Shen did not stop. Instead, under Soul Elder's continuing guidance, he swiftly refined the remaining treasures he had taken from Li Yifan. A heavy saber, a scroll painting, and an 8 trigrams mirror. These 3 treasures were clearly far lower in grade than the treasure hunting compass. Taken together, Lin Shen spent only a little over 10 days to refine them all successfully. Among them, the most precious was the 8 trigrams mirror, one Lin Shen had never seen Li Yifan use. The mirror's primary function was to turn an opponent's own technique back against him. As long as this 8 trigrams mirror was brought into battle, it could directly store and reflect the opponent's attack. Of course, the 8 trigrams mirror was not invincible. If it were, Li Yifan would have used it in his battle against Qin Taiying long ago, reflecting Qin Taiying's attack back at him. Why would he have been reduced to such a miserable state that he had to flee with a 10,000-mile evasion talisman? The main reason was that using the 8 trigrams mirror consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. If one's opponent was too powerful and the mirror was used by force, it would probably drain all of one's spiritual energy after a single use, making it impossible to achieve the desired effect. Even so, it was already powerful enough. As long as one's spiritual energy was sufficient and one used it at the right moment, when the opponent was careless or struck with all-out force, one could offer up the 8 trigrams mirror and use the opponent's attack to deliver a fatal blow. After consecutively refining these 3 treasures, Lin Shen stored them in his storage pouch with great satisfaction. He slowly rose from the ground, waved his hand to erase every trace of himself in the cave, and turned his gaze toward the direction of Qiyun Valley. The next moment his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. Qingfeng County, the Qin family. 2 or 3 months had passed, and the Qin family grew anxious, members frantically scouring Yun any sign of Li Yifan. They even arrested all the people of the Li family in Qingfeng County in order to force Li Yifan to reveal himself. But Li Yifan had long since died a revenant under Lin Shen's command. Oh, how could he surface again? Everything the Qin family did was in vain. In their view, they believed Li Yifan was iron-willed and merciless, indifferent to the Li family and to his father. In their anger and humiliation, a bloody storm swept through Qingfeng County. All members of the Li family who had any relation to Li Yifan were slaughtered. Only Li Yifan's father, a member of the Qin family, was not killed. He was imprisoned in a dungeon and subjected to torture day and night. On one hand, they hoped to extract useful information from Li Yifan's father, Li Haipeng Yu. On the other, they hoped Li Yifan, still bound by fatherly affection, would dare to mount a rescue. As he traveled, Lin Shen found the reports amusing, shaking his head. Li Yifan was already dead. All their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, their methods were extremely foolish. Even if Li Yifan hadn't died, such a great upheaval would only inflame deeper conflicts. If Li Yifan were the steady, prudent sort, by the time his cultivation rose, the next to have their family wiped out would be his Qin family. Speaking of it, the Qin family should thank me. If I hadn't slain Li Yifan, they would have been wiped out later by the Li Yifan who would grow strong. Hearing the news along the way, Lin Shen could not help but smile, feeling that he had done a great deed helping the Qin family and averting a catastrophe. Qiyungu. Half a month later. After leaving the cave after a long journey, Lin Shen changed his identity and returned unimpeded to Qiyungu. Upon arriving at Qiyungu, Lin Shen did not head straight to his residence, but instead went toward Luo Yunfeng. He had delayed far too long in crafting the treasure-seeking compass and those 3 treasures. Now back in Qiyungu, of course, he must first visit Imo Shengu. If his master did not receive him promptly, a trace of discontent might rise in his heart. Do not underestimate this trace of estrangement. Many things fail over such a small detail. If Imo Shengu grows displeased, the support and resource tilt for Lin Shen in the future would not be as generous as before. His figure flickered. Lin Shen arrived at Luo Yun Peak before Imo Shengu's residence. As he neared, and before Lin Shen could knock, the courtyard gate swung open on its own. In the courtyard, Imo Shengu lounged lazily on a rocking chair beneath a peach blossom tree. Lin Shen looked at Imo Shengu there. Lin Shen strode into the courtyard, and before Imo Shengu could speak, he respectfully bowed on the ground. Disciple Lin Shen, returning from Yunzhou, here to pay homage to master. No need for ceremony, rise up. Looking at Lin Shen, Imo Shengu smiled, kindly, thoroughly pleased by his disciple's respectful attitude. Yes, master. Lin Shen stood with his head lowered at Imo Shengu's side. Haha, you have truly given me a great surprise. This trip to Yunzhou has truly given me a hefty face as a master. Imo Shengu, after a grave glance at Lin Shen, suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Even before Qin Yuanming's longevity banquet ended, he had learned through a communication talisman what had happened at the banquet. He did not expect that the Lin Shen he had taught would wield such sword mastery capable of surpassing prodigies from all quarters, outright winning the arena's crown and receiving Qin Yuanming's personal guidance. After Qin Yuanming's banquet, those old friends who had not kept in touch often sent him congratulations, and many even proposed marrying their family's heiress to Lin Shen. But Imo Shengu did not hesitate. He directly helped Lin Shen decline. He had Qiyungu as backing. There was no need to wed with these small clans. Lin Shen had his own support and did not need them. After all, Lin Shen's main duty now was to cultivate diligently and strive to break through to foundation establishment soon. How could Imo Shengu allow him to be distracted by romance? On the contrary, his rejection this time earned the sect's appreciation, and Imo Shengu received some acknowledgement and rewards. This indeed let Imo Shengu hold his head high. His prestige within Qiyungu rose, and his words carried more weight in daily affairs. With the guidance from Qin Yuanming in the Golden Core realm, and with the resources tilted in his favor, Lin Shen was sure to break through to foundation establishment before 30. If fate grants opportunity, he might even reach Golden Core realm and become a pillar of Qiyungu. Facing such a beloved disciple, Imo Shengu was overjoyed, his face full of kindness and affection. Shinner, more than 3 months have passed since the Qin family's birthday. Why have you only just returned now? I have been worried, master. Looking at Lin Shen beside him, Imo Shengu asked curiously, his tone filled with concern. Hearing Imo Shengu's question, Lin Shen cupped his fists and replied respectfully, Respectfully, master, I traveled near Yinzhou wishing to sharpen my sword via real combat, so I delayed a little. This is the answer I prepared in advance, and it also serves as a ready-made excuse should I display any sword artistry next. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Mo Shanggu nodded in assurance, smiling. I see you've been diligent, but next time remember to report in advance to spare your master from needless worry. Since Lin Shen has given me a great boost in reputation, I have grown to value this precious disciple even more. In his heart, Mo Shanggu believed Lin Shen surpassed Xin Qianfan, who was still in seclusion and would certainly enter Foundation establishment ahead of him. Thus he had resolved to tilt all future resources toward Lin Shen. For Xin Qianfan, simply granting him the title of Luo Yun Peak's senior disciple would be enough. If he still failed to improve in the future, that title might not belong to him. Yes, master. Lin Shen bowed again, then said, Oh master, on this trip I encountered a Foundation establishment tribulation cultivator. To ensure safety, I had to use up the talisman you granted me that contained your full power strike. What? A Foundation establishment tribulation cultivator? Mo Shanggu's eyes widened. He jumped up and studied Lin Shen with keen attention. Seeing that Lin Shen did not appear harmed, he exhaled with relief. Mo Shanggu waved his hand nonchalantly. If you used it, you used it. It was originally a protective item I prepared for you, but for your safety, you should stay in Qi Yungu to train for now. If you go out again, come to me, and I will prepare a few more protective items to prevent you from being targeted by other Foundation establishment cultivators. Disciple, thank you, master. Lin Shen lowered his head, cupped his hands, and respect a trace of a smile curling at the corner of his lips. There it is. You are the disciple I value most under my tutelage. This is what you deserve. I only hope you will train with utmost dedication and do not follow the path of your senior brother. Mo Shanggu spoke with a smile. Speaking of Xin Qianfan, whom he had not met in several months, he couldn't help but shake his head. The world is so pragmatic. Now that he had few resources left to give, the man hadn't even bothered to visit him once in months. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a wise choice to abandon cultivating Xin Qianfan and instead support the Lin Shen before him. At the very least, Lin Shen was filial. As soon as he returned to Qiyun Valley without even going back to his residence, he hastened to pay his respects. Just on this point alone, Lin Shen far surpassed Xin Qianfan. Perhaps our senior brother simply lacked the necessary fortune, otherwise he would have already broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Shen remarked with a smile from nearby. As if Xin Qianfan still lived, as though the man he had slain was not Xin Qianfan at all. Let us not speak of him, let us not speak of him. Mo Shanggu shook his head, his heart utterly disillusioned with Xin Qianfan. He reached into his storage pouch, and with a flash of spiritual light, a bottle of pills and a brocade box materialized in his palm. Handing over the pill bottle and brocade box to Lin Shen, Mo Shanggu spoke. Your valor at the Qin estate has not gone unnoticed by the sect. They have rewarded me with ample resources from which I have selected several precious items bestow upon you. May they help you rapidly stabilize your foundation and push toward the Foundation establishment realm. Thank you, master. Lin Shen nodded, eagerly accepting the pill bottle and brocade box from Mo Shanggu's hands with deep reverence. This bottle contains top-grade spirit-nourishing pills, 10 in total. They possess virtually no medicinal impurities, and their efficacy surpasses only slightly that of top-grade Yuan Gu pills. If you refine all 10 pills in this bottle, you will save yourself at least a year or two of arduous cultivation. Additionally, this brocade box contains a 600-year-old wood spirit grass. Given your 3 spiritual roots include the wood attribute, refining and consuming this herb will greatly benefit your foundation and deepen your cultivation reserves. Mo Shanggu chuckled beside him as Lin Shen accepted the gifts, explaining their value. Part of these items had been bestowed by the sect, while the remainder had been personally exchanged using spirit stones and contribution points. Almost entirely the sect's rewards had been exchanged for these 10 pills and the 600-year-old wood spirit grass, with Mo Shanggu even supplementing the cost himself. For the Lin Shen before him, having decided to support him with all his might, Mo Shanggu had already given his absolute all. Mo Shanggu believed that with such valuable gifts bestowed upon him, Lin Shen would undoubtedly be filled with gratitude and accelerate his breakthrough to Foundation establishment. By that time, once Lin Shen broke through to Foundation establishment, his prowess would make him a formidable figure, significantly elevating the status of Luo Yun Peak within Qiyun Valley. Master bestows such precious gifts. I am deeply grateful. I shall strive to break through to Foundation establishment as swiftly as possible, repaying your kindness. Lin Shen nodded, gazing at Mo Shanggu with sincere gratitude. He knew that empty words were meaningless. Only a swift breakthrough to Foundation establishment would truly satisfy what his master hoped to hear. Good that you understand. Should you achieve Foundation establishment within 5 years, there may yet be another opportunity awaiting you. Mo Shanggu nodded, suddenly recalling something, and speaking to Lin Shen, hoping he could break through within 5 years. Listening to Mo Shanggu's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Shen's eyes. Curious, he asked, 5 years to reach Foundation establishment. I wonder what opportunity you speak of, master. Enough. That is not for me to say. Mo Shanggu shook his head and looked at Lin Shen meaningfully. I cannot reveal it now. I also learned this from hearsay within the sect. When you eventually break through to Foundation establishment, you will know naturally. But if you do not achieve Foundation establishment, knowing would be useless to you. Yes, master. Hearing Imo Shingu speak thus, Lin Shen could only nod and restrain his curiosity. He did not linger long at Imo Shingu's courtyard. After receiving what he wanted, he chatted briefly with Imo Shingu, and then took leave under the pretext of entering seclusion to cultivate, striving to break through to Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Leaving Luo Yun Peak, Lin Shen hurried back to his courtyard. Just as he was about to close the gate, a graceful figure descended from the sky, appearing right at the entrance. Senior Sister Imo. Seeing Imo Xiaoyu blocking his way, Lin Shen raised his brows and promptly clasped his fists in greeting. Junior brother greets Senior Sister Imo. I wonder what business brings you to seek me out. Imo Xiaoyu's sudden appearance at his courtyard entrance, obstructing his attempt to close the door, filled Lin Shen with considerable curiosity. He had just returned from Luo Yun Peak. That Imo Xiaoyu would forego seeking him there, and instead wait at his own courtyard, struck him as rather strange. Imo Xiaoyu maintained an expressionless demeanor as she observed Lin Shen's respectful greeting, offering only a faint acknowledgement. Won't you invite me inside? Please come in, Senior Sister. Lin Shen quickly stepped aside, cautiously observing Imo Xiaoyu's rather aloof manner. Imo Xiaoyu walked in without expression, a faint chill emanating from her that suggested she was far from pleased. A trace of concern flickered in Lin Shen's eyes. What had troubled Imo Xiaoyu? Had he inadvertently offended her somewhere? Or was it possibly? Lin Shen thought of Shen Qianfan, that senior brother Shen Qianfan whom he had slain months prior. Could Imo Xiaoyu have somehow learned of internal matters? But that seemed impossible. Lin Shen immediately shook his head. He had conducted himself with extreme caution throughout. The encounter with Shen Qianfan had been initiated by the latter's own pursuit, and no traces had been left at the scene where he had perished, making discovery entirely unlikely. If Imo Xiaoyu had uncovered anything, Imo Shingu would undoubtedly have known by now, yet he remained under the mistaken impression that Shen Qianfan was in seclusion. Curiosity driving him forward, Lin Shen secured the courtyard gate and approached Imo Xiaoyu, who was already seated at its center. Lin Shen, there is something I need to verify with you. Observing Lin Shen's approach, Imo Xiaoyu made a subtle gesture that erected a sound-dampening barrier around the courtyard. Senior Sister, please speak. Lin Shen responded promptly, though unease increasingly gripped him as he took in Imo Xiaoyu's demeanor. Did you kill Senior Brother? Imo Xiaoyu's gaze locked onto Lin Shen with complete emotional detachment. Shen Qianfan had been dead for some time. Imo Xiaoyu had discovered this 3 months prior. Her suspicion fell upon Lin Shen because when he had traveled to Yunzhou for Qin Yuanming's birthday banquet months earlier, Shen Qianfan had simultaneously vanished. Compounded by her grandfather's actions, Imo Xiaoyu was compelled to entertain the possibility that Shen Qianfan, consumed by jealousy over Lin Shen receiving resources meant for him, had attempted an ambush during Lin Shen's journey. But now that Lin Shen had returned without word from Shen Qianfan, the conclusion was clear. He had likely perished at Lin Shen's hands. Had that not been the case, how could someone as prominent in the sect as Shen Qianfan have simply disappeared without a trace? Me kill Senior Brother? What a joke. Isn't Senior Brother in secluded cultivation? Hearing Imo Xiaoyu's words, Lin Shen's heart gave a sudden jolt. Then with an innocent expression he waved his hand and quickly spoke. He had not expected Imo Xiaoyu to suspect him. It was baffling. All he could think was that this woman's intuition was frighteningly sharp. But he would never admit to it, even if it killed him. After all, he had destroyed all the evidence, and he had alibis proving that he had not been in the Qiyun Valley during that time. Merely relying on Imo Xiaoyu's intuition, she could never pin this matter on him. Moreover, if Imo Xiaoyu was certain that he had killed Shen Qianfan, then Imo Shingu would likely have known by now. Having reasoned this out, Lin Shen actually felt less tense. He merely stood respectfully beside Imo Xiaoyu as though Shen Qianfan's death had absolutely nothing to do with him. Are you certain? I hate being deceived more than anything. Imo Xiaoyu kept her gaze fixed intently on Lin Shen. In her previously emotionless eyes a trace of murderous intent appeared, and the oppressive aura of Foundation establishment began to radiate from her. I'm certain. Senior Sister, please don't jest. The Master has said that Senior Brother is alive and well. If Senior Brother were to hear of this, he might think you were cursing him. Lin Shen laughed lightly, his tone perfectly open and frank, as if he had done nothing guilty. Now he was even more certain that Imo Xiaoyu before him only had some suspicions. As long as he stubbornly refused to admit it, he had after all won Imo Shingu a great deal of face, and Imo Xiaoyu would never make a move against him without any evidence. Nevertheless, Imo Xiaoyu's interrogating attitude made Lin Shen feel somewhat disgruntled. If not for his insufficient cultivation, and if not for her being Imo Shingu's own granddaughter, he would have already slapped her to death. But so what if she was Imo Shingu's own granddaughter? If Imo Xiaoyu continued to cling to this matter, then once he broke through to Foundation establishment in the future, he would definitely eliminate this threat once and for all. At most he would owe Imo Shingu a debt. But for the sake of his own safety, it was all worthwhile. Worst case, he could provide for Imo Shingu in his old age and give him a proper burial. A granddaughter can look after the elder and give him a proper funeral, and a disciple can do the same. There's no difference whatsoever. If Mo Xiaoyu dies, Lin Shen would still be there to support Mo Xinggu in his old age. Very well. I don't care whether you had anything to do with senior brother's death. I hope you will no longer think about this matter or bring it up again. Senior brother is merely in secluded cultivation. Looking at Lin Shen's frank answer, Mo Xiaoyu nodded. The murderous intent in her eyes dissipated swiftly, and she withdrew the oppressive aura radiating from her body. She slowly rose to her feet and walked toward the entrance. Before leaving, she turned her head and stared fixedly at Lin Shen, saying, "Please don't take offense at this, junior brother Lin. Don't bring it up again in the future, especially in front of my grandfather. Just treat it as senior brother being in secluded cultivation. No matter who asks you in the days to come, you must answer as firmly as you did today." With those words, before Lin Shen could reply, Mo Xiaoyu vanished from the courtyard. In truth, the suspicion in Mo Xiaoyu's heart toward Lin Shen had not dissipated in the least. But the dead were gone, and the living remained. Even if she learned the truth and knew that Lin Shen had killed Shen Qianfan, what could she do about it? She couldn't very well kill Lin Shen, could she? Shen Qianfan indeed shared more than 10 years of affection with her, but Lin Shen was likewise the disciple her grandfather doted on most at present. She did not want her grandfather Mo Xinggu to be put in a difficult position, nor did she want him to grieve over this matter. So she would conceal it as much as possible. Her visit today was merely to test Lin Shen's attitude. After seeing Lin Shen's unyielding attitude and his refusal to admit anything, whether or not Shen Qianfan's matter had anything to do with him no longer mattered. As long as Lin Shen maintained this stance in the future, even if word of Shen Qianfan's fall eventually spread, her grandfather would not notice or discover that Lin Shen had any connection to it. In this way, there would be no so-called mutual slaughter among fellow disciples, and faced with the news of Shen Qianfan's death, her grandfather's heart would undoubtedly be much lighter. Senior sister, senior sister. Sometimes being too clever is not a good thing. I hope this matter ends here. If in the future you still investigate me in secret, or do anything harmful to me, then don't blame your junior brother for ruthlessly crushing a beautiful flower. Gazing at the direction where Mo Xiaoyu had vanished, Lin Shen shook his head, shut the door, and activated the shielding formation. A trace of murderous intent had just stirred in his heart. Shen Qianfan had indeed been killed by him, and Mo Xiaoyu's suspicion was not wrong in the slightest. But those who kill will inevitably be killed. Since Shen Qianfan had intended to kill Lin Shen, he had long been courting death. Even if this matter were made known, the sect would be more inclined to side with him. However, Lin Shen would never admit it. After all, what Mo Xinggu feared most was fellow disciples slaughtering each other. If that happened, he might cut off Lin Shen's resource supplies, or even expel him from the sect. If that happened, his losses would be immense. Without the status of Mo Xinggu's disciple, he would be nothing more than an ordinary inner disciple within the entire Qiyun Valley, enjoying no preferential treatment from his status. At present, Lin Shen could only pray that Mo Xiaoyu would not investigate him in secret, hoping that she would honestly forget this matter, as she had said. Otherwise, she would truly be forcing him to act. Let's not worry about Mo Xiaoyu for now. She should be wise. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to find me alone. However, for the sake of safety, I can no longer rashly contact Lin Feng and Lin He to gather information. With time fleeting, I'd rather use this period of lying low to devote myself to cultivation, solidify my foundation, and strengthen my reserves. Withdrawing his gaze from the distance, Lin Shen muttered to himself, turned around, and returned to his room. Originally, he had planned that once he returned to his courtyard, he would secretly contact Lin Feng, Lin He, and others to learn from them the news they had gathered recently, and find out what Qin Mang was up to. But after what had just happened with Mo Xiaoyu, Lin Shen gave up that plan to be cautious and rule out the possibility that Mo Xiaoyu was secretly observing him. He decided to focus first on secluded cultivation, refining all the cultivation resources he had obtained from Mo Xinggu, striving to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible. There were also the cultivation resources from the storage pouches carried by Li Yifan, Mu Ruxue, and the others. Previously, Lin Shen had calculated that with these abundant resources, not to mention breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, even after he broke through, the resources obtained from their storage pouches could support his cultivation for a very long time. In particular, Li Yifan's storage pouch contained even more cultivation resources, as well as many precious spirit herbs. In this way, he could fully engage in dual cultivation of both spirit and body, aiming to complete foundation establishment for both his spiritual energy cultivation and physical body cultivation within 5 years. By that time, the treasure hunting compass would have accumulated a vast amount of moonlight essence, and with both his physical cultivation and spiritual energy cultivation breaking through to foundation establishment, he would surely obtain a monumental opportunity from it, one capable of changing the fate of an ordinary cultivator. Lin Shen entered the room and took out a top-grade second-stage spiritual energy gathering formation array from his storage pouch. After embedding a spirit stone, the array rapidly activated, and the spiritual energy in the room instantly thickened several times over. This top-grade second-stage spiritual gathering array had been found in a storage pouch he acquired after killing Li Yifan. He was uncertain whether it had originally belonged to Li Yifun Murushua or Muryu, but it did not matter who had owned it before. It now belonged solely to him, Lin Shen. The second stage top-grade spiritual gathering array proved highly effective. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Shen circulated his internal techniques and absorbed the concentrated spiritual energy around him, causing his cultivation speed to increase noticeably. Let me first test the effect of this top-grade spirit nurturing pill. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Shen retrieved a top-grade spirit nurturing pill and quickly swallowed it, setting his three-origin chi guiding art into motion within his body. However, this time he did not deliberately focus on the thunder technique within the three-origin chi guiding art. Instead, he placed water and wood attributes as his primary cultivation paths. Streams of water and concentrated wood spiritual energy spread from within his body, flowing continuously across Lin Shen's frame as they rapidly absorbed the medicinal effects of the top-grade spirit nurturing pill, nourishing his physique that had reached the peak of body refining. The effects of the top-grade spirit nurturing pill were indeed remarkable. Though slightly inferior to the top-grade solidifying essence pill, its sheer quantity compensated for the difference. Relying on the potent medicinal power of these top-grade spirit nurturing pills, Lin Shen gradually began to elevate his water and wood elemental energies, no longer allowing the terrifying explosive thunder element chi to suppress them. As time passed, and with extensive support from numerous spirit herbs and pills, the water and wood elemental spiritual energy within Lin Shen grew increasingly formidable, gradually forming a state of balance with his fearsome thunder element. The three elements reinforced one another, and upon reaching mutual balance, the circulation speed of spiritual energy within Lin Shen's body accelerated considerably. The slight obstruction he had previously experienced vanished entirely. Furthermore, even without deliberately cultivating his thunder element chi, as the three formidable spiritual energies complemented each other, the thunder element surged accordingly, its power increasing by at least 6 or 7/10. Before long, 3 years had elapsed. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, Lin Shen had brought all three spiritual energies of thunder, water, and wood within his body to an equal state. His own foundation had also reached a perfect state during these 3 years of intensive training, supported by abundant resources. Foundation perfected. Feeling that his cultivation had reached a point where no further advancement was possible, and sensing the massive and profound spiritual energy within his body, a smile naturally appeared on Lin Shen's lips. Excellent. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, my foundation has finally reached perfection. Lin Shen took out that 600-year-old water spirit herb. Gazing at the 600-year-old water spirit herb, a broader smile spread across his face. Throughout these 3 years, he had deliberately refrained from consuming this herb, waiting precisely for this moment. With this 600-year water spirit herb as assistance, I can now safely focus all my efforts on breaking through to foundation establishment. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will seek out Lin Feng and the others to learn more about Qin Meng's specific information. Perhaps that will be another opportunity. And as for Mo Xiaoyu, I hope she has behaved herself over these past 3 years. If I discover she has been making any inquiries about me, this girl absolutely cannot be spared, even if she is my master's most cherished granddaughter. Swallowing the 600-year-old water spirit herb, Lin Shen rapidly circulated the three-origin chi guiding art within his body. Immediately afterward, he swallowed several more precious pills, and terrifying surges of thunder, water, and wood elemental spiritual energy erupted from within him. The three elements reinforced each other around Lin Shen's body, rapidly merging and continuously assisting him in assaulting the bottleneck toward the foundation establishment stage. Would his foundation establishment succeed? Everything hinged on this single attempt. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, and the speed at which his internal techniques circulated grew faster and faster. The spirit herbs and pills he consumed increased in number, and his entire being entered a prolonged state of seclusion, once more relentlessly hammering against the barrier to foundation establishment. In cultivation, time holds no meaning. Days flew like shuttles. As spring passed into winter, a heavy snow blanketed the courtyard. Unknowingly, another year had slipped by. Beneath the white snow that had covered everything, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the roof of the courtyard. Dense electrical discharges flashed, and horrifying spiritual energy burst forth, melting all the surrounding snow. Dark clouds gathered overhead in the high sky, with lightning continuously flashing. Fierce winds howled, and waves of terrifying spiritual energy exploded outward layer after layer. Such a fearsome spectacle instantly attracted numerous cultivators from surrounding areas of Qiyun Valley to watch. Their gazes fixed intently on the direction of Lin Shen's courtyard, their eyes filled with envy. Someone is breaking through. He did it. Another member of our Qiyun Valley has successfully broken through to foundation establishment. That direction. It seems to be Lin Shen, the direct disciple of Elder Mo. What? It's Lin Shen. He's only in his early 20s, has been in Qiyun Valley for barely over 10 years, yet his talent is so terrifying that he has actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage. No, this is not an ordinary foundation establishment. I have witnessed many senior brothers attempting breakthroughs, and ordinary foundation establishment does not produce such terrifying phenomena. This is most likely perfect foundation establishment. Whispers erupted rapidly in all directions. Countless inner sect disciples of Qi Yun Valley turned their gaze toward the direction of Lin Shen's courtyard. When they sensed the terrifying imagery accompanying Lin Shen's breakthrough to foundation establishment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Ordinary cultivators never produce such commotion or such fearsome heavenly phenomena when breaking through, unless it is the legendary perfect foundation establishment. It was well known that perfect foundation establishment could only be encountered, not sought. Within the entire Qi Yun Valley, apart from a few exceptionally gifted prodigy disciples, no one had managed to achieve it. According to rumors, those who achieved perfect foundation establishment would cultivate at a faster pace within the foundation establishment stage in the future and face smaller bottlenecks during subsequent breakthroughs. Moreover, if they did not perish, they would have over 90% certainty of eventually reaching the golden core stage. And here before them was Lin Shen, whose spiritual root aptitude was not vastly different from theirs, having broken through to foundation establishment, and perfect foundation establishment at that, in merely over 10 years. How could the onlookers not find what they were witnessing unbelievable? The murmurs grew louder, and more inner sect disciples of Qi Yun Valley were drawn to the heavenly phenomenon and the terrifying lightning. Even several golden core elders were attracted by this fearsome heavenly phenomenon. They cast their gazes downward, curious and somewhat expectant, wondering just how far Lin Shen would ultimately grow. Nevertheless, as long as he did not perish in the future, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of their Qi Yun Valley. Luoyan Peak. Mo Shingu had originally been handling important matters at the enforcement hall, but when he sensed the terrifying disturbance emanating from the direction of Lin Shen's courtyard, his pupils instantly widened. My disciple is breaking through to foundation establishment. His figure flashed rapidly as he sped toward the courtyard where Lin Shen resided. When he saw the heavenly anomalies above Lin Shen's courtyard and the terrifying flashes of lightning, his pupils expanded even further. This. It is actually perfect foundation establishment. Heaven has eyes. Heaven truly has eyes. I never expected that this direct disciple I took on midway would break through to foundation establishment so quickly, and to perfect foundation establishment at that. Watching the scene before him, Mo Shingu, hovering suspended in midair, could no longer restrain himself and burst into hearty laughter. For a moment, the entire Qi Yun Valley echoed with Mo Shingu's booming laughter. In the courtyard, spiritual energy surged forth from within Lin Shen's body in successive layers, lightning and thunder flashing throughout his frame as three formidable currents of spiritual energy continuously circulated and flowed around him. Beneath the continuous surging of these three terrifying currents of spiritual energy, Lin Shen directly expended over a dozen strands of fortune, sequentially entering states of enlightenment. Immersed in enlightenment, he dwelt within a profoundly transcendent state of spiritual realization. Within his body, the bottleneck guarding the foundation establishment stage shattered with a thunderous crack. As the bottleneck of foundation establishment fractured, surges of extraordinarily powerful spiritual energy poured into Lin Shen's body through his pores like a divine cascade. Spiritual energy swelled continuously as his cultivation advanced rapidly. The lightning emanating from Lin Shen's body grew increasingly ferocious, tempering his physical form through relentless electrocution. Within this state of enlightenment, as spiritual energy nourished his body and the terrifying thunder elemental essence tempered his flesh, the bottleneck of Lin Shen's physical cultivation also shattered. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted and swept outward. In this moment, both Lin Shen's spiritual cultivation and physical prowess shattered past the foundation establishment threshold. Even more astonishingly, within that state of enlightenment, both his spiritual and physical cultivation had achieved perfect foundation establishment. Rich spiritual energy and vital blood churned within his body. During the days spent in enlightenment, Lin Shen stabilized his cultivation completely. His internal well of spiritual energy and devastating physical power rivaled that of veteran cultivators at the early stage of foundation establishment. I've finally broken through to foundation establishment. Emerging from the state of enlightenment, feeling his stabilized cultivation and surging life force, a subtle smile graced Lin Shen's lips. This 4-year seclusion had proven even smoother than he had imagined. By consuming vast amounts of fortune and frequently entering enlightenment, he had rectified every flaw in his cultivation methods and foundational strength. With abundant resources providing support, this single period of seclusion allowed Lin Shen's physical cultivation and spiritual energy to simultaneously break through to foundation establishment. Moreover, by channeling substantial fortune to enter enlightenment, he had not merely broken through to foundation establishment. Both his spiritual energy and physical cultivation had achieved perfect foundation establishment. Those who achieved perfect foundation establishment possessed foundations and future potential far surpassing those of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Every aspect saw remarkable improvement, whether in combat capability, growth, cultivation speed, or breaking through future realm bottlenecks. For Lin Shen, this was naturally a tremendous blessing and one that surprised him greatly. Originally, he had not cared about achieving perfect foundation establishment. He simply wanted to perfect everything to the greatest extent possible. Yet in the state of enlightenment, he had accidentally achieved perfect foundation establishment in both body and spiritual energy. What a fortunate surprise. It's time to emerge. My master and the others must have been waiting outside for quite some time. Using the three-origin chi gathering technique, he drew all surrounding spiritual energy inward before rising to his feet. He quickly concealed the second-tier supreme-grade spirit gathering formation disc masked his potent life force and pushed open the door. Glancing up, Lin Shen spotted Mo Xinggu and Mo Xiaoyu hovering above his courtyard. A smile crossed Lin Shen's lips as formidable spiritual energy radiated from his body, and he ascended into the air. Ha ha, my dear disciple, you've given me quite the wonderful surprise. All my cultivation efforts on you have been well worthwhile. Mo Xinggu, still hovering above Lin Shen's courtyard, laughed heartily upon seeing him approach. His gaze toward Lin Shen brimmed with satisfaction and pride. Lin Shen had indeed delivered an extraordinary surprise, breaking through to foundation establishment within 5 years as he had demanded and achieving the legendary perfect foundation establishment. Such a perfect foundation establishment was exceedingly rare throughout Qiyun Valley at present. Beyond the few elders who had already shattered into the Golden Core realm, only 2 other cultivators at the foundation establishment stage existed. One was the personal disciple of Gongsun Bushio, the Lord of Qiyun Valley, while the other belonged to the Grand Elder at the peak of Golden Core. Both enjoyed extraordinarily high status within the sect. Their privileges and resources were far beyond anything Lin Shen could hope to receive. With Lin Shen now matching these 2 at perfect foundation establishment, how could Mo Xinggu not be thrilled? Furthermore, the credit and recognition for nurturing Lin Shen to achieve perfect foundation establishment would undoubtedly bring the sect greater rewards, elevating his standing within Qiyun Valley. As for Lin Shen, his own efforts had propelled him to perfect foundation establishment, and the sect's attention and investment in him would increase substantially. Pure fortune, pure fortune. Floating high above, Lin Shen respectfully bowed to Mo Xinggu. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what happened myself. Just as I was about to break through to foundation establishment, I suddenly entered a profoundly mysterious state of enlightenment. When I emerged from it, I discovered I had already reached foundation establishment and achieved perfect foundation establishment. Lin Shen's words were mostly truthful, 9 parts genuine, 1 part fabrication. He had indeed broken through during enlightenment, and without that state, achieving perfect foundation establishment would have been nearly impossible. The only concealment was that he had deliberately induced this enlightenment state himself, drawing upon the rich fortune gained from slaying Wang Zhan and Li Yifan. Thus the reason he could achieve perfect foundation establishment warranted thanks to Wang Zhan, whose grave was already over 3 zhang high with grass, and Li Yifan, who had descended to the underworld alongside those beautiful twin sisters. Having tasted such sweetness, Lin Shen couldn't help but reflect. This was what it meant to be a child of fortune. You must kill. The more the better. The more he killed, the stronger he became. This is your fortune, the favor of the heavenly Tao. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Mo Xinggu simply believed his disciple had been extraordinarily lucky to enter enlightenment at such a crucial moment of breakthrough. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu harbored deep envy. After all, this was perfect foundation establishment. Lin Shen had truly stolen the spotlight. Now everyone in Qiyun Valley knew his name. If only he had enjoyed such good fortune as Lin Shen once. This is all thanks to my master's blessings. Lin Shen replied with a smile. Without your guidance and the premium yuan gu dan you sent every 6 months, even achieving enlightenment wouldn't have guaranteed perfect foundation establishment. Lin Shen once again credited Mo Xinggu, attributing his breakthrough to perfect foundation establishment primarily to his master's efforts. He understood this was what Mo Xinggu desired. That's why he had positioned himself nearby so early. After all, the reputation of being an accomplished teacher would earn Mo Xinggu greater rewards and elevated status in Qiyun Valley. Lin Shen was only too willing to grant him this honor. On one hand, this served to better conceal his own abilities. On the other, since Mo Xinggu was his master, the higher his standing in Qiyun Valley, the more advantageous it proved for Lin Shen. Haha, you are truly clever, worthy of being my beloved disciple. Although my teachings played a part, your innate talent is inseparable from this achievement. Hearing Lin Shen's respectful reply, Mo Xinggu couldn't help but burst into laughter, deeply satisfied in his heart. Look at this. This was exactly the ideal personal disciple he had envisioned. Even after achieving a perfect foundation establishment, the young man remained humble and attributed the greatest credit to his master. Amidst his laughter, Mo Xinggu gazed at Lin Shen and continued, Shener, haven't you been curious before about why I required you to break through to the foundation establishment realm within 5 years? This disciple is indeed very curious. Hearing Mo Xinggu mention this matter again, Lin Shen quickly nodded and cast a questioning look at his master. Back then, Mo Xinggu had told him to break through to foundation establishment within 5 years, saying that a great opportunity awaited him. Over the past 4 years and more, Lin Shen had cultivated with intense dedication, striving to break through as soon as possible, all for the opportunity Mo Xinggu had spoken of. Now that he had successfully achieved foundation establishment, he was even more curious about this opportunity, hoping it would be something of tremendous benefit to him. Facing Lin Shen's curious gaze, Mo Xinggu smiled and explained, "The reason I wanted you to break through to foundation establishment within 5 years is that a secret realm jointly controlled by my Red Cloud Valley and 4 other major sects will open in 1 year. However, this secret realm has restrictions on age and cultivation level. Only those below 50 years old with foundation establishment cultivation may enter. That is precisely why I urged you to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible, so that you may enter this secret realm and compete for opportunities. Indeed, this secret realm holds countless opportunities and only opens once every 100 years. Last time 2 members of our Red Cloud Valley who obtained opportunities there have already broken through to the Golden Core realm and become elders with real authority in our valley." Mo Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, also spoke at this moment. Her gaze toward Lin Shen was somewhat complicated, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and said with a cordial smile, "I am also at foundation establishment and under 50, so I too am qualified to enter that secret realm. When the time comes, the 2 of us should join hands and strive together to obtain opportunities." More than 4 years ago, because of Shen Qianfan's death, she had tested and warned Lin Shen. Now looking back, Mo Xiaoyu was suddenly overwhelmed with regret. Shen Qianfan was dead, and that was that. A dead person could never come back to life. What she had never expected was that she would make such a foolish choice, allowing a dead man like Shen Qianfan to create a slight rift between herself and Lin Shen. Back then, Mo Xiaoyu had never imagined Lin Shen would break through to foundation establishment so quickly. She had thought he would need at least 10 years or so. Now it seemed that she had miscalculated back then. However, Mo Xiaoyu did not dwell too much on Lin Shen, because she believed Lin Shen was a smart man. Her actions back then were for his own good and for the good of the entire Falling Cloud Peak. Moreover, since she had not actually caused any real harm to Lin Shen, and everything she did was for the benefit of the sect, Mo Xiaoyu believed that as long as Lin Shen was smart enough, he would not hold any grudges against her over this matter. Therefore, Mo Xiaoyu's attitude toward Lin Shen had naturally improved, hoping that once they entered the secret realm, the 2 of them could join hands and share the opportunities within. Hearing their words, Lin Shen suddenly understood, and a flicker of fervor appeared in his eyes. So it was a secret realm jointly controlled by the 5 great sects. If he could enter it with the help of his treasure-hunting compass, he would surely obtain the greatest opportunity within. Once he successfully withdrew from the secret realm, his cultivation speed and development would skyrocket, and his chances of breaking through to Golden Core, or even higher realms in the future, would become far more promising. "Master, rest assured, this disciple understands your intentions." Lin Shen nodded, and then looked toward Mo Xiaoyu, saying, "Senior sister Mo is absolutely right. You are Master's most beloved granddaughter, and I am Master's personal disciple. We are already one family. If we enter the secret realm, I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Shen was perfectly clear about the intentions of Mo Xinggu and Mo Xiaoyu. The main reason Mo Xinggu was so anxious about Lin Shen breaking through to foundation establishment was most likely so that Lin Shen could enter the secret realm and help Mo Xiaoyu obtain opportunities. However, great opportunities belong to those capable of seizing them. Lin Shen was only paying lip service to appease Mo Xinggu and Mo Xiaoyu for now. Once he encountered a tremendous opportunity, it wouldn't matter if Mo Xiaoyu was Mo Xinggu's granddaughter or even his own father. Shen'er truly knows how to be sensible. Hearing Lin Shen's flawless answer and looking at the young man before him, Mo Xinggu felt even more satisfied. This had indeed been his original intention. The reason he wanted Lin Shen to break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible was mainly for Mo Xiaoyu's sake. He was not at ease letting her enter the secret realm alone to compete for opportunities. If Lin Shen, who was more composed and meticulous in his actions, accompanied and assisted her, then Mo Xiaoyu's safety and her chances of obtaining opportunities would surely be much greater. It was just a pity that his eldest disciple Shen Qianfan was still in seclusion without any news at all. If he had also broken through to the foundation establishment realm, then, with the 3 of them joining forces, they would certainly be safer within that secret realm and reap even greater rewards. Thinking of Shen Qianfan, Mo Xinggu couldn't help but shake his head and asked Mo Xiaoyu, "By the way, is there still no news about your senior brother? He used to be so attentive to you. Has he contacted you recently?" "No. He must be at a critical juncture in his seclusion, otherwise he wouldn't have disappeared for so long." Hearing Mo Xinggu's question, Mo Xiaoyu instinctively glanced at Lin Shen before shaking her head. Now that Lin Shen had broken through to foundation establishment, and a perfect one at that, Mo Xiaoyu was even more certain that Shen Qianfan's death was connected to Lin Shen. After all, to break through to foundation establishment in just over 4 years, and with perfect quality at that, proved that Lin Shen's foundation had already been extremely profound and his strength extraordinarily great. With such strength and foundation, killing Shen Qianfan, who was at the peak of qi refining, would have been entirely within his capabilities. However, this matter no longer mattered, and Mo Xiaoyu did not intend to investigate it thoroughly. All she wanted now was to build a good relationship with Lin Shen, so that the two of them could venture into the secret realm together, with Lin Shen playing a supporting role to help her obtain the opportunity that might allow her to break through to the Golden Core realm in the future. Alas, no news is fine then. Hearing that Mo Xiaoyu also had no news of Shun Qianfan, Mo Shengu did not think much deeper about it. He simply assumed that Shun Qianfan, knowing his master would not give him any resources, had probably gone into hiding to cultivate in seclusion and break through to Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Shen lowered his brows slightly, sensing Mo Xiaoyu's instinctive glance just now, and could not help but sneer inwardly. So this woman was still suspicious of him. It was only because he had now achieved perfect Foundation establishment and possessed sufficient strength and status that she wanted to use him to obtain opportunities, and therefore refrained from voicing her suspicions and guesses. Just as they were speaking, a streak of light flashed across the distance and swiftly arrived beside Lin Shen and the others. Elder Mo, senior sister Mo, junior brother Lin. A young man with sword-like brows, a tall and upright bearing, and a coolly handsome countenance swiftly came to Lin Shen and the others' side. Smiling, he cupped his hands toward Mo Shengu, then greeted Mo Xiaoyu and Lin Shen beside him. My master has heard of junior brother Lin's perfect Foundation establishment, and so he hath instructed me to invite both Elder Mo and junior brother Lin to the sect master's great hall. The newcomer was none other than Wang Bowen. He had entered Qiyun Valley at the same time as Lin Shen and had been found to possess a single attribute fire spirit root. Within Qiyun Valley, he had been accepted by Gongsun Buxiu as a personal disciple and was personally guided and groomed by him. Nourished by Qiyun Valley's resources, supported by Gongsun Buxiu, and blessed with the extraordinary talent of a single attribute fire spirit root, Wang Bowen had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm as early as 5 years ago. Now he stood at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Like Lin Shen, he had tempered his root foundation to perfection, and with the abundant resources granted by Gongsun Buxiu, he too achieved perfect Foundation establishment. With the formidable profundity of perfect Foundation establishment and the supreme talent of a single attribute fire spirit root, Gongsun Buxiu had grown increasingly appreciative of Wang Bowen over the past 5 years. He bestowed more and more resources and guidance, hoping to raise a future nascent soul powerhouse for Qiyun Valley. The sect master wishes to see us. Mo Shengu was taken aback at Wang Bowen's words, but immediately a look of ecstatic joy burst across his face. He said to Mo Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, return to Luoyan Peak for now. Shen'er and I will go to meet the sect master. And with that, without waiting for Mo Xiaoyu's reply, Mo Shengu and Lin Shen flew off swiftly toward the sect master's great hall under Wang Bowen's guidance. Mo Shengu understood well in his heart. Gongsun Buxiu had summoned them only after learning of Lin Shen's perfect Foundation establishment. Therefore, this audience would most certainly bring rewards and praise for both him and Lin Shen. It was merely unknown just what that reward would be. Yet Mo Shengu dared be certain that his own standing would be elevated and that Lin Shen's cultivation resources would be considerably increased. After all, for one to achieve perfect Foundation establishment and break into the Foundation establishment realm at such an age with a triple attribute spirit root, Lin Shen, should he not fall in the future and with a stroke of fortune, was absolutely a sure candidate for Golden Core. The three swiftly sped through Qiyun Valley. After barely the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky as Wang Bowen brought Mo Shengu and Lin Shen directly into the sect master's great hall. The sect master's great hall. In the imposing, magnificent hall, Gongsun Buxiu, clad in a black robe, sat upright at the center, his terrifying aura pervading the space around him. On both sides of him stood several Golden Core realm elders, evidently having just finished a discussion not long ago. When he saw Wang Bowen leading Mo Shengu and Lin Shen into the hall, Gongsun Buxiu turned his gaze toward Lin Shen. Sensing Lin Shen's surging spiritual energy along with the fearsome thunder attribute aura and sword chi, an imperceptible glint of approval flashed through Gongsun Buxiu's eyes. This youth is worthy of great trust. A smile tugged at the corner of Gongsun Buxiu's mouth as he appraised Lin Shen and gave a subtle nod. Your disciple pays respects to the sect master. Upon entering the hall, Mo Shengu and Lin Shen promptly stepped forward to pay their respects, cupping their hands reverently toward Gongsun Buxiu. No need for such formalities. Qiyun Valley does not stand on ceremony. Gongsun Buxiu waved a hand casually. He looked at Lin Shen, a smile spreading across his lips, and with a trace of recollection flashing through his mind said, Lin Shen, is it not? I still have some impression of you. After your spirit root was tested back, then you entered the inner sect bearing the Ascension Immortal Token. Yes, Sectmaster. Lin Shen cupped his hands in gratitude and said with a trembling voice, I never imagined the Sectmaster would still remember me. To be remembered by you leaves this disciple overwhelmed with gratitude. Haha, a wise person always leaves a deep impression. Gongsun Buxiu let out a hearty laugh, and looking at Lin Shen he said, Back then Elder Mo sought to obtain a Foundation establishment pill, and you exchanged the one you received from the Ascension Immortal Token with him. That was a wise choice. Otherwise you would not have become Elder Mo's personal disciple, nor would you possess the perfect foundation establishment you have now. Therefore among that group, you were the truly wise one. Among those who had entered Qiyun Valley's intersect with the Ascension Immortal Token back, then some had long since turned into handfuls of yellow earth, while others still lingered in the mid to late Qi refinement stages destined to spend their lives in mediocrity. Only Lin Shen, who surrendered the foundation establishment pill, and Su Chongqing, the third elder's personal disciple, had broken through to the foundation establishment realm, becoming primary pillars of Qiyun Valley's strength. If it were not so, how could he possibly praise Lin Shen as wise? A foundation establishment pill is indeed precious, yet if one lacks the strength to protect it and the talent to grow, it becomes nothing more than a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away. It was far better to do as Lin Shen had done. Exchange it for resources which built up his own foundation and strength, giving him an even greater chance at breaking through to foundation establishment in the future. The sect master flatters me. Lin Shen smiled and cupped his hands. Your disciple did indeed make a correct choice back then. Without that foundation establishment pill, I would not have met my master, and without my master's meticulous guidance and nurturing, I would not have achieved perfect foundation establishment so swiftly. Lin Shen was very shrewd. In the face of Gongsun Bushio's praise, he showed not the slightest complacency, rather he attributed every bit of merit to Mo Xinggu. He knew too well what these high-ups wished to see, and he knew too well what kind of disciple the sect truly desired. An inner-sect disciple who was neither arrogant nor impetuous and revered his master stood before Gongsun Bushio, the sect master. Would he not be all the more highly regarded? Moreover, he was Mo Xinggu's personal disciple, and any benefits or elevation Mo Xinggu gained would naturally be of great advantage to him as well. Beside him, Mo Xinggu heard Lin Shen's words with immense gratification and nodded approvingly again and again. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, an excellent disposition. Hearing Lin Shen's answer, Gongsun Bushio nodded with admiration in his tone. Your talent and comprehension are likewise outstanding. To break through to foundation establishment so early without a foundation establishment pill, and to attain perfect foundation establishment, at that the sect shall certainly not overlook a prodigy like you. So saying, Gongsun Bushio waved his hand, and a brocade box carved with multiple layers of sealing marks flew from his sleeve, hovering in the air before Lin Shen. This brocade box holds a Thunder Spirit Pearl, which will hasten the cultivation of your Thunder Attribute art and amplify its might. He flicked his finger, and the floating box landed squarely in Lin Shen's palm. He paused for a moment, looked at Lin Shen, then continued, in addition, I bestow upon you 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 10,000 sect contribution points, and a millennium spiritual herb. I shall have these rewards prepared and delivered to your residence. Your disciple kowtows in gratitude to the sect master. Taking the brocade box, and hearing Gongsun Bushio's words, Lin Shen knelt down in excitement, and hurriedly kowtowed 3 times, his head knocking loudly against the floor. As for you. Gongsun Bushio gave a slight nod, and turned his gaze to Mo Xinggu beside him. Elder Mo, your forebears shed their lives for Crimson Clouds, spilling their blood, and now you have trained such outstanding disciples as Lin Shen of the utmost merit. And now you have lingered at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment for nearly a century. To reward you, a share of Ningxin liquid will belong to you after 1 year. In addition, the sect's blessed land will be opened for your cultivation for 10 years, fully aiding you to break through to the Golden Core realm. Gongsun Bushio studied Mo Xinggu for a moment, then offered a faint smile. The Ningxin liquid. Hearing the words Ningxin liquid, Mo Xinggu's breath quickened, his face reddened as he bowed and expressed gratitude to the sect leader, promising to devote himself to the sect and go through fire and water if needed. This Ningxin liquid is truly precious. A treasure that can raise the odds of breaking through from foundation establishment pinnacle to golden core by 30%. How could he not be thrilled? Such a precious Ningxin liquid is extraordinarily scarce in Crimson Cloud Valley. In a century, only 3 or 4 portions are produced. Now he will obtain a share plus 10 years in the blessed lands together with strong sect support and the accumulation of years. After exiting, he is certain to break through to the golden core. The thought of breaking through the golden core filled Mo Xinggu with rising ardor, the smile on his lips refusing to fade. In the great hall, a faction of golden core elders regarded Mo Xinggu with envy in their eyes. They had intended to secure a Ningxin liquid for the next generation. Now, with another quota gone, their competition grew more intense. In the hall at the main seat, Gongsun Bushio regarded Mo Xinggu's excited appearance with a faint smile and stated that there was no need for thanks or risking one's life. This was what he deserved. Gongsun Bushio signaled Mo Xinggu with a casual wave, declaring that Mo's current duty is to diligently stabilize his foundation, after a year use Ningxin liquid, to enter the sect's blessed lands for a seclusion and breakthrough, thereby ensuring the Mo family's lineage endures. These words were not mere kindness, but heartfelt truth. After all, Mo Xinggu's ancestors' sacrifices and his loyalty to Crimson Cloud Valley were seen with his own eyes. Back then, he and Mo Xinggu's grandfather were peers. Mo Xinggu's family, backed by ancestral protection and their own formidable strength, stood out in Crimson Cloud Valley. Emo Shingu and his father grew up under his care, living in Crimson Cloud Valley all their lives. In terms of inherited loyalty, he could not match Emo Shingu, who serves Crimson Cloud Valley, in this generation. But alas, because a century ago in the war where the five sects joined to annihilate the Blood Fiend sect, Emo Shingu's grandfather at the late Golden Core stage and his father at the early Golden Core stage perished. In that war, besides those two at the Golden Core stage, around 10 Foundation establishment cultivators perished as well. Only Emo Shingu remained to guard Crimson Cloud Valley. As for chi refinement, casualties were countless in that era, numbering in hundreds. If not for the family's decline and the deaths of his grandfather and father, Emo Shingu might already stand at the Golden Core. The Emo family's prestige in Crimson Cloud Valley would rival his own. That is why Emo Shingu at the Foundation establishment pinnacle holds such a high status in Crimson Cloud Valley. If not for the Emo family shedding their blood for Crimson Cloud Valley, on the front lines Crimson Cloud Valley would not have its present glory. Thus this Lin Shen liquid rightfully belongs to Emo Shingu. No one is standing to contend for it. Otherwise, even if Emo Shingu could train 10 prodigious disciples like Lin Shen under the competition of many Golden Core elders, what chance would they have to obtain this Lin Shen liquid? All of this is but the legacy of the ancestors. Their deeds were earned by Emo Shingu's forebears over 100 years ago in exchange for Crimson Cloud Valley. Yes, I understand. Emo Shingu's eyes reddened as he nodded. Gongsun Bushio's words recalled the tragedy of his own lineage. His useless son had vanished more than 20 years ago, likely fallen in the wild. Now only a granddaughter remains. The Emo family line has withered. They must consider the inheritance of lineage. Yet Emo Xiaoyu remains but a woman. A woman must marry. Even if she weds into another clan, the bloodline would still be someone else, and the Emo family's lineage would be only in name. If she were to perish, would the Emo family line not be severed in his hands? A shadow falls on Emo Shingu's heart. He longs to break through to the Golden Core soon, as if a second spring, to see whether revived vitality can sustain the Emo family. After glancing at Emo Shingu, Gongsun Bushio shakes his head and turns to Lin Shen. Train hard, do not tarnish your master's reputation. With the treasures I have given you and a flawless foundation establishment, if you cannot break through to Golden Core later, I will not spare you. Lin Shen nods solemnly, saying that he will never fail the sect leader's expectations and will train diligently to raise his cultivation and pursue the Golden Core. If I cannot break through the Golden Core in the future, with so many treasures and opportunities at hand, Lin Shen cannot imagine failing to reach Golden Core. If I truly cannot break through the Golden Core, what is this cultivation for? Not only would Gongsun Bushio not spare me, I might even smash myself against a wall. Enough, you know best. Gongsun Bushio waved his hand and glanced at Lin Shen and Emo Shingu. You two may withdraw, though I have matters to discuss with the elders. Disciples retreat. Emo Shingu and Lin Shen exchange glances, nod, and respectfully cup their fists before leaving the Great Hall. Leaving the sect leader's hall. On returning to Luo Yun Peak, Emo Shingu could not stop laughing, his laughter full of joy and pride. This time Lin Shen would receive the sect's generous reward, and Emo Shingu himself gained a precious Lin Shen liquid share, securing the chance to break through Golden Core in the future. He does not understand Gongsun Bushio's attitude. He believes the reward was given because he trained Lin Shen, a prodigious disciple, and because of his own contributions to the sect. He has not considered that if not for his ancestors' sacrifices and the deaths of his two Golden Core grandfathers and father, he could not compete for this precious Lin Shen liquid. Across Crimson Cloud Valley there is more than one at the Foundation establishment pinnacle. There are many Golden Core elders' disciples stuck at the Foundation establishment pinnacle. So many eyes are on the Lin Shen liquid. Without the ancestral sacrifices, Emo Shingu would not have even qualified to compete for a share, let alone obtain it.